to Dumb Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
Okay, now we're getting close, right? Now we're getting close. It's Thursday. Ever since Marcus said yesterday we got Baby Friday tomorrow. We're here now, baby. Baby Friday, buddy.
Happy Baby Friday, my
Good
guy.
morning,
How we
Marcus.
doing today?
We're doing good. I feel like I can sniff it now. I can sniff it. Even though I have a little bit of a runny nose. I feel like I can sniff
I was going to say, you sound a little congested,
I
but you're
just
still
sneezed a couple
sniffing the
times.
weekend, huh?
I think I'm allergic to either dust, dander, or waiting too long for an NFC championship.
That's it. Or maybe you're allergic to the Detroit Lions, Murph. They're coming to town. Here they come.
I was just showing, just full disclosure, the interwebs and the Instagrams and are amazing things. And one of the accounts I follow just shows old NFL clips. And last night, the opening to the 1983 49ers Lions playoff game at Candlestick. So, these teams have played before, right? 1983 divisional playoff game at Candlestick. The Lions should have won the damn game. They had a 42-yard field goal to end the game. Guy just missed it. Eddie Murray missed it. He was the Tyler Bass of 1983.
Oh, no. Was it wide right?
The Lions kicker missed it wide right. He did miss it wide right. He did. But anyway, it's Brent Musburger, and it's all this great. It's Montana. It's Candlestick, the tailgate. Oh, you are looking live at all that stuff. Dude, Lions coach Monty Clark, who was the 1976 coach of the Niners when they actually were decent, and then Bill Walsh in the white sweater and all that. Bro, there's a live freaking lion on the sidelines. Like a full-on lion.
Not
bro.
a mascot, Murph. Not a mascot.
Dude.
A live lion in San Francisco.
I'm just showing this to Marcus right before the show going, what the hell was going on in 83?
Well, you blew my mind, Murph, because I have so many questions because you had mentioned it before you showed me the actual clip, and then I realized that this game was at Candlestick, and the Detroit Lions are the road team. So are they out here stealing a lion from the San Francisco Zoo? Did they fly in their own lion from Detroit? Where the hell did this lion come from?
And will there be a lion at Levi's on Sunday? And you go down. You have a sideline pass, right?
That's right, yeah.
You better watch out, bro.
I was going to say, it's one thing having Dan Campbell bite at your kneecaps. I don't need a lion biting at my kneecap.
Anyway,
on the
I just thought
sideline.
I'd start the day with that amusing anecdote. I don't know. As you point out, they were the road team, so either they borrowed it from the San Francisco Zoo. For some reason, I feel like Marine World was involved. Do you ever go to Marine World USA?
No, I never made it to Marine World.
You've heard of it?
I've made it to the San Francisco Zoo and the
Okay.
Oakland Zoo, but never Marine World.
So there was an amusement park down on the peninsula, although you would consider yourself more a South Bay guy than a peninsula guy, right? Two different cultures?
That is correct.
Two different cultures?
Two very different cultures.
Okay, so there it is. So South Bay, on the peninsula, was a thing called Marine World Africa USA. Did you ever
I didn't
hear
know
about
that
it?
existed. That was on the peninsula?
Oh, bro, it was the deal. It was the business.
Oh,
it was
wow.
the thing.
No.
It was a combination aquarium / partial zoo / amusement park that featured out in the waterways of like Foster City. They would do these water skiing boat shows, and you would go watch these water skiers do these incredible jumps. And then you go check out a lion, then you go check out a whale, then you get some cotton candy, and then you go home.
Okay.
Marine World Africa USA. And I feel like somehow that lion came from there. That's just my suspicion. But anyway, I just thought I'd start your morning with a lion on the sidelines, and then we'll go from there.
We got a live lion. We're going to bring one into the studio today,
Yeah.
Murph. Stand by.
Well, obviously, we're getting hyped for this game, and everybody spoke yesterday, so we're getting, there it is.
Dude,
wow.
There's a live lion, Murph. He's in the studio.
Dude, I'm telling you, and there was only like one handler on the guy, too. And I think all that thing was needed. Somebody just stepped on his paw or looked at him the wrong way. We could have had a whole different outcome at Candlestick that day, dude. Call Siegfried and Roy up in this piece.
Oh, no.
Too soon?
Yeah,
Too soon?
a little too soon, Murph.
Anyway, it's exciting. But, hey, last night, actually, it's funny because we're so Niners. And rightfully so, right? But two things actually dented the consciousness last night. Non-Niner. One, Jim Harbaugh. How about
Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
Now, the thing is, when he does that down in a Chargers game, who's got it better than us? The other crowd will yell, the road team.
Yeah, whose house? Not your own house, Jim Harbaugh. But it's going to be weird. It was already kind of weird watching him do that saying / like mantra that the Harbaugh family has claimed throughout their lifetime. It was weird hearing it at Michigan. It's going to be weird as hell hearing it with the LA Chargers.
So do you think, I guess my number one question, there's a million things to come out of this, but do you think that he can build a culture there and actually give that place a pulse and make people actually care about the Chargers.
Well, that's the
that
thing
is one
with
of those
the
teams, bro.
LA Chargers.
If you had to rank the 32 teams in the NFL in terms of passionate fan bases, would they be like 31st?
I was going to say maybe 32nd.
Maybe 32nd?
Yeah, like they really don't have a fan base at all. Like opposing fan bases take over that stadium, not just for the Chargers, but for the Rams also. It's kind of that LA transplant kind of mindset. But I've always compared the Chargers to their SoCal buddies, the San Diego Padres. Now, the Padres have created a culture over the last couple of years and are getting fans excited.
As you know, Marcus, Petco is popping.
It's popping,
Been there 2 summers in a row.
So we'll see if Harbaugh can get it popping. But my point is, I've always felt the same way about the Chargers as I felt about the Padres.
Yeah.
Until they actually go out and win something, they're kind of just like the little brother of the division.
I feel like that, and so that was the immediate take. But I'm going to say I'm not going to put it past this guy to make the Chargers like cool again because he's, first of all, he's a lunatic. He's out of his freaking mind, okay? So he'll do anything he can to make the Chargers relevant and winners. And B, look what he did at Stanford. Dude, you want to talk about irrelevant. They were going to disband that freaking program. Next thing you know, they're 12-1, and they have the number 1 draft pick, and they're winning the Orange Bowl and all that. So I would not put anything past him. If I was Sean McVay and the Rams, I'd be a little – I mean, they don't compete in the same division, but in terms of, like, competing for the pie or the attention and all that, if I was Sean McVay and the Rams, I'd be like, damn, there's a new customer in town.
I mean, he definitely moves the needle, and that's what the Chargers need. Hell, they need to move the needle to get into the playoffs because right now they have a roster with Justin Herbert. They have a top 5 draft pick. They have a lot of talent on the roster, but they always seem to choke and lose the big games. Now, I know there was people criticizing Jim Harbaugh about never beating Ohio State at the college level. Well, guess what? He checked those boxes off, won a national title, and now he's getting back in the league with Super Bowl aspirations, I would believe.
I mean, are they that far away? They always play close games, right? Don't they?
Yeah,
they're
always losing by 3 points. Anytime I can take a team plus 3 or more against the Chargers, I usually do.
And that's why Brandon Staley came under such fire. Was like, dude, you're blowing these games. It's not like you're in them and then you blow them.
Oh, Brandon Staley was one of the worst coaches of the last decade. Like his 4th down decisions, he was constantly pressing the wrong buttons each and every game.
So anyway, that was the one story that dented the consciousness, and then the other one was the Warriors last night, man. I mean, wow. We all tuned in. I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
And to check out the tribute to, as they just call him now, just Decky. So there's a nickname, was Decky, Dejan Milojevic. Wow, it was tough seeing his wife and kids, wasn't it?
It was.
They were very emotional. Even Clay and Draymond.
They both got teary.
They had tears.
The game, yeah.
Kerr's speech, as always, the guy's just note perfect. And man, oh man, it was just the word brate, the brother, on that T-shirt. It's funny, I was talking to Tonelli down the hall, our resident gambler, and he was like, there's no way the Warriors don't win and cover the 6. He said that yesterday morning when we were leaving. I was like, first of all, gambling on an NBA game, what are you going to do? I was like, I don't know. The Warriors are really bad. You know what I mean? I was like, but last night, they weren't going to let them. They weren't going to let them lose.
Well, Murph, if I could be completely honest with you, last night I had the Warriors -6.
Nice work.
I kind of had the same feeling
Can you
as Paul
applaud yourself,
Tonelli.
please?
I mean, that's the thing. It's like it really felt like I know there was some concerns about whether or not there was going to be rest concerns about the Warriors not playing over the past week. But you can saw even with Looney yesterday coming out and snatching 4 rebounds in the first couple of minutes. Like this was a team that wanted to go out there and play for Decky last night.
And Johnny Kuminga, 11 for 11 from the field.
Perfect.
Tying Chris Mullin's all-time franchise record, 1990, 11 for 11. And as a man whose high school basketball career ended, get this, Marcus, before the three-point line. What is this, freaking Hoosiers? What is this, Hickory High? But
that's what I'm saying, Murph. If only he had a 3-point line, you would have made it to the league.
As a man whose high school career ended before the three-point line, I still like a 2. And Kuminga's 11 for 11 was all 2s. And actually 9 in the paint, 7 in the restricted area.
Kuminga getting to the bucket, using that athleticism that we've been kind of waiting for him to kind of showcase.
And it's only going to get better and better. Mm-hmm. And he said, Draymond told him, stop thinking. If you want to pass, pass. If you want to attack, attack. And he said, okay, I'll attack. Mm-hmm. And he did. He was taking dudes to the rack. And he scored, what was the final total last night for his
25 points last
25
night.
25 points,
11 for 11, perfect.
And, and Clay and Steph each hit 5 threes. So.
Mm-hmm. And Draymond Green made his first game, or should I say he made his return to Chase Center since the suspension.
Completely obscured by the malaria.
Yeah, but he got a nice little standing ovation and hit a couple three-pointers also.
Well, we should call it in then before we get out for the first segment, then turn our attention to the Niners because we're that much closer, guys. We're that much closer. And usually we have assistant coach Bruce Frazier, Q, call in with a little salt and take some shots at Adam Silver. But on a night like last night, maybe we should keep it on the up and up because that was an emotional evening at Chase Center. 41st game of the season as the Warriors are at the halfway point. Only a half game out of the 9 spot. Didn't think I'd be saying that. All right.
19 and 22. I don't even want to talk postseason.
But Bruce Frazier called it in. Silver said, hey, man, emotional night. And he said, that's right. And he said it with respect. That's right, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 134. Blew them out. Atlanta Hawks 112.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
All right. Warriors back at it tonight.
Back-to-back against the Kings.
Sacramento Kings and then Lakers Saturday. All right. But obviously it's all about the Niners and whether or not there'll be a live lion on the sideline at Levi's. And dare we say, guys, optimism on Debo Samuel? Optimism? He was out there running with a football, not in pads, doing rehab work, but there were a couple of indicators that he may play. We'll get into that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down this weekend's NFC Championship game and what he thinks of Jared Goff making his return to the Bay Area. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's sports leader.
Is it too early to put on the Daisy Dukes and eat the dip? Hey, young Tone's going to Vegas this weekend. I would encourage him to go down to his hotel. What do you call it? The what do you call the room? You get the snacks, whatever. The hotel lobby, and get yourself some Daisy French onion and ranch dip. Bring it back to the room. Smear that stuff all over the hotel room, baby. Daisy French onion and ranch dip is a must this weekend. Championship weekend. Chips, wings, pizza. You need the dip. Daisy sour cream making the French onion and ranch dip. Grab it. No MSG, no junk. Better than the dips from scratch. Tastes so amazing, so addictive. You can't stop eating it.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, for practice today, we just got Debo's shoulder. He won't practice. His shoulder hurts. That's all, yeah. Just hurts. Everyone else is full.
Do you expect Debo to be out there on Sunday?
I do, personally. But just continue to pray for him that he can get better throughout the weekend. Be out there with us to finish the job.
All right, it's Brandon Ayuk saying he thinks Debo Samuel be. I would say right now, given all our NFL experience, your sixth sense tells you that he will play. I mean, he's out there running around with a football. Matt Barrows had video. And by the way, shout out Pilo and Saweetie. Young Tony likes this. He's trying to make it a thing.
Do it for the Bay.
Do it for the Bay.
Tony will do it for the Bay.
Do it for the Debo. Do it for the D-Bay. Tony says there's only a small window we can play. Oh, really? You can't play for the next 2 weeks after Sunday?
I was going to say, Bang Bang Niner Gang has been playing for years now, Tony.
Speaking of Bang Bang Niner game, before we get back to Debo here for a second, see that little kerfluffle with the KNBR Instagram yesterday? We're going Instagram two segments in a row.
Uh-oh, what happened on KNBR
talking about
Instagram?
the live lion in the 1983 playoff game, but KNBR Insta put out a little send-up of Eminem's 8 Mile. And you see, I thought it was funny. And I saw it when it first posted, and they used the George Kittle, I love the Niners. This is really fun.
So I didn't see that one. I saw the E40 one, though.
I immediately reposted it because I thought it was funny. And then all of a sudden, a couple hours later on Twitter, I saw Copes reposted something, and then there was a little note. Twitter put a little note, or X put a little note under the post saying, this post has been altered by the author.
No, you don't say.
So
you're telling me Eminem doesn't sound like George Kittle or E40?
No. What happened was then they changed the song to Bang Bang Niner Gang.
Oh, so it was
KNBR itself, like Michael Connell or Austin. Those are our two digital guys right now. And then there were two. They changed it. Did they change it because they came under some kind of heat?
Because there was pushback?
Or people thought it was not funny or whatever?
No, I would say leave both of them up. But I only saw the E40 version.
And I only saw I saw the Niners. I love the Niners. This is a really fun one. And then the first comment underneath it was nice save. Like they say, I don't know. Everybody out there was on the...
yeah, now I'm confused because if
everybody out there on the text line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is a KNBR head. First of all, thank you.
Yeah.
Second of all, 415-808-5627. Did you see the post change yesterday and follow why?
And it's a troll post, by the way.
Yeah. Would you think it was funny if they used the Kittle, I love the Niners, this is really funny?
That is pretty funny now that I think about it. Yeah, keep them both up. Come on, boys.
Because it's Eminem, and he's right before he gets into his rap battle at 8 Mile, the climactic scene, and he turns to the audience, and then it says, I love the Niners. This is really fun.
That's pretty good. I thought you were going to say
I love the Niners. This is really fun.
See, that's funny. That got a chuckle out of me.
See?
I thought you were going to say Detroit fans were freaking out and calling for KNBR digital team's head or something.
209 does check in on the text line to say Jason Kidd may have been running the Instagram.
That's the problem when you got Kidd as the head of digital now.
Because it was confusion.
Thank you very much. Anyway, back to Debo. Again, I'm not making a call because I ain't a freaking doctor, and I'm not the official NFL injury, but I'm just telling you my gut tells me. My gut tells me he's going to play based on the way Kyle spoke yesterday, that he's feeling better. Mm-hmm. B, that Ayuk said, and I think Brock Purdy might have had a let slip, like it's going to be great to have him out there or something like that. And then he ran on the sideline with a football. Matt Barrows had a post on Instagram where he was showing George Kittle doing drills. And they're not allowed to show rehab work on film. That's like an NFL rule. But Debo ran through the screen, and Kittle applauded him as he ran through the screen.
And Murph, I'm on the same page as you because as soon as we got the news on Monday or Tuesday, I believe it was, that Debo did not fracture his shoulder, that there was no actual ligament damage or any major injury, it's also my belief that Debo's playing this weekend. Because you can play hurt, you can't play injured. But here's the thing about the playoffs. In the NFL, everybody's playing hurt right now. Look at the center for the Detroit Lions this weekend. He's playing banged up and hurt. So if Debo is able to suit up, I think he's going to be out there on Sunday.
Yeah, you talk about Frank Ragnow?
Yeah.
Dude, Frank Ragnow's apparently got injured everything.
Bro, he was in pain on the sideline last weekend.
He's got a busted up knee, a busted up foot, a busted up elbow, and he's an animal.
And he's going to have to be playing against a backup guard this weekend since Jonah Jackson's out this weekend, right?
Yeah. But apparently he's out there. It doesn't matter that he's got all his limbs hanging off him there, that he's going to be out there in that very outstanding Lions offensive line.
That is a really, really good offensive line, Murph.
And the focus comes back to a guy like Chase Young, Randy Gregory, guys like that. I told you the Dennis Brown speech earlier this week on KNBR where he was going off on how the D-line needs to assert itself. This is like the D-line that was supposed to define the 49ers was pretty, I don't want to say they were soft against the Packers, but they were not as impactful as you would have liked.
In a game where there were 0 sacks on Jordan Love. Now, Matt LaFleur did a good job of scheming Jordan Love to get rid of the ball quickly, and Nick Bosa did have a lot of pressure in that game, but the bottom line is you want sacks from those guys, but you're going up against a Detroit Lions team that only allowed 31 sacks the entire season.
Is that right?
That was the 4th best in the entire NFL.
But did I read the stat right? Then in the last 2 playoff games, Goff has been sacked 5 times. Isn't that right?
Was he sacked last weekend?
That's what I read. Let me double check on that. But because that was going to be one of my angles was like that. This is not Kyler Murray. This is not Jordan Love, even who's not a scrambler per se, but he's young and can move a little bit. That this guy, if there's a knock on Goff, it's that he ain't mobile. And even Brock Purdy is more like he has that little sort of light-footedness in the pocket that Goff does not have.
Now, Jared Goff was sacked 2 times last week against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but we know that's a Todd Bowles defense that loves to bring the blitz and bring additional bodies, something that Steve Wilkes doesn't do as often. And then, Murph, in a quick second, I'll pull up the box score.
It. Ramsey was sacked 3 times.
Sacked 3
so
times.
5 times. Wow. Sacked 5 times. And so, and that's the thing on Goff, man. And that should play into the Niners' favor. If you can get home and finish the job on these guys, it changes everything.
And especially with those injuries on the inside, it's going to be a big game for Armstead and Hargrave. You got to get pressure up the middle on Jared Goff because those tackles are so good for the Lions.
I see that I'm going through their season total. In the 38-6 Ravens game, Goff was sacked 5 times. So that was the only time that he really got clobbered, though.
That's interesting because I want to.
The Bears got him 4 times. Dude, I'm going to okay. We're forming a theory live on the air right now. The Ravens game, they sacked him 5 times. The Bears game, they sacked him 4 times. And then the Bucs got him 3 times in the regular season. Here's a common denominator on all those. They're all outdoor games on the road. So
offensive line playing on grass versus playing on turf.
And Goff different. Yeah. And the snap counts with the crowd and all that.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And we can get a good breakdown of that from Greg Cosell to kind of see where that pressure is actually coming from, because I did some research on Penei Sewell. He's only allowed 3 sacks the entire season, and Taylor Decker during the regular season only allowed 9 sacks the entire season. So I would assume that most of that pressure is coming up the middle.
Maybe they're all in those games.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe it's just postseason.
It's interesting. Sewell is the right tackle, not the left tackle. Huh?
Taylor Decker's at the left tackle.
I know. Sewell's considered elite. I would have thought they would want him over on the left side, but no. They keep him on the right side.
I agree.
So, again, guys, the split that intrigues me the most is the Lions indoors versus the Lions outdoors, and Goff indoors versus Goff outdoors. And this will be maybe the thing that gives you some optimism going into this game, as would possibly Debo Samuel joining the game. One more stat for you before we get to the guest list here. Just throwing this out there, buddy. Niners against the spread at home in their last 6 games, 0-6.
Well, I don't like that number, Murph.
0-6 against the spread their last 6 home games.
Well, who cares? I mean, what's their record in their last?
I know.
6
I'm just talking
games?
spread.
Yeah,
I got you.
Look at you previewing Brian and Bobby's best bets.
There you go. And by the way, the spread is. Let's see here. The spread remains. Does it remain 7 going into today?
Yeah, still 7 this morning.
Okay.
But 6 straight games, haven't covered the spread. Now, I kind of throw out the last week of the season against the LA Rams because all the backups played in that game, Murph.
Yeah.
So that's something that you should point out.
Okay.
Before that, they obviously lost on Monday night against the Baltimore Ravens, so
And
they
then
didn't
what was
cover the
before that?
spread. Before that, it was a win over the Seattle Seahawks. They won 28-16. So you're telling me it was more than a 12-point spread?
Is that a 13-point spread?
Wow.
Yeah.
I was surprised the spread was that high that game. And then before that, they won 27-14 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That was probably a 14-point spread.
I mean, that's the problem with the 49ers blowing out everybody double digits. They're getting these massive spreads laid on them.
You know, you can find spreads like on Pro Football Reference.
Like historical spreads?
Like I go back to that 83 game against the
I was
Lions.
going to say, what was the spread with the Lion on the sideline? How many points was he worth?
Spread was stay the hell away.
Yeah.
The
spread the hell out.
The spread on that 83 game, the Niners were 7.5-point favorites. They only won by 1 that day on a missed field goal. Eddie Murray had a kick to win the game, and he missed it. So, just food for thought before Brian and Bobby's best bets, right? Okay, let's get into the guest list coming to you on a Thursday, January 25, 2024, as we think, there's no official word, but we're hoping and guessing that Debo will play after he ran around with the football yesterday, and Ayuk and Kyle said, yeah, he's feeling better. But we don't know yet. We'll see again today what happens. All right, what do we got?
All right, we got Greg Cosell, 6:50 this morning. It's our weekly Thursday hit, previewing the NFC Championship game this weekend with a full breakdown of Brock Purdy's performance last week and Jared Goff coming back to San Francisco.
Yeah, man, it'll be interesting to see what he says about the this guy Ben Johnson, their coordinator, is, he's a hot candidate, and probably we were talking before the show about how Belichick's just not getting a job. The Harbaugh job takes one off the table, And I think a lot of teams are waiting for Ben Johnson and the Lions.
Yeah, and we've gotten to this kind of point in the NFL over the last couple of years where we've seen the influx of these young coaches, starting with Kyle, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniels, like Bobby Slowik is being out here interviewed for head coaching jobs. Like people are trending towards these young offensive coordinators, and Bill Belichick is now sitting here without a job still 2-3 weeks after he was fired by the Patriots.
You have to get into that. By the way, so the Niners were 13-point favorites against Tampa Bay, so that was a push. And they were 13.5-point favorites against the Seahawks, and that was a loss. So there you go. Okay, so
nice and close on the spread.
G. Cosell at 650.
Greg Cosell, 650. Mike Krukow, 735. Talking a little Giants baseball, Hall of Fame, all that good stuff. The big hit in the cooler of content after that. And then the 49ers GM, John Lynch, makes his return to the morning show at 8:30 today.
John Lynch? Today? 8:30? Awesome. Got to promote that as much as we can.
Yeah, John Lynch, 8:30 this morning, and we'll top off the 49er talk at 9:15 with Matt Mayoko.
By the way, do you have the Russell Westbrook on your... Because 415 says he must be a sound head. He said, that stat on the spread, he goes, Murph, can I get some Westbrook?
That's interesting.
It is. That's interesting. Thank you very
Man,
much.
who you telling?
There you go. All right, guys. On the other side, more sound from yesterday. What did Brock Purdy have to say about squeaking past the Packers and going to his second straight NFC Championship game? And then Greg Cosell at 650 and John Lynch at 8:30. Can't wait. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Let Brock cook.
is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I think he's probably the best playmaker in this league. You know, you get the ball in his hands, he can do whatever he wants. Makes guys miss, breaks tackles. He's strong, he's tough, he's got grit, and we all feed off it. So Debo definitely gives us some juice and energy and momentum on our offense. And I mean, if he's not playing, obviously that's tough on us, but we'll have guys to be able to play as well that can create that as well. So, but yeah, if you're asking me, we'd love for Debo to play.
Brock Purdy said, yeah, give me 19 out there. As long as he turns around, he's not handing it to Juwan Jennings in the backfield. Everything will be good there. That play is going to live in infamy. If this thing doesn't end in a Super Bowl, people are going to point to that one. And that's something I want to get into with you, Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, in either today or tomorrow or whatever, is the Kyle factor. That one's we haven't spent a lot of time on confidence in Kyle. That could be today's big hit if you want, just how everybody's feeling about Kyle. Because I don't think people were too pleased with his performance against the Packers.
Well, there was question marks about the usage overall for Christian McCaffrey only having 17 carries. But when you do throw in the 12 checkdowns that he got this weekend, he touched the ball a lot. So there's questions about that. And then obviously there was questions heading into the postseason about Kyle Shanahan, his play calling and his clock management in the fourth quarter, and whether or not he could lead this team to a comeback victory. So at least that's a box that we saw him check this past week.
He seems to be very, like set in his ways. Like there's not much adjustment from Kyle, which is that stat about not being able to come back in the fourth quarter. And you see or his design, I'm going to throw. He doesn't seem to, it seems like in pressure moments in the playoffs, 28-3, that things seem to go against him, and
that's kind of always been the criticism about Kyle is how he coaches off script. Because we know what Kyle likes to do to start a game. We know what Kyle likes to do before halftime with the double down opportunity, 2-for-1 kind of stuff. But in that crunch time, when you need your coach to get creative and draw you up a money go-to play, Kyle hasn't really gotten that opportunity to show that too much because the 49ers are too busy blowing out everybody by double digits.
Yeah, and the winning drive that Purdy had was a pretty standard drive. It was just check down. Then when they start going for the check down, hit Conley on the out, and then another couple check downs, and then scramble, and then punch it in with McCaffrey. Hey, it worked, baby. It worked. But yeah, that's definitely something we might want to talk about at 808 KNBR. Or 415-808-5627, your feelings about Kyle.
Yeah, and I think until Kyle wins the big game, that's kind of been going to be the criticism that follows him. I mean, going back to his time in Atlanta, whenever he brings up the 28-3 comeback victory against Brady and the Patriots, it's kind of the narrative that surrounded Andy Reid when he got ran out of Philadelphia, and until he won a Super Bowl with the Chiefs, they said the same thing. Great offensive mind, terrible with clock management in the fourth quarter, but really, that is the question. What makes the coach? The clock management stuff, the play call, the design, the scheme. There's so many different angles you can attack.
Or having Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback.
Yeah, that works too.
For one. A little bit on Purdy. Speaking of quarterbacks, he spoke yesterday, and it's funny, some of the comments made me realize, and something we just, this isn't an excuse, and nor can we change this, but this guy's a baby deer, man. He's still so young in this league.
He just turned 24.
So he's talking about, having a, what do you want to call it? Sketchy performance against the Packers, or what? He won the freaking game, right? I mean, or what? Where he missed some balls, or he's not a rain quarterback, or just some adversity, or some obstacles, or some hurdles. And so here he was yesterday talking about, great quarterbacks have to put those behind him, and it's like he's going through a dark tunnel and just kind of finding his way because this is all new for him, and you can't just drop rookie quarterbacks in and say go win a Super Bowl. Go look at how many have done it. I mean, what, Ben Roethlisberger or.
Yeah, but going back to Big Ben, he walked into training camp that year with the Pittsburgh Steelers with a thought that he was actually going to be the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy was battling just to get on the roster last year.
Yeah.
And then running off, 5 or 6 straight games in the regular season last year, going into the postseason, not losing a game into the NFC Championship game. This is really an unbelievable story. Brock Purdy's second NFC Championship game.
So, actually, I just looked up. Ben was not a rookie. He was second year when he won it. So, no rookie quarterback has ever won a Super Bowl. And Brock Purdy's not far from being a rookie. I mean, he started in December of 2023.
Well, that's why it's funny because, In baseball, if a prospect doesn't play enough games, he doesn't really earn his rookie status. It's like a couple of years ago, Randy Arozarena was an ALCS MVP before his rookie season even happened. So if those were the rules in football, Brock Purdy playing 5-6 games last year, he would still be considered a rookie.
Let's give him the MLB. Let's give him the National League Rookie of the Year. Right.
Yeah, move on over, CJ Stroud.
Brady, it was the second season for Brady when he did his thing. So anyway, so here's Purdy talking about that, like trying to put it all in perspective.
Yeah, for me, it's, you're real with yourself. You understand where you're at as a quarterback, how you played. And it doesn't matter if you play good or bad. Like, you can't, I don't think, take really any of that with you the next week. It's a new game. It's a new scheme. It's a new environment. Everything about it is new. So it's almost like you got to clean the slate, learn from the mistakes, build off of, the good things that you've done. But it's going to be it's a new game. So that's the mental battle that I feel like all the NFL quarterbacks go through, and I think that's where the great ones really, separate themselves from the others. So, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. The great, he's what? Okay, what did Brady do? What did Mahomes do? What did Manning do? Take a bad performance, put it behind you, and on you go.
Well, Murph, you know what he's talking about. The next pitch mentality. Or in football, the next play mentality.
Yeah,
and it's something I pointed out earlier this week. Like, Brock didn't crumble in the big pressure situation, even though he did struggle for the majority of the game. But because he has that kind of quick memory to kind of get rid of those bad thoughts and those bad plays early, he was able to settle in and make the plays when they needed them.
It's funny. I got now time to share a cute kid story here. Dads and moms unite, gather around the radio. So Rory had a homework assignment in social studies. It's one of those ones where you have to write like your life goal, your life plans or your life idols, 10 rules you live by, and pick 3-4 people or books or movies that inspired you.
That's
or whatever.
Pretty heavy piece for a 10-year-old.
He's 12.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sixth grade is when you start making these life decisions. But he, oddly out of nowhere, he was doing the assignment and he had to pick 4 inspirational, and he's not nearly as into it as Declan. My older boy he's going to be a bookie or something. I don't know. He's out of his mind. This kid.
Oh, I got.
He's on it every.
There.
Oh, yeah, you got. He's out of his mind.
He's going to be my guy.
You and he could go deeper than I'd have to leave the room at some point.
Come hang out with Uncle Waterboy.
Right, you guys keep going. But Rory's been casual about it all, more into Fortnite. But all of a sudden, he's drawn Brock Purdy on his inspirational figures. I'm like, really? And he has to write why. And he wrote, he's really inspirational because he perseveres. And then he wrote, and he gets tons of hate from non-fans, and he ignores it. And I was like, it's pretty deep, kid. That's pretty deep. Here, and
it's good that kind of message is resonating with a 12-year-old.
Right.
Especially in this day and age with social media and people talking about cyberbullying and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool that he recognized that from Brock
It is
Purdy.
good, yeah. I was surprised he even knew how to spell Brock Purdy, quite frankly. But that's to this point, is that the reason I'm bringing it up is that quote, the great ones put it behind them. The great ones don't listen to that stuff. So here he is, more analysis on his decision-making against the Packers, where I think he admitted he was trying to go downfield too much, and then that savage interception spooked him a little bit here.
Yeah, I feel like there was this, early on, there were some decisions that I made that sort of made me feel a little tentative, after. Obviously that one that could have been intercepted. And it's like, go through your reads and take the checkdowns when the defense presents itself the way it does, and build off that rather than trying to search for the play and look for the big play, and then when it's not there, not having confidence in our checkdowns and stuff. So that's something that I have to be better at. That's what I needed to do at the end of the game. I feel like we got to that point, and I started doing that better, and we were able to move the ball. So. That's something that I learned for sure.
There he is, man. His training wheels on as we speak. He's in the NFC Championship. He's like, yeah, I'm learning.
Still going through the process.
I mean, you'd love to have a 45-year-old Tom Brady who knows exactly what he's doing, but we got a 24-year-old Brock Purdy who's still going through the process.
And like the fact that he has the kind of awareness to recognize that he doesn't have to be this elite MVP quarterback that I know 49er fans want him to be. But when your check down option is Christian McCaffrey, I don't mind you dumping it off. When you got Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, all this talent around you, you don't have to be the superstar that carries your team to a Super Bowl. If he takes care of the ball and can execute this system, the 49ers have a fantastic chance to get to Vegas.
Old man music, Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., you don't have to be a star, baby, to be in my show. Nice little R&B ditty from back in the day. That's what you just said.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a star, baby, to be in my show. It's a funny little chorus there. But anyway, the point is what you're saying. But here's the catch. if you go on daytime TV, as Jared Goff called it yesterday. It's funny when he said daytime TV. I said, wait, was he talking about Young and the Restless? What's he talking about? As the world turns?
These are the days of our lives.
He was talking about don't tell me, because some questioner asked him, do you deal with the hate? And he goes, well, bring it. And they said, and then he goes, but wait, are you going to say something from the daytime TV guys? Because don't say it.
Yeah, cut him off.
But they would say, oh, Purdy's checking down. That's all he did. You're just saying he doesn't have to be a star. Just check down, and then he gets criticized for that.
Exactly, and I'd like to remind people that Brock Purdy, in his second year, is in his second NFC Championship game, but he's also the lowest paid starting quarterback in the league. So how much are you really asking for this guy? It's not Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen who are making $40, $50 million per year. No, we're literally talking about a quarterback that makes less money than college quarterbacks do right now.
And he has shown when he has to go downfield or has a chance to go downfield, he does it better than Jimmy Garoppolo did.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's been my message to the whole entire team is he's been executing this Kyle Shanahan system better than any quarterback that Kyle has had in San Francisco. So to me, Brock Purdy is the best bargain value in the entire NFL.
Alex Smith used derisively called Captain Checkdown. And that's like an insult. Mm-hmm. And when you got to be like, no, dude, it's not an insult. I just picked up 8 yards. Mm-hmm. Now I got 2nd and 2. What do you have?
I mean, the goal is to move the ball downfield and score points, right?
You threw it downfield. It was incomplete. You have 2nd and 10. I have 2nd and 2.
And even everybody, I get it. We live in a 24-hour news cycle, so people are going to criticize Brock for checking down too often. He also led the NFL this year in yards per attempt, yards per completion. So the stats don't lie. He is taking shots downfield, but because nobody saw it last week on national TV, people are going to criticize him.
And after we say all that, where are the Lions vulnerable? Deep. Right? So maybe he's like, hey, if it's there, I'll get it.
Line it up.
The Packers took it away, and he probably looked too hard for it. And if the Lions are giving it to him, go take it.
That's it. Take what the defense gives you.
Right?
Take what the defense gives you.
That incredible stat about how 5 straight receivers have had monster games on the Lions.
140 yards or more from 5 straight wide receivers in 5 straight games against that Detroit Lions defensive backfield.
All right, baby. All right, we're getting closer. And Greg Cosell is going to be the dude who brings us ever closer. We love our hits with G. Cosell, and it's next. Let's get scientific. Let's get scientific. Is that the word?
Ooh.
I don't know. Let's get science.
I got my
next
lab coat.
on the Sports Leader.
Purdy shut some haters up.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Faithful, time for Murph and Marcus to talk game tape with Greg Cosell of NFL Films and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Yeah, baby. So we always like to greet Greg with some of his beloved classic rock. But we were saying, what do we go with? Last week we talked about Billy Joel, Stevie Nicks. That doesn't seem right. But we said it all started with Leonard Skinner. And hey, what was last Saturday for the Niners? A Saturday night special. So there you go, Greg. Leonard Skinner's Saturday night special, even though it was a little closer than we wanted. Good morning.
Good morning, Greg.
Hey,
how are you?
Survive and advance. That's what it's all about. It's not a beauty pageant. You got to win the games.
Exactly, and that's what we've been talking about all week, and then we've been sort of looking forward to the Lions. But just before we get to the Lions, I know you went on with the afternoon boys, but just a little bit from that game, if you learned anything about sort of how Kyle called the game, there's criticism here in the Bay Area that McCaffrey should have run it more than 17 times, and also bafflement as to why Purdy missed so many easy passes inaccurately, leading to just like the rain, I guess. Like he's a terrible rain quarterback. I don't know. What was your review of the Niner offense Saturday night?
Obviously Purdy did not play well. I don't think that's a debatable point. For whatever reason, he was a little bit uncomfortable in this game. I think one of the things when you talk about the run game is the Packers did something interesting. Their base personnel, and most teams play their base defensive personnel against the Niners because the Niners play with base offensive personnel because of Kyle Juszczyk. So the Packers' base defensive personnel is what I call a 5-2 front. Some call it a 4-3, but it's 5 on the line of scrimmage with 2 stacked linebackers. But what they did is they often took one of the linebackers and put him on the edge, making it a 6-man front. And it's not so easy to run against a 6-man front. That makes it a little more difficult. So I'm sure they saw that. And by the way, 17 carries is not necessarily a small amount of carries. But on a more larger note, I never talk about play calling for this reason. Play calling is something that's worked on all week long, beginning from when they start their meetings about the next opponent. There's meetings, and I don't know what the process is. So if my attitude is if I don't know what the process is and I'm not there, then I don't really have any meaningful way to respond to any of that because I don't have the necessary information at hand, which I know doesn't stop people from talking about it, but I won't talk about it because I don't have the information I feel I need to make any intelligent comment about it.
Now, defensively, Greg, my big takeaway from the game was the 49ers' rush defense against Aaron Jones and the Green Bay Packers. And you brought up the fact that the Packers showed some 5- and 6-man front. So moving forward this weekend against the Detroit Lions, we've seen Steve Wilks kind of display that 5-man front before with the 49ers. Do you think that will be a strategy to maybe slow down Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery this weekend?
Well, the Lions are a really interesting team because it's funny, all the teams in the remaining 4 have become these kinds of offenses, but the Lions play a lot out of 2 tight ends, 12 personnel. And Laporte is kind of a key to that because he can line up anywhere in the formation. But the Lions are really a difficult offense to defend because the run game is really good, and it's multiple depending on who the back is, Gibbs or Montgomery, and their pass game is really, really good as well, and they're very good against zone coverage because Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator, is an absolute master at route concepts, creating spacing versus zone, and defining the reads and throws for Goff, who is so good with his timing and his anticipation and knowing who to go to exactly at the right time. So they're a difficult offense to play against tactically because they can do so many things. There's not just one thing that you have to stop. Everybody will say, we've got to stop the run. That's kind of old school football. Let's stop the run. And everybody takes that approach. But they can hurt you with the pass game a lot, and they're really, really good with first down play action. Goff is under center. He runs more under center play action far and away than any team in the league. That's old school play action, and that's more difficult to defend than shotgun play action.
It's kind of a daunting report there of how impressive their offense is. So is there anything on film that shows, I'm looking at their results, and there's only twice in the last, other than that absolute stinker they had in Baltimore when they lost 38-6, there's only twice that they were held under 20 points. December 10th, the Bears held them to 13th. And then December 30th, the Cowboys held them to 19, even though they tried hard to get to 21 with a 2-point conversion try. But those were the only two times they were. What has been the consistent? What has happened when they've been slowed down at all?
Pressure on Goff. Look, you guys probably are very familiar with him. He's from the Bay Area, Marin County, went to Cal. So. Goff is a pretty player. He drops back. He's tall in the pocket, throws a beautiful ball. He, in particular, you need to make him uncomfortable. You need to make him feel bodies around him. And when he struggles, it's because he feels he has to speed up his process. So it's not a matter of getting sacks. Obviously, sacks are wonderful, but you've got to speed up his process and make him feel that he has to see it quicker, not within the exact timing that he wants to see it. And because he doesn't really move, he either then will get sacked or he will just throw the ball away. And pressure becomes absolutely critical in this game, particularly in obvious passing situations. And that's one area where the Niners, I don't think have been quite as good as we would all like to believe, given the players they have.
Yeah, it's a great point. And to follow up on that, you say pressure on Goff, make him uncomfortable, speed up his process. And the four-man rush is what they've been going with. And if your film study, so I didn't go back and go over every single play. How many times did Steve Wilkes blitz against the Packers? I'm going to say
not much.
Very few.
Very few.
Yeah.
Yeah, their game plan was mostly four-man D-line pass rush and playing more zone than man. So that was their pass defense tactic against the Packers.
Yeah, so I don't.
But that again, whether they want to play more man, don't forget they were playing Jordan Love, who can get out of the pocket and make plays, and normally you do play more zone against those style quarterbacks than man because you want to have eyes on the quarterback when he moves. Goff, he doesn't present that predicament. So it's possible they could play more man, but the other issue that's kind of surfaced, and I think it's kind of been there all year, is when they are in nickel and Ambry Thomas is playing on the outside, he'll be someone that the Lions certainly would go after.
That's a whole other topic. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films, on the UMA guest line, Marcus.
And Greg, I did want to get into the defensive backfield for the 49ers, but first I wanted to ask you about how the 49ers can apply pressure to Jared Goff this weekend, because we know about the 2 tackles for the Detroit Lions. We know they're also dealing with some injuries on the interior of their offensive line. So is the best way to pressure Jared Goff up the middle with Armstead and Hargrave?
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, we've also seen, and again, you start getting into these games, and then there's some tweaks. We've seen in the past where sometimes they've brought Young and Bosa inside in certain front looks. So, you could see them feel that that's the best way to attack, because I think their left tackle Jackson, I believe he's out in this game. I'm almost sure that's the case, and he's a very good player. So they're going to play with a backup at, left guard, not left tackle. They're going to play with a backup at left guard. So they could do some things that try to take advantage of that. But, I think we've seen that one area of concern for the 49ers defense has been the inability of the four-man D-line to generate consistent pass rush week to week. I think, and again, that everything I say is based on watching the tape. I think that, Young has probably not given them exactly what they want. He's much more of a speed to power rusher than a playoff contact pass rusher who can bend. He's more straight line than loose and flexible, so it's more power. He's going to have to become, I believe, a little more of a factor. And, if he stays on the outside, he'll be going up against Sewell, who's a really good right tackle, and maybe at times Decker, who's a little more susceptible to getting beaten than Sewell. But they're going to have to create pressure on Goff, particularly in those obvious passing situations.
And leading to the, if Goff does have time, to what you talked about, Ambry Thomas. What does the film show about him downfield? And Jordan Love took advantage a couple times, big flags. What does the film show on Ambry Thomas, number 20?
Yeah, he's just, he's a guy that teams will attack. That's the way it goes. Even if you're playing zone, if you're working outside the numbers, it essentially becomes man. So teams will go after him. Normally, Ward plays left corner and Thomas plays right corner in their nickel. Obviously, when they're in base, Lenore is the right corner. And Thomas is not on the field. So we'll see. The Lions do a lot of things formationally. They're very multiple. They will line up, as I said, Laporta anywhere in the formation. Amon-Ra St. Brown is their motion player, so they'll use him in motion quite a bit. The Lions are a high percentage motion offense. The Niners defense should be aware of that because they practice against motion.
Yeah, and that's why this weekend I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Charvarius Ward because I want to get your breakdown, Greg, on whether or not you think that he will be shadowing Amon-Ra St. Brown this weekend with how much Detroit does like to move him around before the play starts.
Well, that's the big question, Marcus, because Ward's an outside corner for the most part, and Amon-Ra St. Brown moves a lot. So, look, if he's on the outside, could Ward travel with him and match him when he's on the outside? That's very possible. We've seen them do that with Ward, since they got him, a couple of years ago. But the Lions will not just let that matchup happen throughout the game. And that's a normal part of their offense, motion with St. Brown. So you will see motion by St. Brown for sure. And plus, they line up in a lot of what we call reduced splits with their wide receivers tighter to the tackles, tighter to the formation. And it's very hard to press against that. So very often corners play with width and depth, and it's just, receivers get free access into their routes. It doesn't disrupt the timing of the pass game, and that's when the Lions' pass game is really effective.
Talking to Greg Cosell, we love it, breaking it down. The Lions are presenting a major problem, but the Niners present problems of their own, of course. That's why they're the 1 seed. But that is contingent on whether or not Debo Samuel plays. Now, he did run around with a ball in rehab work yesterday, and Kyle said he's feeling better. So that gives us some sense of optimism. But I guess my question to you would be, how does the film show how different they are when he's on the field and when he's not?
Oh, well, they're very different because he changes their offense both in the run game and the pass game. The run game, he's obviously a terrific blocker on the edge, but when he's there, McCaffrey and Samuel become somewhat interchangeable in where they align within the formation. They don't have another player. There may not be another player in the league like him, but they certainly don't have another player who can do that the way Samuel can. So that changes them formationally, and it takes away some options. And, of course, in the pass game, he's really important in multiple ways, but one way, in my opinion, that's really important is if they're struggling a bit on offense or if they feel they just want to, kind of get some rhythm to their offense, they can throw those tunnel screens out to Samuel, and he's so good run after catch that he can turn what looks like a 2 or 3 yard gain into a 9 yard gain. And those plays may not seem big, but they're really big. And because the Niners are obviously, despite the fact that they hit a ton of explosive plays this year, they led the league in run after catch yardage. They're not explosive down the field in the sense that Purdy drops back and throws deep balls. They're explosive because of run after catch, and Samuel is as good as there is in the league at run after catch.
And when it comes to the rushing game this weekend, Greg, whether it's Debo or Christian McCaffrey or Elijah Mitchell in the backfield, I want to get your breakdown on that Lions defensive line and their front seven because they were one of the better rushing defenses during the regular season, but during the postseason they have allowed some big numbers.
Yeah, but they're really good. I love what Aaron Glenn does up front. I mean, they have a lot of players who can line up in different spots. He does that. Their front seven is really good. They have something that in this era most teams do not have, Marcus, and that's two stacked backers in Alex Anzalone and Jack Campbell, who are 245 pounds plus. Anzalone 6'3", 245. Jack Campbell 6'5", 250. So these guys are physical inside run defenders. They step up. They take on blocks. Anzalone's a really good athlete too. So you're dealing with a team that's a little different in what they bring to the table to stop the run. But you're right. They've struggled a little bit, but for the season, I believe they were the number 2 rushing defense in the NFL.
Man, oh man. So we got to go to a place where they're apparently vulnerable, and that's on the secondary or the deep ball. Is that? Yeah. Go ahead. Is that true?
It's corners. It's corners. The outside corners are Cam Sutton and Kindle Vildor, and that's the weakness that it could crop up in any given game. And corners you can only cover up to a point. It's hard to cover up bad corner play, and I don't want to sit here and say they're bad, but it is the weakness of their defense. So you have to find a way in this game to attack their corners with your route concepts and how you go about it. They're a very good blitzing team, by the way, really good. They use defensive backs as blitzers as well as any team in the league. The other team that comes to mind are the Chiefs, how well they use defensive backs. But Brian Branch is their slot corner when they're in nickel. He's a great blitzer. They've been starting Melifonwu since week 13. He's become kind of an impact playmaker for them. He's a very good blitzer, and he played corner in college, so he can also match up. You could see him matching up to Kittle when they choose to play man because he's a big guy who played corner in college. So I think they're really good up front. I think they have some really good blitz schemes, but the corners are vulnerable for sure.
Now, Greg, you brought up Jack Campbell and Alex Alonso and what they can do in the rushing game, but I'm curious of how they're able to do in the pass defense realm. Like, do you think Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield might be an area to target against his Lions defense?
For sure. For sure. Particularly you want to do that, I think, on early downs out of your base personnel. Because once they go to nickel, they bring in more athletic players. Anzalone never comes out, but they'll bring in Jalen Reeves-Maybin to play 15, 18 snaps as a nickel linebacker, and he's an athlete. Derek Barnes will play. He's a better athlete overall. So, yeah, I think you can attack them there. You just have to figure out when you want to do that and how you want to do that. But I think there is some vulnerability there, Marcus.
And then I guess, here's the kind of a non-film question or a film question. Maybe does your film study show that they are considerably more efficient and effective indoors in a dome versus outdoors on grass? That's what the numbers show. I don't know if that shows up on film.
Well, my guess is, in all honesty, that and I can't speak, I'm not looking at numbers and I haven't charted this, so people who do this could tell me I'm totally wrong, and maybe I am. But I would think most people would prefer to play on a surface where weather is not an issue of any kind, where it's, a controlled environment, because then the athleticism comes out to its highest level. So to me, that just kind of makes intuitive sense.
Right, but they don't. The other team is beating them. You know what I mean? The other team's playing in those things too. Like they aren't as
right.
There's a drop off for them, and maybe
without
some Niner fans can kind of hang.
No, and people can look at the games you had mentioned earlier, Murph, where they went into Baltimore and they just lost big. I think it was maybe 38-6, something along those lines.
Yeah. And at Soldier Field they got whomped too.
So I mean, sometimes if you can get pressure on Goff and really kind of disrupt their offense, sometimes they struggle, and it sometimes becomes a really tough deal for them. So we'll see. Look, it's the playoffs. These games are incredibly hard to predict. I mean, people always say, well, who do you got? I mean, I can give you 5-10 reasons on each side of the ball. I mean, those things are hard for me. Could the Lions come in and if the Niners D-line really plays well, could the Lions offense, lay an egg? Sure, they could. They've done that. Just as a fan wanting to enjoy the game, I hope that's not the way the game plays out. But could that happen? Sure.
Yeah. And last thing I want to ask you, Greg, speaking of pressure, I want to talk about how the Lions can get pressure on Brock Purdy this weekend. And the guy that everybody talks about is Aiden Hutchinson. In your film breakdown, how much do the Detroit Lions move him around? And do you think we're going to get that one-on-one matchup on the right side versus Colton McKivitz?
No, you are, because I think what was evident last week is the 49ers O-line struggled, particularly on the right side with McKivitz and Feliciano in one-on-one pass protection, and that will be attacked for sure. And Hutchinson, he's not a great pass rusher, but he's a good one, and he's got a spin move. He's strong. He's relentless. McKivitz can be an issue in one-on-one pass protection, so yes, you will see that for certain.
It's all out there, man. Can't wait. Hey, it's, by the way, 70. Ready for this? 70 degrees and dry.
Well, I'm so glad to hear that because, I just want to see the guys be able to play at their highest level. That when I watch these games, that's what I want to see. I want to see the athletes play at their highest level.
Are you a Seinfeld fan, Greg?
I was. I mean, I'm not one of those people that watched every episode, 50 times, so I can't remember, every episode. But
I was going to say, do you remember when Kramer was getting into horse racing, betting, and he's at the off-track place talking about mutters? And he said his mother, he bet on a horse because he was a mutter. He said his mother was a mutter. His father was a mutter. Remember that whole day? Everybody laughed because his mother was a mutter. Was funny.
Yeah, I think I do remember that.
I guess the whole point is that Brock Purdy's not a mutter. That's what we figured out.
No, apparently not. But here's a good fact for you. Somebody I went to high school with was one of the main writers on Seinfeld.
Who? So not Larry David, obviously. Not Larry Spike Festerson. No.
Peter Melman.
Okay, yeah, that name's on the credits all the time. That's your guy.
Yeah, I went to high school with him.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, he must have been a funny dude in high school.
Yeah, it's funny how you this was a long time ago, but I don't necessarily remember that, but it's a different kind of funny when I would imagine when you're writing for, it's not stand-up comic necessarily funny. It's a little, to me anyway. Everybody has their own sense of humor and sees it differently.
So this is Brooklyn, right?
Queens, in New York.
Queens, okay. Because I was going to say...
Francis Lewis High School in Queens.
If you look at the Brooklyn comedy legacy, it's unbelievable, right? Like from, whoever you want to pick, from Mel Brooks to Woody Allen to Neil Simon to Larry David to Jerry... Jerry's actually Long Island, but... So I was going to think Brooklyn's like the cradle of comedy. So Queens maybe runner-up.
Well, yeah, it was Queens, but because I'll tell you, who went to a rival high school in sports, and they were there. Basically, I think they were a year behind me. They went to Hillcrest High School. Was Ray Romano and who's the I just lost Fran. The one who's
Fran Lebowitz? No, Fran Drescher.
Fran Drescher. Yeah. Fran Drescher and Ray Romano were in high school together.
That's pretty funny. That's in New York City. Some funny dudes and gals.
Hillcrest High School in Queens. So here's my big question, Murph.
Yes.
I just saw it. I'm debating for this summer. I'm debating whether to go see the Doobie Brothers with Steve Winwood. I love Steve Winwood.
I mean, what's the debate?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
I know.
Yeah. That's 100%. Where's the venue?
Oh, it's local. It's 15 minutes from where I live.
You will not regret that decision at all.
Yeah. I'm a huge Steve Winwood fan.
He's still going. I mean, he's raging. We do this event up on Sound Summit. It's a long story, but there's a local concert up on the mountain that Paulie and I have emceed for years. Marcus has been to it. And we've tried to. The producer of that is a friend of ours. He's tried to get Stevie Winwood up there on Mount Tam. So Stevie's still amazing. So awesome. I'm excited for you. All right,
I think I'm going to do it because I have a connection or two, and because I don't go to that many. So if I do go, I don't care if I have to pay a lot. I want to have a great seat.
No, you will. And the Doobies, of course, have heavy Bay Area ties. They were founded in San Jose, and then a bunch of them moved up to where I was raised near Jared Goff in Marin, so a bunch of them lived up there too. So
see, I actually like their music. I mean, nothing against Michael McDonald. I mean, he's a great singer. That's my point. But I kind of like the Doobies
original
before
right?
that.
Yeah. It's kind of like Journey before Steve Perry kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Doobies with those earlier albums.
Yeah, you like a little San Jose funk. That's what you like.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
Greg. All right. Well, I'm excited already for your concert, and I'm excited for Sunday at 3:30.
I'm really looking forward to this weekend.
We didn't even throw a Mahomes Lamar thing at you. I know,
but this should be. Like I said, I hope they're just two really competitive, compelling games. That's what I want to see.
They will be. Always great, Greg. Can't wait for the next one. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
There he is, the great Greg Cosell. That was fun. Doobies. San Jose, buddy.
He's out here just rattling off takes and then giving us some Doobie Brothers knowledge on top of it.
He just stops. He goes, here's the question.
Yeah, here's the question, Murph. Am I going to go to this concert? Enjoy yourself,
right,
Greg. Enjoy the offseason.
You can either come back with the Doobies, Stevie Winwood, or Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr. All right, Young Tone? All right, hey, John Lynch, 49er general manager, 8:30 sharp, right? We got to watch that clock. We get Lynch. 2 days before, three sleeps? Thursday, Friday. Yeah, 3 sleeps.
Good math, Murph.
3 sleeps. 3 sleeps before the game. John Lynch, 8:30. Don't miss it on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Survive and advance. That's what it's all about. It's not a beauty pageant.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, you want to tell us that ERC may be ending soon. How are you?
Doing great, but ERC is getting ready to end. The Congress may end it in less than a week, January 31st, next Wednesday. So the bottom line is this. ERC was a reward to employers who employed people during the pandemic of 2020 and 21. If you're an employer that employed people during that time, call us right away, even if you were told you don't qualify, because there's 2 different ways to qualify. And a lot of CPAs are only doing the first way, the easy way, the math, a certain drop in gross revenue. There's an alternative method that does not require that. But last week, Joint Committee on Taxation recommended this program end on the 31st because they're just giving away too much money. Bottom line is, like the song, Now or Never, you got to call us right away. And each day in the office, each night, we're having a meeting. Can we take any more ERC cases the next day? We can still take them today, but call us right now. It would be a crying shame if you left possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars or more on the table that could be yours.
That would be. So, Steve, thank you very much. For more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They're very different because he changes their offense both in the run game and the pass game. The run game, he's obviously a terrific blocker on the edge, but when he's there, McCaffrey and Samuel become somewhat interchangeable in where they align within the formation. They don't have another player. There may not be another player in the league like him, but they certainly don't have another player who can do that the way Samuel can. So that changes them formationally, and it takes away some options.
There it is, Greg Cosell. Turn that up, kid. One of the joys of doing this show is learning from young Tone and, to a degree, older Marcus, what moves their generation. And one of the joys is sharing some of the stuff from our generation that they may or may not accept. Young Tony, delighted by the Doobie Brothers. He had never heard of them. This is his debut.
And his breakdown of the Doobie Brothers. He says, damn, this is some good music, and they got a great look, too.
I told him, I said, he was fascinated by the look. I said, well, if you want 1972 in Northern that's 1972 in Northern California. That's what it was. And I said, and oh, by the way, they're called the Doobie Brothers, all right, brother?
Got a doobie?
Oh, sorry, I stepped on that.
Hey, you got a doobie?
There it is. Thank you, guys.
You got a doobie?
They're freaking called the Doobie Brothers, bro. It's and literally, if you look at their wiki page, they were coming up with the name, and one of the guys said, why don't you guys call yourselves the Doobie Brothers, because all you do is smoke doobies all day.
Makes sense. Easy to connect the dots.
The Doobie Brothers, bro.
Actually, my favorite line was, Tony looks at me and goes, yeah, the Doobie Brothers, kind of like me and you, Marcus.
One more Kite for me, please.
Hey, you got a doobie?
Thank you very much. Well, listen, you played the Debo Samuel cut there from Greg Cosell saying what he does and how he just changes the Niners off. He's the catalyst, right? The catalyst. We keep talking about that. Maybe the Doobies played the catalyst.
Oh, 100% they played the Santa Cruz catalyst. 100% the Doobie Brothers did.
So the point is that was about one of the only things he said in that conversation that was sort of pro 49ers. Did you not sense that was a very daunting analysis of how many problems the Lions present?
I mean, almost every question I asked, he had kind of a counter argument. I was like, yeah, they've been struggling against the run a little bit in the postseason. Yeah, Marcus, they're the number 2 rushing defense in the NFL during the regular season. But that's Greg Cosell. He doesn't base his facts with feelings or anything like that. He's studying the film, and he's just going to straight up tell you what he's seeing on tape.
I mean, what the Lions have built deserves, I get it that, it's the Detroit Lions. You should beat the Detroit Lions at home. And, oh, by the way, stats for you. I got stats. Last 10 years in the AFC and the NFC, home team in the conference championship, 15-5.
Ooh.
Home's a big deal.
Especially
that's 75%, guys.
I mean, especially when we're talking about a dome team that's only played one road game in their last 12 games.
So before we get to Jahmyr Gibbs out, let's take big picture. They're leaving a dome, coming outdoors on the road, where road teams are 5-15 in the last 10 years. So there you go. Just something positive there.
And we talked about Jared Goff's numbers versus playing indoors versus outdoors. And we've also talked about Jared Goff's past history and his 5-game losing streak against the 49ers.
Yeah, now I'm starting to feel good. After Cosell built up the Lions to sound like the love child of the 00s Patriots and the 90s Cowboys. My God.
I do get a little concerned when he brings up Colton McKivit's play last week and that one-on-one matchup with Aiden Hutchinson on the outside, because he is a game disruptor. And we've talked about Colton McKivitz throughout the entire season. I think he was my number one concern coming into the season. And I will say Colton played better than I initially thought he would, but he's also allowed 11.5 sacks this year, which is the most out of any offensive lineman on that 49er.
I'm just going to say it right now for Brock, who is listening right now in Santa Clara. Brock is walking around with AirPods in, listening to us. What's up, Brock?
What up, Brock?
He said, take the sack. Don't turn it, dude. Just some punting. There's the old punting is winning sometimes. Don't, dude. If you're going down, go down. We'll live to fight another day. Don't force it. Don't pick Sterling Marlin, dude. That's old school Eminem now.
Yeah.
I'm going to teach you, Young Tone. Back in like 06, 07, when we actually used to talk, I think Top 6 might have covered the Daytona 500.
Wow.
And we digressed on the Daytona 500. And there was a time, dude, I have a NASCAR history. We'll have to get into that another day.
Shout out OD, my guy, Davey Daytona.
It's Niner week here, but we had, for some reason, we were talking Daytona 500. We might have even had a guest on. And we were talking about, and Pecan, I think, might have asked me, who you got, Murph? And I was like, well, maybe Sterling Marlin. And this guy called in from like Stockton or 209. And he famously said to us, he goes, don't pick Sterling Marlin, dude. And we cut that, and we had that for years on our board. It was like a warning shot. And that's my thing to Brock Purdy. Don't pick Sterling Marlin, dude. Don't force the interception. Don't force it. Take the sack.
Take what the defense gives you. And if that means taking a sack on a play or two, that's absolutely fine. And that's some of the good things that we've seen through the progression of Brock Purdy this season. Because I remember the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, I was complaining about him and his intentional grounding calls because he was trying to extend plays too much.
Right.
But you heard him at the podium after this past game, after talking about what the Packers defense did to take away those deep shots. And when he almost threw a pair of interceptions, then he realized, as long as I got Christian McCaffrey, I'm absolutely fine to check it down 12 times.
Take what the defense, it's not that complex. Take what the defense gives you, and yet sometimes in the heat of competition and the heart rate increases and you want to do something, you want to make a play, you want to force something. It's as old as time itself, man. Forcing a play, forcing a shot, forcing a bad shot in basketball, anything.
Yeah, and like Brock Purdy can afford to be patient because whether they're running the rock with Christian McCaffrey, whether he's catching balls out of the backfield, whether it's Debo or Kittle over the middle on these 5-yard drag routes where they can just catch it and run, you know what that does? That gets the defense to start creeping up on you. That gets the defense to start playing up in the box. And then you take your shot downfield to Brandon Ayuk.
Well, that's part of what Greg Cosell was talking about, the play action of a Jared Goff and how good that is. Hey, real quick, before we get to Kruk, Jose in Oakland is checking in. It was like a good call from Jose.
Yeah, what's up, Jose?
In Oakland. Jose, good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, just going back to what you just said, take what the defense gives you. Quite frankly, what the Niners defense is giving the other teams, it's a lot. The only thing we've been able to get by with this defense is because we have some of the best defensive players in the game. Steve Wilkes' game plan for the Green Bay Packers with 2 weeks to prepare, that was as basic as it can be. The guy is really, really bad. Honestly, why they signed him, I guess he was the only one that was available. But to be honest with you, the guy has no imagination, nothing that you can say, man, you know what, I haven't seen that before. That's really going to confuse the other quarterbacks. To be honest with you, I don't think that we should be concerned so much about what we can do offensively, but how are we going to defend the Lions, honestly? If we're thinking, well, we should, just the Lions, we should win, we said the same thing about the Green Bay Packers. Okay, we were lucky we squeaked by on that one. The Green Bay Packers almost won that game. And like I said, with 2 weeks to prepare, I don't know what he was doing all the time, quite frankly.
Jose, great call. Hot take. Love the take. You're not wrong. You ain't lying. I remember sending out a tweet in the middle of the game saying Silk Wilkes is getting cooked today. And you're right, Jose, about there was nothing different or imaginative. He stuck with his 4-man rush in his zone basically the entire game. So thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. That said, obviously people in the NFL value this guy. He's been interviewed for head coaching jobs. He has been a head coach. They did have stretches this year where they did play good defense, but he is not a big blitz guy.
No, and that goes back to
on the 4-man rush.
That goes back to the conversation that we had this morning with Greg Cosell and the difference between his playing calling versus a guy like Todd Bowles, who obviously likes to bring the pressure. But getting back to Jose's point, and how the 49ers cannot stop the rushing game last week against the Green Bay Packers. We know the Detroit Lions also present that problem, which is why I've been advocating for the 5-man front all week long. We saw Steve Wilkes use it earlier this season when they were struggling, but we did not see it at all last week against the Packers.
I'm with you, buddy. And, when you go against like a Bill Belichick defense, although that guy can't sniff a job today, you're going to see something complex and disguised, and your quarterback will be confused by his read, and all of a sudden they've practiced something to confuse you or disguise you. And that is, I would say, and listen, I don't have a PhD, I ain't Buddy Ryan, But I would say I would agree with Jose that was a fairly unimaginative defensive game plan that almost cost them the game. The counter to that is, and I've heard this from people saying, if you look at the Packers scoring on that game, a lot of it came out of, that kickoff return.
Correct.
That was number one. And
a couple PIs.
And the PIs.
By Embry.
Those were the big plays that set up what would be considered shorter field.
I mean, Jordan Love didn't even pass for over 200 yards.
And you said, by the way, we were talking about the deep ball. What was the stat you had? Some people said Brock. There was another. We were talking about another Brock hater. Who was it? Keyshawn Johnson or somebody?
Oh, yeah. This past week, Keyshawn Johnson was calling him a dump down artist and saying he's captain check down and doesn't take shots downfield. Murph, he had the second longest pass of the weekend. Out of all playoff quarterbacks, his 32-yard touchdown pass to George Kittle was the second longest pass of the weekend.
So he does have one. He can put air under it.
Well, Murph,
and he did put air under it.
This is a guy that literally led the NFL in yards per attempt and yards per completion this year.
Yeah.
So this whole entire narrative that Brock Purdy can't have the explosive plays is completely false, and I think we're going to see it this weekend when we talk about that Detroit Lions defensive backfield that has allowed Mike Evans, Puka Nacua, Justin Jefferson, and CeeDee Lamb to get over 140 more receiving yards in 5 straight games.
I mean, we've been so freaked out that we forgot that going into the Packers game, I had this vision.
Oh, the vision's back.
Joe was walking out with the trophy and the confetti. We got to get back to this vision. Seize greatness. Seize the opportunity. Get to the top of the mountain. Grab that trophy. Bring it home through the confetti with Joe Montana walking it out on the field in Las Vegas. We're getting back to the vision, guys. We're getting back to the vision. Mike Krukow next, and then the big hit on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, it's NFL Championship weekend, so if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. This is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher, and right now I am living in sports heaven because the football playoffs are in full swing and the basketball season is really heating up. That means there's no better way to turn the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of players and stat options. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid while doing it. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code word LEADER. Prize Picks, pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we got Mike Krukow. We got a fan fest on Saturday in San Jose. This will get you ready for the Niners. You got to burn some nervous energy. Go down to San Jose Saturday, 4 to 7 p.m. at San Pedro Square Market. It's free. Marcus Boucher is going to be there. Adam Copeland interviewing Tristan Beck. Kyle Harrison, Casey Schmidt, who we just talked to. Taylor Rogers, Austin Slater. Pat Burrell, who's going to be great. Ryan Christensen, the new bench coach. KNBR.com/fanfest. tour. 49er General Manager John Lynch at 8:30. Don't miss it. Can't wait. Mike, good morning. It is just a couple of sleeps before the 49ers-Lions game and FanFest. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. It's kind of a weird week. I mean, the Hall of Fame thing's kind of gone through, and congratulations to Helton and Maurer and Beltre. I mean, deserving, all those guys. I mean, I'm really happy for them and their families. Very, very exciting. But that's it. Nothing else is coming across.
Well, Reese Hoskins signed with the Brewers. That one hurt. I thought the 49ers thought the Giants wanted him and can never have enough power in the middle of the lineup. So that was disappointing. Were you a little bummed on that one?
Oh, totally. I mean, I like the guy a lot, and I think he's a Northern California guy. He's one of ours. I mean, and you want those guys. I'll tell you one thing I love about Farhan is that he likes that. I mean, we have a lot of Northern Californians that are playing for the club and whatnot. I was hoping that there would be some interest and some serious talk. So I am a bit disappointed, but I wish him the best, and I'm glad he's not in the division.
Right, he goes to the Brewers, and so we'll continue to see what the Giants have cooking. As we tell you, Mike is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. So, Mike, in preparation for FanFest, we had Casey Schmidt on yesterday, and he was great. Nice. He's such a high energy guy and always very enthusiastic. He spoke very frankly about his struggles. He said it was mostly mental. He said for him, it's hard to crawl out of a hole, and that he didn't say it per se, but he basically was saying the game was moving fast for him, and I'm sure you saw that. So I guess my question to you would be, can this guy come into the spring like clean slate, and what would your advice be to him about remembering who you are and slowing down the game?
Well, I mean, you can give him all the advice in the world about how to slow things down, and that's one of the hardest things to do. The only thing you can really do to get used to the speed of the game is play, and that's kind of what he has to do. I mean, look, the speed of the game, it really evolves around two things. It's not that the guys at the big league level are that much faster with their legs than you see in the minor leagues. I mean, you see really good athletes in the minor leagues. You see really good athletes in college. You see leg speed in college. But what happens when you get to the big leagues is you get power behind the speed and the velocity of the ball and the velocity of the swing and the velocity of the ball coming out the bat. So there's only really one way you can get used to that, and that is playing. Now, the other thing, too, you have to be able to get used to is, days go fast, especially when you're not playing well and you're not hitting well. An 0 for 15 can happen overnight, it seems. It just is on you. And you have to be able to learn how to deal with failure. You have to be able to maintain your even temperament. It's so critical for a rookie, and it can absolutely overwhelm them to the point where they can't play at that level. He is so close in parallels the career of Matt Williams. We laugh about it because they're so similar. And you look at a very gifted defensive player, which is what Matt Williams was. I mean, he was a shortstop when he got drafted out of UNLV, and he was just a gifted fielder, and he took that for granted. I mean, he found his way over at third base, and right away, I mean, the guy was, he was amazing. And at times, he even played shortstop. He was amazing, but he didn't hit, and he grinded, and he couldn't leave the game at the ballpark, and he couldn't deal with the failure. You go back and take a look at his numbers. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, he was under 200 for a long time, and then it clicked in. And the same thing is going to happen with Casey Schmidt. You watch the way he handles the adversity at the plate on the field, and for the most part, he's been pretty good. There's been a few times when he's taken his bat onto the field, but for the most part, he goes out there and he knows what his strength is. He knows what his backbone is. He knows what he's really, really gifted in, and that's that glove. And he's just trying to be patient for the bat to catch up, and it will. And I think it'll happen at some point this year. Once he plays at that level, sees more and more reps at that level, with that type of competition, with the ball coming off the bat, with the type of velocity he's going to see day in and day out with the pitchers on the mound, he's going to adjust to it. I have no doubt. I mean, I think he's that good.
Yeah, and Mike, we saw Casey come out of the box really hot last year, swinging a really hot bat, and then obviously had some struggles throughout the season. But that was the interesting part of our conversation yesterday, where he told us that the focus of learning other positions defensively, I know he has some experience playing shortstop, but basically learning how to play second base at the major league level last year took away a little bit from his approach at the plate. So now that Casey has gone through a full offseason of learning the position, whether it's third, shortstop, or second, do you think he'll have a more focus and a better approach at the plate this year?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit easier for him. I think it's a bit unfair to ask a guy to learn a new position at the big league level, especially when you're expecting him to swing the bat. I mean, it's just a lot. We take it for granted that learning a new position is going to be easy for a guy. It's not. I mean, you have to learn. You have to learn a new dance, and that's exactly what it's like. And there's no time to relax. When a guy has one position, he could absolutely go on a mental break, when he's going through a struggle offensively. But when you're being bounced around and you're not comfortable in anywhere where they put you because he's playing shortstop, third base, second base, I mean, that's a lot to ask. And the other thing too, that with what we saw from him, that was his inability to just let it go. Deal with the failure, and that's hard. So I hope that all that gets a little bit easier for him. We all do, because I got to tell you, we're counting on him. I don't know if they're going to use him in a utility role. It looks like they are, especially if they were to get involved with a deal with Matt Chapman, which it's still rumored that Giants have a lot of interest there. We'll see where that goes. If he doesn't sign, I would imagine Casey would be at third base. If not, then he would be a utility guy. So he's going to be asked to do similar to what he was asked last year. The fact that he's got a little experience with it now will make it easier.
Mike, you mentioned the Hall of Fame, and before we let you go, I want to just kind of circle back on that, because how it relates to the Giants, and that's the Joe Mauer election, which, I think most people are pretty comfortable with it. That guy was kind of an iconic player. Now, the catch is, and there's a story on MLB.com about this, and I agree, is that we're witnessing the change, right? You and me lived long enough to know, hey, you got to get 3,000 hits, 500 bombs, 300 wins, otherwise don't even talk to me, right? All those things. But now it's like, nope, everything's changed, whether it's analytics or the steroid era has devalued those numbers or whatever. You're looking at a guy like Mauer who he only had 2,000 hits, and he played catcher for a certain number of seasons, nothing like Yogi Berra or Carlton Fisk or guys like that. So anyway, we're seeing it change a little bit, and did it make you think about Buster Posey? Because it's crazy. Buster only has 1,500 hits. I mean, that's not a ton of hits. And he really only played 10 full seasons. It's not a ton. But it's kind of like Mauer kind of opens that door. And I guess the larger question being how we're watching the Hall of Fame criteria change.
Well, the Hall of Fame is such a complicated discussion. And I think one of the things that really bothers me is the longevity thing. You're not in control of your longevity. You get to the big league level and you're a gifted player. There's no guarantee you're going to play a long time. And a lot of these numbers are predicated on length of your career. Mm-hmm. You play 20 years or 15, 18 years, you're going to amass some numbers. You're going to have some wins, you're going to have some hits, you're going to have some home runs. But for guys that aren't blessed with a long period of time in their career, they're handicapped by it. I mean, look, there's exceptions. Koufax, he didn't play a long time. Well, he was the best for the time that he was there. Well, obvious, he's a Hall of Famer. But for Mauer, he got banged up. He was a big guy. Big guys behind the plate get banged up, and he couldn't stay on the field. So he changed position in order to stay on the field. I mean, he was a Gold Glover behind the plate. How many times? 2-3 times or whatever it was. He was an MVP. He won a batting title. He's got all the credentials. I think that he wasn't lucky with the injuries in his career, and that kind of really cut his effectiveness out, especially his power. So I just think that the longevity thing needs to kind of not be as important. Buster Posey, he got banged up. I mean, he had one injury, his second full year at the big league level. Well, we thought we were going to lose him. We might not ever play again. And it bothered him the rest of his career. It bothers him today when he puts on a sock. And it'll bother him the rest of his life. And it cut his career short. And he shouldn't be penalized for it. We all knew when we were watching this guy every day that we were blessed to watch him. We knew how good this guy was. We knew how special this guy was. This guy was an old soul walking into a big league clubhouse with a bunch of characters, and he was the calming guy. He was the adult in the room, and they wound up winning 3 championships from that. I mean, I think you can't say enough about that. So I think that what Maurer has accomplished is absolutely going to help the argument of Buster Posey, who in all of our minds is a slam dunk first ballot guy.
All right, Mike, we'll let you go, but not before you give us a prediction. Come on, man. You're up in the high Sierras. You got the fire crackling. You got the friends and family over. You got the blanket. You got dips and chips and maybe a pop. And the Niners are kicking the ball off at 3:30. What's going to happen? Well,
first of all, I don't think we're going to see Debo. I think he's going to take the time with the hope that he can be 100% or close to it if they get to the Super Bowl. I think the Giants win by a couple of touchdowns. I think that they are going to play a much different game than what we saw in the rain. I think it's going to relax Purdy. I think it's going to relax the whole offense. I think the team is going to have a game. And, for the most part, they haven't had that many close games. But I do think that they're going to win by a couple touchdowns in this game.
A comfortable W for the home team. I like it, Mike. So we're not going to be stressed out in the fourth quarter with Purdy marching down the field down 4.
You know what? That's such a bad question because if they were up by 3, we'd be stressed out. That's just the way it is.
I know.
And not only that, we do love our torture. It's not necessarily just the Giants' claim. The Niners can throw a little torture at you too, so it's going to be fun. But I do believe they're going to win by a couple of TDs.
It's funny, Mike. Yesterday on Monday, we actually used torture from you guys. We actually used that on the air. And young Tony, our producer you talked to, used your just another laugher after the Green Bay game. So
yeah, well, there you go. There was a perfect laugher right there. Oh my God, I didn't think they were going to win that game at all.
Just another laugher, Mike.
Just another laugher.
There it is.
There it is, Mike.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy the heck out of the game. I love your prediction. We'll talk next week. Mike Krukow calls for a 2-touchdown win.
2-touchdown win for the Giants this weekend.
Well, I like that, too. That was very good. Not the New York Giants, the San Francisco Giants.
We got you, Crew. We got you.
By the way, just I know I'm going to break and we're going to get to the big hit, which is your Kyle confidence, the Kyle factor. No, not California Kyle, the young buck behind the glass.
I'm confident in California Kyle.
At a Gateway High School in San Francisco, California. But Kyle Shanahan. How are you feeling about Kyle, guys? We just had Jose in Oakland criticizing Steve Wilks. Let's get into that. But I want to circle, just because it's on my mind, the Hall of Fame and the changing criteria. I was looking at next year's ballot, and Ishiro's on it. And I was like,
100%.
But you know who's on it who hits there's my gut instinct Hall of Fame thing? Whereas definitely Todd Helton was not a Hall of Famer. King Felix Hernandez.
Oh, he's in.
He's not going to get in.
What do you mean he's not going to get in?
But I'm so glad to hear that you think that was a Hall of Fame pitcher.
Oh, yeah. He's a Cy Young winner. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last
generation. It's interesting, though, he doesn't have the, quote, numbers.
Oh, the numbers.
But
I watched him with my own eyes.
Exactly.
It's like Tim Lincecum. I watched it with my own
King
eyes.
Felix was one of the dominant pitchers of an era, right?
100%. Okay, without question.
You're saying put him in.
Put him in. Also, I want to give a shout-out to the kid out of Sunnyvale, California, who's on the ballot next year, Troy Tulowitzki.
Yeah, Sunnyvale Little League in the house.
Shout out, Troy.
All right, guys, here's the deal. The Kyle factor. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How are you feeling about Kyle Shanahan? Hasn't won the big one yet. Had a tight one against Green Bay on Saturday. Now going against the Detroit Lions, who are coming in with all the energy and momentum. Can Kyle dial it up, even without Debo? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the text line. And then 49er General Manager John Lynch at 8:30. Don't miss it on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
I think the Giants win by a couple of touchdowns.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jim Harbaugh is back in the NFL after it was announced earlier that he will be signing with the LA Chargers. So to read more about the return of Jim Harbaugh, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's the snap from the center, Hainsey. Throws over the middle, floats it high, and it's intercepted! Picked off by Derek Barnes! There will be no more snaps. And for the second time ever, it can be said, the Detroit Lions are playing for an NFC championship.
They have 2 timeouts left. Love out of the shotgun. Deep drop. Crusher gets chased out to his right. Will throw on the run back. Middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Heel it out now. Brock Purdy will take the snap from Jake Brendel.
Oh, my
One
goodness.
knee. Matt LaFleur will not even stop it.
My
He
goodness.
knows the fate. The 49ers have advanced on to the NFC Championship game for a 3rd straight year.
Wow.
The 4th time in the last 5 years.
There it is, the calls from Detroit and Santa Clara leading up to Sunday's 3:30 kickoff, which, by the way, we will discuss with John Lynch, 49er GM, at 8:30. Can't wait for that. And that guy, Tim Ryan, he joins Papa and Lunt for his weekly Bull Rush Hour starting at 11 o'clock this morning. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, the big hit today, we've talked Brock Purdy forever. We've talked Detroit Lions. Kyle Shanahan, how you feeling? 808 KNBR is the phone number, the Kyle factor. And if I immediately go to the text line, Marcus, 916 right now says, Kyle's management at the end of the first half shows why he's our biggest liability. No Planahan, he called him. I've never heard that.
That's a new one.
Now, I would say this. In trailing by 4 points or more in the fourth quarter, Kyle Shanahan's 1-0 in his last one game.
That's it. Right? Forget the last 35 games.
And that's how we want to start off the big hit is the Steve Young comment yesterday on Tolbert and Copes about that comeback. Because they did. You know, that was a knock on Shanahan, and it was a deserved knock.
And it was a knock on Brock Purdy also.
Correct. But Shanahan with a much longer run going back, and then obviously we go back to the 28-3. So anyway, Steve Young addressed the fact that the Niners down 21-17 to start the fourth quarter, or 21-14 to start the fourth quarter. Moody kicks the field goal. By the way, don't sleep on that 52-yarder. That was pretty nifty in the drizzle.
In wet conditions.
Yeah, and as you were just saying to your good friend Anders Carlson.
Oh,
there you go, buddy. But Steve Young addressed how that comeback means so much.
Big comeback, last drive of the game on the line, go win it, is one of those fundamental things that's always on the list that's going to haunt you, or not haunt you, but people will use to, drive you crazy throughout your life if you don't get them done. And so knocking them down, Tom, is important for that, mental state that you have, the people, and it's also important that the whole organization can feel like. Because remember, what was it, 0-30? When you see that, I had a number of people comment to me this week who had not seen that before and then saw that stat, and they're like, that is weird. Like, that's crazy. How is that possible? This is the 49ers. Like, what is this? I think there's benefit not just to the quarterback, but to the organization, to the coach. Because everybody was living that stat. Everyone's living that stat. And I think it could be, again, when turning the page, part of staring it down is, we get to carry that with us, and that's a huge net positive going forward. That no one can say we haven't seen that before. Well, now you have.
That's a big one, man. So they say a Sunday, if it's a close game, they say, boys, let's go do it again.
That's it.
Right?
And that was kind of my take on Monday when people were freaking out about how close of a game it was. Well, first off, it gives the 49ers a reality check that their season could end at any given time if they don't go out there and execute. But it also shows that this team is now battle-tested, which is hard to say after just one game and one comeback victory, but that was the constant criticism about Kyle, about the 49ers, about Brock Purdy. Ooh, they can't win a close game. Ooh, they can't come back. And even when they have one of their worst performances of the season against the Packers, guess what? They had the comeback win, they won the close game, and now they finally get that monkey off their back.
I always think of Tiger Woods, and I use this for the kids all the time, but they're so young, they don't know. They're just too busy worried about what mom and dad say in the stands. But if Tiger Woods had so many clutch moments, so many, huge putts or monster drives that he had to hit the fairway or a big big up and down. And they would always say, man, that shot, that was so difficult. And he would say, well, I tell myself, I've done that before, so I'll go do it again. He would rely on his past successes so much. And I would always say to the kids, if they did something, I said, so now you know you can do that. You can hit that game-winning three or whatever, but, whatever, you're a kid, you're learning. But the Niners can say now, Tiger Woods style, oh, we've done this before, we can go do this again.
And that goes back to Brock Purdy's sit-down conversation with Steve Young from last week when he talked about that mindset and not melting down in those big moments, going back to his high school and college games in performances where he did feel like he didn't have his best performances on the biggest stage. Now he's kind of gone back and uses those moments, uses that experience now on an NFL level in only his second year.
So 209 says, I've always compared Kyle Shanahan to Andy Reid. This is on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text. I've always compared him to Andy Reid.
Oh, join the club.
At least in the early part of his career, he was always just almost there. And you got to be, sometimes patience is important. Guys, John Wooden started at UCLA in 1949. He didn't win a championship until 1964. Now, obviously, no Stephen A. Smith, no Skip Bayless in 1949. But the point is, you wait 15 years before you win one. He had to wait for Pete Newell to say he could go win one because Pete Newell was out here dominating him. And then Pete Newell left. He's like, okay, now I can win one. But the point is that, patience, Andy Reid. Because what if the Niners don't win the Super Bowl this year? Would Niner fans say, get Kyle out? Like, I'm looking at a text right here, 925. I think Purdy possibly saved Kyle's job. I mean, I don't think any of us have thought that.
No, because I've heard that take too, which I think is ridiculous because I think we're on the same page. It's Super Bowl or bust, but that doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan would be on the hot seat if they don't, unless there is an egregious 28-3 lead blown in the Super Bowl or something like that. But no, we've seen how good Kyle is as a coach, as an offensive mind. But getting back to that text, it's the same comparison that I've always had about Kyle. Going back to Andy Reid, they used to say the same thing about him in Philly. They said it his first couple years with Alex Smith in the Kansas City Chiefs. He doesn't know when to call a timeout. He's terrible clock management.
Quote, unquote, how to win.
How to win. But
right?
now he's winning Super Bowls, and now all those criticisms are gone.
That is one of the great phrases in sports, learning how to win. What does that mean? What does truly mean? It truly means, I think, to me, it means, and I tell the kids, when you're up 2, you want to be up 4. When you're up 4 in basketball, when you're up 4, you want to be up 6. When you're up 6, you want to be up. You have to twist knives. You have to go for the jugular. You have to destroy people. You have to have that mindset. And generally in the regular season, the Niners have that. But on Saturday against Green Bay, that was a little iffy. Now, 209 says, I pray Kyle's not in his Andy Reid Eagles phase where he ends up hoisting the Lombardi Trophy for the Carolina Panthers in 4 years. Because Andy Reid never did it in Philly despite all those knocks on the door.
And he got ran out of town. And that's why I want to remind 49er fans, if you move on from Kyle Shanahan, which is, again, a ridiculous argument to even bring up, who's next? Who's in line? Who's going to take over? What are the better options that are out there than Kyle Shanahan? There aren't many in the NFL.
Dude, 559 said, Murph, your phrase about Tiger Woods saying I can do it again, doesn't that work the reverse for Kyle saying, yeah, I've blown games on the biggest stages so I can do it again? Don't send texts like that.
So negative on the text line.
Don't send texts like that. 408 says, like Phil Mickelson in the Masters, it opens the floodgates. Phil Mickelson for years was the guy who couldn't win a major. And, dude, everywhere we went, why can't you win a major? Why can't you win a major? Why can't... He wins the major, kaboom. He wins a bunch more from there.
And his hands are clean from all the criticism.
There it is. Brett in Walnut Creek on Kyle Shanahan and the Niners on Sunday. Brett, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, boys. I'm doing great. The fog is lifted. Blue sky's out. I see this as kind of the year of redemption. Year of redemption for Kyle. Year of redemption for Brock, though, proven again it wasn't just a one-hit wonder last year. Year of redemption for the team against the Eagles. And that win last week, I coined this phrase. I was talking with my buddies, and I called it, when you win games like that, the joy factor goes up infinitesimally. And you can attest to this, Murph. When you're coaching the boys and you're expected to win and you pound the team 8-0, you walk off the field in your suit and your tie and you're like, it's just business. Of course, it's just business. But when you're losing 6-3 in the bottom of the inning and your kids come back with 2 outs and nobody on, the pizza party afterward, there's a joy factor that's off the hook. You are crazy excited about what you just pulled off. It's not just business as usual. As a team you can do it. And America's rooting for Detroit this year. Everything's painting for us to steal Cinderella's slipper. And it's the year of redemption. I think it's everything's pointing, and you can even use Steve Young as an example when he finally, after this thing, and he said, "Get this monkey off my back."
Yeah. Good call, Brett. Good call. I love it, man, and may you have many comebacks this spring on the diamond there, buddy. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yes, Steve Young, guys. That's another one like Phil Mickelson. Now, it was only he became the full-time starter in 91 or 92? 91, 92, 93. So it was only really a short time of pain, but that they were supposed to win Super Bowls, and he wasn't. And then 94, he finally did. Famous, he said, "Get this monkey off my back." That's the way. Kyle will never do that. Kyle will stay the same the whole time. He's so stoic. But listen, I'm not advocating. Listen, the whole point of this big hit about your Kyle confidence factor, I want this guy to be the coach for a long time. I'm just talking about going into a game, and he has yet to win the Super Bowl. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to 3 straight NFC championships. And we all felt like he didn't have his best game Saturday against Green Bay, right?
Correct.
So we're just kind of put a little focus on this. How will he adjust on Sunday against Dan Campbell? Can Dan Campbell come in and out-coach Kyle Shanahan?
Well, that's the big question. When it comes down to scheme-wise, I think Kyle Shanahan has the advantage. But it seems like when they're coming about like passion and a leader of men, I think you swing the advantage to Dan Campbell. The way he can fire up a team, the way that these guys want to go to war for him. Not saying that the Niners don't want to go to war for Kyle Shanahan, but that's the biggest difference I see between Dan Campbell and Kyle Shanahan this weekend.
Yeah, the Niners are not a big. We'll have to ask John Lynch about that. John Lynch coming on at 8:30 about like the difference between college rah-rah and just science from Kyle, right? Bill in Stockton is checking in on 808 KNBR. Bill, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me okay?
We got you, Bill.
Beautiful. Hey, good morning to both of you. I'm a big-time listener. You guys have a great show.
Thanks, Bill. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, one thing that really bothers me, and I think the 49er fans have been really spoiled with our defense in the last 6 years. We've had 2 great defensive coordinators, and it seems like we're struggling this year, and the 49er fans don't know how to deal with it because we've had 2 great defensive coordinators we lost, and I still believe in our defense because we pretty much have the same guys. We just need to get it together. And one thing that concerns me is the run defense. I just don't understand why we can't stop the run.
Yeah, Bill, it is a huge problem, and it's a problem going into this game because of Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery are legit, and that O-line is legit. Bill, thanks for the call. We appreciate you, man. So the concern, not so much with Shanahan, but with Steve Wilks and the run defense.
But that's like the bigger question, I guess. We can maybe ask John Lynch, and I'm not even sure if he has the answers. But I'm curious on who made the final decision to start Logan Ryan over Jair Brown this past weekend. Because I heard Kyle talk about it at the podium, and they went with the experience over the rookie. But obviously, we saw the performance of Logan Ryan. We saw the missed tackle on the 53-yard run by Aaron Jones. But that's a big question. Is that the defensive coordinator pulling the strings, or is that Kyle Shanahan?
209 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, I have total confidence in Shanahan. Just hope he doesn't try to force-feed throws a la Jimmy in the Super Bowl. So everybody wants him to run the ball. Jason is in Rockland checking in on the Kyle Shanahan factor coming into this game. Jason, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Jason?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Sounded good, Jason. How are you, man?
Good, doing well. Hey, just one thing on Shanahan, and we touched on it when Brock was talking with Steve Young. I think that Kyle has obviously learned from all of the mistakes that he's made in the past, but we're not talking about that. Like Brock was talking about, hey, I've learned from my mistakes. I think Kyle's done the same. We just don't hear about it from Kyle because he likes to keep that stuff close to the vest. So I think we got to have ultimate confidence in Kyle because he's been in these situations. He's had these experiences. I think he's learned from them.
Okay, I like it. It's true, Jason. You know how old he is? He's 44 years old. I mean, he's a baby. And I mean, Jim Harbaugh just joined the league. He's 60.
I mean, we just had
Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick, 71.
I mean,
Andy Reid's like 66
Saban
or whatever.
was up to 72. I know it's college different.
So, I mean, we think about Kyle, but Jason, that's a great point in terms of he's still just accumulating pelts on the wall. I mean, he got here in 2017. Obviously, 2019, he took him to the Super Bowl and had the lead. Right, 2021, it's an NFC Championship game against the Rams that just makes me puke in my mouth. Barely even happened. 2022, Purdy gets hurt in Philadelphia, and here he is in 2023 at home with the 1 seed. I'd say he has everybody healthy, presuming Debo plays. Presuming, obviously, we'll get another day on that. But we both opened the show saying, sounds like Kyle saying he feels better, and Brandon Ayuk saying, I think he's going to play. And then he actually was running with a football on the sidelines, not in pads, at rehab yesterday. So he's at home. He's got the 1 seed. He's healthy. They should be rested. The Lions have played an extra game more than them. We talked about the NFC Championship or the AFC NFC Championship home stat. This is a nice little stat that popped up on my timeline. The last 10 years, the home team in conference championships 15-5. So that's 75% win rate. And the Lions, we've talked about them outdoors, are a different team, right? Their offense Goff isn't as productive. So it's all there. And you'd hope that he looks at this Aaron Glenn defense and he sees spaces and places where he can slice and dice. And they should go in with a calm, rational game plan that mixes Christian McCaffrey and check downs and maybe a couple deep shots to Brandon Ayuk. You're calling for him to be the 140. It's 140 yards, is it?
140 yards, and Murph, I'll give you the stats if you want them. Against this Detroit Lions backfield, the last 4 games, Mike Evans this past weekend, 147 yards. First round of the playoffs, Puka Nacua, 181 yards. Justin Jefferson has played the Detroit Lions twice in the last 5 weeks, 192 yards and 141. And then CeeDee Lamb, 227 yards
now,
against
in fairness, those are all elite receivers.
They are, but Brandon Ayuk, second-team All-Pro.
You put Ayuk up another with Lamb and Justin Jefferson?
I mean, he's scratching that surface right now, isn't he?
Young Tony says yes.
Isn't that what it means to be an All-Pro wide receiver?
I love it. Okay.
If you're an All-Pro, you're a wide receiver one.
I'm down. 831 says, guys, you're talking about the coaching matchup. Don't forget Dan Campbell's going to go for it on every 4th down and try to change and seize momentum.
And I think that's a big question, is how much of Dan Campbell going off script is going to affect Kyle Shanahan's script? Because that's the criticism. Can Kyle coach on the fly? Well, Dan Campbell's going to put you in some situations with some funky numbers on that box score where Kyle might have to make some of those decisions.
Kyle addressed it yesterday. I think there's a cut on that, actually. If you want to dig in there, Young Tone. We didn't line that one up for the because I didn't tell Kyle to find that one. But he talks about, he was asked about how Campbell tries to change momentum. And Shanahan's answer was kind of like, yeah, I know he's going to do it, and I hope he fails, kind of thing. You know what I mean? He kind of basically said,
right. I hope he goes for 2 from the 7-yard line.
And he was saying that, to paraphrase, I'm just paraphrasing him, but he said something like, yeah, when he does it, there's a big risk too. You know, and if he doesn't make it, now we have the field. You give the Niners a short field or something like that, you know. And again, this is going to be it's at Levi's Stadium, so it's not going to be Ford Field going Jared Goff chanting and Eminem on the sidelines and all that stuff. So I mean, Campbell will bring it, but again, these guys on the road are a different team, and yes, he can try to. Let me give you some of their the stats. We told you the last time they played an outdoor game was at Soldier Field in Chicago. Now, it's a division game, and division games are different. Mm-hmm. They all know each other so well, so the Niners don't know the Lions as well as the Bears did, but the Bears crushed them. And it was December 10th. It wasn't that long ago. I mean, and the Chicago Bears are not exactly any great shakes, but they beat them 28-13.
And Murph, that was the only game that they've played outdoors in their last 12 games. Whether they're playing at home in Detroit,
what the other one was, dude?
The road games are Chargers, SoFi, Saints, Vikings.
The other one was
Cowboys.
Baltimore down 38. They lost 38-6.
That's outdoors, and we talk a lot about the difference between teams playing indoors and outdoors, and everybody focuses on the weather effect. But look at a team like the Dallas Cowboys, who are much better at home versus on the road. I think a big reason is they're better on turf than they are on grass. And that's something to keep an eye on this weekend with the Lions, who are a turf team, coming out and playing on real grass out here in California.
Now, that said, they did notch one notable outdoor win at Arrowhead, 21-20. But week one is I think literally the Chiefs still had alcohol in their breath from the parade. You know what I mean? Like the Chiefs today versus the Chiefs in September. No comparison, right?
Oh, completely different ballpark.
Did you see that? There was an NFL Films clip of one of the Bills linemen hugging Travis Kelce. And he said, you boys are hitting your beautiful stride, man. He goes, go get it. That's why we'll have to tune into Brian Bob's Best Bets tomorrow. But I don't know if the Ravens have a lot going for them. But
yeah, and if we're talking coaching matchups, when we get to the Super Bowl, if the Niners do get there, that's a huge matchup against both Andy Reid and John Harbaugh, two guys who have got the better of Kyle in the Super Bowl.
John Harbaugh has 33% ownership in the Niner franchise. You know what I mean? He's got huge wins. Anyway,
John Harbaugh's out here just taking down the Kyle Shanahan system all over the place. Mike McDaniels and the Dolphins, Bobby Sloak and the Texans, 49ers and Kyle earlier this season.
Dude, so anyway, 209 says, we know that the Lions are going to run the ball. So this game is not on Kyle. This game is on Wilkes. Okay, 669 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, Kyle will be fine as long as he doesn't get conservative with a small lead. He has to keep going aggressively. Ooh, that's interesting. I think most people get upset at Kyle for throwing too much with a lead instead of running it. That's a different one. 707 says, hey, guys, I got news for you. Kyle did not overthrow Emmanuel Sanders, and Kyle did not give up a 3rd and 15 to the Chiefs.
Damn, Jimmy.
707 says Brandon Ayuk is better than CeeDee Lamb.
Ooh, that's a hot take.
Okay, all right, there you go. And 209 agrees with me that this will be a high-scoring game. Says sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Hit it hard with McCaffrey and Mitchell. Open it up deep for Ayuk and Kittle out in space. Put up so many points they can't catch up. Okay, Kyle, let's go. 30 for Purdy. How about 30? How about 40 for Purdy?
Ooh,
how's that?
I like that.
So, all right, guys. Well, that's the big hit on Kyle. We'll do it again tomorrow with basically just open it up and say, how you feeling? Tomorrow, we're just going to get all our nerves out tomorrow on the lines, on the 808 KNBR Lumber, or 808 KNBR phone line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Okay, John Lynch at 8:30. So I want to get the clocks right. John Lynch at 8:30, and then the great Matt Mayoko at 9:15. So a lot of great 49er talk coming your way. Couple of chuckles and interesting things in the cooler of content, and then John Lynch, 49er GM at 8:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And it's harsh winters, right? Auto industry, blue collar. Things aren't always easy.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
You just heard it. Yesterday afternoon, Steve Young was on the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes to break down this weekend's NFC Championship game and the quarterback battle between Jared Goff and Brock Purdy. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Let Brock cook.
All right, guys, I told you we had a meat cheese last Saturday for the game. Planning to do it again Sunday. It was just so great to have the wings. We do the half-baked. We like it. You can time it. It's nice and fresh, too, coming out of your oven. So that's one way to go. The other way to go is to actually walk into an Amici's restaurant and enjoy the dine-in specials weeknight. Let's go over these again to plan your week. Mondays, start your week healthy. Half-price salads all day after binging on the weekend. Tuesdays, kids eat free night. One entree from the kids menu free per paid adult meal. So that's always good. Tuesday's kind of a grinder night. Take the family out and stop doing dishes, right? Wednesday, last night, I hope you took advantage of half-price pasta night. Ooh, that's good. 50% off any pasta, any size. And now here we are on Thursday. So after 5 p.m., it's $10 draft beer pitchers. That's solid. And $30 off all bottles of wine. So you get an early start on that pre-championship vibe. Also, every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 to 5 p.m., happy hour, 20% off your entire check. Bottom line is it's a good time at an Amici's physical restaurant. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, John Lynch going to join us in 7 short minutes. Don't want to miss that. Can't wait. So let's keep it on the cooler of content NFL tip. Lions-Niners. We got a couple fun stuff involving our guy, Jared Goff, out of Sinaloa Middle School in Novato. Pretty sure he went there. And then Marin Catholic High School, where they have built their little dynasty. Played with my nephew, baseball and football. Shout out Connor. But now here he is, big bad Jared Goff in the NFC Championship game. He's already been to a bowl, right, with the Rams.
He has, and then he got ran out of town after.
Right. So he's on with a 97-1 The Ticket in Detroit, Doug Carson, Scott the Gator. Dude, you need a nickname like, well, you have the Water Boy.
I got the Water Boy. What are you talking about?
I need a nickname then, like Murph the Gator.
Murph the Gator.
Yeah.
Murph the Diesel.
I am Diesel. You do know that.
That's it.
You haven't called me Diesel in a while, Young Tone. You used to. Yeah. Anyway, here's the deal. They asked him about criticism. Here's the exchange.
Hey, does bulletin board material matter to you guys at all?
It depends what it is. What do you got?
Skip Bayless, after your game, tweeted out the following.
No, I don't care about anything he says. You can stop now. That's not.
I love it.
No. Yeah.
No oxygen. No oxygen.
Yeah, no. It's anything those guys say on daytime TV, you can skip over that.
I gotta give Goff credit for comedic timing. The way he just cuts right in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Murph, I'll give him an applause for that one.
I don't care about anything he says.
He can't even finish the sentence. That's pretty. No, we're not doing that.
I mean, just the name popping up, Skip Bayless. I have the same reaction, man. Like, we work in the sports media, but 808 KNBR is a number. Hit us up on the Golden State Lumber Building Material text line. Does anybody like Skip Bayless?
I'll tell you what, who likes Skip Bayless? His bank account likes Skip Bayless.
Well, that's why I'm confused how he keeps on getting jobs in TV shows. Like, this guy's a joke. He's a straight-up clown. Like, who actually respects the opinion of Skip Bayless?
Plan. The game plan is to be so outrageous that people like you have that reaction, and then ESPN pays for it.
He's what's everything wrong with the current world of sports media.
Well, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I would agree with you.
Skip Bayless, 808 KNBR.
Now, Bob Wojnowski is a reporter in Detroit. And here's another Jared Goff exchange that made the cooler of content about star power on each team.
Jared Goff's got a lot of really good players, obviously, but maybe not.
Oh, thank you.
What's that?
I said thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe not viewed though as the superstars like maybe the 49ers have.
All right, never mind.
But I mean, guys like St. Brown and giving you.
Yep, St. Brown was first team All Pro, so.
Right.
So was Panay. Sorry, continue. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. But do you feel like this is a chance for more?
Yeah, I know what you're getting at. Yes, I do. I think we've got ton of great players who maybe haven't had the national stage that up to this point that a lot of other guys have, and obviously they have a ton of good players as well, and a ton of Pro Bowlers and All Pro players over there, and we feel like we've got a lot of good players too, though, like you mentioned, and excited to play on another national stage and be able to showcase that.
I didn't miss any, did I?
No, you got it. All good.
Jared's coming with jokes.
I was say Jared's out here working the crowd.
Jared's got jokes, so that if it was hard to hear maybe on the AM radio, I know it's better on FM or on the stream, but Wojnowski said you guys have a lot of star players, and Jared said thank you. And then he said, now the Niners have a lot of superstar players. He goes, oh, never mind.
All right, never mind.
Are we putting a chip on Jared Goff's shoulder? Is that what we're doing, the media?
Maybe, because he's right, but I mean, he's not going to listen to Skip Bayless or anybody on daytime TV, Murph.
Okay, one last cut. Brandon Ayuk to set up John Lynch. This one's only 18 seconds. Brandon Ayuk, what time is it? Right here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure, because we're here now for the third time. Trying to get over the hump, trying to get to the other side. And it's just the time's now. The time's now. The time's right now. That's it.
Bam! What time is it, Marcus? Right now.
The time is now, man.
And right now, John Lynch, 49er GM, next on The Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union helping you with your money. All right, if you want to in 2024 invest smarter, I've got a short-term money saving tip for you. We call it the Pick a Term Certificate from Provident Credit Union. All right, it is the ultimate solution to help your savings grow. So for a limited time, choose a 3 or 6 month term and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. Yes, you heard me correctly, 4.75%. So with the 3 or 6 month pick a term certificate, you are in control of your investments. Do not hesitate. This competitive offer is only available for a limited time. Save smarter and take control of your savings. Visit providentcu.org today to learn more. This rate is effective as of January 2nd, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
All right, what a treat to have 49er General Manager John Lynch on with us. We want to thank John a lot for making time in this incredibly busy week and pressure-filled week, but fun week, right? This is what they do it for. So, John, first of all, good morning. Welcome back. And second of all, I guess my first question to you is, if we were doing this interview with 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter on Saturday night, how was John Lynch feeling?
Super confident. No, it was. I was feeling like everyone else. I mean, I heard it. I think my emotion was. It's really interesting because I don't know. I think the way I was raised, the position I played, my experience in having played. I'm intense, but I'm usually I'm probably an optimist. I'm always very much a believer in our team and our ability to come back from any situation. It was tested in that game, and a combination of things. You know, the number one, a really good team we were playing, who was playing at their best. You talk about a team who had peaked. The Packers were really peaking, playing well, playing confident. I had been on teams like that early in my years in Tampa when we became a playoff team. There is a freedom that comes with, hey, we're not even supposed to be here. Let's let it rip. And if not, we'll be back next year, you know. So I think a combination of all those things, a really quality opponent, and then, you know, it's the age-old deal with the bye week. How do you come out sharp? I think we did everything to prepare to come out sharp. We just weren't quite on it, and we're playing a good team, and it led to a very tense and like a lot of people said, it felt like that game put about 10 years on you. So it was very stressful, but our guys came through, and we talk a lot. Something Kyle will talk a lot, I'll talk a lot about is be at your best when your best is needed, and I felt like our players were. I'm proud of them for that. I think we'll be a lot better this week. I really do. My feeling is we'll come out from the jump playing much sharper, and we got to make that the case. It's not just going to happen, but that's my belief.
The old competitive greatness on the pyramid of success. Be at your best when your best is needed. I love it. So let's ask about the quarterback. So, John, we ask you about Brock Purdy every week, and you've given us your many, many, many thoughts. But I'd love your thoughts after that. Adversity, wet ball, incompletions, a near pick, and yet the final drive. Completion, scramble, touchdown. What did that teach you, tell you? What did you learn in that from Purdy, about Purdy, I should say?
I think not learned, maybe confirmed, that things that we've talked about all year. He's, whatever you call that, his mettle, his resolve, his resiliency, his ability, all of it. He's a stud. And, that last drive, absent a drop from Kittle where, Kittle's just trying to make a play, he's 7 of 7. And so you talk about who embodies more, be at your best when your best is needed. And I mean, for the most part this season, Brock's been really playing at a high level throughout. And, when we needed him most, he was there in tough conditions against a good defense, all of that. And that's why we have so much belief in Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and first of all, John, I just want to say congratulations on making another NFC Championship game. And I wanted to go a little big picture here because we're now seeing Brock Purdy at 24 years old go to his second straight NFC Championship game. In your opinion, what's been the biggest difference between the Brock Purdy that walked into Philadelphia last year versus the Brock Purdy you're going to see this weekend in Santa Clara?
Just a little more experience. I think when you've had more experiences, good and bad, it kind of hardens you if you're made of the right stuff. And I think everybody should be pretty clear about my belief in that, our belief in that he is made of the right stuff. And so I think the more experiences you have, it just prepares you to be ready for any situation. And the competition gets tougher, as you approach this part of the season and you're playing against the best. And Brock he kind of is prepared and ready for every situation. And, I got to tell you, he threw me for a loop. I'd never seen him in a glove. When he went out there with a glove, what the hell is going on? But he figured that out too. And that's just kind of what he does. And, that's the coolest thing to see, the belief, because at this stage we understand there's going to be a lot of talk amongst pundits, the same people who were saying he's the MVP of the league prior to the Baltimore game now are, all that. But so that's all noise and people have jobs to do. But I think the noise we concern ourselves with is the noise and really the reality within our team. And that's what matters most. And I mean, it's not lip service. These guys have his back because they know he has theirs, and they know he makes us better. And that's, belief is the word, but there's a ton of that, and it's authentic, it's earned, and it's deserved.
Well, only 4 quarterbacks left. He's one of them. In college basketball, that's a big deal, the Final Four. I think it is in the NFL, too. So, all right, John, to Sunday. Here come the Detroit Lions. And so I think my question is this. I think we all know, factually speaking, Kyle Shanahan is a master game planner and offensive play caller, and the proof is in the pudding. We see it every week. You're going up against a team that has very good coaches, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. But my question is about Dan Campbell and his emotion. That's a different style than Kyle. Kyle is detached and cool. Dan Campbell is emotional. He's visceral. He cries. He inspires. How real is that? Does that matter in the NFL? Can rah-rah work, and does that have your attention, the Dan Campbell emotion?
Yeah, I mean, he clearly, I think he's got some special qualities to him. Kyle respects the heck out of him. I respect the heck out of him. I remember walking through I was a contemporary. I mean, I'm older than Dan, but we did play against each other. And, I didn't know him. You get to know a lot of guys in the league. I didn't know him. I got to know him in broadcasting a little. I remember I did a game when he was the interim coach down in Miami. And came out of a production meeting and go, wow, this guy's got some stuff to him. I mean, he really has some he inspired me in a production meeting. And, I remember last year at the Combine, just, you walk the halls there and going up to him. And, one of my daughters was off at school and a little homesick. So that I had never watched Hard Knocks, in its entirety. And that became our thing, watching Hard Knocks together. And, man, I was drinking the Kool-Aid on Dan Campbell. that sucker can inspire, but I think you go deep. Some people can just give speeches. The biggest compliment I can pay him, Brad Holmes, the same stuff he talks about you see on the film, on the silent tape, as we talk about. They've had a vision. They've had a plan. They've put it to work, and you see it. They're picking their players really well. But I think more importantly, it's not just the most talented players, it's players who fit who they want to be. And he does a great job of articulating who they want to be. And man, he and Brad Holmes done an unbelievable job with that place, their ownership. They've earned being here, and they're a tough opponent. I know you laughed or named the playoff team that we haven't had a lot of respect for, but this is a team we truly do, and they play a lot of similarities in the way we play to the way they play. Both it's I promise you this, it will be a physical football game because these are two physical teams and two teams that can execute at a high level as well.
Yeah, and we've seen the Detroit Lions as a team rally around Dan Campbell, but also the city of Detroit has not only rallied around Dan Campbell, but also Jared Goff. And John, you know that you've seen Jared Goff a lot throughout his career, going back to his time with the LA Rams. So from your evaluation, are you seeing a different version of Jared Goff with the Lions than you saw when he was with the Rams?
Probably just more experiences. Goff's always been an incredibly talented guy. Guy who, if you allow it, can sit back in a pocket and get really hot in a hurry. And so I think he just has continued. That's a great testament to him. If you can continue to improve in this league, a thing that's hard to do at that position especially. I think he's got an offense that really fits his strengths extremely well. So, I can't say enough about Jared Goff and the way he's led that team. Much like our belief in Purdy, you can tell that it's authentic. They really believe in him. That you hear his offensive linemen talk about him. You hear his receivers talk about him. You hear defensive players talk about what he means to that team. So obviously critical to come up with a plan where you try to disrupt his rhythm, because when he gets in rhythm, he's a really tough dude to deal with.
John Lynch, 49er GM, joining us on the Yuma guest side. He's got 15 minutes for us. It's really awesome to have him hop on KNBR right now and discuss this game. So we have a few minutes left, some big stuff to hit. So you're a safety. You're in the Hall of Fame. You're a Pro Bowl safety or Hall of Fame safety, and you guys had safety questions going into this game. Jair Brown and Logan Ryan. We didn't even know who was going to play. You went with Logan Ryan. He did not have an awesome game, I don't think, by most people's estimations. He would probably say the same. Can you say who's going to be at safety this week? What goes into that decision and who you prefer?
Yeah, first of all, I think the Logan Ryan talk, Logan picked this up in a big way. I know there was one play on the Aaron Jones long run where, he was in the alley and didn't make a play, but Aaron Jones, really good back. I think Logan did some really good things for us. This guy's a champion. He has been. He's picked us up in a huge way coming in late. We had some injuries at the safety position, so we feel very fortunate to have a guy like Logan Ryan in the mix. Logan will play some. I think, Jair, as Kyle indicated last week, you got a rookie who was playing really well coming off a month, being on the shelf because of an injury. Is that fair to him? Is that fair to the team just to throw him out there? And so I think last week was a perfect scenario where, Jair got to get his legs underneath him, playing some special teams. And we'll see if he gets more involved in the defensive plan this week. But we're really happy to have Logan involved, and you need a bunch back there at the secondary. So we'll see what happens.
Now, sticking on the defensive side of the ball, John, one of the takeaways was the success that the Green Bay Packers had running the ball last weekend. Now, the defensive line is an area that you guys have committed a lot of resources to. What was your breakdown of their performance last week, and where's your confidence in the D-line squaring off against Detroit this weekend?
Yeah, I think if you asked our defense, I think the one thing, you pride yourself on when you're a really high-level defense is that, hey, people are gonna find some things that schematically are working, but what's our adjustment? How do we adjust? And in that game, the perimeter run, everyone saw it. They didn't expose because it wasn't, a pure schematic thing. They just had a good plan, and we didn't respond accordingly, and it continued to bite us. Thank God for our effort and our hustle and our core values where Mooney Ward goes and chases down Aaron Jones, because if not for that, that drive at the end is to try to get back close in the game. Without that, Carlson doesn't have to miss that 41-yarder. So, I mean, that's what the playoffs and surviving are all about. Effort plays like that, and that's why you have to consistently teach and demand effort like that. So those are the type plays. We got to be better against the run. Detroit is a team who very much believes in the run. Our guys are not happy with the way that kind of went down. They're happy that we found a way to win. So prideful defenses, really good defenses, they usually fix things like that. And so, I know that's our challenge, and I know that Detroit will prod and try to find the same thing. So that's our challenge, and I expect that we'll be up to the task.
All right, John, we have a little bit left. You're in the building. You got the goods. Is Debo Samuel playing Sunday?
Debo's doing really well in his rehab, I'll tell you that. We've been encouraged by the early signs. It was just kind of we did the scans and all that. We got good news there. And then it's kind of, okay, what's his pain? What's his range of motion? Those things continue to improve. He did some work yesterday off to the side. We'll see if we can advance that today. So I think very much a fluid situation. It's the NFC Championship, though, and I can promise you this: Debo's going to be doing everything he can, and he'll be wanting to play by the end. And it's, do we clear him? Do we allow for that? We sure would love to have him. So I think there's still a lot of time left in this week, and we're a better team when he's out there. So we're going to do everything in our power. He's going to do everything in his power to have him out there.
It's great stuff, man. It's so great. Thanks for hopping on. We sure do appreciate it. And by the way, are you okay being the villain? Right, we've been talking about it all week. 99% of America is crying and weeping over the Detroit story, and we're the villains, John. Are you okay being the villain?
I don't know about that, but I know that they're people are fired up, and rightly so. It's been a while for them. It's going to be, I don't know if it's announced yet, but maybe I'll give you a little breaking news. Honorary captain for us, Joe Montana. Honorary captain for them, Barry Sanders. That's pretty damn good. In my mind, 2 top 5 players in NFL history. They're going to be out there at the coin toss, and that's pretty good. And that's what this time of year is all about. And, man, we need the faithful rocking, because those folks from Detroit, they're pretty passionate about their team. But nobody's more faithful than the faithful. And we need that place rocking. We need it rolling. We need a home field advantage, and be kind to the folks from Detroit, welcome them, all that. But this is our house, and we got to make it as such.
That is awesome. Don't forget, Joe beat him in '83. I just saw, by the way, I know you got to go, but there was an Instagram post ran this Brent Musburger Open. There was a live lion on the sideline. And you guys aren't allowing any live lions on Sunday.
Lions and Levi's, John.
I hope not. Damn.
And this is your old division foe, right? You used to go there every year, right?
Oh, yeah. I used to go there. Yeah, I made many Barry Sanders car commercial, believe me. The gift that keeps giving.
I always say, like when we talked to you, that you told us when you got into this, you got into it for the juice, the feel, the buzz of competition, playing for a championship. And you and Kyle are in it for the 3rd straight year. So congratulations again on that achievement. And I know you will be dialed in for Sunday. So thanks for the time, John. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thank you, fellas. All right.
There he is, John Lynch with Montana, Sanders, and no Lions on the sideline.
We got some breaking news. No live Lions, but you will have Barry Sanders and Joe Montana.
Hey, man, that's particles. I told you, Joe beat him in 83. Now, it took a missed kick by Eddie Murray at the last play. But, hey, Joe actually led no joke. The Niners were terrible that day. What did Joe do in the 4th quarter? It was 23-17 Lions. Joe led the touchdown drive with a minute left, threw a touchdown to Freddie Solomon, I believe. They took a 24-23 lead. Then the Lions got back into field goal range and missed the kick.
You're telling me Joe Montana found a way to win on a 4th quarter game-winning drive in the playoffs?
When it wasn't going his way.
Sounds a little familiar, Murph.
And he only had 17 points.
Oh, man.
All right.
Must
well,
have been
as
a
John
system
Lynch said
quarterback.
about Brock, when we needed him, he was there.
That's it.
All right. Well, that was really, really fun. Okay. We're going to keep it going on the front office tip. Al Guido, 49er president, checking in. Let's find out what the heck's going on at the stadium this weekend. And the Niners have a little news about their stadium, too. We'll get into that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Be at your best when your best is needed.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down this weekend's NFC Championship game and what he thinks of Jared Goff making his return to the Bay Area. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing, to see the belief, because at this stage we understand there's going to be a lot of talk amongst pundits, the same people who were saying he's the MVP of the league prior to the Baltimore game now are, all that. But so that's all noise, and people have jobs to do. But I think the noise we concern ourselves with is the noise and really the reality within our team, and that's what matters most. And I mean, it's not lip service. These guys have his back because they know he has theirs, and they know he makes us better. And that's, belief is the word, but there's a ton of that, and it's authentic, it's earned, and it's deserved.
There it is. Turn that up now. We were riffing about Brock doesn't have to be a star, and I said, there it is, baby.
That was a perfectly hit post right there.
Hey, man, thank you, young Tony, for entertaining me there, buddy, on that. That's Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., I believe.
That sounds good, Murph.
That's what passed for, like, kind of R&B pop in the 70s. You'd hear that on KNBR now. So KNBR used to play music, Frank and Mike. And they'd come back, and that's Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., and then Mike Cleary would do some comedy skit, and we'd be off. And then they're like, we're going to talk to Bob Brenly in the next segment, Giants catcher. Anyway, guys, thank you, young Tony. And we were saying Brock doesn't have to. Just check it down. I don't care about what they say. Oh, you're Captain Check Down? Yeah, I'm Captain Win is what I am,
That's it. He doesn't have to be playground Purdy. He needs to be point guard Purdy.
Yeah.
Distribute the ball to your playmakers. Let them work.
And as John Lynch just said there in that cut, I mean, the team truly believes in him. And we talked earlier today about how truly young this guy is. And how he was talking about, I'm getting these experiences along the way. Literally, like Waterbury brought this up. If it was Major League Baseball, he would probably be technically eligible for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, if this was Major League Baseball, he'd probably still be recovering from Tommy John surgery, Murph.
He didn't have enough at bats to get a. So anyway, thanks to John Lynch for hopping on. We're getting more and more excited. Matty Mayoko is going to join us at 9:15, and keep the front office ball rolling. Because we got the big dude, 49er president Al Guido, on the line. He's got a lot going on. First of all, he's going to tell us how the hell to enjoy Sunday to the max, and some big news about his stadium that he calls home. So, Al, it's been too long, brother. It's been too long. You got Marcus Boucher in here. You got your boy Murph. How you doing, Al?
Hey, morning, Al.
What's up, guys? What's going on, Murph and Mark? It's good to be back on. Thanks for having me.
Now, how's that? Your hometown of Philly? Has it burned to the ground after the Eagles' meltdown there, buddy?
This is hometown. That's just where I grew up. I don't know. I haven't followed back up on what's going on out there, but I'm excited, man, for this Sunday. I know you talked to John earlier today. What a nerve-wracking game, but good to get the W. Excited for Sunday. Excited to see some good weather, and you're right. We got big things going on here on the field and off the field.
That game was played at a place called Levi's Stadium. I think, it's funny, Al, and I'm going to say this before you make the announcement here, is that, and I'm not just saying this because you're on the line. I wouldn't say it, but, namings of stadiums are very dicey. And you can either, like, for example, Pacific Bell Park was awesome, and then it was SBC, and it was like double thumbs down. No, bro, no, that doesn't work out. Levi's from the jump has been a good name because it's San Francisco. It rolls off the tongue. It doesn't sound like a faceless bank or anything. So props on that. And it's staying, huh, Al? Congratulations. You just got a 10-year extension. Levi's Stadium, is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, guys. And thank you, Murph. I couldn't agree more. Levi's has been an unbelievable partner. So to extend this term out, so now they'll be our partner for 30 years. And for us, pardon the pun, it is the perfect fit. There's no doubt. Just who they are, what they're about. Can't thank Chip Berg and Michelle Gass enough for their partnership. To do this speaks to, frankly, the unprecedented success that the stadium has had over the last 10 years. And look, you guys, we've been on a bunch talking about, the hiccup of the first year or two, but you really think about the 10-year run we've had. We've had 155 events in this building. We've done over $2 billion in economic impact. We've literally hosted the world's largest events and Super Bowls and NHL outdoor games and CFPs and concerts alike. But it really comes down to the 49ers, guys, and the partnership that we have with them. We talk about the success we have on the field. the run that we're on, the fan sentiment in the Bay, the fan sentiment around Levi's, them being a global brand, it really does make a lot of sense. And it's cool. It's cool to know that Levi's is going to be called, is going to be the home for the next 20 years.
Levi's Stadium stays another 10 year. It's a 10-year extension, right? So that takes it through, what year are we talking about? Through 2043?
2043. That's exactly right.
2043?
Yeah, it's unprecedented.
2043. Oh, my God. I'm just trying to get through today,
right?
buddy.
I hear you, partner. I'm trying to get through today and this weekend. The hours and minutes go by pretty slow right now.
Hey, so let's talk about some of the things that have happened, because you're right. Let's be honest. So, everybody, especially the old Candlestick heads like me, like, oh, man. And Candlestick, of course, sucked on a number of levels, right? The bathrooms were terrible. The parking was bad. It flooded. But we're like, oh, man, Candlestick was awesome. And then you guys moved to Levi's. We're like, And I think it's definitely, I can say this in fairness, it's arrived. Now, Kyle and John and Nick Bosa have done a lot to help that, because you guys have won a lot of games. But tell us about other highlights along the way. What? Super Bowl, right? Peyton Manning and the Broncos. Taylor Swift, right? A number of times. Rolling Stone. WWE.
WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm. WrestleMania, right? Would that be the events that really started to put it on the map?
I think so, Murph. But I'm with you. To me, I think I saw Tim K post something that really resonated with me the other day. We all talk about, and I got to live the last couple of years at Candlestick to really truly understand that it's about it's about the building, but it's also about the historic moments that happen inside of a building that makes it really feel like home. And for me, I think if you look at, there's no question when you move into a new house or anything else, you got to live in it. You got to have those moments and those memories. And Tim K put something out the other day. It's like, we've had big moments here, right? We've had big moments from the 49ers. We're going to have another big moment this coming Sunday. You need those experiences to really feel like, man, this is where I want to go. This is the moments and memories that I had with my family, my friends, my colleagues. And then, adding on top of that, this was the first stadium built in California, new stadium in 50 years, right? We didn't have a Super Bowl in this region since the Super Bowl that happened at Stanford Stadium. So to know that you can host those large-scale events, I've had a lot of fun with you guys at concerts, where you really get to have an escape. So, the Rolling Stones, the Grateful Dead, the Taylor Swifts, the Ed Sheerans. We call Coldplay the house band at this point. They've played here so many damn times.
College football championship, right? Auburn,
yeah,
Alabama,
college football
Clemson.
championship. Yeah, and then now looking forward, right, I give a ton of credit to the York family, not just what they've done on the field, but the investments that they're making in the building. We're going to put $200 million into the stadium, literally just 10 years in, between now and 26 to increase the fan experience. We're going to host Super Bowl 60 here in February of 26. We're going to host the World Cup here. No other region, no other stadium will ever, in my opinion, in my lifetime, be able to say they've hosted a Super Bowl and a World Cup in the same year. And what I love most about it is, driving in here every day and certainly coming in here on Sunday it's just how the fans have really made this home. Not just here, but frankly on the road too. It's been really, really fun to watch Murph and Marcus. And I know Levi's has felt that. They've been a big part of the success, the collaboration with our team on the field. And you mentioned they're different than any other brand that's on a building, right? If you see George walking around in their gear, if you see Ed Sheeran putting on their jacket, right? They are just at the center of sports and art and culture. And to me, again, pardon the pun, but man, this has been a great fit for 10 years. There was no reason not to extend it for another 10, taking this thing to 30 years. Who knows? Look, 30 years in, we'll see what we're talking about at that point in time. But man, to have a name rights partner like them is fantastic.
And Al, as someone who was down at the stadium last weekend who got to witness the comeback win over the Green Bay Packers, it felt like that was a big moment. And after that win, you guys have now improved to 5-0 in the playoffs at Levi Stadium. So talk to us about how big of a home field advantage it has turned into playing down in Santa Clara.
Mark, thanks. It's a massive home field advantage. I mean, if you look at our record over the last couple of years here at home, we knew how important it was to get home field advantage throughout in this playoffs. You see our team play for it. You've seen our guys talk about it. There is no doubt. I mean, this faithful to the Bay is real, and we know that Sunday is literally filled to the rafters. Frankly, I wish I could put more people in this building because there's that much demand. And I know that the 70+ thousand people that are coming here, I'm sure we'll see a spattering of Detroit fans. That's the current day and age of sports. And look, it's a great story that they have on that side. being here for the first time in so many years. But they're coming here, and I fully expect our fans to be loud and to make it really, really hard on Jared Goff. It'll be a little easier. We're not in the rain this Sunday, knock on wood, than it was. But, man, this fan base, I'll tell you, like the numbers that I'm seeing in the building, we're talking about 60, 70, 80% of Bay Area homes watching our games every single weekend, what we see on the road. I've been here, guys, 15 years. I've never seen anything like this. I haven't seen anything like it in the NFL, and that's a testament to John, Kyle, the York family, the players on the field, and the fan base. Can't thank them enough. We need them big time on Sunday late afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you say that, there'll be some Lions fans here. Hey, buddy, turnabout is fair play. You guys have been invading stadiums all over the country. I mean, that Dallas game a couple years ago, when the guy says that's the end of the game, the crowd roar. It sounds like San Francisco or Santa Clara. So, well, it's really cool. And, it's funny. I mean, you say I have a 16-year-old who's a 49er lunatic, and for him, Levi's is home. I mean, he talks about it. So, because he has a buddy whose grandpa has season tickets, so he gets to get down there a few times and he's like, Dad, that's my home. And so there you go.
My girls as well. There's no question. There's nothing like it. So, I look forward to seeing you guys on Sunday if you're down here. And faithful, bring it. We know, this is a great day for us, but we know, our eye is on that trophy. It's never left there. So bring it on Sunday. We'll need every bit of it.
Hey,
this year on this team. Thank you.
Last one. Nobody's just you and me, buddy. What's the secret parking? Where's the secret parking spot, dude? Just you and me. Don't tell me.
My spot.
I'll take Al's spot.
Good answer.
You know what this key is, and I'll tell you this as an old beat writer, is to be a beat writer and stay at the stadium for 3.5 hours, 4 hours writing your piece, and then you go down to the parking lot. You're the last car in there. That's the key. Right? So,
look, I'm hoping that we're keeping these doors open and the building late on Sunday night. That's what everybody's hoping.
Well,
but Murph, the secret is get your tail down here, tailgate nice and early, get in the building nice and early, make some noise right from the jump. That's the secret.
There it is, buddy.
Have fun. It's a Sunday afternoon. There's nothing better than championship Sunday afternoon.
So actually,
at home.
Real question then: what time do the parking lot open for the? I know most of the hardcore tailgaters already know this. But for anybody who's just coming down, what time does the tailgate parking lot open for the main parking lot, and then what time do the gates open to get in the building?
Yeah, we're always about 4 to 5 hours on the parking lots. I know those heavy tailgaters. I'm going to get tweet. They're going to tweet at me right now to get those parking lots open early. We'll do our best to get them open early. The general gates open 2 hours in advance. Premium gates open 3 hours in advance. But we'll have staff here all day, guys. We'll be watching. I know there's a large contingent of folks from the NFL here. There's, of course, a ton of alumni. There'll be the who's who of the 49ers lore will be in the building. And so you get here early. We'll make sure we open up everything nice and early for everybody to enjoy it.
By the way, do we have a halftime? I think it's T-Pain is in Baltimore at halftime. Do we have one in Santa Clara?
We're working on it. We don't want to announce it yet.
Okay.
But yeah, we got something. I got hit up by the NFL the other day on trying to match Jimmy Eat World. I promise you, we'll match Jimmy Eat World.
Okay, all right. But Peter Hartlaub and I will tell you, all you need's a couple of Frisbees and some dogs, buddy. I got good enough by me.
One of the highest rated halftime shows in 49ers history. There's no question. I'm not kidding.
I'm not kidding either. That to me is like the warm fuzz. That's like a Christmas at home with Grandma and Grandpa, man. The Frisbees and the dogs, dude. So, all right. Well, Al, congratulations on the extension. That's a big deal, I know. Levi's, it keeps the name through 2043 and extends their partnership with the 49ers. Man, have too much fun on Sunday, dude. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Al.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it. Take care.
Yeah, Al Guido from Philadelphia, but now a Californian. And, dude, yeah, I mean, listen, there's a whole generation out there. That's home. That's home. That's and even for how many, for you, let's see. So you're 30?
Correct.
So it opened when you were 20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So as an adult, the only place that I was allowed to buy beers at a football game was at Levi Stadium.
Well,
but Murph, that didn't stop me from buying them at Candlestick anyway.
Nice. By the way, I think, and I probably shouldn't be saying this here, but
yeah,
are we at the point where I've heard from kids in this generation, the fake ID layup, right? It's a layup now with all the technology.
Oh, it's easier than
ever. Dude, you ready for this? Dude, my buddy, I was a late partier. I was a goody two-shoes boys. I didn't drink. I'm sure you're all shocked to hear that, right? You all know what a geek I am. So I finally decided I wanted to drink underage, but I was like 20, dude, 20. That's how late it was for me. And so my buddy Robbie, who was an artist, he was my buddy who works at Nickelodeon. He's been an artist for animator in Hollywood. He took so I was born 9/5/67. He changed the 9 to a 6 with he had to take a razor blade and then sketch it in there. And it was so good. My buddy Sully, he was holding it up because this thing should hang in the effing Louvre. This thing should hang in the effing Louvre. And there I was. I had my quote-unquote fake ID. Can I admit that on the air?
I think the statute of limitations is up.
All right. But here, today's day and age, like not even, it's like a joke. They're like, what do you do? There's AI, there's an app, there's a whatever. Boom.
Well, Murph, I'll tell you a quick fake ID story that I know you'll get a kick out of. It's the story about my dad getting a fake ID and him being in line to get his fake ID, and all of a sudden he gets to the front, and the guy asks him what's his name. He panics, but he hears in the background Steve Miller Band playing, so he had a fake ID where his name was Steve Miller.
Oh, dude, can I get, too much applause? Can I get, keep it going? Keep it going, buddy. That's unbelievable. Dude, you've sat on that story for this long?
Yeah, we never talked fake IDs before.
Please on that.
Yeah, Steve Miller fake ID.
That's absolutely incredible. All right, Matt Mayoko, Niner Talk next on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Pat the Bat stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to preview Fan Fest this weekend down in San Jose. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Oh, you hear that? So we got a texter from the 623 in Arizona says they're obsessed with the Daisy Reeds, the Daisy Dukes sound from Deuce, the Daisy French Onion Ranch dip. And he's saying his wife is obsessed and she can't find it. He texted this morning, she found it. He sent me a picture from the grocery store. They are pumped. They'll be dipping their chips, their wing, their pizza all weekend long. Game-changing flavor, Daisy French Onion, Daisy Ranch. You're going to love it. And you are so stoked. My guy in Arizona got it. My gal in Arizona got it. You should get it. Come on, baby. Eat that Daisy. So addictive, you can't stop eating it.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
We got to be better against the run. Detroit is a team who very much believes in the run. Our guys are not happy with the way that kind of went down. They're happy that we found a way to win. So prideful defenses, really good defenses, they usually fix things like that. And so, I know that's our challenge, and I know that Detroit will prod and try to find the same thing. So that's our challenge, and I expect that we'll be up to the task.
John Lynch, who just came on a few minutes ago and told us, among other things, Joe Montana and Barry Sanders will be the honorary captains, adding to the hoopla. Also sounded pretty optimistic about Debo Samuel, even though he said it's a fluid situation. And then, Waterboy, can we get a little Fox as we welcome Matt Mayoko on? Matty probably got this same alert, but something that's always fun to talk about, and that is what we talk about all season long, is who's going to be the MVP, who's going to be the... And then you get to the playoffs and you kind of forget it. Well, no, the NFL just released their finalists for the Associated Press Most Valuable Player. The nominees are Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Okay, all right, I see you. Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. You're a heavy favorite.
Yeah.
Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott.
Trash.
Can I paraphrase the late great Whitney Houston, say Dak is whack? Can I say that?
Kids, stay away from Dak.
And then two more nominees, both from the team that Matt Mayoko covers. Two nominees in the AP MVP award, Christian McCaffrey and the much maligned Brock Purdy, named a finalist for the AP MVP. With that, we welcome Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. Matty, how about that? We got news.
I think that's amazing, because that's something that for both players will forever be on their resume, right? Whenever their careers are over, it'll be, and how many ever times this happens for them, they will be a top 5 vote getter for MVP. So I think that's great, and let's face it here with Brock Purdy and all the noise and everything else. Brock Purdy is the NFC Pro Bowl starter, as voted on by fans, by coaches, and players. And now he's a top 5 MVP. So I think it's, what a great season, and and it's not over yet. It's not over yet. And frankly, as up and down as that game Saturday night was, Brock Purdy just added to the lore with the clutch performance there with 6:18 left and leading the team down and making some tight window throws and doing what needed to be done for the 49ers to advance.
We should also note Kyle Shanahan is one of the 5 finalists for Coach of the Year, as is Dan Campbell of the Detroit Lions. Mm-hmm. And Christian McCaffrey is a finalist for AP Offensive Player of the Year, as is, Brock is not for that. It's just Christian. And then the one that's of note, Matt, that as we pivot towards this weekend, not one but 2 Detroit Lions are nominated for AP Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. Now, that's probably going to be C.J. Stroud's or Puka Nakua's. but that's a good way to pivot to the Lions. They have 2 nominees for Rookie of the Year.
They have, you know what, they remind me a lot of the 49ers circa 2019. When you think about it, when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch took over, the 49ers were horrendous in every imaginable way. And when Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes took over, the Lions were horrendous in every imaginable way. And then what did the 49ers do? Yeah, they had some holdover players who were okay, kind of building block kind of guys that they had to decide, some of those guys, who do we get rid of? Who do we keep? They made the right decisions, but man, they knocked it out of the park with their draft picks, and not necessarily all of them. Some they missed on some of the first round picks and higher picks, but getting guys like Fred Warner and George Kittle and others, and they just kept building. And now you look at that roster, and most of those guys that they have who are all Pro Bowl type players have been draft picks. And then you look at the Detroit Lions, and much the same way. And when you just look at even this year's draft class for them, the rookies they have, think back to 2019, the 49ers had Debo Samuel and Nick Bosa as rookies. And then this Lions team has, 2 really good defensive players in Branch and Campbell, 2 really good offensive players in Gibbs and Laporta. And so in a lot of ways, these franchises kind of look like each other. 49ers back in 2019, the Lions now, and here they are meeting at Levi Stadium for a trip to Super Bowl 58.
Yeah, man, I wanted to circle back to Jahmyr Gibbs and obviously David Montgomery and the Detroit Lions backfield, because we saw the Packers and Aaron Jones have some success against that 49ers front 7 this past weekend. I wanted to get your breakdown on the defensive line's performance and also your thoughts on whether or not we're going to see Steve Wilks go back to some of those 5-man fronts that we saw earlier this season.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a definite possibility. Generally speaking, if you look at the stats, the 49ers run defense has been pretty good this season. However, the eyeball test and recency is that, no, it hasn't been all that great, and certainly not up to the standard that they hold themselves up to. I mean, before Aaron Jones went crazy and rushed for over 100 yards, 49ers hadn't given up a 100-yard rusher in a long, long time. And the fact of the matter is that 53-yarder, when Aaron Jones went flying through the 49ers, first 2 levels, and Charvarius Ward finally tracked him down, I mean, was there anybody at that point who thought, oh, the 49ers are going to win this game? No, I mean, it was just like the exact opposite, and you could kind of feel it, how everybody was feeling tight. Brock Purdy looked tight until that final drive. But yeah, the run defense is an area where the 49ers are going to have to shore up. They can't get in the same situation as they did early against the Packers, where they're giving up 5-6 yards a carry, and now play action becomes something that's very much right there at the front of the playbook, and they can kind of pick matchups. When the 49ers get in their nickel defense, we know what the Lions are going to do. They're trying to get isolated with, Amon-Ra St. Brown against Ambry Thomas and make some plays against him. But, it really all ties together. I mean, the 49ers secondary needs the pass rush to turn it up. They need to get hits on Jared Goff. So the 49ers defense has been such a consistent part of the team's success over the past 5 seasons, and they're needed now more than ever. I think the 49ers can score. They can win a shootout, but, the defense certainly has a lot of pride and doesn't want it to get to that point.
I mean, Matty, we spent a lot of this week giving the Lions definitely their respect. Like we've been talking about all the things the Lions do well, and we're in full alert mode going into this game. I feel like the spread is too big, really. That said, I'm going to do my first sort of like quasi, not cocky, but confident statement, and that is the Lions outdoors versus the Lions in a dome. And I'm wondering, you've been around the league a long time, and how much you put into that. Like, the numbers are there. Like, their last time they got whomped was an outdoor game at Soldier Field. They got blown out by Baltimore outdoors. I'm not saying that it's going to be 38-6. But what I am saying, Goff's numbers aren't as good outdoors. The Lions in general aren't as good outdoors. Is that just, to you, a statistical oddity or something that should weigh in the Niners' favor?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely should weigh in the Niners' favor. I mean, also the fact that it's outdoors and it's at Levi Stadium, and yes, there will be some Honolulu blue in the stands, no question about it, but, it won't be a Detroit takeover like the 49ers have enjoyed in some road cities this season. But, yeah, no, I think that's a factor. But, how much? It all comes down to, execution and how the 49ers play. And let's face it, I think objectively, if you just watched the 4 divisional round games of the playoffs and you rated the teams based on how they looked, 49ers would be number 4 on the list. I think the 2 AFC teams looked good, and the Lions looked pretty good, although the Bucs gave them a pretty good challenge on Sunday. 49ers, every area of the 49ers left something to be desired. I mean, literally every area, from the cleats they were wearing to the wristband to, the offense, run game, pass game, defense, run game, pass game, special teams, coaching, every part of the team wasn't up to specifications. But the amazing part of that game was that also every area that has reasons to kind of beat themselves up and say we can be better also contributed greatly to the win. So they just need to tighten it up. We know they're a good team with a lot of talent. They've shown it throughout the season, but they didn't exactly finish the season on high notes, and they didn't look super sharp. They didn't look sharp at all, frankly. How much weather have to do with that, I don't know, but they didn't look sharp in that game against the Packers, and they got to bring their A game. They no more of this B or B minus or C plus kind of game. They need an A game to get past the Lions on Sunday.
Yeah, Detroit not playing in a dome this weekend and also playing on grass instead of turf. We'll see if that slows down that Lions offense. But, Matt, I wanted to circle back to somebody you brought up earlier, and that's Ambry Thomas, who was targeted a few times by Jordan Love this past weekend. We saw the pass interference calls. Now with Amon-Ra St. Brown and first-team All-Pro wide receiver on the Detroit Lions, do you think we might see the possibility of Charvarius Ward shadowing and following him around on the field instead of getting that matchup one-on-one against Ambry?
I don't know, because I think St. Brown moves around a lot in the formation, so it's a tough ask for Charvarius Ward to have him, go into the slot and cover somebody there. So, maybe it's a situation where anytime he's on the outside, they can use Mooney Ward and then, have Diamador Lenore cover when he's in the slot, but then that creates some possibilities for confusion if he starts outside and then motions into the slot. So, the 49ers will have to consider all of that. And maybe that's an in-game adjustment to see how it's going. So I think everything is on the table for this game. I think where the 49ers have to feel really good about themselves is that Charvarius Ward, from beginning to end, showed that he's a all-pro caliber player, and he was chosen second-team All-Pro, and he's one of the top cover corners in the league. And I think the 49ers have to be super excited about the play of Diamador Lenore from start to finish, and especially late in the season, the mentality that he brings. I mean, the hits he had against the Philadelphia Eagles that kind of swung that game, some of the plays he made against the Packers. I think he's playing at a really high level. But I think you, me, and everybody else, especially Ben Johnson and that Lions coaching staff, can look at the 49ers defense and say, okay, there's one area to target. It's Ambry Thomas until he shows otherwise. And so that's where they're going to look at it. But now it's on Nick Bosa, it's on Chase Young, it's on Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave to make sure that anytime Jared Goff takes a 5-step drop or a 7-step drop, that they're right there in his face, collapsing the pocket, making life miserable for him, getting some hits, and not giving him the time to get the ball down the field to St. Brown.
Against a good O-line. A few more minutes here. Maddie, Debo, we've gone this long. So we had Lynch on. Lynch said he's doing really well in rehab. We've been encouraged by the early signs. What's his pain, rage, emotion? Those things continue to improve. It's a fluid situation, but it is the NFC Championship. He'll be wanting to play. I mean, that's sounding like a yes.
I would be surprised if he doesn't play. Yeah, I think the range of motion looks better than certainly it was after the Cleveland game. Now, of course, the fact that he wasn't able to finish the second half of that game is a red flag. But Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers have said that the imaging came back negative, which is a positive for the 49ers. And so if it's not broken and it doesn't need to be fixed and it becomes a pain tolerance thing, as we all know, there are things that can be done for the pain tolerance. Then it becomes range of motion. We saw him running on the field yesterday, heading out to Santa Clara here soon. I don't know that he would practice today. Maybe he can do a little bit more and ramp it up, and maybe a little bit of limited work. But I would be really surprised if he's not out there, unless there's something going on that we only find about after the fact. But I mean, it's the NFC Championship game. The stakes are extraordinarily high. The kind of the amazing part of this is I can't figure out if it seems like it was just a week or so ago or if it was like 5 years ago. But I just remember how devastated the 49ers were, when they left Philadelphia, that, they just felt like they never really had a chance, and they didn't. They did not have a chance in that game after the first series when Brock Purdy went out. But from that moment on, it was everything they did was geared to get back to that point. And here we are. We're right back at that point. And this is not to be underestimated how difficult that is to have your season end in the NFC Championship game and you start from square one. And the entire goal of the franchise is to get back to the NFC Championship game and make it right, get over that hump. And so Debo Samuel is the only one on the 53-man roster who has any health concerns. Everybody else was a full go at practice or just a resting vet yesterday. So I think it's going to take an awful lot for him to not suit up and play on Sunday. So I expect him to be out there.
You have set the table, brother, and this is the fun stuff, man. You've been doing it a long time, and now you get to do it again on Sunday at Levi's Stadium. Joe Montana and Barry Sanders, honorary captains. You can't ask for much more than that. So we'll look forward to your social media post of Joe on the sideline Sunday, all right? So
absolutely. There might be, I expect him to be on the sideline before the game. I think you will see some Joe Montana on social media from my account and many others.
I will. I can't wait, Matty. Love the coverage. Can't wait to see you on the TV, read you, and just enjoy the heck out of this game. Thanks, Matty.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it, and I will talk to you soon.
Matty Mayoko, he's been doing this since '95, his first year on the beat.
Matty.
Now, Matty joined the year after they won their last Super Bowl. So Matty's never. I covered him 1 year before him. So I had the Super Bowl year of '94, and then Matty came in '95.
So Matt Mayoko's out here with the 90 kids who are still waiting for their first 49er Super Bowl.
As the young lady Jax sang, "Do it for the '90s kids." You guys know that one?
That I don't know, Murph.
Come on now. So dude, I'm more hip than you guys. That was a hit last summer.
She's talking about the 90s kids.
I actually kind of get a kick out of that song. Why don't you rejoin with that on the other side? Okay, final hits. 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627. We'll react to some of the stuff John Lynch told us about Debo Samuel next on the Sports Leader.
The time's now. The time's right now. That's it.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Debo's doing really well in his rehab, I'll tell you that. We've been encouraged by the early signs. It was just kind of we did the scans and all that. We got good news there. And then it's kind of, okay, what's his pain? What's his range of motion? Those things continue to improve. He did some work yesterday off to the side. We'll see if we can advance that today. So I think very much a fluid situation. It's the NFC Championship, though, and I can promise you this: Debo's going to be doing everything he can, and he'll be wanting to play by the end. And it's, do we clear him? Do we allow for that? We sure would love to have him. So I think there's still a lot of time left in this week, and we're a better team when he's out there. So we're going to do everything in our power. He's going to do everything in his power to have him out there.
Well, great rejoin with John Lynch giving what I think is pretty optimistic words about Debo Samuel. And we were talking to Matt Mayoko about it, that I told you guys that Matt took over the beat in 1995. And I said, you said for the 90s kids. And I said, well, you guys know this is the hit by Jax, 90s kids. She met a bunch of 90s stuff here. Like Brittany did, see?
I guess so. I mean, I'd ask the kids behind the glass because they're younger than me. Now, I looked up Jack. She was born in 1996, so she is a 90s kid, but I got to be honest with you, I had no idea who the hell she was until 2 minutes ago.
Because, with the kids, we listen to the TikTok radio and all that stuff on Sirius XM, and there's most of it's just crap. And this is obviously not exactly, Mozart or the Beatles, but it kind of made me laugh because she was name-checking a bunch of 90s stuff, and you just don't hear, too much 90s nostalgia in lyrics. Then I started thinking, wait, this woman who's singing this, was she even born in the 90s?
Well, that's why I had to look it up.
So she's name checking Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and Britney and all these TV shows that you watched when you were a kid. Whatever the That's So Raven and all that stuff.
Correct, with the visions.
So anyway, it's kind of a funny little song because she's like the 90s as the golden age.
She's talking about the 90s kids. Yeah. And Murph, since I looked it up and saw that Jax is born in 1996, that means she's never seen a Super Bowl won by the 49ers before.
Boom, you pulled it in full circle. Well done, buddy. Well done.
Murph.
So anyway, Debo, guys, it sounds like, he's going to play. And then the matter is pain tolerance and effectiveness. But again, that's not official. We're just guessing.
No.
Guessing here.
And that's the reports that we got earlier this week. We've heard from Kyle, we've heard from John, and there's no major injury. So that's the difference, is what's Debo Samuel's pain tolerance. And in the playoffs, we know what goes on behind the scenes and in the locker rooms to get these guys on the field. I think Debo's going to want to have that kind of bravado to want to play this weekend. I expect number 19 to be out there.
And who knows what the actual injury per se is, but man, oh man, rest and rehab these days, God, they're going to have that thing stemmed up or iced up or warmed up or, he's got 3 more sleeps. They probably have him sleep in a certain way where he doesn't affect it,
Oh, of course.
He was hanging from a hyperbaric chamber or something.
Got him in the ice tubs.
Listen, if he plays, they're in pretty good shape in terms of you got all your weapons, you're at home, you're rested. Right? The Lions are fairly healthy, too. Just that guard, Jackson, the right guard, who's a good player.
I think is going to be a key matchup this weekend for the inside guys, Hargrave and Armstead. It's going to be on them to kind of be the X factor to slow down Gibbs and Montgomery when they run up the middle. Now, when they run outside, that's a little bit of a different story. We've seen without Clefura out there, the edge wasn't set last weekend by Chase Young.
Speaking of the run defense, what do you think of John Lynch talking about Logan Ryan and Jair Brown? He defended Logan Ryan pretty staunchly. Mm-hmm. Now, he's not going to kill his players on the air. He's not going to come on KNBR and crush guys. But there are ways to answer questions where he'd have been like, no, we're looking forward to Jair's return or something like that.
Well, that was
instead, he was like, no, Logan Ryan did a lot of good things in that game. He's a champion. We're lucky to have him. He's going to play some on Sunday.
Well, that goes back to the health report overall with Jair Brown. And it sounded like he was healthy enough to play last week. But as Matt Barrows told us earlier this week, he didn't play special teams or anything. He got 0 snaps.
They pretty much benched his ass.
Him and Sam Darnold were the only 2 guys who didn't see the field.
I actually wondered about that as a guy that theoretically is going to be a big part of the team going forward, man. That's got to be a confidence hit, man.
And think about how much we haven't talked about Jair Brown, which I think is a good thing because obviously he's been filling in for Talanoa Hufanga this year. But him and Tashawn Gibson have been doing a pretty damn good job in the backfield. That's why I got to admit, I was surprised seeing Logan Ryan out there with the starting unit.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, getting in the car right now, a little Fox News chime here. Yes. Thank you. The AP Award finalists, Associated Press, which is the standard historical traditional awards in the NFL, the finalists have been announced. And they didn't used to do finalists. They used to just drop the winner on you. But now they build a little suspense, and they do that show called the Honors Show, the NFL. That's when they did all that, speaking of 90s kids, they did all that. Actually, she's an OO's kid. They did all that Kelly Clarkson singing last year at it. Remember? Remember George Kittle did the...
Oh, that's right. Kittle came out and started singing.
Kirk Cousins sang Since Tom's Been Gone about Tom Brady. Since Tom's Been gone. That whole thing. Kittle did... he sang a Kelly Clarkson song.
He did it like from the middle of the crowd.
My life would suck without you, didn't he?
That's right, yeah.
Didn't he? Yeah. So.
Shout out, George, yeah.
That honors show is like great, but you don't want to be on it because you want to be playing in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Right? So, but
that's the ultimate honor.
Right, like when Mahomes won it, he had to pre-tape his speech from his living room. So, but anyway.
It's kind of like the Pro Bowl game. Right. Yeah, it's an honor to be there, but you really don't want to be there.
No, you don't want to be there. But anyway, the news is, here are the 5 finalists. Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Okay, fine. Not the week for him to be getting that. Actually, probably good to change the narrative. Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. Probably the guy.
Yeah,
probably
let's be honest.
Although my hot take kid hit me with this the other day. He goes, Lamar Jackson's about to win the most fraudulent MVP in league history. I said, whoa. That's a top.
I don't know.
And
about
he
that.
said, look at his passing numbers.
Yeah,
look at his passing numbers.
Passing numbers that are better than when he won the MVP at 21 years old.
Well, maybe that was fraudulent too. And I said to him, Have you checked the rushing numbers, kid? He ran for over 800 yards.
And that's not even his best rushing season, but by far, this was Lamar Jackson's best passing season. That's why Todd Monken's nominated for Assistant Coach of the Year also.
Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. What?
Whack.
What? As I said, the late, great Whitney Houston, we still miss her.
Dak Prescott song.
She would say Dak is whack, is what she would say. And then, guys, nominees 4 and 5, 2 49ers, not just one, 2 49ers, Christian McCaffrey, and much maligned Brock Purdy, named as an MVP finalist. And as when you go to like Baseball Reference and you look, and I do that a lot, it lists where any awards that you've won, and it lists where you finished in the Cy Young or the MVP. And it matters if you finish top 5 year after year after year. You're one of those dudes. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, we brought up King Felix the other hour. And he only won one side, but he was in the mix for about 7 years. He was in the mix every year. And so for Brock Purdy forever, and maybe going forward, this will happen again. I don't know, but he's going to have an MVP little note on his Pro Football Reference page. Well, he's not going to win it, right? But he'll be like 3rd or something. Or
True.
Whatever.
I'm just surprised that a team's weak link could be top 5 in the MVP votes.
Very good. Big Chuck is checking in from Vallejo. He's all ready for Sunday, man. Big Chuck, how are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning.
What's up, Chuck?
How you doing, Chuck?
All right. This game is big, bro. And let me tell you why. I got family from the island of Guam coming in for this game.
Damn.
And they might be staying to go to Vegas, bro.
Damn. This is big,
Yes,
Chuck.
sir.
This is big. Now,
Yes, sir, man.
first of all, it ain't a half-hour flight from Guam. That's a big trip.
No, sir. 14 hours.
Dude, these guys,
14-hour
and they're
flight.
coming, and they're going to the game on Sunday?
Going to the game.
Whoa.
And I converted them to faithfuls.
Okay, what was their original team? Were they going for another team prior?
No, Guam doesn't have any, big teams out there. They just go where the stateside, family goes.
Hey,
I told them,
okay,
Niners all day in the Bay.
Well, dude, if Guam is in the house, this thing's on lockdown, brother. We got this.
Yeah, bro.
By the way,
man.
I just checked real quick. You got to go through Tokyo, 14 hours and 35 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, if you go through Tokyo, and then if you go from Guam, Hawaii to San Francisco
Damn.
Airport.
Well,
Yes, sir,
listen, man, that fires me up. And you say if the Niners win, they're staying?
Staying to go to Las Vegas.
Dude, that's it right there. Big Chuck. And are you a season ticket holder?
No, sir. No,
Okay.
sir.
So how do you guys have tickets to the bowl then?
I go every time I can. Standing room only because I have a scooter. So when I'm there, I'm there, brother.
I got you.
I'm there.
SRO's kind of underrated, dude. You got a little elbow room. It's kind of cool. Hey, so you'll go to Vegas. Do you have tickets for the bowl, or are you just going to find your way in somehow?
You know what? My family, we're going to be probably 50 deep at the parking lot roasting pigs, lechon.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so Marcus is going to...
yeah, man. Probably about two, 3 pigs.
Okay, so
You know what I'm saying?
Marcus is going to be walking the parking lot looking for the tailgate. Give us where you're going to be.
I'm looking for that lechon.
Hey, blue lot against the fence. You'll see my boys, Niner Empire, and Filipino and Guam flags out there.
That's probably no place I'd rather be, buddy. No place I'd rather be.
I'm through.
Big Chuck, you're the man.
Through.
Be good.
Yes, sir, man. Hey, go Niners. Go Niners.
That's the call right there.
Dude, that's the call of the day.
That's Big Chuck. I mean, Niners are going to win now.
After we've been playing this sappy-ass music with Dan Campbell talking about winning it for the auto industry, no, go win one for Big Chuck and go win one for Guam.
And the 50 coming in from Guam, dude.
That's
are you kidding me?
50 heads deep.
That's incredible.
It's harsh winners, right?
That's over.
Auto
Dan
industry,
Campbell,
blue collar.
You know what?
Things aren't always easy.
Dude, that sounds like the kind of tailgate Jason Kelsey should go to. You know what I mean? Maybe Jason Kelsey, although he's going to be a little busy, but if he got wind of that tailgate, Jason Kelsey would come through.
Taking shots out of the bowling ball and getting some of that lechon. Ooh,
that is incredible. By the way, you found the Kittle, Kelly Clarkson thing there? Yeah. This is that NFL Honors Show. Here it is.
Yes, our season's over. And yes, that last game blew. But Brock, you should still feel proud. We wouldn't be there without you.
Aw, that's nice.
And Christian McCaffrey. Dude can run, catch, and pass. But I prefer Nick Bosa. Throwing Prescott on. Cause we belong together now.
He's going for it.
Yeah.
Listen to him. He's going.
Forever united here somehow.
He's going. Dude.
You gotta be somebody. And on the slide. My life.
Here's the last song.
Without you and all you guys too. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Did the cut? First of all, that was awesome. Kittle went for it like a true rocker. He just went for it.
You got to commit to the bit.
Second of all, did they edit it out suck because it's like a bad word or something? Because you hear it said, my life without you. It's like, dude, come on, man. Oh, and they threw because he Dak Prescott on his ass. We can say that on the radio.
Well, I think it was George Kittle not saying it. Like he kind of was singing the lyrics and then he stopped and let the crowd figure it out.
All right. Anyway, well, hey, George, hopefully you will not be at NFL Honors on Saturday night.
Hopefully he's in Las Vegas with Big Chuck.
But McCaffrey and Purdy get nominated. Other nominees are Kyle Shanahan for AP Coach of the Year, McCaffrey for Offensive Player of the Year, and that is it. I hope Nick Bosa's getting pissed. He's getting left off all these lists.
Snub from the
All-Pro
list.
This season?
It definitely got off to a slow start.
Has he had just a little less crispness because of that holdout?
He had 5 pressures last weekend and got the big pressure on Jordan Love, which maybe kind of forced that interception last week.
George Kittle said, he's going to be throwing somebody on their A, all right? And it'll be, I'd hate to do it to my guy Jerry Goff, who I respect the hell out of, San Rafael High Bulldog legend, but it's going to be Jared.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sorry, Jerry. Jerry and Jared.
All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side. Hey, tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. We'll do our picks. We're chasing a big name, the legendary Detroit, Michigan writer Mitch Albom, who for years was on Sports Reporters and wrote Tuesdays with Maury and all that. And he would tell you, boy, you think that Campbell speech was sappy? Mitch will put that Detroit nostalgia in you, but he'll be great. Hopefully, we think we have him. We're not sure. And else we got who else we got tomorrow? We got Dan Wetzel coming in and Greg Papa. And oh, by the way, I want to tell you guys, and we have this. We're just launching an unbelievable trip to Vegas at the Fontainebleau in Vegas. Starts today. Trip for 2 to Vegas, airfare, 2 nights at the Fontainebleau. This is for what they call the big game, because legally you can't say it, but I think you know which game we're talking about.
That's a big game, man.
$150 credit at the restaurants there. 2 tickets to the viewing party at the, not to the game, to the viewing party. You can do with them what you want. And so what you're going to do is keep listening to us weekdays for the national text keywords. So this is a national contest. So here's the line. Put it in your phones, guys. 95819. 95819. The local text doesn't count. This is a national contest. 95819. And you will start hearing the words. Well, what are the words? Do we know the words?
That's a great question, Murph.
I guess we'll start tomorrow.
Yeah, the first words in the 6 a.m. hour. Stay tuned.
Okay, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Fontainebleau, Vegas, airfare, the whole deal.
Yes!
All right, Papa and Lund coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Go Pack, go the f*** home.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, so Doobies, all right, you're in. I like it. The kid discovered the Doobie Brothers today. I love it. Hey, before we go down to Papa and Lund down there, we did just launch this contest, and today's the first day, and we have to do it by 10 a.m. So officially, if you want to go to the Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, and have airfare for 2 and a 2-night stay during big game weekend.
That's a big game, man.
Can't say the name. Text the word game to 95819. I'll say it again. Text the word game, G-A-M-E, to 95819. We'll do another one tomorrow. Hopefully you guys will win. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, buddy. Let's hand it down to the boys down in Santa Clara. It's been fun. Lynch was great. Maddie was great. Cosell was great. We had Krukow saying the Giants were going to win today, which I loved. He slipped up and called the Niners the Giants. I've done that.
By 2 touchdowns, by the way, Murph.
I know. He did. He called it a comfortable win.
Yeah.
All right, we'll make our picks tomorrow.
That's it.
And right now I'm looking at the sky, and I see nothing. No clouds, baby.
Clear
Blue
skies.
Looks
clear down in Santa Clara.
Again, tomorrow we're gunning for Mitch Albom, hopefully in the 8:30 corridor, and Dan Wetzel, who's based in Detroit too, will be fun. And then Papa, the man who's coming on right now.
The man that's at the location that just got a 10-year extension with Levi's.
Hey, Levi's till 2043, John and Greg. Congratulations. Yes?
Let's see.
I'll be in
John
the
will
ground.
be here.
I will not be here.
You'll be eulogizing
I'll barely
me.
be here next week, like Kyle said. I don't even know if I'll be here Sunday.
I heard El Guido. All I got to say, gentlemen, here comes the sun.
Yeah.
We
nice
are
down
back
here now.
in Cali. It's the Golden State. And the Warriors had a stirring game last night. We'll open with that.
And
but
last stat,
the sun's out.
Raj
Sun's out.
Mathai just tweeted out that Vivid Seats is projecting
18%.
22.
Oh, it's up to 22. Where are they getting them all?
And he says Delta is flying bigger planes from Detroit. How about
It's
that?
up to Guido to lock those tickets. Come on, Al. Strong arm someone.
Very good.
I got a bunch of Guidos back in Western New York that'll take care of this.
There you go.
Why are they buying? Who's selling the tickets?
Yeah, well, there you go, right?
That's a great question.
Cowboys fans sold all their tickets to the Niner fans in that playoff game 2 years ago, right?
I don't think it was 22%. Oh, when in Dallas? You
In
mean?
Dallas, it was probably like 50%.
Yeah, I mean, the
wasn't
Packers
it?
said, what they have, John? 3% wedge, cheeseheads? What's 22%?
I think people are just saying, you know what, I'll just throw it up for a crazy price. And Lions fans are going, we haven't been here since 1991.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the classic case of supply and
I
demand.
want someone
They're
to call us that went not only to the 83 game, I want to hear stories of the 57 game at Kezar.
Well, the Detroit Free Press found some surviving members. You know who was? You know who
Take it
was?
easy. It wasn't that long. It was 65
hey,
years
Greg.
ago.
Nice, John.
Greg,
Nice.
you know who told me back when I was on the beat?
John
it was
acts like he's a kid and he's older than me.
The worst.
What, Murph? Sorry.
You know who told me it was the worst day of his life until 0 to 18? George Seifert.
That day, 57?
So he was, yes, he's the worst day.
They were up 24-7 at
27
halftime.
to 7,
McElhaney
yeah.
broke a run and they went up 27-7.
He said,
how'd they cough that up?
He said to me, there was a pall that hung over the entire city that night. A pall.
No Paul bearers.
No, there you go,
Maybe,
guys.
maybe.
All right, guys, take it away.
All right, guys.
Hey, California Kyle, Mark, Young Tony, we'll see you tomorrow, maybe with a special guest behind the scenes, too. Marcus, let's do it. And it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I think the Giants win by a couple of touchdowns.
The time's now. The time's now. The time's right now. That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The impact of Coach Decky on this organization and the global basketball community will last forever. We will never forget his legacy. We dedicate this game to his memory.
Draymond kind of directing traffic, setting up play. He hit one, he hit another one. He started a deep corner, and Garrison Matthews just couldn't stay with him over those screens. Saric finding Draymond. He's got another three. He's He's got both sides covered now. He's got the bench up. They're hyped.
8 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, Draymond Green.
And, of course, Draymond, every time he knocks down a three, he has to say something to someone. He's got to say something. I love it.
Murray throwing it back and turning it over. Clay, he'll just walk into a three and got it. JK, one more field goal, make it 11-11, have him tie Chris Mullin for the franchise record without a miss. He has got it. Working on Jalen Johnson. He's 11 of 11.
And he
ties Mully.
Tonight was just about the emotion and just trying to get through it. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but all the coaches took a shot of something called rakia, which is before the game, which is a Serbian brandy.
Okay.
Yeah. So we all took a shot of that in Decky's honor, and we won. So we might have to keep doing that before every game.
How about that?
I like that.
Shot and a half.
What is it,
Rockio? Rockio.
We need that shot.
I know. Could we get some of that?
That could be a new tradition before every show. We get a little Rocky on Rockio.
Yeah, I would like that. I would like that a lot. Welcome in. We are going to get to a ton of 49ers, and it is a sunny day, which I think is good news for the 49ers. We will get to that. We got a ton to get to. I was listening all this morning on the way down to Detroit radio with a couple of guys that I know, and it was pretty funny, and it kind of comps what we're doing here. And we just heard from Murph and Marcus, and they were talking about all the Detroit fans coming in. So we got a ton to get to today. The matchups, Tim Ryan's going to be here 11 to noon. Mike Tirico at 10:30. Don't miss
the TV
that.
voice of the Lions, you mean?
Yeah.
He had their 2 playoff wins.
And he's an Ann Arbor guy.
I know.
He's a Michigander, but he's a friend of ours, so we'll let him in.
We love Tirico.
Yeah. I don't want him talking about Melifonwu, though, because Melifonwu made a play and right away goes Syracuse is own.
He always mentions that.
So we'll get into that. And then our good friend Omar Ruiz, who was here last week
He's here.
against the Packers, is here again. And so we'll get his insights. But let's start with the Warriors. They win 134-112, and Jonathan Kuminga is great. We can get into that whole thing on the floor. But I know that Steve Kerr is not going to win Coach of the Year. That's not how they look at it.
Well, what if they win all their games the rest of the year?
Yeah, maybe. But if there's a better leader in a crisis situation, I sure as hell haven't seen him, because that was a really difficult situation last night. I would have started balling. They were showing his family. I don't know how they held up, but they did. I loved it. They had his name in the back of their jerseys before. They had the T-shirts on before the game, and just to try to navigate through this whole thing. The Warriors do a tremendous job of it. All the teams in the Bay Area do just a great job of it. But for in that short period of time to bring it together, to do what they did, was just absolutely amazing. And Steve Kerr, once again, stands up in front of everybody at the arena for about 2 minutes and is just magical in a situation that is extremely difficult.
Well, Ann Killian, Bruce Jenkins, Scott Oster, those have been around longer than me, I think. Monty Poole, some longer, some the same. I mean, I can't think of a professional sports team that's had to endure a tragedy like this in their family, talking about, a member of the coaching staff. So it's tough. They handled it beautifully. Just a lot of emotion. It went the perfect length. Draymond Green broke down and cried. You could see the emotion. Steve handled it with his words to have an applause, a round of ovation, and not a moment of silence. And the whole thing was just done beautifully. They had the Atlanta Hawks there, and Bogey, Bogdanovich, and his tie to him, and a lot of their players knew him. It's just the whole thing was perfect. And they in a moment like that, John, you want to go out and honor a guy, you want to go out and play. And I've seen clips of him now since he's passing, but I never saw Decky play. But I think they honored him in the right way. First of all, Kevon Looney was in the starting lineup. He played well. I think I'm the only guy in the area. I think you're all tripping to trade Andrew Wiggins. I just would not do it. I know the numbers, Connor. I can see he's not played well. He's played like crap. He's not the worst player in the NBA. Stop it. And when he guards DeJounte Murray like he guarded last night, why do you want to give that guy away? He's not making too much money for the way he plays when he's capable. He's got to play better. Last night, whether it was to honor his fallen coach or he got into him. And I also like when they have him bring the ball up. It engages him offensively. He played well. Draymond played well. Steph played well. But obviously the story of the game, outside of the way they with dignity honored their former teammate and coach, is the way Jonathan Kuminga played, John. And they played him off the bench. And there's so much growth in that guy that you see. Remember the last game they played? It was so long ago on MLK Day, you kind of forget. But Jaren Jackson Jr. kept coming over in that double team. He did not recognize the double. He kept turning it over and over and over again. And this game, What did he do? Crab dribble in the post. Usually when he goes down there, he's looking to score. He ain't looking to throw out of it like the split cut. They bring a second defender down. What does he do? He pitches it back out to the wing for an open shot. So many moments. Obviously, and Anthony Slater breaks it down as well as anybody. That guy should be coaching. But the two back-to-back plays where he drove into the chest plate of the defender, went up and scored, went back defensively, had the pick 2 in the layup. He looked tired. They haven't played in a while. You realize, I don't know what they did when they took it off. They came back Sunday for open gym. Monday, he could barely get up and dunk the ball, but he'll get his legs back. He's in great shape. And then there was a play where he had a seal on the front. They were playing on top of him. He sealed the defender on the back. He thought he was fouled. He slipped down to the floor. He got back up, and he went back defensively. He was late getting back, but because he hit the deck, and he was bitching a little bit, just get up and run back. But they all do that. Draymond does that. Steph does. Anyway, he got back into the play. He tipped the ball away, stole the ball, took it on the left wing, got the ball on it. It was a simple play, but he made the proper 2-on-1 pass to Clay for a layup. And then the overt athleticism, 11 for 11. And I'd like to see Mully's shot chart in that game. I'm sure they were all around the wing. Did he even make a 3 in 1990? Kuminga, though, they were all inside, restricted circle, layups. He made one face up, left wing. He made that. The last shot of the game that he made to make it 11 of 11 was the post up. He leaned in. He was patient. He created space. With his explosion, he could go into you and come away from you and get the shot wherever he wants. And if he could knock that down, damn, KD-like a little bit. He made that shot. And he rebounded last night, John. It just wasn't 25 points. He also had 9 boards. But I just like Wiggins. If I'm another team, I'm trading for Wiggins. I want to show him the tape. Look at the guy that guarded DeJounte Murray. Or Jamal Murray when Denver came in and they lost the 17-point lead. Maybe just guards Murray's. I don't know. Put him on Murray Slaughter. I don't know. Latavius Murray. I don't know. Anyway.
Oh, nice call.
I'm going on my Murray's right here. Anyway, I don't know. I don't want to trade Andrew Wiggins. He's too good. I see the ability. And when you see it last night when he guards the ball, and then they put Kuminga on DeJounte. I don't know if I love DeJounte Murray. I like his defense and his length. He's a different player. He's a herky-jerky. He's a little bit like Kuminga where he wants to ride into your body. He's a good player. He's not Pascal Siakam.
He ain't changing the Warriors.
Yeah, he'll fit. When the Clay and Steph were younger, man, would he have been the great third guard? He'd be like Sean Livingston, only better offensively and a better player overall. Sean wasn't, he fell and had that terrible knee injury. Anyway, we'll move on and talk football the rest of the 3 hours and 50 minutes, but it was good last night to see the Warriors honor their guy and then go out and play so well last night.
134-112. We will play a little bit later. Steve Kerr's 2 minutes, and again, just a tremendous job by all involved, and the way that they set that whole thing up and honored their fallen coach. And you stuck with the same thing I did. I think you got to keep drinking the Serbian liquor.
Rockio? Hi, Greg Papa for Rockio.
Yeah,
John Lund before every show now. We 9:59. We do it.
I think
Have
that's
you ever
a great
had
tradition.
It?
No, I
Somebody
haven't,
send that
but
to
I want
us.
it.
Serbian whiskey?
I want to try it.
Do you think I could handle it without...
I love whiskey, and
I know
I've tried all sorts of different kinds, and I've never tried that.
You think it's as good as Gold Bar? You think we could make a Golden Joe with the Rockio?
I got to give it a little taste.
By the way, you heard John Lynch this morning?
Yeah, I did.
I was thinking of Barry Sanders. And I'll find out at some point. And they won last year in Philly. Jerry Rice would have given them the George Halas. If they won in L.A., it would have been John Taylor.
Yeah.
Is it going to be Joe? I assume it's Barry Sanders.
Right.
It's not going to be, Bobby Lane. We know that. If Detroit wins, we don't even want to shudder to think, but if it is Detroit, who gives them the George Halas at the
Barry
podium?
Can go home after the opening kickoff.
Who's this, Bradshaw going to be up there for Fox in his big silhouette?
Is he doing
And
that?
then would it be Joe?
I would think so, right? I mean,
you want him to be honorary captain, and you want him to give out the Halas?
Of course.
That's a double bill.
Guy?
That's a double bill.
All due respect to everybody. Who's a better guy?
Well, he's the first choice, but he hasn't done it before.
Yeah, look, I've told you the Barry story. When he retired, they hated him so much. I was at a Target standing there, and I'm like, "That's Barry Sanders." I'm like, "Why isn't everyone mauling you?" And he's like, "They don't like me."
Really?
After he retired. They were mad at him.
First of all, he had to stand in line at a Target?
Yeah.
And when he stands in line at a Target, does he often get bumped back and get tackled in the backfield?
Well,
he's lost more yards than any running back in the history of football.
Yeah.
He thought it was too
He'd be the all-time leading rusher if it was just, forward stuff.
He lost over 1,000 yards.
Right.
Every time I see a video of him, He is shaking John Lynch.
Yeah.
And John was
That
talking
one going right.
I've seen like 5 different ones where it's always John Lynch that he's given the crossover to.
Yeah. Wild, man. All right, we got a ton to get into when it comes to the Lions and the 49ers. We'll give you that. Coming up next, Mike Tirico is a Michigander. He's going to join us at the bottom of the hour at 10:30. He has been riding this wave as well. And then Tim Ryan will set everyone straight, 11 to noon, with the Tim Ryan Power Hour, all the questions and thoughts. We got that for you. And then 12:30, Omar Ruiz from the NFL Network. In between, we'll fit some Ask Papa anything at all, rousing success. And we do that on the text line and the phone lines. Put this in your phone at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, and you can call or text the show with your questions, comments, and thoughts. We can even do that during the Tim Ryan Power Hour.
DoorDash us a bottle of Rockio.
Yeah, I've never even heard of it, which I'm ashamed of.
We got to do it.
But it's got to be around, right? I mean, it's sold here in the Bay, right?
Well, they had it in the locker room last night. We'll have... I got Rockio clothing. No, we don't want that.
Watch
careful.
it. You never know what you're going to find on Google.
Who's this woman named Rockio, Josh? Wow.
All right, we got all that coming up next. Plus, our good friend Raj Mathai is reporting that the Lions fans are going to overtake Levi's. Maybe we'll see about
18%. A big deal.
So we'll get into all of it. We're live at Levi's Stadium, sunny Santa Clara. Only here on the Sports Hitter.
A shot of something called Rockio.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers general manager John Lynch, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share his confidence in the 49ers against the Lions after not the greatest performance last week against the Packers. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Debo's doing really well in his rehab, I'll tell you that. We've been encouraged by the early signs. It was just kind of we did the scans and all that. We got good news there. And then it's kind of, okay, what's his pain? What's his range of motion? Those things continue to improve. He did some work yesterday off to the side. We'll see if we can advance that today. So I think very much a fluid situation. It's the NFC Championship, though, and I can promise you this: Debo's going to be doing everything he can, and he'll be wanting to play by the end. And it's, do we clear him? Do we allow for that? We sure would love to have him. So I think there's still a lot of time left in this week, and we're a better team when he's out there. So we're going to do everything in our power. He's going to do everything in his power to have him out there.
All right, that's John Lynch this morning with Murph and Marcus. We'll talk about that. Give me 30 seconds here as Mike Tirico is going to join us in 10 minutes. You can be in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. Fontainebleau, Las Vegas is the newest luxury resort and casino on the Las Vegas Strip, and we want to send you there for the big game weekend. One winner is going to get a trip for two to Las Vegas, including airfare and a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, $150 to spend at one of its 36 restaurants and bars. I'm thinking bars, and 2 tickets to the Fontainebleau Las Vegas big game viewing party at Blue Live Theater. Just listen weekdays for the keywords for you to win. So we're going to do it in all the shows. And today the keyword is resort. Resort. And this is the text line. It's a different text line than our normal text line. Resort. Text that to 95819. Do that right now. Resort to 95819, and you could win. That does not include tickets to the game, but it does include a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, $150 in food and beverage, airfare for 2, and 2 tickets to the Fontainebleau Las Vegas big game viewing party. So there you go. Good luck. Again, resort to 95819 and continue to listen to all the shows. For more information, just go to KNBR.com.
The Fontainebleau. I remember that place in Miami. That's where Jackie Gleason used to go.
Yeah.
And the Fontainebleau in L.A., and one in Vegas. We're actually, Media Row is going to be at Mandalay Bay.
That's a short walk.
Yeah.
It's a short walk from where we'll be staying.
Right.
That's not bad. We can stumble there every single morning, no problem. All right, you just heard John Lynch there, and we're going to talk to Mike Tirico in about 8 minutes about this, and he'll try to be objective, but he's a Michigander, so he probably won't be. But encouraged by what John said there about Debo Samuel?
No, I'm encouraged what I saw with my eyes yesterday. I spoke to Debo. He's going to try to play in this game, but it's just he's got to clear some hurdles. He's working on his conditioning and his route running. And it's just 2 things: the pain tolerance and full range of motion to be able to catch the ball. He's got to be able to protect himself because they know this is a franchise that bites kneecaps off. So they're going to be physical with him.
And they know they're going to target
it's a left shoulder. And they know he hairline fracture of the scapula back in October in Cleveland. And he was out a while. That happened October 15th. He didn't come back till after the bye. So he was out a solid month. Just taking a hit the other night, whether it was on the Jair Alexander hit or whether it was Quay or whoever threw him down, Devondre. He re-aggravated that. So he had to come out of a divisional playoff game when his team was struggling. So if he's able to deal with the pain, and they have ways to deal and help with pain, whether it's an injection of Toradol, an oral, Tim Ryan can maybe get into that a little bit. Because I didn't know, and he went back up into the locker room a couple of times. My first thought was, he's taking a painkiller to come back. And then I don't think he had the range of motion. You saw him over on the sideline try to lift his arm, and he couldn't get it up higher. He's able to lift it now. So today's going to be a big day because today's Thursday. Trent didn't practice yesterday, and he was a vet tray. He never does on Wednesday, and Nick Bosa didn't practice either. Today is where you start to crank it back up. Those guys will both definitely practice today. And then if they can get Debo on the field with the team, he's out and around. It's not like he's just back inside with the performance staff, just purely rehabbing. He's out on the field. He's trying to get his body loose. So I'm much more encouraged, but he's got to get over the pain tolerance. Not every player likes to numb pain. A lot of them like to feel pain because there's a worry there. If you can't feel it, you could do something worse to it, but they're not going to put him out there and run risk of a further injury. They know what they're doing. These are the very best, whether it's, Ben Peterson or Dustin. They know what they're doing. And then it's just, the real thing is he's got to exhibit to them, or I think to himself, and his agent and his mom and dad and his wife and everybody around. Can he protect himself with that arm? And does he have full range of motion? If the ball's up over his helmet, can he go up and I don't think he's going to return kickoffs or anything, but on a kickoff, could he reach his arm up to catch one over his helmet? So I think those are the two things he's going to have to get over.
Well, and look, it's one thing for a guy to play, and Debo especially. There's certain positions where you could probably do that a little bit better, but as you said, he's going to have to go up and get the football. Plus, they know that shoulder's hurting him, so whether people want to believe it or not, they're going to be targeting that shoulder.
Can he block the same?
Right, can he block? Because he is the guy who sets the tone from physical nature. So if your shoulder is hurting, can Debo still be Debo in his physical fashion? Somebody comes up to tackle him, he lowers his shoulder and hits him, and that shoulder's hurting. Can he still be that guy?
Yeah, that's where we're finding out. I mean, right now, no. He's got to get through that. He couldn't practice with his teammates yesterday, so can he do it today? If not today, can he do it Friday when it's more of a red zone work? Is he the kind of guy that if he can't get there, just on Saturday at the walkthrough, does he go play? It's a later game on Sunday, And then there's different scenarios. One where he's just inactive for the game, and then you got to replace his roster spot. Who would that be with? I think Willie Snead would certainly be a candidate to do that, or Ronnie Bell. They like their veterans. And then if he's up on game day and he's not full go, could you use him as a Debo decoy, where he's just running around and simulating all the jet sweep stuff, and so he draws coverage his way?
They'll know pretty early though that if he's not getting the ball or nothing, then they're going to go okay.
Well,
Obviously,
maybe use it sparingly. There's ways to figure it out, and then is that worthy of a roster spot, on game day? You're not going to put him on IR and take him out of the Super Bowl, but, would he get a jersey, be one of your inactives? And a lot of factors. And then, ultimately you want him to be just full-blown Debo and go out and be able to Debo people.
All right, let's talk to Mike Krukow about everything coming up next. He, of course, lives in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and he knows the plight of the Lions and what it's been like. So we'll talk Lions and 49ers with the great Mike Krukow coming up next as we're live from sunny Levi Stadium. It's Pop and Lund on the Esports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. The CLR procedure. You got to be confident going into a big game. I am confident I can see the field from the Lon Simmons broadcast booth after having the CLR procedure from Laser Eye Center in Silicon Valley, and it's been a game changer for me. It could be for you as well. Basic reason, do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or wear bifocals or distance glasses? CLR is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you know what? You'll never develop cataract for the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're older to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision and do it now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Mindy and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation. Go to lasereyeclr.com. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts ever again. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big pressure that may come. Here comes that pressure. Mayfield in the middle, intercepted! It's Derek Barnes! It's up to San Francisco for the Lions!
That's Mike Krukow. He's expected to join us shortly. He was a little too enthusiastic about that interception by Derek Barnes at the end, although he is a Michigander. I understand it now. He's an objective, fine broadcaster, and he's expected to join us momentarily. Tim Ryan's going to join us in about 28 minutes. We do know that. I hope he's driving the big truck and not Blue Thunder. We don't want anything blue.
I haven't seen Blue Thunder in a long time.
Yeah, so he's not
Tim Ryan here for the Ford F-150.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. So he's going to join us at 11 o'clock. We started off when we were talking to Murph and Marcus this morning. Oh, let's do this first. I was going to give you a story, but let's talk to Mike Krukow, who expertly, as always, with Chris Collinsworth and Melissa Stark, called the divisional playoff win for the Lions over the Buccaneers. And Mike joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Mike.
Mr. Lund, Mr. Papa, how we doing?
The TV voice of the Detroit Lions, Mike. And I sent you a text after the game on Sunday, very Costas-like. It was just classic, the way you were able to tell the nation the plight of Detroit and their football team and everything. And I even go back because you had the game against Stafford on that Sunday night and told the story, and Collinsworth teed it up, SOL, same old Lions, just... now, you're not from there. You went to Syracuse. You grew up in the city, but you do live in Michigan. So just tell our audience what this whole season and January run of the Lions has meant to the resilient city of Detroit.
Yeah, so I went to Syracuse, met my wife there, and she is from Michigan. So we moved back here 25 years ago. And, you guys know this, especially the national guys you have on. We end up caring about odd teams. Like, you remove yourself professionally from rooting for a team, but you get it with certain people. And, like, you root for certain people. Like, I'm rooting for John and Kyle to get to the Super Bowl. I want Lynch to get a ring in the worst way. John's one of my favorite people, who I've covered and been around and stay close with. His son, Jake, was at school with my son at Stanford. So, like, there are people you get to know. But there are places where you're from. And Chris knows Cincinnati. Al knows L.A. You kind of go through and through. And this is where home has been for 25 years. And I've seen this city go through bankruptcy. I've seen the city go through a lot of poor mismanagement. And when the teams moved downtown, the Lions, the Pistons as well, the Red Wings and Tigers had always played, but they're all in about a 4-block area. It served as the catalyst to revitalize the city. And the fans really care. And when teams stink and fans go, you connect with them. Like the We Believe Warriors, right? I remember the first round of that playoff series. There was so many fans who hadn't seen good basketball but kept loyally going to Oakland to watch the team, and they just reveled in it, right? And that's exactly what this is. So if you're looking for like a connection like that, here are these fans who kept filling the place up when the team was awful, and they're now getting a run like this that they are just gaga over. That's the way I could best explain the impact. And then the city part on top of it is why it's such a special run for these guys.
I think you described it perfectly, Mike. Mike Tirico's joined us from NBC, and of course he had the divisional matchup between the Bucs and the Lions at Ford Field because, like you said, if people can't relate to it here, they certainly can through the Warriors, and obviously the Lions haven't done what they've done. But I think the beginning of it, when your team comes back and it's this large amount of fun, and Barry Sanders is going to be out here, and they haven't been in an NFC Championship game since 1991. We can't relate to it. So if I wasn't here in the Bay Area and it wasn't directly affecting me, I would be a Lions fan too. It seems like the rest of the country is, but we're here. And I almost feel like the 49ers are the bad guys here because they got to try to end the story, right?
It can play that role like real quickly, how it turns around, right? Like the 49ers, who are an immensely likable team, right? People who don't have a dog in the hunt. Like, you know what? I'd like to see the team that never gets there get there, right? That's always part of the underdog charm in sports, and you wear that moniker for a year or a couple of years, and then people get sick of you, right? And Cleveland, hey, the Cavs, it was so great to see them in the finals. Okay, now LeBron's been there. Enough. Okay, we're done. We don't like you guys anymore, right? It's the cycle of the underdog nationally in the sports scene, and it's good. The neat part, I think, is the head coach is kind of a character. However, in reality, the head coach is really good, and he has truly done that one thing that we have all wasted a lot of our lives talking about. It's, hey, can they find a guy who can build a winning culture? Well, this guy did, and it's been done by exactly who he is. That's why the game Sunday, they might lose the game. I have no idea. The game, I don't think, is going to be too big for them because he's kind of built this team with a bunch of, okay, next play, next series, next drive mentality type of guys.
And it was on the 3-year anniversary, as you stated, was they were finishing up the win over Tampa to go to their second NFC championship game ever. 3 years to the day to 121-21 when he had that infamous introductory press conference. And, a 30-second clip there of him talking for about an hour gets taken nationally and biting kneecaps. But when you go into a production meeting, because he's a fascinating guy, he doesn't call the offense, he doesn't call the defense, he doesn't call teams. But, man, does he call a game, to me, sometimes borderline recklessly. He'll go for it on 4th down. He'll go for 2-point conversions. They win the toss. He wants the ball. He'll fake a punt to his personal protector on his own 30-yard line. It's like, what are you doing? But when you get into a meeting, is it beyond all the biting kneecaps and all that, Mike? And, he does have a mind and he does talk analytical football with you?
So I'm going to get out of the production meeting. I'll answer your question about that in a sec, Greg. But there's a political policy conference that they have in Michigan on an island called Mackinac Island, which connects the lower peninsula and the upper peninsula of Michigan. And they invited a bunch of sports folks up there, and I emceed a panel. There was a former Piston. There was a former WNBA player who's now the coach at Notre Dame. There's just a series of athletes from a variety of different sports, and I was the moderator of the panel, and Dan was one of the people. So I hadn't spent a lot of social time around. I've been around him a little bit, but we ended up hanging out, had a beer, hung out with his wife, Holly, talked to them. And he's not a meathead. He comes across in sound bites like a Neanderthal meathead. He's anything but. He's a pretty smart guy, but he's very principled in his direction. We are going to be an aggressive football team, and we're going to maintain that aggressiveness in big spots. And that's what we've seen manifest itself in decisions and play calls. Your peers in Michigan who do the radio talk shows, they use the nickname Dan Gamble. Like, are we going to get Dan Gamble where he's going to roll the dice and go for it on 4th down? Or are we going to get, a guy who's going to get in the playoffs and play it by the book? And 10-10, 3:51 left in the 3rd quarter on Saturday. They're down at the 1-yard line of the Bucs. They go for it. And it's okay. We'll leave them down there if we don't. Instead of kicking the field goal to put you ahead, they go for it, and they hand the ball off to Craig Reynolds, who had not had a carry since week 8, and they score a touchdown, right? So they do that. That is the things that are out of character for most teams are very in character, and they remain as such. So he is that kind of guy and approach, and he's like that all the time. His production meetings have like energy and honesty and spitting at you, and I'll tell you, and all this, but it's real. And he's a good guy, and he's fun to be around, and he's got a bunch of men believing in him. And isn't that what coaching is? And it's XO, it's all that junk, right? But at the end of the day, are you a leader of men? And he is a phenomenal leader of men.
The great Mike Krukow is joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Of course, he had the call with Chris Collinsworth and Melissa Stark for Lions Buccaneers last week in the divisional. You've talked to both of these quarterbacks. Obviously, with Jared, we know him from here, and you've talked to Brock Purdy. Especially with Goff, you knew him with the Rams too. Is he the same guy? Is he better? What is his mindset? No. What's Jared Goff about now?
Great question. Multiple ways to answer that. Let's just talk about the guy. Like, remember, he was young with the Rams, right? And Sean McVay, rightly so, was the genius, and he kind of in the headset till 15, and when it turns off out of your helmet from the coach and the communicator on the sidelines, and he kind of guided Jared through some big spots and was very, very good. And Jared left. He left a little bit beat up. He told us, to be honest, he said, when you're the number 1 overall pick, even though he wasn't on good teams at Cal, he said, you lose your chip on your shoulder because now you're the guy. You're supposed to be the face of the franchise and all this stuff. And he got here, reconnected with that chip on his shoulder. I think Dan Campbell has really forced him to taking a notch or 2 or 3 or 4 up in the leadership role. And here's the big thing. I think he's been well coached. They've made him a better player. I mean, the throws, the reads, they've given him more responsibility at the line of scrimmage. Even with a veteran offensive, like, no, hey, you're in charge. You're the quarterback. So he has become much more of the alpha that is required to be the number 1 quarterback. So absolutely, he has grown as a person, and he told us that before the opener. He's grown as a person. He's grown as a player. Now, does that mean he's going to throw for 350 and 3 touchdowns against this defense? I doubt it, right? But he's not going to blink. And I think his throwing and his quarterback play has been outstanding. Watching every snap of these 2 games, he has played very, very well for this team.
Yeah, there's no question. You mentioned coaching. Mark Brunell is their quarterback coach, the lefty, and what a great player he was with Jacksonville. The only 2 quarterback coaches that played as much, quarterbacking in the NFL are Brian Greasy for the Niners and Mark Brunell for Detroit. I want to ask you just about Ben Johnson before we get into Harbaugh a little bit, Mike.
Sure.
Because his offense just blows me away. It reminds me a lot of Kyle. They are perfectly balanced. The run game is balanced between each back, Montgomery and Gibbs. The passing game, they can go run counter Trey. It looks like Joe Gibbs and Joe Bugle's offense with the Hogs and slam it, or they can go empty, and it's just everything. They do everything. When he gets to the production meeting and he has these interviews with owners, because he's got like 6 of them are after him.
Yeah.
Only the Raiders and Chargers have moved out in New England. I think everybody else has interviewed him. What kind of head coach, assuming he gets the job, will Ben Johnson be, their offensive coordinator?
Yeah, I think most people think he's going to get the Washington job. I think that's why other people kept moving on. That's been the tea leaves there for, a couple of weeks, even at the end of the season. Now, I don't know if that's going to play out, but that's the vibe that I've had for the last few times over there. He's got a cerebral, smart, has the answer to every question, kind of that brilliant young mind type of guy as he's come up. And you're right about the variety with quality in the offense. Like they can line up and run it. They can control passing game. They can take some shots downfield. If you think about the Niners, what I've loved about this offense this year is, well, what do you take away? Like I remember coming out to do one of the games, like, hey, Kittle's been really quiet. Like, is something going on? What's the deal? And then Kittle had 3 touchdowns in the game, right? So that offense had the ability to go, all right, we're going to throw it. We're going to pass it. We're going to use the tight end. We'll use the edges. We got all the motions, the run plays, all the great blocking, all that stuff, and we'll scheme it up. And this Detroit offense has the same, okay, what do we really take away? Because if we do take that away, the other stuff can kill you. And that's what the problem is with the Niners. That's why it's such a great matchup on the defensive side of the 2 coordinators who've seen teams move the ball on them, but at the end of the day have seen defenses that play better in the second halves of games. I think it's really fascinating to watch how both coordinators approach it and how Wilkes and Aaron Glenn on the Detroit side, how they take it away as they figure out, okay, this is what they're trying to do today. Let's try to go to this to take it away. Those adjustments probably, the execution of those adjustments probably decide who wins the game.
Mike Krukow joined us. Pop mentioned Jim Harbaugh. Not only are you in Michigan, but you're right in the shadow of the University of Michigan there. And I was listening to guys, Doug Karsh this morning, who's the voice of Michigan football, and 97 won the ticket. And that was as big of a story. People don't realize that because we're not much of a college place area. That's as big of a story to have Harbaugh leaving. So what's going on there? What's the response? And then how do you think Jim's going to do with the Chargers?
Yeah, to give people the geography of it, Ann Arbor is 45 miles from Detroit. It's the same market. So the people who are Michigan fans, they're all Lions fans for the most part, Michigan State fans as well, too. but these two cities are really they're in the same market. So it is something that you think there's no way you're going to get non-Lions talk during this week, and the Harbaugh leaving story is a big deal. I've spent some time with Jim. I got to do their first game this year. It was on Peacock, and I spent time with Jim 2 or 3 other times this year. I got the sense he was ready if he finished the job. He'd been looking the last 3 years, was closer the last 2 years. I think Jim had one of his best years coaching, leading, and being really comfortable with what he's doing. If you really ask me, I still think the fact that he didn't win the Super Bowl against his brother is just living with him forever. And now he's got the chance to do what very few have done, and that's go win both, right? So, and you go to a Chargers team with Herbert and talent, all those salary cap issues, that they can get back on the map there because they got the quarterback. And I think back to Alex Smith's first year with Harbaugh after his prior 4 or 5 years. Alex Smith had a light years turnaround in the first year. Herbert's already really good. I think Jim has done a great job with quarterbacks almost every place he's been. And I think Justin Herbert is going to benefit a lot from Jim Harbaugh being back as a head coach in the NFL.
Great stuff. Mike, as always, our pleasure. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon. Should be fun.
Enjoy Sunday, Mr. Pop. I'm going to be in the car at some point during Sunday, so I promise to listen to you,
We're
man.
going to see you in Vegas?
You will see me in Vegas. I will be there. I might be just socializing. I might not be working.
It's all right.
But I will.
Come over to Radio Roll and have an orange beer with me. Let's do that.
You know what? That I might do. I might take you guys up on that. Right. We'll see you in Vegas for sure.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Mike. That is the great Mike Tirico. Yeah, he's great. He lives right in Ann Arbor.
And he summarized, I mean, the old SOL. I was like, where's he going with this? Same old Lions. And he had all the stories. He did it when they beat Stafford to advance to the championship game, and then he did it again when they beat Tampa. But I got to say, between our friends Mike Tirico and Ahmed Fareed, I am done with the Lions television network. Too much, right?
All right, top of the hour, we'll get back to all 49ers talk. Tim Ryan's going to join us, bro. He's going to join us at 11 o'clock to give us the insight. You guys been hanging out, watching practice, so you guys got the insight on everything, so we'll do that at the top of the hour. We will get an Ask Pop in here as well. We normally do that at 11:50, but Tim's going to be in. So we've got Tim coming up from 11 and 12. We have our good friend Omar Ruiz from the NFL Network, who is great.
He's here.
Yeah.
Is Debo going to practice today? Is the question.
And he was in town for the Packers as well that rainy day, but it looks like a sunny track on Sunday, and Omar is going to cover that one too. So we got a ton of great stuff for you. Rip off the knob. We're live at Levi's Stadium, only here on the Sports Center.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Not much. It's, you look at, I mean, you're aware of it, so you understand it, you prepare for it. You know, they might, when it's third down, they might have 2 tries, a lot more than other teams do, percentage-wise. You know, they're willing to go for fake punts and all that stuff. I mean, those guys are trying to steal possessions as much as they can. And I'll tell you after the game whether it's a good thing or bad thing for us. I mean, anytime you try to steal possessions, you're also offering an opportunity to lose possessions. So those are opportunities for them, but they're also big opportunities for us too. And you come up with more than half of them, I feel it's in our favor.
One of the big differences between these two teams, aggressiveness. The Detroit Lions, 40 chances on fourth down. They went 21 of 40, which was second most in the league to Carolina at 48. The 49ers, the fewest attempts and makes on fourth down, 7 of 13. The 49ers did not go for 2-point conversion. The Lions went 3 of 6. So, and again, just a general mantra in terms of the way the Lions play downhill defensively. They'll take a lot more chances than what the 49ers will. And as Kyle just said, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Some people have criticized Kyle for him being conservative, especially in the last game right before the half. So we'll see, as Kyle just said, how it works out.
Dan Gamble. Good line. There's using in Detroit.
That, aren't you?
I am. Not Tom Gamble.
I can see my smile on your
Tom
face.
Gamble, who if I wonder who's going to join Harbaugh with the Chargers. Anyway, it's Mike sent the 4th and 1 when they went for it and they handed it off to Craig Reynolds. Huge play. It's not just the fourth downs, but when you go forward on fourth down as much as they do, it changes the math. You got 10 yards. You get most teams it's 3 downs to get 10 yards, so it's 3.3. With them, it's 2.5 per play to get 4.
But what changed the game last week was one of the biggest plays in the game against Green Bay, 4th and 1. So I mean, it's wonderful that you can do it, but as Kyle was pointing out,
snuck it, yeah.
But if it blows up in your face, you give momentum
without a doubt, and that would have given them. They could have kicked the field goal. But the other side of it is not just the fourth downs, the 2-point conversions, the fake punt. You snap the ball to your personal protector, the linebacker, Jalen Reeves-Maybin. He throws to the gunner in your own 30-yard line. Do you see Kyle doing that? Unless it's a desperate situation, taking the ball, all of it. But it's also the way. And I don't know, part of me thinks he's not calling the play. So a lot of times coaches that call plays get into going forward on fourth down because, damn, didn't work on third down, I'm going forward on fourth. Or they know when they call third down, they're going to go on fourth down because they're the guy doing it. Does he tell his offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, you got 2 downs to do this? Or does Ben just know because it's Dan Gamble that he's going to do it? And it's not just those big, obvious analytics. It's the end of the Ram game. They go into a 2-minute warning. McVay's got 1 timeout left. It's 2nd and 9. I guarantee you Kyle's going to run the ball on 2nd and 9. I saw Sean McVay lose a game where he threw the ball on 2nd down. It was, who was it against? It was a game, the Seattle. Well, actually, they won that game, but Seattle came back and missed the field goal. Remember when he went for it? I criticized him for throwing on. There's certain things you do just to run the clock down. What do the Lions do coming out of the 2-minute warning on 2nd and 9? They throw to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he picks up 9 1/4, and they kneel it out, and they win. Almost every coach in football there, by the analytics handbook, you read John Reed's books, you run the ball on 2nd down. Now, McVay's going to call his timeout after 2nd down. So now will he throw on 3rd down is where you get into it. Dan Gamble's throwing on 2nd down. He's throwing on 3rd down. But he's not the one calling the play. He's telling his offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, to run a play. So that's tremendous confidence. Look at the play in 2nd and 9. That's border. If you don't convert that 2nd and 9, and they didn't have to use a timeout. Right. You just gave them the ball back. They make a field goal. They beat you. So that's like, whoa, you are setting yourself up, brother. Dan Gamble, do you want to do that? And then the other one was the 3rd and 15 against Tampa. And that situation, he throws it again to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And that joker, it looked like, Mark Ingram against Mark Kelso in Super Bowl 25 on the 3rd and 13 when he caught it short. He danced and broke the tackle, picked up the first down. Amon-Ra St. Brown. This week is the Church of St. Brown. You got to deal with that guy. In every kind of route, he's the guy. They like the tight end Laporta, but it's 14 with the Honolulu blue hair under his helmet. And then they run the slot fade on the next play, touchdown. So not only does Dan Campbell gamble, do all the 4th down stuff, the 2-point conversion, we're going to take the ball, the fake punts, all that. It's just the way he runs the game at the end when you're trying to bleed the clock. We call the clock suckers. Just try to.
Excuse me?
2nd and 9. I got to drop that on you to keep you honest. I think the shot of Rockio's kicking in.
Yes.
But he does things. The 2nd and 9 throw coming out of the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
If they don't complete that pass, they're going to pick up 3rd and 9. Now they're going to punt the ball away.
And again, it's like analytics. He consistently does that. So I think a big part of this game is going to be what he does. And I'll even say, I think that he'll even be more ballsy than normal because I think they're coming across country thinking, hey, we got nothing to lose. Let's go out and be ballsy. Let's make these plays. Let's be aggressive. And like Kyle said, we'll see. And here's the other thing, too. This isn't talked about because they won. Todd Bowles calls a timeout. They don't have the most consistent kicker in the league. He misses a 48-yarder. You're down 8 points, and you have the ball near midfield. I mean, Todd Bowles screwed up, but Dan Campbell did too. They snapped that ball with 12 seconds left.
Or Dan Campbell.
Right,
that's
but
just
still,
mismanagement.
That's telling your guys, hey, there's 12 seconds left on the clock. You can't snap the ball.
No,
then.
That's just football 101.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
That's
is
completely different.
It's not like whether he makes those plays or not. That's great when they work, but part of why I have some confidence here is I guarantee you that Brock Purdy's not snapping the ball with 12 seconds left. That Kyle Shanahan, is in the helmet of him going, you're not going to snap this ball. So they almost screwed that thing up at the end. All right, it is Pop and London, KNBR, FM San Francisco, the Sports City, or Cumulus Media Station, live from sunny Levi's Stadium. Let's go. It's time for the Tim Ryan Power Hour. All right, let's get into it. Our last hour, obviously, before the NFC Championship game, and hopefully we'll be doing one from Vegas in the Super Bowl.
Do one next week to get ready for going to Vegas.
Tim Ryan is here. What's up, bro?
Johnny Lund.
What's happening?
The sun is out.
The sun is out.
Oh, that's nice, right?
Man, what a win. What a swing in emotion on Saturday night against the Green Bay Packers, who I give a tremendous amount of credit to. And I know weather played a factor. I don't think there's any question, but I did not anticipate their defense playing the way they played, and they were all over it without question throughout most of the game until the very end. If I hear one more person say that the 49ers won a game they didn't deserve to win, I'm flipping my lid.
You're gonna bull rush them,
bro.
The hump move
counter. It's gonna be the counter hump. Maybe the big club.
I think it's the one they deserve to win the most.
Are you kidding me? They earned every bit of it. 3-0 in the red zone in the first half. All 3 drives with tremendous run defense. The first red zone series obviously started. They moved their way down the field. Had a defensive pass interference. They had some good plays. Charvarius Ward getting the big pass breakup in the end zone on Romeo Doubs. There's 0 for 1. Then the turnover on downs, having them in position. 3rd and 1, great run defense across the board. Then the 4th and 1 on the left shove, denied turnover on downs. That was big. It's just, I think the more that I looked at that game, the more I realized that A, weather had a major factor. B, cleat selection had a major factor in the game. Second half touchdown, the bubble screen where they bit. I've talked to Sean Gibson about it. T-Gip would have been a factor on that play if he's not slipping and falling down. I said, why didn't you change your cleats and go to the 3 quarters? He said, I was thinking about it, and I changed one drive too late. He didn't change them up until that point. After that drive, he put in the 3/4-inch studs, never slipped the rest of the game. And the same goes for Charvarius Ward. Their biggest play of the day was Doubs on that 38-yarder on the outcut, when he's out there playing with his hips turned to the sideline, Charvarius Ward, as he's trying to turn and flip his hips back to get in the throwing lane, he slips and falls down. It was a huge play for them. Run defense has got to be cleaned up in some respects. It reminded me of the Cleveland game, how easy guys were getting out on the perimeter, and that can be tinkered with in terms of some wrinkles and some alignments up front, anticipating when it's coming. And again, give Matt LaFleur and the Packers a lot of credit, the way they attacked it. Aaron Jones is a hell of a back. We knew that going in. He's absolutely perfect for that scheme. But in the end, the final drive, Brock 6 of 7, Dre Greenlaw with 2 huge interceptions, both gifts from a young quarterback. The first one he threw, he's not even under pressure. And he unloads it over the middle of the field to tight end. It's way over his head. It's high. He can get a finger on it, gets a tip, and Dre comes down with it. Let's remind the listeners that I think in 9 or 10 games previous, it was 21 touchdowns to 1 interception. This was the hottest flamethrower in the NFL to finish the season, and he wasn't turning it over, and that's what got him in the postseason. That's what allowed him to finish where they finished, get a playoff spot, win the game against the Rams, and 2 interceptions in key moments, and then, of course, the last one. And weather had a factor on that. There's no doubt he was trying to throw, to me, and just watching him. A couple things. Number one, Bosa getting in his face and hemming him up was big, forcing the throw and making him make a decision. If Bosa's working a stunt on that play, he's stuck in the garbage inside, and he uses his eyes. He sees where Jordan Love was going. He peels out, gets flat, gets in front of him. Now he forced him to make a decision. The right decision out of the pocket is throw it into the first row of the stands. We all know that. But the young QB decided he wanted to try to make a play and puts up the crossbody throw late. And that ball came out of his, you could see right when it came out, it was fluttering, and it became an absolute floater that was short of everybody. And Greenlaw with great eyes overplaying the deep flat on the tight end and just getting in position, realizing, and we talked to him after the game, Pop, he said, I knew they were going to try to go deep, so I wasn't as much worried about the shorter route out in the flat. So he bought himself some space with footwork and staying in the right position. Probably wasn't his true landmark where he should have been, but was taking a bit of a risk, understanding the game situation, and then goes and lays out for that. Basically a game sealer, game winner. They earned every bit of that victory. Sometimes you need to win ugly. You go back and study so many games throughout the history of this organization, this franchise, NFL in general, and big games where you don't play your best and you're able to pull yourself out of it and get a victory, a sign of a very good football team. And I think it's something that's going to fuel these guys going forward.
Tim Ryan is in the Tim Ryan Power Hour, which we do every Thursday from 11 to noon here on the Sports Leader, live from Levi Stadium, taking a quick look back at the Packers, and then we'll break down the Lions and look at that as well. As far as the run defense, like you said, can you expand a little bit further on that? And especially the thing that concerns me is when you're going left and Ambry's got a club and he's got to come up, and Chase Young is struggling a little bit against that, and you know that they're going to bring Penny Sewell across, and this is
that's one of their favorite runs. That's one of their favorite runs, and Gibbs is no joke. Jameer Gibbs when he gets out there on the edge and is running better in between the tackles too. I mean, look at the house call he had against the Bucs, and terrible run defense by the backside end of the Buccaneers. Good block by Penny Sewell. He pulled the old Trent Williams on him. Go ahead, nose over toes. I'll just push you right down to your face. Didn't even try to block him, so he couldn't get back in position. And Gibbs is not going to wait to get up on your toes to cut. He cuts early because he knows he's got speed. And Antoine Winfield had no choice to even get an angle on him because of that juice that he has. Chase is not playing. That's all hard to have a big impact when you're getting pinned. And I get it. I mean, these 49er DNs are trying to get up the field. Obviously, when that guy lines up over there, you should have an alert that here comes they're going to try to pin me here. And now to their credit, the mindset of the 49ers up front, if you go back and watch Green Bay over the last several games, it was between the tackles. It was inside zone, tight end slice, these inside plays. And when you're playing against a 49er front, and this front was really, we can go back to the Tennessee days and Washburn, and a lot of people have been running with these 9 techniques for a long time. But when did this defense really become a go-to defense? You could go to the Cowboys in the early 90s. It kind of correlates with the zone concepts on offense. And everybody, remember back then it was you're a zone team or you're a power team. You did not do both. You're a wide zone team, a stretch team, inside zone team, or you were gap powers with the power O's and the pull. The Buffalo Bills stuff with Thurman Thomas, right? All the pulls and the down blocks and the man
Washington
blocking.
Redskins, a joke. Counter Trey.
That's it. And when you're a penetrating front, and it's got some advantages to the gap power stuff, because if you can get upfield fast enough, you can get in the hips of those pullers and you can knock pullers off. But the penetrating four-man front, a big part of it was to penetrate that track of the zone blockers. They're all hip to hip. They're all working 5-5 together, or 5 guys together, right? Moving in the same direction, staying on that track, getting D linemen running sideways. And if you can penetrate that thing and put a hole in it, now you got them. You're either going to make a tackle front side, or you're going to force a quick cut back to the backside. So teams that have had the success against this front are gap power teams. You watch the Lions, and they're very similar to the 49er offense, most in particular with their mindset and how they want to be rugged and nasty and strain and finish up front. They do a little bit of both, like the 49ers. They can run all the inside zone stuff. They can run the tight end slice. They've got the traps. They've got the whams. They've got the powers. And Penei Sewell, the way that big monster pulls and finishes and has the athleticism to go lock up with smaller guys. It's pretty amazing. He's the best right tackle in pro football. If you're starting a team and you want the two best, you put Trent on the left, Trent Williams, and Penei Sewell on the right. But I think if you have an understanding based on down distance formation on where the run is going, you can do something. A, it's going to alert the linebackers and they're not going to be as slow to react. B, you can play some different alignments inside to chew up some of those free releases when those linemen are uncovered. And they'll have the plays like Cleveland had where the center guard pull out in front. But they also have the big one to Aaron Jones the other day, the 55-yarder is, I mean, that was just your standard pin and pull, but the 49ers on the backside of it, and I don't want to confuse this for the listeners. Let's say ran to the right where Hargrave's outside shade of the guard. Chase Young's standing up on the outside. He's going to get pinned by that wide receiver unless he just goes flying or he plays it. He can play it and think, okay, here comes the pin block. I'm not going to penetrate. But these guys are taught to penetrate, get upfield. Old school defense would be like, here it comes. I'm playing this.
That's what Dennis Brown was saying.
I'm going to play.
Charles Haley was watching the game and knew they were coming on the crack.
Right.
So what do you do there? Take it on?
I'm going to finish this. The best thing to do is take it on and take that, that wide receiver, the guy who I think was a wideout, who's trying to block Chase Young. Absolute mismatch. You should just forklift him right outside and make a big bubble for that guy to go around. And now he's got to head back towards his own goal line. Then everybody can catch up. So they caught the 49ers in the 49er scheme, trying to get upfield. He got edged. And it wasn't Hargrave, or it was Javon Kinlaw, who played his ass off, by the way. One of the best games JK has played in a while watching the tape. It's all about his feet. The big dog, if he just gets those feet consistent all the time, he's going to have a major impact.
The second foot down, the power
foot. Pop, get two in the ground, have your knees bent, and he was destroying that left guard at times. And Kasarik all day long, knock back. Oh, he's knocking him back. He's knocking the hell out of him. On the backside, though, traditionally, when you play that would be an underfront because the tight end was to the right, so you slide your defense weak, right? Mm-hmm. Traditionally, that would be a one technique, which would be, it was Kevin Givens in this situation, would be outside shade of the center, okay? And now you got a pretty big gap between your 9 technique, who's squeezed down, and your 1 technique. So there's going to be a natural running crease there, and that's why I think they moved Kevin Givens out to a 2 technique, inside shade of the guard, for all that strong side run into the B and C gap. But the risk of that is now you've got a center that is completely uncovered. And it's a free release, any angle he wants to take. He can go flat, he can go, at a 45, he can go straight, whatever he wants to do in terms of what the running play is. So now, what do you need in a pin and pull? You need a hard edge, guys setting the edge, and in this case, it's a double set because Chase is getting cracked. So now it's crack replace. Now the corner's got to come down and set the edge hard, right, and tries to squeeze that running lane, which was okay. It wasn't bad. But you need the middle linebacker running the alley. He's the guy because they're going to get Greenlaw with the pull tackle. You need that middle backer. When the center gets a free release and takes any angle he wants, I mean, Josh Myers was taking such a flat angle, he's turned and just waiting for Fred. A middle linebacker at that point, especially as fast as Aaron Jones is getting to the hole, you can't undercut that. You undercut that, and you've just taken yourself completely out of the play. But because of his position and where he was, now Fred's got to kind of try to finesse and get over the top. So he's blocked. Everybody's linebackers are locked up. Well, now Aaron Jones hits it. He's downhill. Logan Ryan has got a shot to just absolutely knife through those legs. Just whiffed. And then if you watch Burks, he kind of overran a little bit. Bosa may have had a chance, but I think at that point, those guys know the structure of the defense. They're going to at least the safety is going to at least force him to stop his feet and stop and go another direction on a missed tackle. But when you completely whiff like that, you didn't slow him down at all. And thank God, Charvarius Ward.
Yeah, they didn't score.
Yeah, they didn't score. Then that set up the 3rd and 8, which was the play. Right. That was the play. Right. And Coach Wilkes made a great call, double mug. They're thinking that's one of the only times I've seen Bosa and Armstead both come free because their protection was busted. And there was nowhere to go with the ball. That was a great call. It was great execution. He had to throw it away. Then they missed the field goal, 6 minutes to go, and then the Brock Star does his thing. But this team's going to want to run it. You listen to Dan Campbell and what his ambitions are. He wears his emotions clearly on his sleeve.
You think?
And I love him. I played for Ditka for 3 years. Those two tight ends. Whoa! I mean, holy cow! Passion. He believes it. He's really going to lean on that offensive line. It can be a juggernaut when they're balanced. Ben Johnson does a great job. Great job. And you know he's in Miami. A lot of the same concepts. Adam Gase, Firster, all the stuff that they're coaching. So, again, a great matchup at the line of scrimmage. The linebackers, I think, are going to be ready to roll in this game in terms of the run fits. I think we could see some more Jair Brown out on the field next to Tashawn Gibson. I don't think footing is going to be a problem. The forecast is supposed to be a nice day. So, this game's all about the defense. I think the offense, when you turn on the tape, and we'll get into that, I'm sure, on the other side and throughout the next 45 minutes, but love their matchup against this Lions defense and what they're trying to do. They are a live or die by the blitz defense.
All right, let's talk about it. Tim Ryan is in the house. Greg Papa is here as well. We're live at Levi's Stadium. Let's start getting into the Lions. We'll do it next, getting you ready for the NFC Championship game, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young, he joined Tolbert and Copes as he does every week to turn the page on Brock Purdy's game against the Packers and moving on to the Lions. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. This hour, we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House, straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
McCaffrey runs the choice route over the middle. Throw to Ayuk. He makes the catch. He's got the ball on the Green Bay 41-yard line. They give him the catch there. What a diving catch by Ayuk. Get up and stamp the ball.
You were a little worried about the
He
flag.
caught it. He caught
You
it.
damn right he caught it.
What if he didn't catch that ball? What do you do then? Do you punt? What do you do?
Welcome in. Tim Ryan is down here with us at Levi Stadium. Papa and Lund getting ready for the NFC Championship game. By the way, remember, top of the hour, we'll ask Papa anything before Omar Ruiz at 12:30, so make sure you tune in. But let's focus in on that. The last drive, the throw to Brandon Ayuk. Not huge numbers for Brandon. It was when he caught them, though, and there you go.
Big catches in the game, and I mean, all the listeners know BA, and he's got that wingspan that's ridiculous. You know, he stretches his arms out, even though he's 6'1", he's 6'9" with his arms out.
81 inches.
Yeah, he's got a big catch radius, but whenever he's had challenges, and we've seen him pick some off of his shoelaces more than once.
He did earlier in the game.
And he did earlier in the game on the one crosser that was headed towards their sideline, which was down on his left knee. What made this catch to me so good was the coverage was outstanding. The throw was outstanding. So, and you hear me say it all the time, a great throw beats great coverage every time. And then you factor in the great catch because it was down low. He did have to get both arms underneath it. I know there was some conjecture from people of, wow, did he catch it? He didn't catch it. Because once he went on the ground, he left the ball on the ground when he got up. But clearly it was a catch. And it was a catch where he's had challenges on those types of catches. So very good throw. Brock just was Brock. I mean, the data processing and delivery system was off. I think we could – the glove, I think his reason for wearing the glove was Jordan Love had a couple throws, like the first throw that just sailed up high.
The swing screen to Jones.
The swing screen, and right at the start of the game. And Jordan Love, it's not like Brock's got little hands. Brock's 9 1/4 hands or whatever it is. Goff's got 9-inch hands. So it's not like he's, walking around like this with these little tiny hands.
Baby hands.
They can't hold on to the pigskin.
Mickey Mouse?
Tyrannosaurus Rex. His hands are big enough, but Jordan Love's hands are that, right? They're 10.5.
Julius Erving.
And yeah.
So after he saw that miss by Love, he decided to put the glove on?
You know what, and it was coming down.
I never saw him with a glove on.
Never. We don't get a great feel for. I mean, we can see
look
it
at the lights, right?
You look at the lights and look on the jumbotron, and you're like, holy smokes, it's really coming down.
But he did admit that Darnell, and that's not like him. That Darnell Savage drop. Yeah. He said it did get to him psychologically.
There's no doubt. That was on the first drive.
Right.
And that, it was a great job by Darnell Savage, who is a risk taker, known as a risk taker, but a great job by their embattled, terminated defensive coordinator, Joe Barry. Feel bad for Joe, man. He's a friend of mine. He had him playing good defense down the stretch. You talk to a lot of people, and I've talked to a lot of people that know ball. And I didn't really believe them going into that game that the Packer defense were playing as good as any defense in pro football. I was like, come on, man. I mean, I look at this number, I look at that number, I watch them on tape. As a group, those guys were playing their asses off and playing really good up front, and not just playing smart, efficient, effective defense based on what they anticipated. Yeah, everybody plays hard, but they were a smart group in how they play their landmarks, how they bait coverages, and that definitely had an effect on him. So the glove comes off. He was like, hell with this thing. I talked to him after the game. He's like, after the first drive, I'm like, hell with this thing. This thing's coming off. And then you could see throughout the game, obviously, he's trying to dry his hand on the drop. That's all the poise I needed to see. When I see a guy at a drop back at a big moment of the game and he's taking his throwing hand off the ball, John, and wiping it on his towel to get ready to unload it, I'm like, this dude's got poise. Nothing's too big for Brock Purdy. So some of those throws at the end, and I think, again, it was off. The passing game was off, but it wasn't all Brock Purdy. I saw several examples. There was a couple of guys running wrong routes. The Ray route's been talked about where the corner fell down. But But there was Brock is a guy that throws to spots. Brock is a guy that anticipates throws, knows where to throw on the landmarks, and is going to trust that his weapons are going to be at the landmark at the junction point when the ball gets there. Several examples of guys slipping on their brakes. And as soon as you slip, guess what? The timing now of that spot is off.
So he wasn't as confident because he didn't know if the guys would be in the spot he was throwing to.
Right. And then no doubt the dropped interception, by Savage on the first one made him tentative, made him apprehensive. You could see that right before half. He was he didn't want to risk. They're in field goal range, right? He didn't want to risk throwing the ball away or throwing the ball into a loaded coverage. So he was just letting it sail. That's unlike Brock. He's going to let it rip. So weather was a factor, and I underestimated the rust was a factor. I think even Brock would tell you, not playing for 21 days, it was fast out there. So that was something that I certainly was wrong about and underestimated. I thought, they practiced hard. And it's not game. I understand it's not game tempo, but now you're getting out there against a defense that did some different things. They still played most of their standard coverages, but they were able to play well. But just loved the final drive. And Pop, you said it during the game, the catch, the most famous play in 49er history probably, and Joe to Dwight in the back of the end zone against the Cowboys. 3 interceptions that day before.
6 turns total.
Yeah, before that. So when it mattered most, and the slander on Brock Purdy is ridiculous in the national agenda and the narrative. It's look at his freaking numbers in 25 starts. And I was watching the Pat McAfee show. I thought he did a great job. Enough of the Purdy slander. Bang, 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 and just started laying out bullet point statistics. And this game's not all about statistics, but with a quarterback, it can tell you a lot. And leading the league in yards per attempt, leading the league in quarterback rating, right up there in touchdowns with 31. He's over 4,000 yards, set 49er franchise records. Brock is one hell of a quarterback. And the whole Amy Trask thing last week, 7 great quarterbacks and Brock Purdy. I had to stop. And my wife, you guys know, she was with the Raiders for all those years, and she knew Al, she knows Mark, she's had relationships with all of them and good ones. And I had to literally take her phone from her. She was ready. She was like, I said, don't do it. There's no benefit to doing it. She was ready to let it rip. Don't do it.
The Prince of Darkness.
Oh, don't do it. So I got great confidence in him. Great confidence. The offensive line played well. There were some challenges. We talked about some of the pressure in the game against Brock, and these guys are going to bring pressure with Hutchinson. We know that. And they're going to the blitz plan's got to be ready because they're good at disguising and bringing blitzes. Since week 6 or 7, they're the number 6 blitzing defense in pro football. They realize their 4-man rush is not consistent enough other than Aiden Hutchinson. They've got to send pressure, and the problem is they can't always support it behind it. So they give up more big plays than anybody. You can really get after them if you can figure out what their blitz package is going to be. But some of the challenges in the offensive line, again, in the Packer game, and Kenny Clark and Devontae White and all those guys are power players. The anchor was not grabbing the bottom. When you watch these guys, they're in good position. Banks, Feliciano, Brendel at times, McKivitz, even Trent, when they're getting bull rush, they're in great position to drop the anchor and stop the bull rush. As soon as they drop the anchor's sliding along the grass and it's just not grabbing. The anchor wasn't grabbing anything. So, again, some of those incompletions, Brock had some pressure in his lap. But the run game when they needed it most, and I'll finish on this because I know you want to talk about their offense, Detroit. The touchdown run to McCaffrey, the game winner, to finish that drive. Couple things. Number one, some great blocks up front.
Feliciano.
I think Kenny Clark was playing the sneak. He was in that gaps defense. He was down inside, low, submarining, because Brock had run. I think he had 2 or 3 sneaks,
the
right?
Purdy plunge.
On 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
The Purdy plunge. So Feliciano comes out and just long arm stabs him to help Brendel. Boom. And Kenny Clark's a big, powerful man. That gets him turned sideways. Now Brendel can hook him. Now Brendel's got him hooked and sealed, and they both go to the ground. Then Feliciano takes off to the right and goes and helps out McKivitz. The beauty of the play was the split flow, the wide flow of the run game. It was if you were to watch that play on tape, you'd say, here comes the Bob lead. which means back on backer. Kyle Juszczyk at fullback, running behind the offensive line into the linebacker to lead up on the backer, and McCaffrey behind him. Well, Juszczyk goes out to the C gap, just straight away, like he's leading out to the C gap. Like this is going to be an edge run. This is going out there outside of McKivitz, or depending if it clears up, it's going to go in between McKivitz and Feliciano. Well, at that point, young Quay Walker, he's reading the fullback, right? Guard to fullback, guard to near back. He's reading that. Boom. He flies out over the top to get where Juice is going. McCaffrey bends it right back inside into the A gap. Now it's him on a deep middle safety. The guy tries to take his hip out, shake, bake, burst, touchdown, game winner.
All right, let's talk about how the 49ers are going to attack this Lions team. We've talked so much about the Lions, but how are the 49ers going to get after them on both sides of the ball? We'll get into that with Tim Ryan. Remember, top of the hour at noon, ask Papa anything at all. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open at 415-885-627. Start getting those going. It's the same number that you used to call the show, 415-888 KNBR as well, and we're on YouTube and Twitch, so we'll start doing that at noon. Tim Ryan in the house. We're down at Levi's Stadium getting you ready for the NFC Championship game, only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Tim Ryan's Bull Rush continues with Papa and Lunch.
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House, straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
2nd and 15, Purdy throws middle, caught by Debo Samuel, takes a big hit from Jair Alexander. He won't go down. They finally get him down. Quay Walker, the linebacker, able to knock him down. Officials take a timeout here.
Debo Samuel down on the field, laying on his back.
Oh, boy. Over on the 49ers sideline, Debo Samuel is down.
I like it. You're like, oh boy.
Oh boy.
What did you think?
You guys know
What did you think when you saw him down?
You thought.
But you know
What
what?
did the whole world think?
Debo went down, but Debo got up again.
Yeah,
From what I'm hearing, he is going to practice today.
All right, so let's get into the Lions side of things. We have a lot to cover. Tim Ryan is in the house as we get you ready for the NFC Championship game. And again, Ask Papa in 20 minutes at the top of the hour. Debo's status, that's what everybody wants to know. What are we thinking here?
He's practicing today.
Yeah, it sounds like he's going to from the word we're getting. I'm going to use the Kyle Shanahan. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it happened. I don't know, but I just know his shoulder hurts. That's all. We'll see on Sunday if Debo can go, and I sure as hell hope he can, just because of the firepower that he presents to a defense, the pressure that he takes off McCaffrey, the pressure that he takes off of everybody because he is such a weapon and draws so many eyes, and they can use him in a multitude of ways. There's no doubt he was missed in the Packer game, and again, the Packers very aggressive on defense. As we know, especially after watching the game, they were pretty fine-tuned in how they were blitzing and stunting and going after and flowing to the 49er run game. Had a pretty good idea of that. Joe Barry's got a lot of experience against Kyle's stuff, and they practice against it every day. So they were on it from the neck up, and that's half the battle when you're playing defense in terms of anticipating. You can be a great defense if you anticipate what's coming and you're right most of the time. These guys are not going to be that type of team, I think, schematically. So Debo in the Packer game, I know there was misdirection runs for him. Z reverses, you start one way, give it to Debo, coming back the other way. All the things to take advantage of a fast flow defense. Didn't get to see him because of the injury early in the game. How about blowing the whistle for freaking forward progress? Enough already. In terms of officiating of the game and if player safeties, and I saw Juwan Jennings, we haven't talked about Juwan, what a game he had, getting absolutely headshotted a couple times when he was defenseless, no call. Player safety, everybody's at risk out there for head trauma with those types of hits, and no calls for Juwan. But man was fired up for him in the game that he put together. So I hope Debo can go. It'll be a much bigger challenge for the Lions on defense. When you watch how they play, John, as I said before, it's a live or die by the blitz defense. 49ers have to have a good plan for the blitz protection and the blitz pickup. I mean, you saw the 4 sacks they had against the Bucs. They were all unblocked. How the hell do you leave Aiden Hutchinson unblocked with a turn down protection?
Twice. And Brian Branch.
He's coming off the edge. I mean, at times Melifonwu disguised the one perfectly, the first one, coming from a head up choke position off and then timed it up. And Baker Mayfield never knew it was coming. But this team lost Emmanuel Mosley, who we love and adore, who was here for a long time early, right, to an ACL. Then they lost Jerry Jacobs. Kendall Vilmore didn't become the starter of the old Chicago Bear until week 17. Cam Sutton was a guy in Pittsburgh that you really stayed away from. His game is not the same as it was, and for whatever reason, I don't know. We saw Mike Evans just torched him last week for 147 yards or whatever it was. So I think they can really get after these corners in the passing game. I think they will be able to run it at them despite Detroit's run game stats. They're pretty good in run defense. Get Aleem McNeil blocked up front. Catch these linebackers out of position. They're unbelievably aggressive. 49ers will have some good scheme runs. And this is a great game at the line of scrimmage. And then, again, on the other side with their mindset. You ask Dan Campbell, I can promise you he'll say 2 things. What's the key to winning this game? We got to stop the run and we got to run the football. All the other stuff is fluff to Campbell. He knows. He's been down in the trenches. He understands it. He did a lot of his games when he was a player, good stud blocking tight end. Was probably a O-tackle trapped in a tight end's body.
Charlie Warner, too.
Better than Charlie. He was a big time blocker. He really was. Yeah. But I think when you look at the stuff they do in the passing game just to flip it to their offense. And what was Goff, number 2 in pass yards this year? Weapon one and in the pass game. Weapon one is Amon-Ra St. Brown. That USC Trojan is ridiculously good.
I see how you did that.
You like that?
Mm-hmm.
The good old days. The good Cardinal and Cole, baby.
Moving on.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
He's great. What
Syracuse.
do you do with him?
I went to Syracuse. Where'd you go? Syracuse. Hell no, I didn't go to Syracuse. People say, you're a broadcaster. I am a broadcaster. You go to Syracuse? Hell no, I didn't go to Syracuse.
Well, you went on a tangent there.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead.
He's mad
You
at
started it. You started it. You said move on.
Oh, yeah, because he's dead to us. I don't care. He's a Trojan. He's the best. To me,
he's the best slot receiver in the game.
How do you deal with him?
You zone it off and you tackle him. And there's going to be times where they're going to be in man, but they move him everywhere. Everyone's going to have to cover this guy. They across the formation, cheater motions from one side on the run. And he's not a 4-4 guy. He's like a 4-5-6 guy, but he's such a good route runner. He knows how to set up the routes on his stem. He gets to the top of the stem, boom. You don't know which way he's going. A lot like McCaffrey. And then he's hard to bring down because of his lower body strength. He is the heart and soul of their passing game. And then what they've got out of Sam Laporta is, and they use him a lot like a wide receiver. His coverage indicators easy for Jared Goff. They split him out a lot. You leave a corner out there on him, he knows it's zone. And these guys can read zone man pretty much in their sleep anyway, but it's great indicators for everybody in terms of the concepts they're running. I think the biggest challenge with him, again, is route running. And he's got 86 catches, 10 touchdowns, but he doesn't slow down going into his break. And he's still able to make tight cuts and tight angles without chopping his feet and gathering and getting out on it. I mean, he is a full-speed route runner, and it never slows down. So he'll get some catches. The whole idea, I think, for the defense this week is, and again, cover 3 is great for it, and they'll mix and match some coverages. But you got to keep it in front of you. Limit the explosives. They're very, very good at them. And then tackle your ass off. As soon as Laporta comes in that kill zone, knife right through that lower body, chop him down. And I'm telling you, those types of hits, as the game goes on, that quick game has a shelf life. And with all the 5-man protection they do, and they do more than any that I've seen watching tape this year, a lot like the 40, it's 5 out, which means there's 5 blocking. 5 on 4. There's only one guy getting double teamed, and a lot of the time Bosa's getting triple teamed. But with Penei Sewell out there, I think they're going to trust Penei Sewell to block him. And I hope they do. And he's very, very good. But Bosa still number 2 in the NFL in QB hits. And John, if you and I could sit down and watch the tape, and I could show you the end zone copy, the amount of attention he gets in protection, there's no way there's another guy in the NFL that is facing constant chips and turn or fan protection, which means the guard helps for a second and then goes, helps inside, passes off the defensive tackle, and then goes and gets on the inside hip of the tackle for Bosa. So many times where Nick's getting chipped. Then he gets by the chip. They flash the chipper out into a route. Now it's him with the tackle. If he comes inside, now the guard's sitting there waiting for him. It's constant. So I think having Armstead next to him on Frank Ragnow, which is a great matchup. Nobody talked about Eric in the game he had the other day. Eric played pretty damn good, both run and pass, and I didn't see a lot of rust on his game. The Gravedigger had a couple of big rushes, getting to the edge. I'd like to see him do. The 49ers got stuck, and Chase too, playing so many of these quarterbacks that are running quarterbacks, and you're trying like hell to keep them in the pocket or get them retreating out one way or the other out of the pocket, but not forward towards the line of scrimmage. So at times, and with all the quick game, I know it's frustrating. These guys are bull rushing. They think it's the only time to have an impact. They got to start working the edges again, because if the defense, by design schematically and where the back is offset, the formation, if it's a 3-by-2, they can only do so many things. And these coaches have a great feel and understanding of what those concepts are. I promise you, these coaches sit in the air, they come out and it's 3rd and 6 and it's 3-by-2 formation. They know the route. They're going to run this combination, that combination. They have a beat on it, and they just got to get the players to digest all this so they can anticipate some of those routes and take that first read away from Jared Goff. When the pocket's clean and Goff's in rhythm, he's going to carve up anybody. When you can have an impact on his first read and then get pressure up the gut, Armstead on Ragnow, the gravedigger on their other backup guard because they lost Jonah Williams. So it's Awosika is out there at left guard. That's a matchup that favors the 49ers inside. Ragnow's a great center. There's no question. He's got a knee, he's got a toe. He's a battler. The guy's an absolute grinder. But there's going to be opportunities for the two big dogs inside to get gut pressure. And if you can get it dirty in the middle on Goff, he's going to make some mistakes. It's just, you do go back and watch the tape. That's the history of him. That's the history of most quarterbacks, but him in particular, because if you don't, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams that can take the cap off of defense. Laporta is always there and open. Then you got Jahmyr Gibbs coming out of the backfield, who is a major problem in space, that rookie out of Alabama. Anybody who saw the Bucs game could see that. He's got a different type of speed and cutting ability and suddenness to him, and a very good receiver. So at the end of the day, it's these three things. Stop the run, maybe four things. Stop the run in a variety of runs, and I think the 49ers can do that against those guards. Limit the big plays, tackle in the kill zone, and make it dirty up the middle for Jared Goff, and they'll do enough on defense that I think the 49ers will be able to outscore them and move on to the Super Bowl.
One final look at the Lions and the 49ers in the NFC Championship game with Tim Ryan. Top of the hour, Ask Baba anything at all, and then Omar Ruiz from the NFL Network, who we're just watching, at 12:30. So fill them up right now. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. You can use the text line on that. You can use that same number to call the show, 415-808-5627. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. Line those up for the top of the hour. We'll do that from about 12 to about the bottom of the hour at 12:30 when we bring on Omar Ruiz. Papa Lund and Tim Ryan live from Levi's Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader. We can still say this. It's a brand new year, even though it's January 25th. It's still January, and you can start off right with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota, of course. So let's grab the keys. I'll wait for you. Let's go get your new Toyota. You can count on Modesto Toyota for great savings. You come in, you check out the new models and the deals. Do what I did. You can go to modestotoyota.com. You see all the incoming vehicles. Then you pick out the one you want. It's got everything you need on it, all the accessories, all the bells, all the whistles, all those things. That's what I did with my new RAV4 Hybrid. So check them out. You know, there's great deals with gas prices out of control, cars, SUVs, and trucks. I just told you about mine. Or you can just say, you know what? No more gas. BZ4X, the new BZ4X. It's all electric. You can get that at an all-new low price or an incredible lease deal. So check that out. It's a brand new year, and it's time to grab the keys to your new Toyota. My favorite part, Modesto Toyota has been around since 1965. They're doing a ton right. It's tough to stay in business these days, as we well know. They've got thousands of happy customers because of great service and great prices. So let's grab the keys. Let's get out to Modesto Toyota and start the year off right. Did I mention no dealer markup? So it's never been a better time. It's where I get my Toyotas. I told you that. My son's Toyota, our whole family. Modesto Toyota people. That's what we are. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota at modestotoyota.com.
Now back to Papa and Lund and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at PacificCatch.com.
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We don't call him the 12th man here. But our crowd's very important. Our crowd, I think, is the best in football. They travel extremely well. They don't have to travel this week. I hear the Lions fans travel pretty well. I mean, we love having a home field advantage. Our defense more than anything. Our players coming out of the tunnel. We want to win it here. It's a huge deal. It affects everybody, and I think always in sports. I mean, everyone likes playing at home, but in football, when it's loud, that truly is an advantage. I mean, that truly messes up what one side of the ball can do on the other team, and that's why it's very important that we're loud.
All right, about 3 minutes. We'll ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-5627, both on the phone line and the text line. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. A few more minutes with Tim Ryan because we want the big party with Lombardi, as you always say, Vegas.
The haircut.
Enough already.
The haircut.
Right,
doing it.
Oh, man, we got to broadcast that. Are we going to broadcast that thing live?
I'm not committing to anything.
Okay. All right. Until after this game or after the Super Bowl. But so give us a couple more thoughts on what are you going to be looking for on Sunday?
Detroit, and Kyle just said it, the home field advantage and the effect and the impact they can have on the Lions offense. And it's all about get off for the defensive front. You guys know that. I'll be looking to see if they truly are going to stay in 5-man protection and truly are going to think that their O-line can handle the 49ers front four with 5 guys. So that's certainly one thing I'll be looking for, and nothing tells me they won't. I mean, they've had great confidence in those guys all year long, and I wouldn't anticipate that changing now. So I hope they do, because I think Bosa is finally going to get an opportunity to get some one-on-ones, and believe me, Bosa, people love looking at numbers and 10.5 sacks, and he may be playing his best year. And I honestly say that. When you watch him play in and play out, how he's defending the run, how he continues to get pressure despite having 2 and at times 3 guys on him. He's second in the league in NFL hits, I think behind only T.J. Watt on QB hits. The game in the other night, it was constant 75 protection, what I call it, keep in 7, block, 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 and then the tight end will chip. Bosa still had 5 hits on the quarterback. So that's one thing I'll be looking at. Home field advantage. You know, one thing about the Lions is because they're a dome team is they've played outside 5 times this year. 5
They haven't played
times
since the Bears game.
And December 10th, and the Bears got after them in Chicago.
Home road and in and out. They're hugely
it's a huge difference. So they're going to miss Ford Field. And so I think that's going to be an advantage being here. And then, again, the offense and the data process and delivery system to not have any glitches in it. And I think the footing, and hopefully Debo can play, but just the footing and the timing of the passing game to get back in sync. And then, McCaffrey's going to do his thing at the end of the day. So that's it for offense. And defensively, talked to Fred Warner at length about it yesterday in terms of the run defense. I think they've got some things to clean up the run defense. A lot of it has been schematic. I mean, when teams line up and double the 2 inside tackles and they're crunching, the double crunch, and they're pushing them into the linebackers, that's not schematic. That's the guys need to play heavier up front, play stronger. Linebackers got to be quicker and triggering downhill into those gaps. But a lot of these perimeter runs have been schematic. And then you can't whiff if you're the safety. You got to come up and at least slow the guy down and get a body on a body and let your help show up in that that swarm technique. Everybody coming out of the stack and going and getting in on the tackle. So got to stop the run on defense, make Goff one-dimensional, and then get that gut pressure. And I think they'll have a great chance to go have a chance to have a party with Lombardi.
George Halas first. You win this game, you get the Halas. And the one thing is,
is there a rhyme for Halas? Party with Lombardi is so good.
Well, you were a Bear.
Halas.
It'll be a hallowed win. We'll get that.
We need to figure something.
In any event, very good.
There's that USC
I'm not telling you what's in my chalice, but I'll have a full chalice for Halas.
There you go. See, we needed something.
But think about it.
Gotta
3 straight years in the NFC Championship.
Unreal.
For the last
What a
5.
privilege for all of us.
So, I mean, if they win this game, the George Halas Trophy, I think maybe Joe will be there to present it.
And I think it'll be the
Terry
most
Bradshaw.
conference championships like ever in the NFL, right?
This will be their 19th
Right.
that they played in since the merger. So, I mean, this is one of those, when you drive to the stadium, we win this game, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Bro, don't even get me going.
That's what it is.
I know that's what it is.
60 minutes away.
And
to
these
go back to the
players know
Super
what
Bowl.
that is, and these coaches know what that is. And at the end of the day, it's why you lift all the weights, why you eat right every day. It's why you do all the nutrition. It's why you do all the extra work to give yourselves, earn these opportunities. And damn it, they've earned it all year. Let's go finish the job.
Time is now.
We'll see you on Sunday.
All right. Sounds good.
That is the great Tim Ryan. And again, we'll have everything for you on Sunday. We're going to start early, stay late, all that stuff for the NFC Championship game right here on the Sports Leader. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station, as we're live from Levi's. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a version of Ask Papa Anything, anything at all right here. Omar Ruiz is going to join us for a national look at the bottom of the hour from NFL Network. Of course, he was here for the Packers and 49ers, and he just liked it so much he stayed, and he's going to cover Niners and Lions for the NFC Championship.
Well, he's at the podium, so Kyle just spoke at 11:20. And then after that, this is, Kyle normally speaks on Wednesday only, but it's Championship Thursday, so that line about we don't call it the 12th man, that was from today.
Yep.
Steve Wilkes is at the podium, big play, Dre Greenlaw, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, and Trent Williams in the auditorium. So we'll hear from Omar what they said there, but the word that we're getting is that Debo Samuel, they're going to be on the practice field today, John, in the 1 o'clock hour. Yesterday he was out there just getting loose, but the word today is that Debo Samuel's going to practice.
All right, jump on the line at 415-808-5627, both on the text line and the phone line, 808 KNBR. Let's do the fancy open. That's my favorite part.
Bob Seeger's not happy with me.
Yeah, he's a Lions guy. He's a Detroit guy. So bottom of the hour, Omar Ruiz. Between now and then, we'll answer your questions, comments, thoughts as we're live from the studio at Levi's Stadium. So I will get out to the text line momentarily, but there's people waiting on the phone lines as well. Kareem. Could it be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? I don't know.
Sky hook me.
But Kareem is in
hooker.
Vallejo first. Hi, Kareem. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys. You know what? I'm not Abdul-Jabbar. I was born in '77. So
Are you UCLA running back? Or the second-time all-scorer?
Not him either. It's not him either. My dad named me after Abdul-Jabbar because I was born in Santa Barbara.
He's the
but
best.
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. Let's talk about this game. First, Pop, I got to give you your flowers. Hey, John, you're not chopped liver by no stretch of the imagination. But I got to say this to Pop, man.
Like that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Pop, man, are you second to none you've been in the game, close to 50 years or more. Your play calling is spot on. The way you inflect, high and low, and your voice cadence is great. Even when, Greenlaw made that second pick, you was like, get out, Greenlaw, get out. You know what I'm saying? I was
Thank
just
you, brother. I appreciate
so in tune to that, man.
Thank you.
Man. But as far as the game, I got to say this. I think Shanahan gets a little tight. We all know the history about being up 28-3 to the Patriots in that Super Bowl, and he got complacent, didn't run the ball when he should have been, when he was passing, should have been running. A couple play calls in the Super Bowl since he's been to the Niners. I think that game against Green Bay, he definitely got a little complacent. So I want to ask you this. Bill Walsh is the creator of the plays that you call, what they call the script plays.
The 15 on the script, right. He started
15 on the script.
Yeah.
So do you think if things are not working early in the game for the Niners, that Shanahan should deviate from the script and see if he could go a little more creative into that play calling back? And then my second question to you is, I haven't really seen Chase Young be what we thought he was going to be coming from Washington in the trade. I know Lynch was able to give up a third-round pick, but if we don't sign him, we get that pick back. So do you think we should let him walk, get that pick back? And the play calling with Shanahan, do you think he should be more creative? Thanks for the time.
Well, the way they do it, and Bill Walsh started it by scripting the plays, and Coach Walsh would script the first 15. Every coach has a different number, the ones that script. Kyle scripts 24 plays, 12 runs, 12 passes. He wants it even so the offense doesn't think this is a heavy run game or this is a heavy pass game, because he doesn't go into that. And very seldom, I don't think he's ever called all 24 in a row. they're based on down and distance. So he goes off the call sheet quite often. And then he does come back and he re-scripts the second half. And he goes 8 plays total, 4 runs and 4 passes. And the 18 Mike was on that list of openers for the second half, the one where McCaffrey broke the run. But they didn't get to that till later in the half because they went 3 and out. So but when you're criticizing Kyle or not, critiquing him, there's 2 different Kyles. In Atlanta, he was criticized for being too aggressive with a 28-3 lead. Now, he was not the head coach then. Dan Quinn was. And there was a time where, he does have autonomy at that time. I think also the way they didn't bleed the clock properly with Matt Ryan was an issue. I think when Kyle was a young coach here, he was like a lot of guys that go from being an OC to an HC. He was overly aggressive and did not manage the whole game. There was a Green Bay game that I remember vividly in 2018 at Lambeau on a Monday night game where they had the lead. He threw late. Beathard got intercepted, and Aaron Rodgers beat you. So I think he's gone the other way where he does value his defense, special teams, the clock. I know we're being critical with the way he managed the end of the game. I think the one situation he would want back is 3rd down and 2. And when he took the clock to 34 seconds before he had Brock call a timeout. But also knowing him, if you call the timeout earlier there, around a minute or more, and you don't pick up the 3rd down and 2, you got to punt the ball back to them. So it's a lot like an NBA game, and say you've got 28 seconds left. You get a defensive rebound with 28 seconds to go in the quarter. How do you handle that last shot? You want to get the shot up. Do you want to take a backdoor layup with 15 seconds to go? Well, then the other team gets the ball back and they can score on you. Ideally, you want to take it down to butter, the nub, under 5, 4, then shoot. So you get 1 shot, they get no shots. That's the way he runs that. As far as Chase Young, it does not matter if they sign Chase Young, John, as a free agent. They get that. They did give up the compensatory pick. I think right now my thought is they would not re-sign Chase Young. I never felt that since he's been here. I've been indifferent about him when they traded for him. I understand Martin Mayhew just gave him to you, but I didn't like his technique. I didn't like his effort. I think with Nick, and Nick loves him, and he follows Nick around here like a puppy dog. So I thought Nick could bring it out in him. In some snaps he has, but not enough snaps. And I just think I didn't, but the world at large underestimated the loss of Cleveland Ferrell. I just felt like Cleveland, he never lost his starting spot. When they're in the alpha and they're 1st and 10 base defense on the field, he sets the edge in the run game. So Chase, what Tim was saying, he's got to be more alert. If they're going to run a crack toss his way or a pin and pull, whatever you want to call it, he's got to look outside and not only inside, whether he's lining up over Taylor Decker or Penei Sewell. He's got to look for a blocker going to earhole him from the outside. And there's a technique, different ones to battle that. He's got to figure it out ahead of time. He cannot get pinned or cracked like that in this game.
Papa and Lund, ask Papa anything at all. Omar Ruiz going to join us from the NFL Network at the bottom of the hour. A lot of great callers and texters. Let me just get one in here because I don't want to lose JD. JD is in Michigan, and he is a 49ers fan. What is it like being behind enemy lines but being a 49er fan?
I can tell you it's weird because I've always been a Niners fan since Montana, but we moved out of California, and my wife and I moved to Michigan here.
Whereabouts?
Grand Rapids.
Oh, okay, so you're
Grand
not
Rapids
right
area.
in Detroit. So, yeah, but still, yeah, okay.
Oh, no.
I got you.
We're
A lot of
about 3
Lions
hours
fans
away
out there,
from
though.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of Lions fans. Michigan fans, too. And it's pretty hard with my wife because she's Ohio State. But
oh, my goodness.
Yeah. But I just want to say, I always like listening to Papa on the call. That's probably one of my favorite announcers besides John Miller is Papa. Really, really being in Michigan.
Thank you. You're making me blush here.
Yeah. Hearing you guys here, but also
family members.
I was a little disappointed with Ambry Thomas's production in the
Speaking
game.
of Michigan, yep.
I wasn't. I'm just wondering, is there something going on with Lenore, or is he is he hurt or?
No, he's playing. He's playing.
Oh, okay.
No, he said they wait. So I think in this game they're going to go 11 personnel. They're going to line up with 3 wide receivers in this game. They have a fullback, Kabinda. He's on some snaps. I don't know what the hell they're going to do with Zach Ertz in this game. Honestly, I can't recall.
I don't think he's going to be up.
I think he will be. I think they brought him in for a reason. They didn't bring him into the building to not. They're going to activate him on Saturday. And I think they're doing it as a backup in case Laporta's knee goes out and they need a tight end on the field because Ferk's are strictly an inline guy. I think Zach will be up. I don't know what role he's going to play, but he doesn't block well. He blocks a little better this year. He's had a rough year. But
He'd be a third tight end and wouldn't play special teams.
No, I think he'd be a second tight end. I think he's going to be up on the – they brought him in the building. He didn't come there to hang on the practice squad and not get elevated. On Saturday, they're going to bring him up. Steve Hyden knows him, the tight end coach from Arizona. It's just I think he's a backup if Sam Laporta gets further hurt in the game and he can't play. The point is, what I was getting to is that, the Niners could play a lot of 21 personnel, 2 backs, or 12, 2 tight ends. The Lions line up a lot of 11. So when they do that, Ambry's on the field. What he was asking is, where's Demo? Demo's out there every snap. He doesn't take snaps off. He's an outside corner when the other team plays their base, so the Niners play a base defense. And when it's a nickel defense, Demo goes inside and Ambry goes outside. I don't think they're going to do anything different in this game. They can move some people around. But the problem with asking, the matchup to me, just if we're playing 5-on-5 in the parking lot or the park, I want Diamador Lenore to cover Amon-Ra St. Brown, even over Charvarius Ward. This guy's got incredible change of direction. He's not fast. He's an in-and-out guy. He's just a brilliant route runner. Demo can match that as best as anybody. The problem is then you can't do that when, say, they're an 11, Ambry's on the field with Charvarius and Demo, and they line up Amon-Ra St. Brown as an outside receiver.
That's what they're going to do.
Demo he can't go outside because somebody else has to go inside. So they're going to zone that off. He's just going to – the big thing is he's going to have catches. Amon-Ra St. Brown's an all day. That guy's great. So you got to tackle him. My concern with Ambry is everything. Don't take a DPI and panic. You can help him some, but you're going to have to zone this up. They got other guys you're going to have to deal with. Jameson Williams is fast. The tight end's a player, but you got to get him on the ground. And I think Ambry, and it was a concern of mine when I first heard and saw in Washington when he broke his right thumb. He's playing with a glove and a cast on that thumb, and it's tough to tackle these guys anyway. It's really hard when you can't grip. So I think where he lost his confidence in the game Saturday is when he lost the tackle on Aaron Jones in the chest plate. And then after that, did he think he couldn't play the ball in the air? He was in phase on the deep shot down the field to Bo Melton, John. He just panicked, and he grabbed him.
All right, more Ask Bob Anything all to the bottom of the hour, and then Omar Ruiz will join us. He was in the last week, of course, the NFL Network for the Packers. He's back this week with the Lions. Get a national perspective on the NFC Championship game at the bottom of the hour. But in the meantime, still wide open lines at 415-808-5627, both on the text and the phone lines. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Debo is practicing, or at least in a limited fashion. How's that all going? That story trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
That's what they deserve, the way they played all year, the way they played last year. I mean, both of them at their positions as good as anybody at quarterback and running back I've been around. Also watched football for a long time, and there's a lot of good players in this league. So it sucks that one person's got to get all those awards, but those guys are right there with those other guys.
That's Kyle Shanahan. He is a finalist for head coach of the year, and 2 of the 5 are 49ers in the MVP final 5. That's Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. We'll get more into that as the show progresses, but we're talking more about the NFC Championship game. Ask Papa anything at all. 10 minutes. We're going to talk to Omar Ruiz from the NFL Network. He's up here covering Lions and 49ers. We'll get out to some text too, but let me jump out to the lines and we'll hit up on some texts. Let's start out with, I just saw one, Eric in Mendocino. Hi, Eric. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, man.
Hey, so I want to talk about Debo's return and, knowing that he's not 100%, that we're going to need him throughout the playoffs and possibly the Super Bowl if we make it. Well, he's an aggressive receiver, and he's got that rack after the catch. But if somebody's holding him down low, I'd just like to see him go down. Like, we talked about Greenlaw going down after the catch, after the interception. Go down, Greenlaw, but, we're going to need Debo.
Yeah, I think we're assuming a lot of things we don't know. I would not be surprised if Debo Samuel's 100% for this game. I know in the middle of the game and he went down early, he didn't have full mobility. But they have time to work on this, and he's been working around the clock, and it's just going to be, does he have full range of motion? Can he tolerate the pain with a pain-killing injection? The thing is you have to brace for, and Omar Ruiz is going to join us at 12:30. We were expecting him to practice today. Yesterday he did not. He was over on the side running and running routes, and but we'll see. And if it's limited, what does that really mean? But I just talking to him and being around him yesterday, I think he's going to try to practice and play. And then if he does, it's sometimes when a guy like the Giants this year, half their roster were playing with hamstring strains. Wilmer Flores. Every time you grind out, you just tell him not to run hard. You can do that in some situations in sports. You can't do that in football. And if Debo Samuel's going to play, he's going to try to break tackles. I mean, the play he got hurt on, I think, is the perfect example of the greatness of Debo sometime being his biggest weakness. They couldn't get him on the ground, even though Jair Alexander ear-holed him. And he kept fighting. And you heard Tim say there should have been a whistle. But with Debo, a lot of times, when do you blow the whistle? When does he stop his forward progress? He just fights. So do you tell him in this game to go down? And they're not going to do that. But I think But
availability is an ability, right? I mean, I've talked to many, many players who, when you go into a game, there's a way to try to stay healthy. So for him to not fight for extra yardage, I know that's counter, to his thought process, but we want you to play as long as you can. So there is something he can do to adjust.
What does he do?
Don't fight for extra yardage like you did
go
in
down?
Green Bay.
Well,
because I want him to play longer.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. I think what you do is you don't involve him in the call sheet as much. This last game, a completely healthy Debo, he was involved in everything. They were going to run toss sweeps to him. They're going to run Z reverse.
Of course, he was going
to do orbit motion.
More, yeah.
Well, they do it a lot of weeks. He's in the game plan a lot, depending on the opponents. He's in a lot. I mean, a lot of times when you they're getting ready for a game. It doesn't translate.
Sometimes you take the training wheels off in the playoffs. A quarterback will run more. There's not a lot of time left, so you do involve people more in maybe ways that you wouldn't.
You're not going to call 5 different plays on a play. They get ready to play a play. A lot of times you'll see them practice something over and over, and they don't run it. Even on Saturday when they go through the openers and the walkthroughs, that play, whether it's a trick play, a double pass, or this doesn't come up in the game, they don't run it. But I felt going into this game he would be involved a lot against Green Bay, and then you lost him right away. I would be surprised if he's going to have the volume of Debo in this game as far as actually giving him the ball. It may be less. Who knows? He may be fine. He's a full go at practice today, and he's completely healthy. Yesterday, he couldn't have played. Today, can he practice and is it full? But I think just having him on the field, the Debo decoy, is a big part of it. So we'll see how many touches and how many snaps he plays in the game if he's able to go.
If they do that, they'll pick it up real quick.
They've got to honor him, though. When he goes in jet sweep motion or orbit motion, somebody's got to follow him. It's a gravitational pull. The Raiders ran James Jet on that action every single play. John kind of invented it. John Gruden, he called it the ghost motion. I don't think they ever gave the ball to James Jet on that. But the backside end's got to stay home. What if they give the ball to 82 one time, and he's a track athlete, he's the fastest guy on the field, then he's going to take that end around, and I'm going to be out of position, they're going to score. So we'll see where it all goes, but I don't think they will tell Debo Samuel to go down. If it's running in baseball and some sports, you can sort of, finagle your way around it. But Debo Samuel, if he's going to play, and you give him the ball, you throw him a jet or, give him a laser or a rocket or a Debo screen, that's just Debo.
One more before we get to Omar Ruiz. Let's do RW in San Jose, close to where we are. Hi, RW. Welcome.
How you doing today, sir?
Hey, man.
First of all, thanks for the show, and congratulations to the 49ers. It was an ugly win, but it was a win, period. And my question is do you think that Kittle ought to be in the game early and often? I feel like if he's in the game early and often, that loosens up the defense and gives them a chance to do more with all the other players.
Who's that?
Kittle. I think you said Kittle, right?
Yeah, he's in every snap. I mean, it's a lot of it. And he was open a lot.
I think you're saying get him involved early.
Yeah,
though, right?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, there's primaries on plays, but if they take Kittle away, Kittle was open a lot on Saturday. I think Brock's biggest regret when he went back and watched it was how many times 85 was open in the game, and he just didn't do it. I think this team does have some safeties that could match up. We've talked a lot about guys to pick on. Brian Branch, that young safety, is a great player. He goes in the slot a lot. Melifonwu's a converted corner. I'll be anxious to see, John, how they match up with George Kittle. But George is always in the game plan. And, if Debo's compromised in some way, then he's one of your honorary Yak Bros, he and Brandon Ayuk. I expect Ayuk to have a big game in this game, to be targeted a lot in the tech. Is Cam Sutton going to follow Ayuk around in this game? He did for Mike Evans. Didn't work out well.
I hope so. He stinks.
Well, the other guy, Vildor, is not very good either. I mean, they're all pro players, but, but he is attackable. So we'll see. We'll see.
All right. We'll get more into it. We'll ask Papa more a little bit later, but let's talk to Omar Ruiz, our good friend from the NFL Network, a national outlook of the NFC Championship game. We'll do it next from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Thursday. Just got rid of Tim Ryan about a half hour ago, breaking down the NFC Championship game. Let's get a national perspective from our good friend Omar Ruiz. Make sure you're following me at Omar D. Ruiz. NFL Network, The Insiders, which is a great show as well that you need to be checking out. And he was here in town last week for 49ers Packers. He's back for Lions 49ers in the NFC Championship game. And Omar joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
John, Greg, 75 hours till kickoff.
Whoa.
But who's counting?
Apparently you are.
I love it.
Wow.
I love it.
We normally count it down. I wait till we get to 72 hours, but you're on it, brother. 3:30 on Sunday. So the question is, and I know you're here on Debo watch. He did not practice yesterday, but he was running around a little bit. What is the word on the latest? We're hearing that Debo Samuel will practice today, Omar.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he does in practice. And just watching for the little observation we had yesterday, I mean, the way he was almost seemed to exaggerate his stride in pumping his fist, moving those shoulders, trying to extend the mobility as best as possible. And he didn't look uncomfortable at all. Obviously, we've heard about, it's the factor of the mobility, raising the hands over his head. If he can catch the football in that way, the pain tolerance, the threshold there will be something to watch. If he, in fact, fields throws from Brock Purdy or any of the quarterbacks, I think that's what we'll be watching out here in a few moments. But certainly a good sign that he went from, in so much pain on Monday that they didn't know what was going to happen to being out there, granted not officially a member of practice yesterday, but was out there running with the football, and then today limited, obviously trending in the right direction here.
Omar, right now on the NFL Network, we're watching Packers 49ers, and that dropped interception by Darnell Savage, and Brock Purdy after the game said, yeah, that did affect him a little bit, but the weather, it's not going to be, as you said, 75 hours. It's not going to be 75 degrees, but it could be around 70 and sunny. So how much do you think that the weather is going to play a factor maybe in a positive way for the 49ers and Brock Purdy?
Yeah, it ought to help. It'll help the Lions, too, who are used to playing indoors and don't normally play well in adverse conditions. So it'll help both teams. But I think, more than anything, just settling into the postseason and kind of getting that bad taste out of their mouth, or maybe nerves. I think there are, so high expectations, and with the talent and the urgency of this team to get to the Super Bowl and win it this year, I think that all might take a toll. And I think we might have saw that against Green Bay. Granted, the rain was an issue, and granted, some of the players hadn't played in 3 weeks. That might have been something, but I think, nerves, all that could play a role. But I think they got that out of their system. I think the weather, all of these factors that might have caused the Niners to not play their best against the Packers are all going to be gone. And I think we'll see the best version of the Niners here on Sunday. And as we know, that version of the 49ers has been awfully tough to beat the last couple of years.
So as John mentioned, you were here for the game on Saturday through the rain. You've been here all week. You were here yesterday for the podium, and Kyle and all the players. And so give us an update what they said today. And Trent Williams also went to the podium before practice today. And he's just talking about, when he got here, he never won a playoff game in Washington. He was 0 for 2. He's won playoff games here, but he's 0 for 2 in championship games. Trent Williams has never been to a Super Bowl, Omar. So I'm not saying it's win one for Trent, but I know Trent wants to win one and get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we know how much respect for Trent they have in that locker room, the way the coaching staff respects Trent. And I'd say that respect is extended league-wide. I mean, I think Trent Williams is, probably one of the top 3 players in terms of, how players feel throughout the NFL. About the top tier talent in the league, and Trent Williams I think would be in that group. So the fact that he hasn't played in a Super Bowl, being arguably the greatest left tackle of his generation, and a surefire Hall of Famer, and all the records he's setting, go to the Pro Bowl every year, and just how important he is to this particular team. One of the offensive juggernauts in football, and all the Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy and Debo Samuel and George Kittle, all the mismatches they have on the team, all the yards after catch. But, for all that, Trent Williams is you can argue, the centerpiece of all that. And really, when you talk about an offensive line that, had to reshape itself and and he's kind of, the constant here the last couple of years. Certainly says a lot to his ability, his leadership, and you feel that throughout the locker room. So, yes, they all want to win it. As Brandon Ayuk was asked yesterday, hey, do you want to win it for Trent? He said, hey, I've never been to a Super Bowl either.
He's 0 for 2.
I want to get there. Yeah, certainly, but certainly the respect that Trent Williams commands, you can feel that and sense that amongst the locker room.
Our pal Omar Ruiz joining us from the NFL Network. He's in town for Lions and 49ers like he was last week for Packers and 49ers. On the other side of it, just flipping it, and I know everybody wants to talk about Debo and the quarterbacks and everything else, but where I think it's going to be won and lost, the Lions probably have the best offensive line left, and the 49ers have paid a lot of money for this defensive line, which wasn't quite as good against the Packers, especially against the run. So how do you see that matchup in the trenches, this really good offensive line for the Lions against a really good defensive line for the 49ers?
Well, you hope that the 49ers could take advantage of the fact that, they're not going to have Jonah Jackson and Ragnow is going to be banged up, and you hope to get a stronger Eric Armstead. As well, he played last week. You could probably even get a better version with, some maybe rust off from, not playing since early December and maybe getting into better football shape, better football stamina, back to the routine. So maybe you get a better version in the interior there from Armstead and hope that makes a difference on the edges. And I think somebody like Jared Goff doesn't have the mobility, or at least the confidence in the mobility to throw on the run like a Jordan Love does. The way Jordan Love can throw off the back foot when he feels that pressure. Now, Goff can, but he's certainly not as accustomed to it as Love has been all season long. So I think, we factor in those kind of things. The 49er pass rush up front should be able to have a little more success against Goff. But if they don't, we've seen it, and you guys have seen it for years when he was a member of the Rams. When you give Goff time, he'll pick you apart, and he's one of the more accurate players, quarterbacks in the National Football League. And so, getting pressure is paramount for him in this game on Sunday.
And get him off the midline. When he sits in the midline as a U-shaped pocket, he went number 1 overall for a reason. He's a great thrower of the football. They got a lot of weapons. The big factor is the game is at home. So they're going to have to use a silent count on the road. They're a dome team. They're going to have to deal with playing on grass. The game's going to start in the late afternoon, then it's going to be night. So there's going to be, what kind of shadow and sun, and as the sun sets. They're not used to, they haven't played outside very much. 5 games outside. They're a dome team. Minnesota in the division has a dome. But my question is, because I think the big advantage in pro football, and Kyle talks about it all the time, being an offensive guy, it's hard to run offensive football when you're on the road because of the crowd noise. And for a while here, when this stadium was first opened, the question was, could they ever create a home field advantage at Levi's? And that first year when Nick, was the defensive rookie of the year, they got off to an 8-0 start, Levi's got lit. And they have not lost a playoff game in their stadium. They're 5-0. Frankly, if this game was played at Lambeau on Saturday night, I don't know if they win, even though they won last year in the snow. You travel to a lot of these stadiums, obviously. Where do you put Levi's as far as just giving the Niners a home field advantage?
Well, I think it's a tremendous one, and I think that was something Fred Warner pointed out yesterday. He said, how much does experience help you in this game, given that this is your 4th NFC Championship game in 5 years? And he said, I don't know how much the experience helps, but the home field advantage does. That is a tangible advantage they have. And Levi's Stadium is rocking. We're allowed onto the field to prep for our post-game interviews with about 2 minutes to go. So I'm down there for much of that final drive, and when Christian McCaffrey gets into the end zone, and I'm filming there with my phone, and that stadium was so loud. I even kind of recorded the stadium and all around it, and you're right. I've been to a lot of different stadiums. I'm trying to rack my brain. Of course, Seattle is as loud as any place, but Levi's, and especially when the 49ers are playing well, and a big play like that and dramatic moment was just as loud as any. And I think one of the big parts of that advantage is how well-traveled the 49ers are. We've seen that, the fans willing to spend, and I think they're willing to spend at home here too. They don't allow the opposing fans to come in here and fill the place and lessen their volume. So I think it's, mostly 49er fans. They're at full throat, and that plays a big role because, we've seen over the years opposing fan bases, especially strong ones, go in and take over different buildings, even in the playoffs. And the 49ers have done that. We saw in the NFC Championship game a couple years ago how they took over SoFi there in that NFC Championship game in Los Angeles. So the fact that the 49ers fans don't allow that, they're loud, passionate, obviously historic franchise, intelligent fans, know when to cheer and when they're needed, and I think they'll play a big role on Sunday.
Omar, just from a national sense, because we can't get it as much as you can, is it 49ers versus the world this week? Because it seems to me that everybody's a Lions fan, that everybody loves this underdog story, that the underdog story of Brock Purdy doesn't exist, and there's this little faction up in Northern California that's rooting for the 49ers, and then like the rest of the map is all blue.
It feels that way, and I'm surprised now that you said that Brock Purdy hasn't channeled, some of that underdog story, because I think I was here for that first game he played in Miami or against Miami last season. And so that's what drew me to his story and the fascination with his quick ascent and taking him to the NFC Championship game last year and then continuing it this year, playing at an MVP level, why that hasn't generated more, I guess, national support for the guy. But I think we can all relate to the generational underdog theme that the Detroit Lions have had and kind of tying it with the auto industry as Dan Campbell has done. And we've seen how Detroit has rebounded as a city in recent years and the Lions sentimentality being attached to that. So, but I think I think people see Brock Purdy as somebody who is surrounded by this embarrassment of riches, all the talent around him, and kind of maybe don't give him that underdog, theme as much as, people are giving the Lions. But it is an interesting point, but I don't think the 49ers would have it any other way. I don't think they mind using that as a rallying cry. I know they did earlier in the year. I had that sense of, the entire team developing a chip on their shoulder for the disrespect that Brock Purdy was getting nationally. And if that's what it takes to get it done Sunday, so be it.
Omar, thanks. It's always great to catch up with you. We appreciate it. We'll see you on Sunday. Should be fun.
All right, fellas. Can't wait.
Take care.
Thank you, Omar.
That is a great Omar Ruiz at Omar D. Ruiz. Did a great job. I was on the field with him way before the game, and the rain was coming down, and then we bonded over street tacos, which the 49ers provided. Very nice steak and chicken street tacos last week in the media area.
I had a long visit with him on the field pregame, but I didn't get invited to the street tacos.
Sorry. You could have come up. You don't eat before games, though.
I do not.
People often ask me that. What is Papa's ritual? I said, him and Tim just hang out in the booth.
They love the rituals.
I don't know. What's
they
his
love
ritual?
the rituals.
I go, he drinks a bunch of scotch and downs, all sorts of stuff.
I think I'm going to Rockio, the Serbian whiskey.
Yes, that's what we're going to do. All right, great stuff from Omar Ruiz. Top of the hour, Kyle did speak today. Don't call it the 12th man around here. What's wrong with you people? Kyle, we'll hear a little bit of Kyle and others who went up to the podium. They normally don't talk on a Thursday, but it is NFC Championship time, so you will get an exclusive listen in. We'll do that in about 15 minutes only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers general manager John Lynch, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share his confidence in the 49ers against the Lions after not the greatest performance last week against the Packers. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Oh, hey there. If you could see better, would that be something that would interest you? Well, of course it would. And that's what I thought, because Pop kept coming in and he was telling me how well he could see, and I finally got jealous enough to say, okay, how'd you do it? Where'd you do it? What's going on? It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Now, we had a procedure called CLR. It's called Custom Lens Replacement. It was easy. Got a lot of confidence in my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, Dr. Bindi, and the whole crew there, and they make you feel great. And what's great, too, is it only takes a few minutes of your time with CLR. Now, maybe CLR isn't the thing for you. And here's the great thing about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's not like they're pushing one thing. They have a bunch of different procedures. And based on your free consultation. Yes, I said free. At lasereyeclr.com, lasereyeclr.com, or you can call 877-GET-2020. They want to do what is best for you. So I had a LASIK procedure before years and years ago, and for me, it just didn't work as well. But they do LASIK procedures, Smile, Evo, ICL, or what we did, the custom lens replacement, CLR. So you get that free consultation. We'll sit down. We'll get into your expectations and those kind of things. You'll get the trust because, look, we're talking about your eyes here. I completely understand. I felt the same thing that you do where it's like, man, messing with my eyes. They do an awesome job. You will feel confident. You will understand what's going to happen, and then they will do the best procedure for you. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Again, CLR. Ask about that. It has worked tremendously well for me. And, oh, by the way, if you're nervous at all going, oh, man, still 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedures. That's what we're talking about here at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. So book your free consultation today at the Laser Eye Center, lasereyeclr.com, or call 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, friends, about 10 minutes. We'll give you the foreplay, and Kyle did speak again, as well as some players, so we'll let you hear that at the top of the hour. We were just talking to Omar Ruiz about home field advantage, and believe you me, good thing we're not playing in Philly. Good thing we're not playing in L.A. That's been the last 2 years. But as our good friend Raj Mathai tweeted out earlier today, or X'd out or whatever, He says, here come the Lions fans. Delta is swapping out bigger planes for its flights from Detroit to SFO and adding a nonstop flight. Also, Vivid Seats projecting 22% Lions fans at Levi's Stadium. I find that hard to believe. 22%.
Well, that may be the highest. I mean, when the Cowboys came in October the 8th, what did they have? When they came in last January, what did they have? Green Bay's got one of the greatest, traveling fan bases in sports. They only had 3% here. So 22 is a lot. It may be the highest we've had during this last 5-year run when the Niners are one of the dominant teams in pro football. But it's not like when the Niners go to SoFi and it's over half. So I think the bottom line is they've still got to use a silent count. They're going to have some fans that are going to cheer for them when they make a play, but it's not like 60-40 or 50-50. Or when the Niners go to SoFi, even more Niner fans there than Ram fans. So however they do it, Frank Ragnow's going to have to use a silent count. Goff's going to have to lift the leg. They're 2 home playoff games, and I heard them talking about how they wanted to get back at Dallas, the way they lost the game in Dallas at the end of the year when their coach went for a 2-point conversion, and they lost by a single point. But they had to be glad that Green Bay beat Dallas and that Dallas was out, and they hosted Tampa Bay after they hosted the Rams. I mean, it's been set up for them to get here to some degree, John. They were a good team. They won 12 games. They had a few slip-ups. I keep going back, and I'll rewatch the Baltimore game. Baltimore just annihilated them. They ran for like 300 yards. It was 298, but they knelt down at the end and gave up some yards. I mean, their run defense is number 3 in the NFL, and they've invested so much in the run. And we've been talking about throwing over the middle on their linebackers and going at their corners, Sutton and Vildor. The nickel guy's a good player, but still, I mean, Baltimore ran for 300 yards against them. Their running game's a little different. The young guy was still healthy then, later tore his ACL before the Niner game.
Yeah.
But in any event, they're worthy to be here. It's not, to me, they were the second best team in the NFC, but they got to go on the road. They've not won a road playoff game, this franchise, since when they came to Kezar in 1957. It's amazing. Now, they haven't played in a lot of them, but they've lost every one of them. And it is a different, operation with the silent count, the weather, the grass. When was the last time the Lions came to Levi's? Goff's played here a lot, but how many of their players have played on this field? Now, it's a later game. Their time, it'll be 6:30 at night, so I'm sure they'll get here early. A lot of the guys will take the early bus and go out and warm up to get used to it, but they got to get used to it, so that's a huge home field advantage for them. But 22%, is that the biggest fan base to come into this? Back in the day when the Niners weren't very good, when Levi's was first open, Dallas took it over. There were some teams that took it over, but it's not going to be enough where it's not going to be a true road game for them. They're still going to have to use a silent count, lift the leg, the head bob, whatever Ragnow's going to do to snap the ball to Goff. So it's still going to be a road game for them.
Yeah, look, I understand it because, like you said, the fans are so desperate. I was driving down today and was listening to sports radio in Detroit. There's one monster station there, and they were talking about coming out here. People were calling in saying, I don't care what it costs, because they just, like you said, they haven't had success. So they're thinking, hey, it's going to be 70 degrees in San Francisco. We're freezing our asses off. Why not go out there? They're going to pay whatever. It's jacking up the price. You would say to 49ers fans, hey, don't sell your tickets, but if you can get your, a portion of your season tickets paid for, because Detroit Lions fans are going to come out here and pay $2,500 a head to watch their team lose the NFC Championship game, I get it. I mean, some people would yell and scream, get mad, but is it going to make a difference? Hell, they were in Philadelphia and LA the last 2 years. It will be a home field. It has completely changed. You and I used to talk about Levi's Stadium constantly. People would bitch and moan about it. It's because Candlestick was a home because of the games that were played there, not because it was a great place, just because the history was so great. And this is where you create great memories. You did it against Green Bay and you won this thing. You got to do it today or Sunday and win this thing against the Lions. So, look, there might be a few Lions fans in the house because they're going to pay whatever it takes to get here because they're desperate. But it ain't going to be like playing on the road in Philly or L.A. Well, L.A. was a home game, too.
Oh, hell no. But, it'll be a smattering. Detroit's going to have – I don't think the Niners, in fact, they know. They're not practicing a silent count to get ready for this home game. It'll be a home game. But for the Lions fans, it's worth the trip. I mean, some of the numbers are beyond comprehension. You know, the 90s, the 50s, they were a dominant team with Bobby Lane. They won 4 championships going into that 57 year. But for most of the people, they don't remember that. They remember the heartbreak. And I thought Mike Krukow summed it up well, and he's living in Ann Arbor now for 25 years, so he can feel the pain of Lion fans. It's a lot like the Warriors. You know, I was thinking about the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers were horrible forever. And they ironically, Bobby Lane was traded from the Lions to the Steelers, and they made the playoffs right away. But they weren't good until they got Mean Joe Green. They were horrible. And then all of a sudden they get that 72 draft after Mean Joe, and they win 4 Super Bowls from 74 to 79.
Well,
they dominate football.
Here. The last 2 drafts. Last 2 drafts for Detroit's been really good.
I understand that. So I'm just, but and then the Warriors, you know, they didn't make, it's hard for me to believe, and they're not the Warriors now, but when I moved here, they had made the playoffs in a decade, a solid decade. We finally won with George Karl and had a little run, but you never got out of the first round. And then they went through a stretch where they did not make the playoffs 18 out of 19 years. More than half the league makes the playoffs. And then the Warriors break on through. They make the play of the We Believe team. And now, you know, they rattled off 5 straight trips to the finals. Did I ever think the Warriors would be like that? And it's the Lions have been a team that had to overcome, and you were there for the 0-16 year. They also had a winless year in 42. They lost every single game. So they've had a lot of heartbreak, so their fans should come out. They should be here to celebrate this if they can get a ticket, and 22% of them may get a ticket. They can get here, and then can they get in the gates? You know, a lot of them will be, but I don't think it's going to be an impact on the game because they're going to have to treat this like a true road game. And let's just see if they can function playing on natural grass, playing in the sunlight. This ain't going to be played inside a dome on Sunday.
Yeah, and again, look, whether it's good weather, bad weather, whatever, good weather I think is great for the 49ers. But as you said, the passer rating for Jared Goff inside versus outside is about 30 points different. Go look at his completion percentage, touchdowns, interceptions. And he has not fared well against the 49ers in his last 5, no wins, 5 losses, 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. And as we pointed out all week long, a lot of big sixes going the other way, which are game changers. So, you know, to me, one of the, you know, we've talked about a million things and we overanalyze this thing all week long. And then some things we never even talk about happened during the week. But just like it was against the Packers, I think they gained confidence as the game went on. They could see that they were going to be able to hang with the 49ers, and they just gained and gained and gained. It's early to me because the Lions have ridden this wave of emotion. They've been in their home stadium. It's, you know, they're having a lot of fun going back. The most fun to me at time as far as within an organization is when they start to ascend. You just talked about the Warriors. That beginning when you could see that the Warriors are going to be really good. They beat the Nuggets, and then they add Iguodala, and that whole building process. Because when you get to the point where the 49ers are nothing but the Super Bowl or a Super Bowl victory will suffice, and that's just the way it is. And they're riding this wave of emotion, and they're talking about the city and Dan Campbell, and they're on this big roll. Well, you punch them in the face a couple of times, and they get down 14-0. All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, this is reality. And that's what the 49ers need to do. They need to to get the emotion out of the game, to slow them down, to let them see reality, which is, hey, we've been here a lot. We're used to this for the last 5. A lot of these guys have been here the last couple of years. We've already had that heartbreak in Philadelphia last year. This is our time to win, and they need to do that quickly and early in the game because Green Bay gained confidence as that game went on.
You know, in the NBA, there's always been a theory that there's a step, a process to get there. And for the Warriors, it was that first, you know, playoff run when they upset George Karl's Nuggets, and Iguodala was a Nugget, and they wound up losing to San Antonio. But it was a good series. They played them 6. The next year, they lost to the Clippers in 7. And then they just take off. They win the championship. They go to the finals 5 straight years. Very seldom does a team just come out of nowhere. And the Lions got better last year, but they didn't make the playoffs last year. And they win the whole thing. And a lot of it is they get overwhelmed by the moment a little bit. And one thing Dan Campbell was saying, and I admire the way he handles himself. The way he runs a game is a little bit too cavalier, and he's Dan the Gamble. He's, you know, Dan Campbell Gamble. But the one thing he was saying yesterday that struck with me, when he got into the auditorium to speak to the media, and they did it again today, and it's on live TV, it's on national television, on NFL Network, he was like, whoa. There's like 3 or 4 times the amount of people that are normally here. I don't even know half the people in this room. And he said, you're asking my players all these questions, and it is a little bit of, we have not been here before. And they're going to be a little overwhelmed by the moment. Championship week is different than divisional because the media crush. And then one thing, he's watching Niner tape, obviously, and he's looking at, damn, how good is this team? They have been playing their best at the end of the year. Niners have, in the last 4 games, they've averaged 24 points a game. When they got off to the 5-0 start, they scored 30 or more in every game. And during the 6-game winning streak, they haven't been that team lately. But you're watching every game to get ready for the Niners if you're the Lions coaches. And you're a little bit, some of it is, damn, they're overwhelmingly good on both sides of the ball. They are great. And he's talking about, it's not going to go perfectly. You're going to get overwhelmed. And you're going to be on the road. And it's not going to be like the home crowd where, when Stafford made a couple of throws and Puka broke a run, our guys, our defense and the crowd got loud. That's not going to happen. Even though 22% will be Lions fans, they're going to have to do it on the road. 49er fans, the faithful is going to go off. So I think if they come in here and win this game, I'm going to be immensely impressed because I think the strides that they've made, certainly since he's been the head coach to this point, they deserve to be here. There's no doubt. But are they truly good enough in this first year of making the playoffs, of coming in here and beating the Niners?
Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Everybody spoke today for playtime.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Murph and Marcus this morning visited with 49ers GM John Lynch, talking about all the noise surrounding Brock Purdy after the rain game against the Packers.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing to see, the belief, because at this stage we understand there's going to be a lot of talk amongst pundits, the same people who were saying he's the MVP of the league prior to the Baltimore game now are, all that. But so that's all noise and people have jobs to do. But I think the noise we concern ourselves with is the noise and really the reality within our team. And that's what matters most. And I mean, it's not lip service. These guys have his back because they know he has theirs, and they know he makes us better. And that's, belief is the word, but there's a ton of that, and it's authentic, it's earned, and it's deserved.
There's no doubt that he has struggled in inclement weather, in the rain, but now we're going to have a clear day. What do you expect out of Brock?
He'll be fine. He's not going to have that to worry about. And I think Tim's point about watching Jordan Love miss that first swing screen out to Aaron Jones, and he just launched it. I think Brock decided to put the glove on. One thing John said this morning was he never saw him with a glove. I've never seen him play with a glove in practice, and he just hasn't done it. So I think he did that on his own, and then he got fed up with the glove, and he took it. I think he'll play fine. But the Lions are studying, and Joe Barry got fired, but he went off. They didn't win the game, but he had a good plan. And Brock is a spot thrower. They're going to sit on his spot. So I think he'll be fine in this game.
Is that enough to win? Fine.
Yeah, they're going to win the game, John. He'll be fine.
But I mean, is fine enough to win?
No, I think he'll be Brock Purdy. I mean, they could go out and score in the 30s. You don't know how the game is going to go. I think he's not going to have the weather issue. I'd like to see them come out. The opening script is going to be important to get his confidence early in the game. I think he's lost a little of his confidence. The bottom line is they're averaging, and he didn't play the last game against the Rams, but they're scoring in the 20s, where before it was 30s and 40s. So you expect them to get 4 or 5 touchdowns a game, and you get 2 or 3 or 3 or 4. Is that going to be enough to win? This team can score. So we'll see how he goes. But I think it's important with Kyle's openers to get Brock some confidence any way that is. Doesn't have to be checkdowns and short throws. He missed checkdowns. He doesn't normally miss Saturday night against Green Bay. But they got to get this quarterback feeling good about himself again.
All right, number 2 on the list. Don't know if people saw this today, but the NFL Honors final list came out, and both Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy were on the final 5 list for MVPs, by the way, as well as Kyle Shanahan as the coach of the year. Here's Kyle talking earlier today about his 2 big players being on that final list.
That's what they deserve, the way they played all year, the way they played last year. I mean, both of them at their positions as good as anybody at quarterback and running back I've been around. Also watched football for a long time, and there's a lot of good players in this league. So it sucks that one person's got to get all those awards, but those guys are right there with those other guys.
So Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey, Dak, and Brock Purdy. Those are your final 5.
Yeah, I remember last year when they went to NFL Honors on the Thursday before the Super Bowl, there were 3. So do they trim the 5 down to 3? Or will they have 5 in the crowd when they do this? How does this work?
I got the list emailed to me today, and every group is 5. So I don't know if that's what they're doing this year.
And Kyle's a finalist for Coach of the Year.
Yeah, the Coach of the Year 5, Dan Campbell, John Harbaugh, DeMeco Ryans, Kyle, and Kevin Stefanski. I'd go DeMeco.
Yeah, I think DeMeco won.
We'll see. But anyway, those are.
So assuming Lamar wins, who finishes second for MVP?
Yeah, you and I were talking about it. The same voters who vote for All-Pro vote for this, and Dak was the second-team All-Pro quarterback. Remember, this is a regular season award, so whatever they do in the playoffs doesn't matter. I have a feeling that it's going to go, I could be totally wrong, Lamar, Dak, CMC, Allen, Purdy. That's what I think. I think people soured on Brock on Christmas.
Interesting, Josh. Josh Allen scored a lot of touchdowns, running and throwing this year, but he also turned the ball over a lot. But they finished strong. I mean, they wound up a number 2 seed after a 6-6 uneven start, but and in the playoffs, he missed some throws in that game.
On the other side of things, Jared Goff, 0 for his last 5 against the 49ers. Definitely big-time difference in his splits. Home and road, here he is talking about the success on the road, but he knows it's going to be tough here. He's played here plenty of times.
Yeah, I mean, we've had success on the road a variety of times throughout the year, and even, like you said, going into last year. And, it'll be another hostile environment. It'll be another great team. It'll be another complete team that we're going to go in there and do our best to knock them off. And, it'll be a fun game.
Generic.
They won at Kansas City. First game of the year on ring night, they went in. But that was in September. They won at Lambeau, scored 34 points. They won at Tampa. This is all in October. The one game that got me thinking, I thought they were really good. They go into Baltimore October the 22nd, John. They got trampled. They gave up 300 yards. It was 298, but there were some kneel downs there, and it was 38-6. They got routed. At the Chargers was a dome game. At New Orleans, a dome game. Then at Chicago was a true road game.
Lost.
How many times they play outdoors? At Kansas City, at Green Bay, at Tampa Bay, at Baltimore. 4. And they were all before Halloween. They were all before mid-October, right?
Yeah.
October 22nd.
Well, the
so they
game in
haven't
Chicago,
played,
right?
That's the one game outside. December the 10th, they lost that game. So they played at the Chargers. That's a dome. At New Orleans, that's a dome. They played, and then Chicago later in the year. So 5 total, right?
All right, finally, one more. We were just talking about the Lions offense. A lot of discussion about the Lions offensive line. Here is Nick Bosa talking about going against this Lions O-line.
They're really good. Played good all year. Decker's been doing it since 10 years plus now. I used to watch him battle my brother in camp and at Ohio State. And then Sewell's gotten better each year. Really good in the run game. So it'll be a good challenge.
Love Nick. So that's it. Left side, that's where they can get after him. Decker, below average left tackle, and a backup left guard. Ragnow has a multitude of injuries: sprained ankle, sprained knee, bad toe.
He'll play, and he'll play well. That guy's a monster. So the matchup, and Taylor Decker's just he's not that guy anymore, and he lacks change of direction. They can bull rush him. You can change it across his face. I think Nick will line up over him a lot, but they like to run right behind Penei Sewell, John. So Nick kind of picks where he goes. Maybe they dictate it more in this game. Do you want Nick to line up over Penei Sewell, who is the best right tackle in football, or against Taylor Decker, who's no longer that guy? You want him over Decker, obviously, to rush the quarterback, but they run behind Sewell a lot. So do you want him over there to play the run? If, does Ben Johnson, if Nick lines over him and they call a run play, do they just have Penei Sewell pull and get away from there and run on the other side? So that'll be when they're up against each other, this is as good as it gets in football, is Penei Sewell blocking Nick Bosa.
They pull him a ton. Ever seen a right tackle get pulled across more than what that guy does? My gosh, that's what they do a ton. But for as good as this line is, they have issues at left tackle in both guard positions. One's a backup, and then, as Tim was telling us, he's not overly impressed by their right guard as well. So there might be some opportunities. This is the one where I look at, this is why you got Hargrave. He played amazing in the NFC Championship game for the wrong team last year. He's going to go up against a backup right guard. He should have left guard. He should have a day, and hopefully they can get that middle pressure against Jared Goff. So there is the latest. That is your foreplay. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's Stadium here on the Sports Leader. One thing happened that we got to address, and we did at the beginning of the show. Wow, was this impressive. One piece of audio that we didn't play, Steve Kerr, again, showing his leadership. We'll give you that. We'll get back to some questions on the 49ers at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young, he joined Tolbert and Copes as he does every week to turn the page on Brock Purdy's game against the Packers and moving on to the Lions. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our friend, Steve Moskowitz from Moskowitz LLP. He's got the answer to all your tax issues in 2024. But this one, Steve, a big sense of urgency because we could be talking the end of ERC.
That's right. The Congress, in their infinite wisdom, thought they were giving away too much money, and they are giving away a lot of money. So they said, okay, they have proposed legislation to end all ERC next Wednesday, January 31st. So the bottom line is this. If you were an employer of people during 2020 and 21, even if you were told you don't qualify, talk to us for a second opinion, because a lot of CPAs are just doing the first easy math test, not doing the alternative test. You may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or more, but what a crying shame if you don't get it because you didn't file on time. The bottom line is we're going to take cases today and tomorrow. That's it. So please call us today or tomorrow. If you're entitled to all this money, let us get it for you.
That's it. Today and tomorrow. That's what Steve Moskowitz said. So get on the line right now. Today and tomorrow is it. It could be the end of ERC. So call 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Thursday edition of the show. Great guest today, by the way. Mike Krukow joined us. We had the Tim Ryan Power Hour, as we always do, and
Omar Ruiz.
Yeah.
Your headset's all right?
I don't know. There we go. I don't know. Got messed up there.
You got to get the Twain Kuiper headsets.
I know. These
don't mess up your hair.
134, 112. Real quick, we'll deviate to the Warriors, then we'll get back to some Papa questions because there's a ton back on the text line. And then we have tomorrow to preview the NFC Championship game. Then all day long, of course, on Sunday, we'll get you ready for a trip to the Super Bowl. The 49ers beat the Lions, and they are off to Las Vegas. But last night, the emotional return of the Warriors to the court, 134, 112. And we want to play this Steve Kerr for you. But just before we do, what was your impressions of just what was going on before the game there?
Beautifully done. Kind of uncharted territory. I can't think of a Bay Area team losing. I mean, the Raiders lost a lot of players. Stacey Turan, a young guy named Bender, Terrell Russell. But I don't think any of them ever happened in season. They did lose Run Jones in the middle of the year, and his son worked for him then and still does, Tom, so it was hard, and I was close to him. But anyway, this was different to lose a member of the coaching staff and the way he died. I mean, they're at a dinner in Salt Lake City. He's there. The whole coaching staff is there. A lot of the traveling party are there. 5 players are there. And whatever happened, he had suffered a heart attack in the middle of the dinner. He had rushed to a hospital. But can you imagine to see his wife sobbing the way she did last night? You make a call to take him off life support? Wow. I just can't. Imagine, calls like that. That came up, when my mom was older, and my mom's 93. It's like, I don't want to sign that thing. So anyway, it's just, it's hard. So they, it was just something we just haven't seen. We saw it with the Yankees in the late 70s when Thurman Munson died and his wife, Diane was there and the kids. And I remember watching that on TV and you're like, how does this happen? So anyway, it was hard. And the emotion, Steph's look, and they interviewed Steph after the game, and Draymond broke down and cried. He cried. I mean, Dario's tight with him. Kavan started the game. All of it. It was just, wow, this is surreal. They handled it beautifully. And then they backed their coach up by playing a great game like he would want them to do. And, Steve took the mic. We'll play that. I thought, one thing about Draymond, John, we talked so much during his suspension. He just all of a sudden popped in and ran in the game. It was like, oh, it's his first home game back. Well, we talked about it yesterday, but it wasn't really on anybody's mind. He only played the one game in Memphis for Dr. King Day. They flew to Salt Lake City, and Decky collapsed that next night. Lost. So last night was his first home game, and he got a nice ovation. There was no, I mean, what are you do? Boo the guy now on tonight? You're not going to do that. And then Draymond played well, hit some threes. They won. He played smartly. Steph's had some great screens. You know what? They got to go play Sacramento tonight, and it's on TNT. And Kings, Atlanta's, they didn't have Ice Tray, and Sacramento's got them all. You got to deal with swiping of Fox and Herter and Sabonis and Murray and Barnes and the guys off the bench. So this will be a tough call tonight. And Grant Hill's going to be on the broadcast tonight with our friend B.A. He was texting me last night, Brian Anderson. Draymond Green and Grant Hill's a big part of that decision maker. He was left off the pool for Team USA, and they flat out said they're trying to be delicate, that he's got things to work on. But they didn't, John Morant's not invited to that team. They don't want Draymond Green on that team. Right now, he's not worthy of representing his country.
Right, it's a privilege. Absolutely.
That has to hurt him. But anyway, we'll see how they play tonight, but they handled it all well. When Steve took the mic, he cleared his throat, and it's like eulogizing somebody, but you're doing it in front of 20,000 people. It's hard.
Here is Steve Kerr last night. If you missed it, honoring their fallen coach, Decky. Here's Steve last night at Chase.
The world lost a beautiful soul last week. Decky was a wonderful friend, a hell of a basketball coach, a great man, and most importantly, a beautiful grandson, son, husband, and father. The mark that he's left on our organization the last 3 years, you just saw the pictures. That was him every day. The smile, the joy, the laughter, it was ever present. And what he meant to us was a huge part of who we are. He's a part of our soul. The outpouring of love that we've received this past week from all over the world. You could see the photos of him visiting with all the opponents' players when they came in here. We saw the fans in Serbia. That outpouring of love is a direct reflection of the joy and the love he brought to everybody he met. So tonight, rather than a moment of silence, I'd like you to join me in honoring Decky, his beautiful family, Natasha, Sasha, Nicola. And rather than a moment of silence, I'd like for all of us to give Decky an ovation that he can hear up in heaven. Thank you.
Forever, our brother, forever in our hearts.
So that was last night at Chase. And, Steve Kerr's not going to win Coach of the Year, but the way he's been through this, and you and I have probably never met a Mike we didn't like and didn't want to or couldn't speak into. But, that's just tough. And you're doing it in front of an arena of people, and his family is there, and you sure don't want to screw that one up. And he's just been amazing through this whole process.
So when he was a player in San Antonio, I sat on the bus right in front of him, and he was a Bull, came in with 3 championship rings and hit the game-winning shot to win Game 6 in the finals. And he was just such a quality player. That team was full of veteran, just amazing. David Robinson's one of the best people to ever walk the earth. Avery Johnson, Sean Elliott, Jerome Kersey, Mario Elie, and then obviously the great Tim Duncan. It just fit in so beautifully. And Steve just had a way. When he just said something or he just kind of lorded over all of them in his quiet presence. He didn't talk a lot, but when he did, it was like, follow that guy. You just knew. I didn't know if he could coach. No clue. But I knew the quality of the man, and he could unite people. And remember when Mark Jackson was here, it was, Steph loves Mark Jackson. How's he? I'm like, wait till he's around this guy. And unlike the other guy, he's genuine. But he could coach. First game I ever saw him play that preseason, they had like 9 passes before they took a shot against the Lakers. I'm like, wow, unbelievable. So everything he's been up and down, and he just always the right words. I think that's the first time he's ever addressed a live arena, whether it be at Oracle or Chase Center. He does it on parades and they win championships, but he's just his civility at moments like this, and then. He's gone through this, and to see Decky's children, John, they're older. 46 years of age. I didn't know if his kids were 10 or, they're ready to leave the house now. And it's a little easier to lose your dad, I guess, when you're that age. But Steve's father was murdered, shot down in Beirut, Lebanon, when Steve was playing at the University of Arizona. And I remember watching them play on the road that year in the Pac, whatever it was, 10, 12, whatever it was, 8, 6. And those college kids were just unmerciful.
At Arizona State.
Oh, my God, what they chanted. It was like, are you serious? His father got killed. And, the 40th anniversary of this was last Friday. And Decky loses his life on Wednesday. So anyway, it's hard. And grieving is never easy. It lasts forever. And they got to go play a game tonight. They got to play Sacramento. Then they got to go play the Lakers on Saturday. And so then they got Philadelphia coming in on Tuesday. The NBA's cruel. Maybe it's better they go back to work and they don't dwell, but they were off for 8 days. But it was classy the way they handled it last night and played a hell of a game.
They did. Jonathan Guido was great, and they win at 134 to 112. But like you said, now the emotion goes away, and you got to get a bunch of basketball games here coming up with the Kings and the Lakers. How do they respond? And by the way, 2 weeks from today is trade deadline day. So what are they going to do? Is we're quickly back to the business of basketball. All right, let's answer some more questions. We had a ton of them. Great calls last hour as well. We got a ton on the text line as well. If you want to jump on, we'll do that in lieu of the caboose this week, and I still do have a couple of caboose stories, but we'll get some calls in as well and some texts in as well. Ask Papa anything at all about the NFC Championship game at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll get the best ones on the air. We'll do it coming up next only here on the Sports Center.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Championship Sunday. There's something about Sunday in playoff football. You take a morning walk to the store for burgers and beers, tidy up the house to make room for 10 fellow football fans, and your biggest Sunday chore is loading a case of Bud Light into the fridge. Or if you get ready for a full day with the quote-unquote football family, which is anyone wearing the same team colors, the hard work pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football and beer. That would be Bud Light. It's easy to get excited for game day because when you got your beers and your buddies or your family, nothing is hard until the other team scores. So enjoy your Bud Light throughout the football playoffs with Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
All right, NFC Championship version. Earlier, we talked about Delta expanding flights, doing nonstops, etc. For all the Lions fans who want to spend a bunch of money to come down to Levi's Stadium, some people saying as much as 22% will be Lions fans.
Just don't board the plane with an actual lion.
Yeah.
Didn't Dan Campbell, when he first started coaching, did he want to have a lion on the sideline?
Probably.
That?
Like CU does with the Buffalo. Yeah, that'd probably be a bad idea.
I think he wanted to have a lion.
Happening.
I'm afraid of lions.
Some people are upset about that. Says one texter from the 209 says, been a season ticket holder since 97, would never sell my tickets to the NFC Championship game. It's as good as it gets. For the home football team, I've watched way too many bad years not to enjoy the good ones.
Okay. Do you realize what the average ticket price for the game on Sunday is? Are you ready for this? Did I tell you?
Yeah.
$2,300. For the average ticket price, $2,300. Most expensive playoff game ever. Not a Super Bowl, obviously, but a playoff game. $2,300. That's a lot of money.
707 says, my wife and I had tickets to the championship game in 94 against Dallas. $2,400 apiece was tempting, but I can't give it to a Dallas fan and live with myself. So $2,494.
He wasn't getting $2,494. He must have been right on the 50-yard line.
Yeah, if he's getting $2,400, those are some seats.
What was he carrying in? Was he bringing in Steve Young's monkey for that game? It was $2,400 in 94.
Yeah, man, that's
would that
crazy.
Be $24,000 now?
I was going to say, my goodness, man. So, man, all right. Look. To each their own. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I mean, I don't know your financial situation. I know people. I have lots and lots of friends who have season tickets to certain entities in the Bay Area, and they're not going to sell their NFC Championship game tickets because this is what they want. But I also, having said that, understand the person, because I know people like this who sell their tickets to pay for their season tickets. I mean, if somebody's going to give you an outrageous amount of money and you want to take it, I can't get pissed at you, but some people are.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm not getting pissed at anybody. Enjoy it. It's moving on. They're going to have to use a silent count. 22% is not like 52%. It won't impact the game.
Let's see. Yeah, see, then now here come the other people saying I'm selling my tickets.
So it's all about tickets. Do they have any actual questions to ask Papa?
No,
what am
they're
I?
just
I'm not
angry.
a ticket broker. I don't work in that end of the business.
See,
I don't care.
See, other people are saying $75 in the 90s. Yeah, I mean, look, ticket prices in the last 10 years have gone.
Is anybody out there that was at the 57 game at Kezar when the Lions won?
No.
That's what I want to hear.
Absolutely not.
Why? It was 65 years ago, John. You were probably here.
No, I was
How old
not
are you?
here.
Yeah, damn you
that
weren't.
was a long time ago.
Damn you weren't.
65 years ago. What is someone, 10?
I'm going to slap a lawsuit on your ass. I want to talk to somebody who was at either the 83 game or the 57 game. Joe hit Freddie
Tom Brady
Solomon
was at
in
the
the back.
82 game. Tom Brady was there.
He was at the 83 game?
No. He was at the catch game.
Okay. Well, he could have been here for the 83 game. Maybe he was. Tom Brady Sr., text me. Jerry Goff never got back to us. No, he's still mad at me.
Jeez, that was years ago. You know, it's stuff happens. What are you going to say? What are you going to do? Lots of people. We have many texts. The latest from the 415. First of all, Cleveland Farrell went on injured reserve, so he's done. He's done for the year. No Cleveland Farrell. People were listening back when we were talking a lot about the run defense with Tim, and one of the things Tim mentioned was, you know, you're told to do one thing, and that's just what you do. And if you get outside of that scheme, that's when problems happen. So I understand people getting frustrated by the fact that, you know, Chase Young, who I thought was going to be better, hasn't played well against the run. But what do you think they can do to help against the run, to fix the run game?
Well, I assume they're going to run, and you could call it a crack toss or a pin and pull or whatever you want to call it. They're going to come down, and they're going to block on the outside guy with somebody from a detached position. Hell, maybe they have Zach Ertz do this and surprise everybody because Zach can't block you straight up. Maybe he does it in a half a body. So this is what plagued the Niners in Cleveland. And Bill Callahan did it. It was the pin and the pull. They did it all the time. They kept tossing it to Kareem Hunt going left, and they did it over and over again. And the Niners worked on that run defense all week. You go to Minnesota for the next week's game on Monday Night Football. What does Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings start the game with? The same damn play. And they got the edge. And you're like, damn, they worked on that all week. So a lot of it is awareness, but we'll just see if they do it. And then if you're overplaying too much because you're worried about the crack or the pin, then they come downhill. The bottom line is You don't want them to come in here and just trample you. This is a good run defense. It's a diverse run defense. They're good at it. They're going to run everything. David Montgomery's a good back. A Chicago Bear, they got him. You know, we wondered why they gave up DeAndre Swift. Why did they do that and send him to Philadelphia in free agency? Well, they got Jahmyr Gibbs. You know, they also wondered, John, they had T.J. Hawkinson on this team. They decided to trade him to the Vikings, and then, you know, because Laporte is good, what if they had both of them? T.J. Hawkinson and Laporte.
Well, I don't think they would have taken Laporte. They took Laporte at 34th overall.
Well, I mean, Philadelphia took Dallas Goedert when they had Zach Ertz on the team. You having two tight ends like that on the same team? And Laporte is a better blocker than Hawkinson. But in any event, you're going to have to stop the run. And a lot of times teams fix it. And you heard John Lynch this morning saying, you know, good defenses maybe get run on one week. They don't get run on the next week. Well, the Niners had a problem in Cincinnati, and then Bill Callahan told his son, Brian Callahan, when the Bengals came in, and they ran all over the Niners. It was a different run scheme. By the way, to see Brian Callahan get named a head coach in the NFL, wow. I remember when he was just a kid, before he was in quarterback at De La Salle, Bill would bring him in on Sunday mornings when we got together for the coaches interview and visited, and now Brian's a head coach. So whatever it is, I don't think they're going to change a lot. I think Chase Young is going to be at end, and Nick's going to be at the other end, and Armstead and Gravedigger, they're going to mix in Randy Gregory. I think the one thing to be said, and John Lynch went out and got three guys to fortify the line, Randy Gregory, Chase Young, and Sebastian Joseph Day. I thought all three of them would play better, frankly. I think this is a nuanced line. It's difficult to pick up, and you need to go to training camp with them. So, you know, how many of these guys do they actually bring back? Maybe Randy Gregory. But the other guys, we'll just see. They got to play better in this game because the Lions, if they can run it down your throat, they will run it down your throat.
It's a good point. From the 408, would Dan Campbell and Tim Ryan get along well? Yes, I think they would. They
love each other.
They just seem like kindred spirits.
Dan said flat out, T-Rock said flat out, Dan was a better inline blocker than Charlie Warner, and Charlie's good at it. So Dan Campbell was a good player, and he played a long time in the NFL, a tough guy, and then he became a good coach. And who were his two mentors, Sean Payton and Bill Parcells? He's got a little of that in him. He doesn't call plays like Sean Payton, but he's nasty. But let's just see. I love Tirico's line, Dan Gamble. I love that line.
I think right when he said
I think he's Dan Reckless is what I think he is.
Right when he said it, I went, oh, he's still
No, I mean, there's more. He's everything. That guy, I don't know if I've ever quite seen a coach as, you know, and Sirianni does it a little bit, and, you know, Doug Peterson did it a little bit. This guy is out there. I'm sure they're even their analytics department say, Coach, we're on the 7-yard line. We don't want to go first, 2-point conversion from here. What are we doing?
925 is asking about, Radio Row. They don't do this anymore. In Arizona, they did it for a few years, and I think it turned out poorly. On Radio Row in Las Vegas, somebody's asking if they could get on Radio Row and to see us. They used to do that.
They didn't do it in L.A. anymore?
No, they used to sell.
Not L.A. Where were we last year? Arizona.
Yeah, they don't do it there anymore. I think they did away with it.
We'll sneak you.
Because they for a few years there, you could do it. Even San Francisco, Super Bowl 50, they did it.
Arizona was big time.
Yeah, where you could walk around and we were inside.
They could do it in Miami.
Things.
Remember Miami?
They did in Miami. They haven't done it the last couple of years.
Yeah, but it's not.
They didn't do it in LA.
Radio Row's one thing, but they have the NFL fan experience. There's all kinds of things to do.
There's a ton
that are adjacent to it. Is that when they brought the podcasters in? That they stopped doing, allowing fans in? I'm not sure.
Maybe just because it is so packed, but maybe some people, I liked it. I liked having people watch. I like people hanging out. You get, especially with the Niners in it,
well,
it's a lot of fun.
They were kind of cording them off. Like they could get into the perimeter in Miami, but they couldn't get inside.
Right.
What is this? Somebody want to come in?
If they could come in and see us at Radio Row. First of all, we'll be there either way, but we'd love to take the 49ers.
Mandalay Bay is where Radio Row is in Vegas.
Yeah. So, you can hang around there, and I bet you'll see plenty of people.
Reach out to John. We'll sneak in.
Yeah. Thing I remember most from last year was Dan Orlovsky's tight pants. I thought they were going to rip. I was on the escalator right behind him, and I thought those are the tightest pants I've ever seen any man wear in my life.
What, tighter than Walker Buehler?
Yes. They were and it was a suit. This thing was like this. Those are going to rip. He takes one step, those are going to rip.
He's skinny, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really skinny.
By the way, he's a former Lion.
Yeah, stepping out of the end zone.
He may get Orlovsky on the air tomorrow.
He's always controversial with people because he always Well, he said good things about Brock when we had him on last time.
He loves Brock Purdy. He loves Brock Purdy.
Yeah, so we'll see what we can do. I mean, that's always going to be a good time, but I don't know that they allow people anymore. We'll ask and find out. What else we got here? I'll get a few more. Ooh, here's a good one. I was at a 49ers-Lions game when Eddie Murray shanked the short field goal.
42-yard field goal. He made a 54-yarder earlier in that game.
Eddie Murray, not the baseball player, but the kicker.
No. Not the switch hitter with 3,000.
Right.
Eddie Murray was a good
Different
kicker.
guy.
Yeah, I've gone back. I've gone back and watched. I tried to watch the 57 game. They do have the 83 game. Dick Vermeil did color on that game, and that was a battle. Bill Walsh's expression at the very end of the game when Eddie Murray missed I think it was a 42-yard field goal. He pushed it right from the right hash. Bill just And the next week they went to RFK and lost the championship game. They were down 21-0, came back and tied. But Lem Barney wore 20 and Barry wore 20. But Billy Sims was such a good back. He had 2 touchdowns in that game. One, a little off-tackle 5-yarder, and he ripped one down the right sideline for a long gain. Billy Sims was really good.
That was before you could really fix knees because his knees gave out.
He only played like 5 years.
Yeah.
He was right there with Tony Dorsett after O.J., and George Rogers was different. Herschel Walker was different. The 2 guys who were most like O.J. were Tony Dorsett and Billy Sims.
By the way, the best we can do for your 57, 415. My dad was at the 57 game at Kezar. Mentioned it to me yesterday. So no one actually.
Is your dad still living?
Yeah, he said he talked to him yesterday.
Well, tell your dad to call us tomorrow, and we want to talk about the 57 game.
All right, that is Ask Papa Anything at all. Great stuff on the text line. Questions, comments. Tomorrow we'll have a ton of fun getting you our last thoughts about this whole thing tomorrow. We had Mike Tirico on the show today. We had the Tim Ryan Power Hour from 11 to noon today, and Omar Ruiz. So if you missed any of those, great insight by all. Just go to KNBR.com for that. We got some remnants for you before we get out of here, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour as we're live from Levi's Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We ended up hanging out, had a beer, hung out with his wife, Holly, talked to them, and he's not a meathead. He comes across in sound bites like a Neanderthal meathead. He's anything but. He's a pretty smart guy, but he's very principled in his direction. We are going to be an aggressive football team, and we're going to maintain that aggressiveness in big spots. And that's what we've seen manifest itself in decisions and play calls. Your peers in Michigan who do the radio talk shows, they use the nickname Dan Gamble. Like, are we going to get Dan Gamble where he's going to roll the dice and go for it on fourth down? Or are we going to get, a guy who's going to get in the playoffs and play it by the book?
That'll be one of the big storylines, no doubt. Kyle's more conservative. Dan Campbell is more aggressive, will even be more aggressive in the NFC Championship game. It's going to be a fun storyline to watch in this whole thing. By the way, one thing I was reading this morning, I guess Jake Moody's parents, he went to Michigan and everything. They're Michiganders, and they're big Lions fans. So they're not even, they're saying to Jake, we're Lions fans. Sorry.
Seriously? What?
No, they're not going that far. But they are Lions fans, and so they are kind of a house divided, I guess. So there's that. This from the 510, and Rocky says, I guess the Lions are the flavor of the month. If it was a regular season game before they're in the playoffs, there might be 100 Detroit fans. Give me a freaking break, Big Blue. We're going to work you. I like you, Rocky. There you go. Let's go.
Okay.
I like it.
So Jake Moody, the story is, and by the way, he was bombing the ball yesterday, and I was going to chat with him today, but we're going to get Brandon Ayuk instead for the pregame. Remember when Jake Moody as a kid, went into a Detroit pizzeria. By the way, the Detroit-style pizza, because Tirico was talking about this place called Bunny's or something. Have you had that in Detroit?
I have.
So the other night, I'm watching the Lions. I'm in the mood.
Yeah.
I get my guy Jem and Yanni.
Yeah.
And I order a Detroit style
with the square and
awful.
Yeah,
it's like Chicago. I'm not a big. Sometimes Chicago deep dish is like lasagna. It's like just too
you can only
much.
have like one piece.
Yeah, it's just. How is Detroit style pizza different from Chicago?
Well, first of all, it's even doughier. It's just this thick square.
It's a square. It's not
dough.
a triangle.
And then what they do is they put the sauce on the top. It's just the weirdest thing ever. And so they do a little sauce, but then it's cheese, and then it's toppings, and then they sauce it again on the
one
top.
One slice
in the
and
square.
You're done.
Yeah, I got in so much trouble there. I went on the air one time and went, I had Detroit pizza last night. I thought it sucked. And people were like, you would have thought I would have said that, which I did too, say that Aretha Franklin wasn't that great, which I did. That was a bad mistake too. But I said I didn't like Detroit pizza. Seriously,
Rock steady,
I was getting threats. I was getting threats on my life.
That's not smart to go in there and say that.
It just like you said.
Chicago, I don't like. I mean, Chino's East,
right?
In Chicago, some of them are a little bit tighter, but some are just
way too.
It's too much like lasagna.
Yeah, it just wasn't for me.
So anyway, I had it the other day, and I wound up having. I think I'm going to throw the other three out, but it wasn't because of Tony Gemignani. It's the best pizza I ever had. But anyway, Jake Moody went into a Detroit pizzeria, and Calvin Johnson was in there. But what was the story? Matt Prater, the kicker, was also in, and he was so enamored by meeting Matt Prater, like he blew off Megatron like he wasn't even there. So
as a kicker and another
Jake
kicker.
Moody is a Michigander, Money Moody. He was bombing the ball. By the way, their punter, Jack Fox, Michael Badgley, they got late. Their punter.
We're not talking punters.
He's okay. He is excellent. He is a great punter.
The only thing I saw about a punter today, it's funny that you would bring up punters, is that, and I can hear ratings drop as we speak, but
don't worry about it.
I guess Mitch Wisnowski is like a green Lamborghini. Did you see this thing?
Yeah. He just got his contract. Why are you laughing?
I think it's incredible.
You know how much he makes?
Yeah, but
he's over in I parked right next to him today.
He's got like a lime green Lamborghini. Okay. Like you would think that would be like, I don't know, Brock Purdy's not going to buy a lime green Lamborghini. I mean, that's pretty.
There's some cars in that parking
aggressive.
lot. There's some
that's
cars
pretty
in
aggressive.
that parking lot. No.
Boy, I feel bad for this guy. By the way, again, people can debate me on Detroit pizza. It's just not my thing. I like all pizza. Like, I mean, it's not like I wouldn't eat Detroit pizza. It's just not my thing. Boy, I feel bad for this guy. This is from the 925. He says, Sunday I'll be watching on a plane coming back from my son's lacrosse tournament. Bad scheduling. You know what you do for your kids, you miss stuff all the time, but you're going to be on a plane watching this thing if you're a big 49ers fan. That would suck, wouldn't it?
Can he watch it on the plane?
Oh, man. Yeah, but he's watching in a seat. Like, you want to get emotional, you want to have fun. Yeah. They'll only give you so many mini bottles on a plane anymore. So, I mean, that stinks. Eating peanuts and pretzels and drinking bad vodka or whatever you're going to be drinking. Oh,
Rockio. So they won last night doing the Rockio shot for Decky. Is that going to be a pregame ritual? Take a shot of Rockio before every game?
Yeah.
With the Warriors? Nelly did that before every game. He did it every morning.
This is a good thing to talk about. It says, will the game be on the KNBR app? I'm in Denver, and the iHeart cuts off when the game starts. Yeah, it's not our fault. It's an NFL thing. So if you want to hear the NFC Championship game and you're out of market, a lot of times what you have to do is you have to go to the NFL version of the app. So just saying. So if you're like, he's asking if we're going to broadcast it, and you can get it broadcast locally, but that's the NFL. That's not us. We don't cut you off. Just the way it goes. So sorry. That's the NFL.
And there's an app, I was told, where you can sync up the radio broadcast to the television. You heard about that?
Yeah, you were saying that yesterday. I got to find that because I don't know. I mean, I listen to you guys in the booth, so I
But you're actually at the game.
Yeah, I'm at the game, but I am listening to you guys, and then I'm watching, and then I have like 2 iPads going. People look at me like wacko, but
is it synced up? Are we ahead of the play?
No,
the live.
Right
it's right on.
Yeah, it's right on. You haven't given me anything all year long, by the way. No cocks in the face, nothing. Not one thing all year. You've been a good boy all year. Nothing.
We did play Fletcher Cox this year.
I know you did.
I don't think he had much of a pass rush.
He gave me nothing.
Is that all you're listening for? Is that?
Yeah, I'm listening to hear what you guys are saying.
Is there
and
any
all
funny
that kind of stuff.
any funny Lion names that are out there?
Nah, I don't think so. They don't have any guys like that on their team. I don't think. I'll have to double check. But no, you guys have been great all year long. I just enjoy to hear what you're going to say because I know that the next week you and I are talking.
Want material, yeah.
And if you're emphasizing something or anything, that's how I listen. Or usually it's Tim, yelling ball out or something crazy or everything.
Well, Tim had the line of the year when Treverius Ward had the interception of the pick 6, and he said, "There's nothing wrong with that groin."
Yeah, that's the one I played back a million times. Yeah, that has been the line of the year so far. If you top that'd be great.
That's a perfect groin.
Man.
He came into the game with a groin injury.
Yeah, that was good. Nothing wrong with that groin.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
That's been the drop of the year for the broadcast. Nothing wrong with that groin is outstanding. All right. Again, the big news of the day is on a limited basis, Debo is practicing. So
they're practicing right now.
Are you running out there right now?
Running out there right now.
And if you want a weather report, it is beautiful down here today. Blue skies, not seeing a cloud as we sit in the studios down here at the KNBR studios at Levi's Stadium. So that is what is supposed to be still on Sunday, which I think is good news. So we're going to have that for you. Tomorrow we will do a full breakdown of everything and, again, keep you up to date on what's going on with Debo and all those different things. By the way, I didn't even ask you, anything else come out of practice yesterday that was significant other than the Debo news, which you told me right when you walked in?
You will see Sunday.
So nothing else? Just that's it, huh? And then health-wise, I mean, pretty good, right? Other than that, I was just trying to think.
It's pretty amazing to get to this point of the year and really don't have – I mean, obviously, in the Cleveland Furl injury is significant. I feel badly for him. Raheem Mostert is going to be the Falcons' defensive coordinator. Do they have a head coach?
I thought he was doing all sorts of head coaching interviews. They don't have a head
They just
coach.
hired him – the alert I just got is they hired him as their DC. So are they what's up with Belichick? Falcons plan to hire Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris. So they're going to make changes with the LA coaching staff.
I just read where it doesn't look like Belichick's going to get a job.
He's not going to get the Atlanta job?
It doesn't look like it. So I don't know who's getting what. Seattle is talking to Dan Quinn again today, which I hope they are.
This guy, Ben Johnson's, Adam Peters is going to hire
Washington.
him.
Yeah, that's
in
what
Washington. Can you imagine putting him there?
Yeah.
He is good. He is good.
Somebody saying, Lund, you're high. Of course, radio broadcast is a full ahead of the TV broadcast. Like I said, for the home games, I wouldn't know because I'm at the stadium. I'm listening to you guys. It's right in front of me. I'm watching the game, so I don't know what's going on for home games. I have no idea, but I just know that mine is right on.
So what are you listening to? What are you
I've got
listening
app.
on?
I've got a special secret app.
It's a
That
direct
nobody-
feed
Yeah,
right from
exactly.
the Lon Simmons broadcast
Yeah.
booth. Oh, so you're special.
So I'm sorry, but that's all I know. I don't know any other ones besides that. Let's see what else. I guess that's it on the text line. So there you go. All right, should be fun. Looking forward to tomorrow being the last day. I love talking about it and I love doing this, but I'm starting to get like Christmas Day anxious. Like
We got a lot more work to do.
I'm ready to go.
Omar Ruiz with the 75 hours. I was impressed. So what are we now? That was bottom of the
3:30,
hour,
right?
1:30,
It's a lot of math.
2:30. That'll be 73 hours because it's 72 hours from,
Right.
I go by days,
So-
24, 48, 72.
70 and a
It's
half.
73 hours away at 2:30.
Yeah. Okay. I can do it. All right. Thanks as always. Again, Mike Tirico was great today. Tim Ryan, the Power Hour, 11 to 12 today we did. And Omar Ruiz, who you just talked about from NFL Network. If you missed any of those guys, just go to KNBR.com. Be here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Our normal stuff on a Friday like Matt Mayoko and more. Pop is going to hop out to practice right now, so he'll give you the latest tomorrow. And we'll give you an update on Debo, what's going on there too. And the guys who've spoken for the last time. So we heard from Kyle Shanahan, some of the players, all that kind of stuff. So we will do it again tomorrow. Keep you updated on everything. We'll have an Ask Papa, all those kind of things. Same old stuff. So again, anything you missed, just go to KNBR.com, YouTube and Twitch as well. The guys are coming up right now. It is Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM. Oh, by the way, thanks to Danny, who's back. Danny is back. Walter, it is KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let him get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right. What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with ya. Today on the program, we're going to have Mark Spears and, Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows will join us. We'll break down the Lions and the 49ers as we get closer to game time. Get some info on Debo, whether he's going to play or not. Find out what Matt thinks are the keys to the game and what will be something he'll be looking at going into the game. What's up, Copes?
What's up, dude? Yeah, we'll talk more about the game today. Also, more head coaching jobs filling up in the NFL.
Saw that. Yeah.
Falcons hired Raheem Morris, and the Panthers hired the Bucs O coordinator. What's his name? What?
God.
Canales? Yeah, I don't know. See, exactly.
Yeah, Canales.
All right.
I was going to say Discofani, but it's Canales.
Close. No, he went to Seattle. Went to Seattle. Not as a coach, as a pitcher. So DeSclafani up in Seattle.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Are you positive? How could you be so sure? So Falcons get Raheem Morris. You brought this up, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Bill Belichick, is he going to get a job?
I don't know. They're starting to run out a little bit because who's the offensive coordinator for the Lions? Ben Johnson? Is that what his name
That's
is?
right.
Apparently everybody thinks he's a leading candidate for the Commander's job. So they're starting to shrink. The options are starting to shrink. What do we have left? We have, Seattle, Atlanta?
Seattle and Washington. Atlanta just hired Raheem Morris today.
Oh, they did. I missed that.
That was
one.
the opening. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So the Falcons
okay.
and the Falcons were in on.
Damn.
They were interviewing Belichick and Harbaugh, and then Harbaugh goes to the Chargers yesterday. So the Raiders stick with Pierce. The Chargers go with Harbaugh.
Yep.
The Panthers went with what's his name again?
Canales.
I'll ask you all day, dude. I'm never going to look it up. I'm just going to ask you guys. What's his name?
I just got to keep thinking Godfather. Like, keep the cannoli. Leave the gun. Take the cannoli.
Take the Panthers. Leave the Canales.
Yeah, exactly. Leave the Canales.
Tom,
now we'll never forget it.
Are you more or less likely to bet on the Panthers next year with Canales at the helm?
I don't know. I mean, I hope that I won't. But it's a new year.
I hope. Yeah, okay.
It's a new year. I could find a new team that screws me throughout the entirety of the year. I mean, that's always a possibility.
Yeah.
I seem to find one per year that I just can't get away from. I just can't. That's a weakness of mine. I'm just like, God, but look at the numbers. The numbers, and then they just they screw you through the drive-thru is what they do. And
apparently everybody gets one.
Yeah, it's it.
Yeah, the Panthers they were that team last year. I remember in college, like a number of years ago, East Carolina was that team. They just kept turning the ball over, but their numbers were great. They yards per game, yards per carry, yards per attempt, defense, and I was like, but they do like the stupidest stuff. The Browns, before the Browns were good, I kept going with the Browns because I thought the Browns were like, and then they just did the stupidest stuff. Fumble at like their own 20 with 1:40 left, a sack fumble, and they pick it up, run it back for a touchdown, win by 9, getting like 7.5. It was like, okay, all right, and so yeah, it'll be a new team next year, for sure. I'll find a team that I can't quit them, and it'll cost me.
Oh,
I know
man.
it every year.
I can't quit you, Panthers. How about so Belichick? I mean, again, I guess Washington would be the only one that seems like a. What do we say the two teams were? It was Washington, and who was the other one left? Seattle. Yeah, he's not going to Seattle. So, I mean, again, I don't know what the turnoff of Belichick would be.
I wish I knew how to quit you.
But nobody's even. That's Tom talking to the Panthers.
Maybe he was going to Seattle.
I mean, has he interviewed with anybody?
Where are you going, Bill?
He went not Chargers. He didn't interview with the Chargers. Okay, so only the Falcons have called him. It's interesting. I wonder if he'd sit out a year and then come back. I bet he would.
He might. Yeah, I don't see why. I don't see why he wouldn't. Seattle seems like the type of team, if they had a quarterback, that would be
Seattle.
That would be. Can you imagine Belichick in the NFC West?
Seattle. I mean, come on. I don't want to deal with that.
Shanahan and Belichick.
Just stifling McCaffrey twice a year. just bottling him up twice a year.
Oh man,
that'd be a problem.
That would be a problem.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't see a logical fit for him as it stands right now. So we'll see what happens. We'll talk more about the Niners and the NFC Championship, of course, with Matt Barrows, who joins us a little bit later.
What if he goes to Michigan?
No, he ain't going to college. Come on, dude. Belichick. Before we get out of here, Tom, we'll jump back into some encouraging news on Debo Samuel when we come back from the break. But just a thought on the pregame presentation and then the win last night on Dan Milevich. Warriors back in action tonight against Sacramento at Chase Center. But just your thoughts on last night's ceremony.
Yeah, it was great. It really was. It was heartfelt. The tribute was great. The crowd reaction was great. That Steve was fantastic, and yeah, I mean, I expected nothing less from this organization. I thought they'd do a great job with it, and they did a great job with it. I thought they paid tribute to their friend. So, it was hard because his wife and kids were in the audience, obviously, and they were very emotional. So that was tough. But yeah, it was an interesting evening. It was just, but it felt right, felt good, felt cathartic for a lot of people, I'm sure, and it was a good win. I mean, the Hawks are garbage. They're not a good team, so that's one you should win, and they did win, and they won it convincingly and played a nice clean basketball game. But it's obviously gonna get tougher. Last 3 games of this homestand are Kings, Lakers, and Sixers. So, 2-2, 3. If they go 3-1, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. 4-0 would be outstanding. But It's not going to be easy because the Kings are a good team. Although the Lakers are like the kind of like the Spider-Man meme with the Warriors. It's like, weren't you supposed to be good? Yeah. What are you doing down here? What are you doing down here? What are you doing down here? So they're both teams kind of looking for footing right now. And so that one will be an interesting one Saturday night, and they'll have their hands full with the big boy on Tuesday.
I guess the big note would be 11 for 11 for Kuminga. We'll talk more about it later, but ties Chris Mullen for
great
a
mindset
Warrior
too.
record. That was a pretty incredible game.
It's a great mindset by him last night.
Yeah,
like,
that's good.
I want to see him do that more. Now, granted, it was Atlanta, and Atlanta stinks. So he's going to be able to get to where he wants more against Atlanta than he is another team. Like a team that plays actual defense isn't going to let him do all those things. They're not going to let him drive left, right from the right side, right to the middle of the court, shoulder bump you to the sternum, and then finger roll it in, or just a little up and under, or a jump shot from 12 feet. They're not. That's not going to happen. They're going to make it a lot tougher on him. So when they do, is he going to be disciplined, patient enough to like take what's there, and then if not there, move the ball along, keep playing, move the ball along. He did not take, I think, a 17-footer, maybe a 15-footer from about the left side, the short wing was about the furthest shot he took last night. Everything else was in the paint, and that should be his game. Attack, 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 and then attack some more. And occasionally get a wide open corner three, let her rip. But the wing threes, the above the break threes, they just ditch those. Get rid of those. You don't need those. You're not a good enough shooter to shoot them anyway, and they're not your strength. Play to your strength right now. But good game by him. Great game, and he rebounded too, which is obviously, I love seeing him rebound. I think he had a rebound a little over one every 3 minutes. So he was really, really good last night.
Good deal for the Warriors. Back in action tonight at Chase Center, 7 o'clock against the Sacramento Kings back-to-back, but off of a whole lot of rest there. So encouraging from what we saw from Kuminga last night. We'll get back into that a little bit later when Mark Spears joins us at 2:50. Matt Barrows at 4:50. Oh, Matt Barrows. But before we do that, John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave some encouraging news on Debo Samuel. We'll give you his status as of practice today and whether or not he could be back for Sunday against the Lions in the NFC Championship. We'll talk more about that next. Encouraging news for Debo Samuel only here on the Sports Leader.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's sports leader.
The Warriors honored the life of assistant coach Dejan Milojevic with a lovely tribute before last night's game. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Debo's doing really well in his rehab, I'll tell you that. We've been encouraged by the early signs. You know, it was just kind of a, you know, we did the scans and all that. We got good news there. And then it's kind of, okay, what's his pain? What's his range of motion? Those things continue to improve. He did some work yesterday off to the side. We'll see if we can advance that today. So I think very much a fluid situation. It's the NFC Championship, though, and I can promise you this: Debo's going to be doing everything he can, and he'll be wanting to play by the end. And it's, you know, do we clear him? Do we allow for that? We sure would love to have him. So I think there's still a lot of time left in this week, and we're a better team when he's out there. So we're going to do everything in our power. He's going to do everything in his power to have him out there.
Love to see it. That's 49ers General Manager John Lynch on with the morning show today. Murph and Marcus. You can hear the full interview on KNBR.com and the KNBR app, as well as that's where we're streaming, too. You can stream us on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, Twitter, all that good stuff. So that's a little bit of encouraging news there. Debo did practice today, by the way, in a limited capacity. I'd say it's safe to say this increases his ability or the possibility that he will play on Sunday. Now, yesterday we heard he was just out there running like the length of the field. This is different when they say practice limited. Usually it means they're more involved in what's happening, not just running on the side, which is why they make that stuff clear. So he's not going to be 100%, obviously, come Sunday, which means you're relying probably more heavily on guys like Ayuk, Jennings, Kittle, McCaffrey, pretty good core of guys to have to rely on. I mean, Jennings, that was a godsend last week, I thought. He was fantastic after not playing for the whole back part of the season with a concussion.
Look, he's been good since he got here.
Yeah.
He's been a lot better. People didn't think he was going to be a factor because he can't run. I don't know what his time was in the 40 at the combine, like 4.8, something like that.
That's not
and
good.
People just thought that's not going to get it done. But sometimes some guys can get it done. He's really physical. He's tough, and you can tell he knows what he's doing out there. He knows how to run routes. He's got good hands, and he's fit in beautifully here. So, yeah, I mean, with 4.8, you're not going to be an outside guy. You're not going to be a number one target. But yeah, he's been really good for them. Absolutely. So yeah, we'll see where it goes with Debo.
What's your level of confidence in that group of receivers? Or if Debo's there, is he more of a decoy, you think? I mean, I just think if it's a shoulder injury, I don't think decoy. I just think if you put him in motion in the backfield, you may not be using him as heavily as we thought he might be used out of the backfield this last game just because of a shoulder injury. You don't want him to catch a bang or something, or if this is a pain tolerance thing, something that aggravates it and takes him out of the game.
I'd just be guessing. I have no idea how he's feeling, and that he won't even know until Sunday probably. So, who knows? Who knows? I think the biggest thing is probably, just range of motion stuff. Like, can you actually lift your hand up over your head? Can you reach out to the side and just everything that you do as a receiver? Can you do that? And if you can't, but you can still play, maybe they try to figure out a way to, run some sweeps or run him, or just those short passes, those short screens where Purdy flips it out to him without sending him downfield. And look, he could probably catch the ball if Purdy's going to put it right on the numbers every time, but you can't guarantee that. So if he throws one high and he can't go up and get it, and all of a sudden it leads to a tip pass, it's a pick, that's a problem. So I think that's probably the biggest thing. Obviously, pain tolerance is a thing, but when I look at Debo, I don't think a guy that has trouble with pain tolerance. No. I think of a guy that could probably play through just about
He's distributing it, yeah.
Anything, yes. But if it's a physical thing where you can't do, you're limited in certain ways, then that'll be an issue. So again, I don't even think we'll know. They might not even know until Sunday morning when he wakes up. I don't know if the extra few hours makes a difference one way or the other, but can't hurt. I mean, they're playing the later game, so you get 3.5 more hours, so that can't hurt either, but we'll see.
Yeah, Juwan Jennings to me, though, is he's developed. Yeah, it's nice that they carved out a role, and I sort of think about him, Tom, in the way that you've talked about young players in Steve Kerr's offense or when they play alongside these superstars, that it's different in football, right? Because it's downs, it's distance, it's situational. Whereas if you're coming off the bench, you're just asked to fill a role and play a spot alongside some guys and make sure the wheels don't fall off and sort of maintain whatever the score is that it was when you got out there. But you used to say this about James Wiseman. You said it about Moses Moody. You've said it about Kuminga. They needed to streamline a skill set. And you say the easiest one and the one that you agree can be taught at the NBA level is rebounding. So I think it's sort of, it's apples to oranges, of course, but the Juwan Jennings situation is like, I have confidence in him because of how many times we've seen him come through on third down. His nickname's Third and Juwan. Thanks, Pop, for that one. Third and Juwan, yet again. But, you notice when he's out there, it seems like every time he's making a big play, it's in those third down sets, third and manageable, third and long. And he did it big time when Debo went out. I don't want to see him out of the backfield, but I'm happy to see him in there if they need another horse, because I'm with you. He's probably more of a guy who's not going to get out and run on you. He's not going to break a bunch of routes. But for medium distance, for third downs, he's got good hands, and he's a big target.
Well, the one thing I didn't, because I watched him play at Tennessee, and he was a really good player at Tennessee, but he was like a main guy there. I didn't see him as a slot guy, because you think of slot guys as these little shifty dudes.
Right.
Really quick.
Tavon Austin.
Yeah, Tavon Austin, Wes Welker, just all those. Amendola. Yeah, all the little guy, so I did not see that.
Trent Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. He's been really good in that position because, and maybe his size helps him there. I think that's what they wanted. Who was the wide receiver they drafted from Baylor that never quite made it?
Jalen Hurd.
Hurd, yes. I think that's kind of what they were hoping from him, like to be that type of guy in the slot, like a big guy in the slot. And I didn't see it from Jennings because I just don't associate the slot with like bigger receivers, physical receivers, short, shifty, quick. Those are the guys I associate with slot. So yeah, he's been really good.
Yeah. No, you're right. They did. It's funny, too, when you see offenses try to replace a certain player. Like Amendola did fill that Welker role in that Patriots offense for many years. Yeah, you're right. The Juwan Jennings role is kind of what I think you're right, that they tried to get Jalen Hurd, the big guy. At one point, who was the tight end? Jordan Reed? Is that the guy they got? Who was the East
Reed
Washington?
From Washington.
Yeah, they brought him in, and he played like a season here, remember? And then I think he tore his ACL. And he might have been one of those guys that went down in New York when they had the back-to-back games and all those knee injuries on the turf there. But, yeah, you're right. Jennings has a role. He fits it. It's funny, you're right, how that slot role has sort of changed. But I do think it changes situationally, too. One, Dante Whitner will tell you it changed because you can't hit guys coming across the middle the way you used to.
Yeah.
Like he says to me that there's certain guys, and he says Tyler Lockett would never have survived as long as he did or has in the game 15 years ago because you used to be able to hit smaller guys like that coming across the middle. I mean, never defenseless, but it's tough to play DB. It's tough to play in the open field as a defender. It's tough to play defense in general. So
they used to hit him defenseless, trust me.
Oh, I know they did. I said you still weren't allowed to, but there was
Swan.
It's a grayer area about it. There was no area about it then for Swan.
Raiders should have been arrested for doing what they did to Lynn Swan back in the day.
Like now we get on like Mark Shimura for like saying he has no ties to the coaches or anything for just making comments about trying to injure Brock Purdy or get a flag. Back then, they like say I can go do it, and they wouldn't do anything about it. Yeah. There was no flag.
Yeah,
like, yeah, no big deal.
They brag about
That's what we do. Lay the wood, man. Hold on to the ball, Lynn.
It was actual wood.
Yeah.
They'd actually bring wood onto the field, like crack people over the head.
That's not
Was
far
that a
off.
2x4? Yeah.
Far
okay.
off.
All right. Good on you. Good on you.
Who has, in your mind, outside of McCaffrey and Debo, to me, the biggest guy you can lose would be George Kittle, just because of the blocking game. I think not having Debo at 100% is still beneficial to the offense because of the other pieces you have. You're not relying on him. It's different than, say, a team that has a big-time wide receiver and maybe a number 2 and then a decent running back and a good running game, whatever. But if you've got a number 1 guy and he goes down, you're like, oh, man, we're missing our number 1. Now we know they're going after the number 2. Debo's out there, you have to pay attention just because of what we talked about. So the decoy element, people say, well, they use him as a decoy. They use him as a decoy anyway. It's like they use everybody as a decoy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they got so many guys you look at and go, boy, it'd be tough without that guy. I mean, let's not forget about Trent Williams. If you lose Trent Williams.
I was thinking skill position offensive weapons. But yes,
the rest of the offensive line has not been great. And Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, obviously. I mean, first team All-Pro. I mean, this guy's, like, dominant. And outside that drop pass last week, which you don't see from him very often, he brings kind of the same thing Debo brings. Great versatility, great skill, and incredible toughness. And I've always said that him and Debo bring more than just their stats. They bring an attitude to the team, a physical nature to the team. You expect that with defense, but not so much with offense. Those guys have just been incredible. I mean, they really have. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys you could look at and say, boy, they'd be really impacted. But, you could do that with every team. Lions lose Amon-Ra St. Brown. Good luck. You lose Laporta, which they did, but they got him back. Good luck. The one thing they do have that the Niners don't have, even though, Mitchell's pretty good, they lose Gibbs or Montgomery. At least they have the other one. Like that's the benefit of having 2 guys.
Rhythm and Bruce, right?
Yeah, you have one guy gone. At least you got the other guy. But yeah, I mean, it's funny because you look at they both, and I thought of this last night. This is interesting. Maybe it's not, but I thought it was. So it's probably not. But I was thinking about Harbaugh going to the Chargers, and they got the 5th overall draft pick and who they might draft, and they probably could use another receiver. And then I thought, 5's awfully high for Brock Bowers, but Brock Bowers is, like, incredible. He's, like, just a different breed of tight end. You watch him play, and he's, like, all these guys kind of combined, and he's just different athletically from the tight end position. Then I thought, Final 4 teams in football that are playing. Kittle, first team All-Pro. Kelsey, Hall of Fame tight end, usually first team All-Pro. Andrews, who's been hurt, but he's their tight end for the year. He's like second, third team All-Pro probably. And then Laporta, who's going to be All-Pro eventually. He was incredible this year. And I thought, you start looking at these teams and how important these tight ends are. I'm not sure why. It just dawned on me last night that all 4 of these teams are in the Final 4. And I'm not saying it's because the tight end, of course. I mean, they all have other things.
They're all key roles to their offenses, for sure.
Yes, they all have tight ends. All of them have tight ends that are major parts of the offense.
And likely filling in for Andrews was key. Yep. Notes Derek.
They're all a little different, but they all are very impactful, and they can all catch. Some can block better than others, but they can all catch, and they're all guys their quarterbacks look for. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what that means. I found it kind of interesting. Maybe it's not.
Doesn't mean us. All right, when we come on back, we will get into...
Told you that's a possibility.
That was my opinion. More on the Golden State Warriors. Their win last night over the Atlanta Hawks. Kuminga's maybe, I don't even know if it's a maybe. Best career game for Jonathan Kuminga, 11 for 11. Ties Chris Mullin. We'll talk more about that. And we'll talk more about the feeling in the arena last night. I mean, they all were very emotional. Clay was before the game on the sidelines, but they let it out. And then we've got to correct a big stat mistake that we had yesterday, too. A bang-up job by the KNBR stats department.
No, that was mine. That was my bad.
Yeah, we're still going to blame them. I'm not coming at you, Tom. Come on, dude. It's easier to come with the guys behind the glass. We'll just do that.
Derek.
Thank you. Yeah, all right, Derek. That's enough from you. All right, when we come on back, more on the Warriors' win on and off the court last night, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The impact of Coach Decky on this organization and the global basketball community will last forever. To Natasha, Nicola, and Masha, your husband and father was a beacon of light, of love, and of joy, and is our deepest honor to celebrate his beautiful life here with you tonight.
JK, one more field goal, make it 11-11, have him tie Chris Mullen for the franchise record without a miss. He has got it. Working on Jalen Johnson. He's 11 of 11. And he ties Mully.
Tonight was just about the emotion and just trying to get through it. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but all the coaches took a shot of something called rakia, which is before the game, which is a Serbian brandy. Okay. Yeah. So we all took a shot of that in Decky's honor, and we won. So we might have to keep doing that before every game.
Good stuff there from Warriors head coach, and a bunch of sound there after the game from and before the game, the ceremony for Dejan Milojevic. How about that? Shot of Serbian. Did you know about that?
I did not.
How about that, dude?
I did not.
That's very responsible of Steve Kerr.
Sounds like the 04 Red Sox.
Yeah, dude, it's exactly where I was going. Terry Francona and it's you Arizona guys, man. You like drinking before sporting?
I don't know if he was a part of it. I think
before a big game.
I think Millard was the guy that started.
I don't know, man. I think Francona's the one with the jack. I think Francona had it. He said we used to do this at Arizona in Tucson on the diamond. Anyway, that's kind of cool. That was a cool ceremony, and the feelings were.
Jack, by the way, had a bad experience with Jack in high school.
Was it related to the paddling you got?
No, it was not. Actually, it was like one of the dumber things I've ever done. But you're in high school, so you are stupid. And we played. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we played. Believe it or not, we played quarters with Jack Daniels.
Why? What?
Well, yeah, why? That's a great question.
What's the matter with you?
Here's the answer to that question.
I've learned so much crazy ass about Tom this week.
We ran out of beer, so we just go, what do we have? And there was like a fifth of Jack just sitting there. We're like, hey, let's use Jack Daniels. And I can still. It's literally 40 years ago, and I can still taste it. It's so gross. There's one that was like filled up almost like a beer, and the guy made it and gave it to me, and it was like at least 3 gulps of Jack Daniels. Oh man, I just remember walking home over to my buddy's house. We were walking back to his house, and
my God,
yeah, I was in the grass was wet.
Big rising action here in this story. Yeah,
it just got watered, and I didn't have a shirt on. And I was walking home, and I was like so tired, and I was like a half a mile away from his house, and I knew where he lived. I've been there like millions of times. My best friend, and I didn't know where we were. I couldn't have found my way home there if he'd have given me $1 million to find my way. I was just looking around, and nothing looked familiar to me, and so I just laid down in the grass. And I'm just gonna go to bed here. And my buddy's like, "going, you got to get up. Let's go. We gotta go." So
you said F it right here? That's you just laid down?
I just laid down, and there's like grass sticking all on me. So it's like, it looked like a grass stick. And some dude, I remember this very vividly. Some guy drove by, and he stopped his car, and he goes, "Hey," he was talking to my buddy, and he goes, "Hey, is your buddy dead?" He goes, "I don't think so." He goes, "You alive?" And I just raised my hand like Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, nice.
And I raised my hand up and dropped it, and ultimately got up and got back to the house, and that was the last I've ever.
That was basically the end of Breakfast Club for you. But
I can't even do Tennessee iced teas. I can't even do those things. Anything that has Jack Daniels in it at all is I can't do it.
Let's rage.
Yeah, okay, great T-shirts, but woo, ah.
So of the 3 noted things, just before we get back into the Warriors here that I've learned about Tom this week, was once corporally punished in high school. Got some spanks and paddles on the rear end. Yep. He yesterday ordered what did you get for lunch yesterday? What was the main course?
Oh, I got
It was
a
a tuna melt.
Tuna melt.
And he decided not fries, not chips, not anything on the side. He wanted pickles on the side. Side of pickles.
Side of pickles.
Odd. And then he hates Jack Daniels, but it's only because he once played quarters.
Quarters with
Jack Daniels in high school. Great advice for the kids. Really taught you something about brand loyalty there. So the feeling in the arena last night was definitely, and we brought this up all because Steve Kerr on the soundbite coming back there said they took some shots of Serbian whiskey or brandy, Serbian brandy before the game last night in honor of Dejan Milojevic. And then they came out and they had a pretty nice game. Jonathan Kuminga comes off the bench to go 11 for 11, 25 points. He ties Chris Mullen's franchise record for most makes without a miss. Do you remember that game, 1990?
I don't know if I played in it. Did I? I could have.
I can tell you in just a minute.
Okay, yeah, because I got
Derek's
there.
going to check for us.
I want to say I got there in 80. I might have got there in 90. I might not have been there in that game. I might have been like before I got there. May have been when I got there, though.
You got there in 89, says Derek. You don't even know when you got there.
I don't. I'm sorry. I mean, it's just.
I'm telling you, the NBA seasons also throw it off.
That's such a long time ago. It really is.
I mean, that's.
So I got there in 89. So if I got there in 89, then yeah, I was there. Yes. I don't even know if I played in that game.
I guess the answer to my question is no, you don't remember that game.
No, I don't. I don't.
That's all I asked is, do you remember the game? Was I there? So you don't remember Mully go. I mean, it's if you guys lost or. Let me see. Do we have a score here? We'll look up all the notes on that game. But if you guys lost, it wouldn't be memorable. Wouldn't be something. And 11 for 11, it's just kind of a random thing. Like I feel like it's more noted now because it's Chris Mullen. It's a franchise record for a young player from a Hall of Famer. To me, that gives it a little bit more merit. But what'd you think of Kuminga? You said earlier the shot selection, the aggressiveness. I mean, I watched that game last night, and I'm like, they ain't trading Kuminga now, are they? Like, I'm going to let that happen? That's not going down.
I do remember being there in Minnesota, though, when Tim Hardaway went 0 for 17, which was interesting. Jim and I were sitting on the bench. We looked at the scoreboard. We're like, he has 1 point. He hasn't made a field goal, has he? Holy smokes. Wonder how many he's taken. And then we found out 0 for 17, I think it was. It was that's
basically the
one.
reaction.
That's a rough one, 0 for 17.
That's
but no, I mean, that's the way, to me, it was more than just the numbers he put up and the fact he was 11 for 11. It was how he got those points. It was, if it was 11 for 11 and he was hitting threes and shooting a bunch of jumpers, that would have been cool, nice, but it wouldn't have resonated as much with me because that's not transferable. That, to me, if he does that one game, then he's going to try to do it the next game, and it's going to be a much different outcome because that's not his game. That is his game. Like what you saw him do last night, of course he's not going to go 11 for 11 all the time, but a lot of those buckets that he made last night are buckets he can get in a lot of games. It's about the mindset, the attacking mindset, and trying to get to the paint all the time. Because when he gets to the paint, he's a monster. He's so athletic and he's strong. He's getting a little bit better with his handle, so he can get to spots easier. He's like a killer when he gets to the paint. Like, not a lot of guys can match up with him athletically. And then when you add that strength in, the guys that can match up athletically aren't as strong, so he can bump them off and create space for himself. So that's what I loved, because the mindset was aggressive in the shot selection. He didn't force stuff. And he rebounded. So I just thought, yeah, he was really good last night. Like, that's the Kuminga you want to have. Again, you're not going to get that type of production every single game, but that's the mindset you want with him. And, again, I mentioned the threes. If he wants to take a corner three, wide open corner three, like draw and kick, boom, no problem. I mean, everybody takes corner threes. It's just the other ones that I hate. But last night he was fantastic. Production fantastic, but more importantly, the mindset. And that game last night, how he played, is how he should play. And if he does, he's going to have more games that are similar to that. Not exactly, he's not going to make all his shots, but similar to that, where he is scoring, 17 points on 11 shots, 10 shots, where he's really efficient with his work.
We just found the box score, by the way, from the game where Chris Mullen went 11 for 11. I asked Tom, do you remember it?
No.
No? He played in it.
I did?
Yeah, dude. Got a nice game. 4 of 9. I guess not a great game, but 4 of 9. You're solid. 4 of 9, 1 of 2 from the line. Don't love that.
I know. My
I'd
free
like you to
throws
knock
are the
those
best.
down, Tom. I'd like you to.
How many minutes did I play?
You played 21 minutes off the bench. You were the second most bench minutes, you and Sarunas.
How many? 21 points. Tell me I had at least 5-6 rebounds.
You had 4 boards, but you had 2 offensive, 2 defensive. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you weren't really into this one, it seems like.
I mailed it in?
Yeah, you kind of mailed this one in. You don't even remember it, dude. It was
the Miami flu.
It was in Miami, and you guys won. You guys hammered them, dude. 137 to 111.
Wow.
Tom had 9 points.
Okay.
Sarunas had 23 off the bench. Nice.
Nice.
And Chris Mullen led all scorers with 28, 11 for 11 from the field, including 1 3. And he made all 5 of his free throws, too.
That's nice.
Solid.
I played over 20 minutes. Don't remember at all.
That's incredible. It's unbelievable.
That's nice.
Nice. One more note here we want to get to. So yesterday we told you brought this up, Tom.
I did.
Before the game.
Erroneously.
Erroneous on both counts.
Yes, exactly.
Against Atlanta, Garrison Matthews of the Atlanta Hawks. He, coming into the game, was shooting, I think, 48% overall from the field, but was shooting like 51% from 3 or something, you said? Coming in.
No, that's why I messed up, because the stat that I looked at, the app that I had, because I always look at the stats for the year, and it said 48.6 from 3 and 48.6 from overall. So I just figured, well, if he's 48.6 overall, then he's got to be 48.6 from. He didn't take it. Didn't take it to.
The note was that he had not attempted a 2-point field goal. He hadn't made a 2-point field goal. You said entering game 30 last night.
That's what I said. So I was the one that screwed that up, and Tim Roy set me straight. I was like, ooh, and he told me, and I immediately went, ooh. I give out bad info. It's Garrison Matthews info. Nobody really cares, but all apologies to Garrison Matthews.
I texted my buddy though. No, I look like I'm the a-hole.
But I was like, now there was actually people in the thread go, how'd that guy do last night?
Dude, I know.
About that.
He was 2 of 4 on the season entering last night from 2-point land.
Yeah.
The odd part about it is he still didn't even attempt a 2-point field goal until his 17th game, I don't believe. And he went a few more before he made one. So what did he do last night? He made a couple of 2s last night, Tom?
I think he did. He really, he scuffled last night shooting the ball. I think he was like 1 for 7 from 3 or something. Tell you what,
oh no, he won 1 for 7 from 3. That was his one bucket. He was 1 for 7 overall.
Is that what it was?
He was 0 for 6 from 3.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, that's right. He stepped on the line. It was I thought it was a 3. And
he attempted it. Said it was despite
2.
His best attempts, it was not a 3-pointer.
Okay.
So 20 minutes, 0 of 6 from 3. Not great for Garrison Matthews. We're going to catch up when we come on back with Mark Spears, ESPN, and Anscape. Erroneous on both counts, ESPN and Anscape.com. We'll get his thoughts on the Warriors' victory last night. Jonathan Kuminga's performance. Does this solidify the fact that they probably will not trade him come trade deadline, which is, by the way, February 8th. It's right around the corner. And how odd is it that this was just Draymond's second game back from suspension after the week off? Had 12 points off the bench. We'll talk to Mark Spears about it next on the Sports Leader.
Erroneous on both counts.
Debo Samuel was back on the practice field today in a limited capacity. There's more on that story. It's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
thing because they're light years away from that. They're just the West is not only really good, it's getting tougher. Phoenix is starting to figure it out. The Clippers already have figured it out. So it was going to be tough to begin with. I don't know if there's a player out there or a package out there that puts them in a position to really compete against the top teams in the West right now. So you got to kind of recalibrate. And what are your expectations now moving forward? Realistically, not that you're going to go to the team and go, hey, if we finish 8th, that'd be great. I mean, they're going to try to win. They have Steph Curry. But realistically, you can't go all in and go for it knowing that your chances are limited.
But you know how crushing it would be if they didn't make the playoffs when you're paying all this money. They got at least – I think what the playoffs did show and prove last year is just get to the dance. Just get to the dance, and once you get there, try to figure out from there. The NBA playoffs are all about matchups. And I think the Lakers and the Miami Heat, with their production last year, just kind of give you hope that, hey, if we could just get there and be playing our best basketball and we get the right matchup, which obviously a lot of things have to fall in place, let's see what happens, right? But they got at least, to me, they got to make, even the play-in would be a disappointment. To me, they got to be a top 16 with all the money that they're paying. And so my guess is, knowing that Steph's window isn't not closing, but it's not wide open anymore, I feel like they, from talking to other people around the league, the sense I get is that they feel like the Warriors are going to do something.
What's out there?
Well, you saw one guy last night, DeJounte Murray. I think Trae Young.
What?
Out there.
Trae Young?
I think that also.
There's no way Atlanta's trading Trae Young. That's the only reason people go to that arena.
They would trade him if they got the right deal.
And let me tell you something. I wouldn't want him. I don't want that guy.
There lies the problem: is more people are interested in DeJounte than they are Trae, from what I'm being told. But my point is, I don't think they're unopposed. I don't think they're opposed to trading him, either one of them. I think they realize that experiment didn't work, and they got to do something. I wonder about Jeremy Grant with his contract. Do the Warriors want to take on that much money? They're paying him a lot of money. Somebody that could get you over the hump, right? Julius Randle, Keldon Johnson. I do think there's some players to be had. I think that the Cavaliers also could be interested in not going to trade Mobley, but I think until their recent surge, like that, Jarrett Allen was attainable, right? And then with them basically making the changes that they're making is maybe some of their players, not that they're going to give up Poole or obviously Kuzma, but maybe they're ready to make some deals too.
Yeah, I guess really all those players you just mentioned to me don't move the needle at all. It makes them better, but it doesn't make them significantly better, especially if you have to give up draft picks and youth, because they're going to need those things desperately. So, none of those things do anything for me. I got to be honest. I hope they don't just do something to do something. Just because they feel like, we got to give Steph a chance. And at some point, you got to be realistic and look yourself in the mirror and say, this is kind of what we are. And it's not a good position to be in, but I'd hate to see him give up assets just to get somebody that's a name brand, but doesn't really help the team that much.
Well, the one thing they do have, Tom, is they do have Chris Paul's expiring contract. So, maybe you do make a move that includes some future picks, and you use Chris Paul's contract to get said player. So I think if you do that, then you're not getting rid of, obviously I think they would be open to trading Wiggins, but there could be a team out there that just wants to drop some salary and might have a player that, all right, we'll give you him, you give us a pick or two. This is a talented player, but we'd really like to get off of their contract. So we'll take Chris Paul's contract back. So I do think that Chris Paul's expiring contract is going to be attractive to somebody the same way like Kyle Lowry's was in that trade with Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
So, keep an eye on, Chris Paul's contract being dangled to a team that might have a talented player, but is more interested in maybe getting some picks and shedding some salary.
All right.
Mark Spears joins us every week, courtesy of ESPN and Anscape. And Mark, you going to be out there tonight, or were you the rest of the week?
I'm actually, believe it or not, on my way to Baton Rouge, Louisiana right now. I got a 5:20 a.m. flight. Got my mom with me, and we're going to go see. I promised her I was going to take her to an LSU basketball game.
Nice.
We're going to see the LSU reigning women's basketball champions beat South Carolina tonight.
Nice. That'll be a sweet game, dude. That'll be a good game tonight for sure. Have a blast. Have a blast with Mom, and be safe and enjoy the trip. And we will talk to you next week, Mark.
Yes, fellas. Good to talk to you.
All right, good deal. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape. I missed any of that, and I know some of our YouTubers did. The audio was down for a minute. Got it back up and running. We are streaming YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader on KNBR.com and on the KNBR app. We're still going to talk to Matt Barrows a little bit later, 4:50. Matt Barrows will stop by, and we'll get his thoughts on what's going on with the 49ers and the health of the roster heading into the game against the Lions. Do want to get to your calls as well today. 808-KNBR is the number to get involved. But first, a bit on forcing Jared Goff to beat the 49ers in his last 5 games against the Niners. Doesn't have a win. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
John Lynch joined Murph and Markets this morning and admits there were 49ers. His 49ers were not sharp this week, but they will come out stronger against the Detroit Lions. More on that story trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's time to peel some wigs with Mr. T.
Auburn comes back with you on Thursday afternoon. We'll get into a little bit of football here in just a minute as it relates to Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. But we've got a big game weekend text contest for you for an opportunity to head to Vegas for the big game. Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, the newest luxury resort and casino in the Las Vegas Strip. We're going to send you there for the big game for the whole weekend. How about that? One winner will score a trip for two to Las Vegas, including airfare, a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, $150 credit to spend at one of its 36 restaurants and bars, and 2 tickets to Fontainebleau, Las Vegas's big game viewing party, all at Blue Live Theater. Just listen weekdays for the national text keywords, and you can win. Find the official rules at knbr.com. The grand prize, again, 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, $150 food and beverage credit plus airfare for two. 2 tickets to Fontainebleau, Las Vegas's big game viewing party at the Blue Live Theater. Pretty good deal, man. The code word to watch. You're going to want to text code word WATCH. Text code word WATCH, WATCH, to 95819. There'll be a new code word each day. I'll give it to you, and you have a chance to win. So that's how you enter code word WATCH to 95819. Go to KNBR.com to find the contest details, and hopefully we'll see you in Vegas. The 49ers facing Jared Goff, of course, on Sunday. Goff's faced off against his childhood favorite team, the 49ers, a number of times, 9 times in his career. He started his career 3-1 against the Niners. He's now lost 5 consecutive games. In his career, 17 touchdowns and 7 picks. 3 of the picks were pick sixes. Pretty incredible. One of them was Dre Greenlaw, week 1 against the Lions in Detroit a few years ago, 2021. Steve Young said to us yesterday, the key to this game is to not let Jared Goff play a clean game. Here's what Steve told us about trying not to let the Lions get started and get hot. So it's about playing, not allowing him to have the clean pocket. Here's Steve.
I think that they can still stop the run, and Jared Goff can get electric and make some big plays. I think what his kryptonite is putting him in there under duress like every quarterback. There's no genius there. But all of a sudden, the interceptions start and turn them, and then if he can turn over twice, you know that we can win that football game. So to me, again, back to the defensive line, it's that, he's not going anywhere. He's not somebody that's the dynamic nature of Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, people that you're going to see in a couple of weeks, hopefully, is not this guy. This guy is somebody that's going to be in a spot. And so I got to believe that, if they're running the ball well, I agree with you, that puts us under duress. But the thing that really will get us is if somehow he's able to throw the football and error-free.
Do you agree with Steve that the biggest key or priority for the defense is stopping Jared Goff? Because he was saying he makes this whole thing go, and I would somewhat agree. I mean, they play he's a quick release guy. He doesn't have a huge arm, but he obviously he's been to a Super Bowl before. He knows how to operate an offense. I think he's a major threat if they play a clean pocket game.
Do I agree with Steve? No, I do not. I still think it's the run game.
I'm with you there. I think he's a threat, but I think he can open up the run game, and that may be where Steve was going.
Well, I think that's where the 49ers have proven they've been vulnerable. And again, this defense isn't like vintage 49er edition. Over the last 5 years, this defense isn't as good. Like the defenses that got to the Super Bowl and then a couple years after, those were like shutdown defenses. Those defenses kicked your ass, and they didn't have to score 28 points to win a ball game back then. In fact, if they got into the 20s, there was a great chance they were going to win the ball game, and it's just not. They don't stop the run as well. They don't get to the quarterback as well. It's not the same. But the run is what worries me, because like last week they started off with the run, the Packers, they were successful, and then Love got going, and they had everything working. And they didn't have to get 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, or 3rd and 20, and they got that. But this is a really good play-action team, too. You mentioned it yesterday. They run the most play-actions from under center of any team in the league, and that's tough. That's tough. You're going to hand it off, and here comes Warner, and here comes Greenlaw, and all of a sudden, there's Laporta right behind you. And so, if they stop the run, I don't anticipate Goff just shredding him, like all on his own. without the ability to run the ball.
They'd like to make him one-dimensional, Tom, you know.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
They'd really enjoy making that team one-dimensional.
I didn't think they would, but I think you're right on this one. I think in this particular game, they're going to want to make them one-dimensional.
We should call Kyle. We should let him know. We should tell him. It'd be a good idea, maybe. Or maybe it's Wilkes. We should get on Wilkes. But, dude, you got to make them one-dimensional.
Text him. Hey, make them one-dimensional.
He's going to be like, dude, all right.
When a coach says that, I always want to say, we want to make them one-dimensional. So you want to take away the pass? And just let him run whole game? Oh, no, the run.
No, take away the run.
But everybody knows, like, one-dimensional. But they say it like everybody knows. There's got to be some people out there like, what does that mean? What if they just ran all over him?
Take away the kicking game, we're good.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? No,
you know what? We don't want them punting on us, so we're just going to take away the punts.
We're going to give up first downs all day. We should be fun.
But the reason I said the run is because I think they have been vulnerable to the run, and they were vulnerable to the run last early in the game, and that kind of set the tempo for the game. Again, when I rewatched it, second half, they're actually pretty good against the run. They stuffed Jones a lot in the second half, aside from that one big run. And again, yeah, it counts. I get that. There's no doubt. But it wasn't like the first half where it was like 8 here, 5 here, 4 there, 6 there, 2 there, 9 there. It was like he was really good in the first half, and they opened up holes, and they were successful. And I think you let this offense get cooking, and now you're in for a battle. Now it's going to be, you better have the ball last, and hopefully you can score. So to me, it starts with the run. And I wouldn't say that if this were the Niners of last year, the year before. I would say I'm not even worried about the run. Just unleash hell on Goff and get after his ass because I'm not. But I am a little worried about the run.
So would you just sell out to stop the run? Is that a better? I mean, I don't
know if I'd sell out because they're definitely capable of beating you. I mean, Goff is playing an elite level this year. He's been really, really good, and they have the weapons to really hurt you too. So I don't know if you can completely just sell out. Like I don't know if I want to just stuff 8 in the box and say you guys aren't. Like I don't know if you have to say you aren't running it. Period. We're going to make you throw it because if you make them throw it, they can throw it. They will beat you throwing the ball. But if they can just have 7 in there and do a good job staying in their lanes and shutting them down, so especially shutting them down early because that's where the Niners have been really good this year. Is they can be so dominant. If they shut down the run early, they get ahead of you, and then you just stop running. That's why the total yards per game on the ground and the yards per carry are different, like where they rank in the league, because they get up on teams, and they just stop running the ball. They just start throwing the ball. So I think early in the game, like if I had if I had to pinpoint the concern, stop the run early. Don't let them get off to, I mentioned yesterday, don't let them have that first drive where they have 6 and 30 yards, where they're averaging 5 yards a pop. Don't let them run for 40 yards in the first quarter. Hold them down. And I think if they do that, if they get off to that fast start, because I have a feeling they're going to get off to a fast start this week. And there's a very good chance they could have got off to a fast start last week. They didn't. Purdy was off. We noted that. Debo went out. Like 4 plays into the game, I think it was, something like that. So he was out, but that drive looked like it was going to be a pretty good drive. McCaffrey run, Debo pass, like, oh, here we go, out to close to midfield already. So I just think they're going to get off to a quick start. So that if they can hold that running game in check early on and kind of make them like a little bit hesitant, like, I think they'll stick with it. Campbell is, that's one thing I like about him. He's stubborn with the running game. He's just not going to give up on it. Like, okay, this isn't working. Let's just go. Let's go to the. Hey, Dan, are you going to give up on the running game Sunday?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. No,
I didn't think so either.
Thank you.
Okay. Well.
You're welcome, Dan. Always forthright. So that to me. To pinpoint the key, stop the run early, and I think they're going to be in great shape.
Tim in my ears, that was one too many.
It was.
That's always in the bleachers at Giants games. I hear that when somebody does the he's a bum. What's the matter with so-and-so? You get 3. Every once in a while there'll be a 4th one, and then you chant back, that's too many. Yeah. You get 3. You get it hits the peak at like 2. You get 1 more to putter out, then that's it. So
no.
How about this? We want to hear from you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. It's also the number to text for the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We talked about it last week going into the game against the Packers. New concerns this week. What is your biggest concern facing the 49ers as they head into the NFC title game against the Lions? Is it? Could be without Debo Samuel. Is it another bad Purdy performance, or is it simply stopping the run game of the Detroit Lions? 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Your call's next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Weekends. Now only Sunday. That was it. But this weekend, oh, you know how we roll over here. We go pizza, wings. Some people like chips and dips. And you want to have everything as simple as possible. Order in the pizza. You might make the wings. But the chips and dips, you don't even want to have to make it. You just wanted to crack it open. Well, now Daisy has you covered. They got the French onion and the ranch dip. All you have to do is crack those bad boys open, and you are good to go. So, a staple for the weekends when you're watching the games is snacking. And a staple of snacking, Daisy Dips. You're a Daisy if you do.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Thursday afternoon as we turn our sights to Sunday. And I started feeling better about this yesterday, the 49ers and the Lions. But I'm with you, Tom. I think key to this game is going to be stopping the run. I mean, I asked what the biggest concern was, and you kind of just told us there. The biggest concern would be stopping the run game. If they can't, they're going to open things up for the pass game and the quick pass game. And you mentioned some of the receivers, Josh Reynolds, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of intrigued by how the defensive schematic works when they come out. That, we talked to, was it Herman Moore yesterday and to Charlie Batch, but Herman Moore was talking about ways that Amon-Ra St. Brown has, or games where he's struggled this year. And he said it's when they jam him in man coverage from the inside, meaning they try to push him to the sideline, right? They don't let him get to that easy break. And because it's all, just like Brock Purdy, it's all predicated on timing. When he's sitting in zone and he's got room off the line and he can run into those open spaces, that's where he's impossible to stop. He can pick up speed. He's stronger than people think. And it's sort of got that Debo element. You get the ball in his hands and he's dangerous. So, yeah, I think the run for me has got to be number one. Where do you come down on another bad Purdy performance and Debo on your level of concern for those? They're fairly low for me, both of those.
Purdy, I have no concern. And then Debo, I have no concern because you can't do anything about that. If he plays, he plays. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I think they'll be more than well prepared to go out there and perform. Again, they had 460 yards against Cincinnati without Debo. And it was the picks that really did him in that game too. So, but I just don't. I don't think, oh my gosh, is Purdy going to play like he did last game? I don't feel that way. It was an isolated incident, and until if he does it again, then maybe next year playoff time. But he had really good performances last playoffs. So I mean, not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying my level of concern for Brock Purdy is I don't have one. I just don't. I don't go into the game thinking, oh my gosh, the first throw he makes. I wonder if it's going to be wide left or high. If it is, then then the next one I'll be going, okay, let's see what the next one looks like. Let's see if the next one's on target.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
you could have nerves NFC Championship game, but I just don't. Yeah, it isn't. I don't have one. You'd love to see Debo out there, but I think this offense, and he's important. I don't want to downplay that, but I think the offense and the weapons they already have are more. They're more than capable of moving the ball and putting it in the end zone.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text if you want to get involved in the conversation. Let's go out to the phone lines. Louis is in San Francisco. Louis, you're on the Sports Leader. What's your biggest concern for the 49ers entering the game?
Offensive line pass protection.
I'm good with that one. How bad do you think it was in the game against the Packers?
I don't know. To me, every game now, the last few games, that the zone where it seems like the pocket is tighter and tighter and tighter every game, and Purdy's having to throw, with always somebody, right there on him. And again, if you look at the last two NFC Championship games and the last Super Bowl, to me, it just seemed like, it's hard to pick one thing when you lose a game, but if you had to force me to pick one, I would have picked that.
I appreciate the call, Louis. Yeah, I'm with you there. And I said this.
Was that dude in studio with you?
He sound good?
He did.
Pipes were good there?
I thought he was I was like looking around the corner on
a landline
stream, like seeing if he was there. Like, is that dude in studio? Louis there?
That's what we didn't mention though, the pass protection.
Yeah, that's
when it was
a
an
good
issue.
one. Because that pocket was closing in on
He's right,
on Purdy last week. There's no doubt about it.
He's right on that one. Now let's go out to Edgar. Edgar is in New Jersey. Edgar, your biggest concern for the Niners and the Lions entering Sunday. What's up, man?
Hi, how's it going? Our defense, that front four, they have to get there. We can't have another game with no sacks. Bosa not getting there. Chase not getting there. That front four has to be vicious this week.
I'm good on that.
Down to that front four.
Yeah, I'm good on that. Appreciate the call, Edgar. Yeah, the pressure that they've got to apply to get to the quarterback. That's the thing is Jared Goff is not a guy who's mobile. He's not going to create a bunch with his legs. He's not going to extend plays. He's not great on improvising. So if you can collapse the pocket and you can make him uncomfortable, I mean, we talk a bunch about the mobile quarterbacks being problems for the Niners and the rest of football. It's why you want athletic defensive ends and guys who can move that pocket for you. But you got to be able to close. Bosa, 4 straight playoff games without a sack. The sack number is really quieted down. This would be a great opportunity to pick up a bunch here as they didn't get any last week. And no matter what, you'd be seeing a mobile guy in the Super Bowl. So I'm with you. You got to hit the quarterback, create a little bit of pressure. Let's go back out to the phones here. Let's go to Mitch. Mitch is on Highway 80. Mitch has got concerns about the secondary. What's up, Mitch? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I just got a question for you guys. I actually got two of them. The first one is, what do you think about more playing time for Jair Brown? He didn't play last week. And I think he brings a little energy and pop to the defense that Logan Ryan doesn't. Just thoughts.
Appreciate the call, Mitch. Yeah. Oh, no, you got another one here? We got another one. We keep him there. Go ahead.
Why don't you do the first one, and then we'll
come back.
He's still coming off injury, isn't he?
I thought he was. I thought he got hurt at the end of the year there, Jair Brown, and so I thought maybe that was the reasoning. But I'm with you. I'd rather have him out there than Logan Ryan, too.
Yeah, I think he's healthy now. But, hey, my second one I've been wondering for a long time. On a PAT extra point, a lot of times or sometimes they'll get a 15-yard penalty and personal foul. So the team's kicking off from like the 50-yard line. How come they never try an onside kick? Like, it's only you're only losing 10 yards if you don't get it.
Well, I'll do you one better and appreciate the phone call. I wouldn't do an onside kick. I don't want them getting the ball at the 40 if they recover it or if I kick it out of bounds. You're assuming they're going to get it at the 25 because that's where it would be if you just bomb it through the end zone. Here was my question, and it doesn't really apply anymore because you can fair catch and get it at the 25, but when they didn't do that, why wouldn't teams pop it straight up in the air and try to pin him inside the 10-yard line, make him catch it inside the 10-yard line?
Little pooch? Yeah.
Yeah, they never did that. Belichick, I think, did it. I think Belichick figured it out. Yep. But he didn't. Everybody just get up there and bomb it through the end zone. If I get a 15-yard penalty on a extra point now, I'm going to take the 1 yard and go for 2. I'll just say, give me the 1 yard. I'm going to go for 2 here. I'd do that every single time if I could do that. Because what's it doing me on the
nothing on the
kickoff?
Yeah, I never understand why. Yeah,
you know what you should be able to do
every time.
You should be able to bank it and use it at any point in the game.
That's incredible. That'd be.
We're gonna use it. We got that one. We're gonna
You forget you have it. You're like, come up lame on a third down. You're like, wait a minute. He's
Hold
throwing
on.
the 15 yards. He's using it from the first quarter.
It's like deal or no deal. You can bank it.
Oh, dude, yeah. You got coaches who are like better at using their yardage plays later in the game. I was like, I had to manage that 15-yarder into the fourth.
Yeah.
I thought we'd use it in the third. We needed that first down, but
He took it home with him.
dude.
No! Do you only use it on offense? Do you use it on defense?
use it to
What do you
counteract
do?
a bad defensive play. You're planning on using it the next drive, but then Amber
Yes.
Thomas commits a PI, and you're like, dude, can't let him get 35. We got to make him get 20. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Diana's in Gustine. Diana, in the Central Valley. What's your biggest concern for the game this Sunday?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Well, my biggest concern, I'm going to tell you, I have 100% confidence in our quarterback. I have 100% confidence that Debo is going to play. And, of course, when he's out there, he's going to play well. My biggest concern is going to be on our defense. And I know we've been talking about it all week. And I'm not sure. Do you guys have any stats on, I was playing the Green Bay game back 3 times, and it's like, gosh, we have 4 guys up front. I think they're going to kill us with that run if that's the plan. I'm hoping he channels that defense we had when we played the Eagles, when we played the Cowboys, when we played Jacksonville. We just were on a completely different level. So I'm hoping that's the defense we see more of on Sunday, because defense wins championships, and that's what it's going to take.
I appreciate the call, Diana. She's right about the defensive line. I guess what she's talking about is blitz percentage, is how many guys they're bringing, how many guys are rushing up front. We had a call yesterday who said something about that. Maybe it was last week, a guy who said they brought in Steve Wilkes to run a 4-3, and he's a 3-4 guy, whatever the crack was on Wilkes. But they're just not a great run defensive team, and he's going to call it the way he calls it. They were getting tons of sacks once Chase Young showed up, and again, I don't know enough about defensive line play. We talked to Tim Ryan on Fridays. We'll do that tomorrow, about why they haven't been getting home on quarterbacks. They've played some mobile quarterbacks. But again, this is a guy who they should be able to sack. They've sacked a bunch in his career. And Goff has not had much success against the Niners defense in his last 5 outings. However, he hasn't played them as much as he used to when he was with the Rams. It's just a different situation here. So just thoughts on the blitz percentage stuff, Tom?
Yeah, and that's so tough because I don't know. I don't know what the percentages are. I thought she was going to talk about, and maybe they did it last week. I wasn't really paying that close attention to it. But when I think they did it against the Eagles, go to a 5-man defensive line occasionally, where they have 5 guys up there. I don't know what the percentages of that. I really didn't track that. And I'm not really looking at that. Like when I'm watching the game on TV, I'm looking at the other team's offense and looking how they're lined up, what formation they're in, where the receivers are at, all those things. I don't pay that close attention to how the defense is lined up, because you kind of assume they're going to be lined up similarly every time, but they're not, especially the front, and that's what the quarterback's looking at, the front. I don't know. Maybe I just don't have I can't ping back and forth between the offense and the defense to see what the hell's going on between everything and keep track of it. But I'd love to see him do this more. I'd love to see him do that more. I wish it move this guy over here, do that with this guy, do that with this guy. But I'd just be lying to you if I said this works, this doesn't work. But I'm assuming they've tried just about everything this year, and for the most part, it hasn't been great. So this is going to be a tough one. This will be a tough challenge, though. It will. This is a really good running team.
I can tell you the 49ers, to Diana's point, the caller, they only blitz on the season 18% of the time. That's in the regular season.
How low is that?
It's third worst.
Okay.
Third lowest. So that's the only teams who blitz less than the 49ers this year were the Colts and the Jets. And then right above the Niners at 19-4 was the Raiders. Up near the top, the Detroit Lions, well, they're much higher. They blitz 28.5% of the time. The Vikings and Brian Flores, they were bringing it 51-5.
Vikings are unbelievable.
Just bring that. Vikings and Giants, dude. Wink Martindale. Remember that game against Brock? He's like, just go. The Bucks did it a bunch. You got the Pats did it. A lot of these bad teams were doing it a bunch. Just trying to generate some pressure on the quarterback there. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Your biggest concern for the 49ers as they enter play against the Lions, 808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go out to Carlos. Carlos is in Manteca. Carlos, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Long time listener. This is one of my favorite shows on KNBR.
Thank you.
Obviously people are talking about Debo, being a biggest concern. Obviously he's a great impact on the field, but I feel we have enough, star power and talent on the team to make up for that, or at least be competitive. We have more talent, I think, without Debo than most teams have on their squad. So I think that we can make up for that. As far as Purdy, I don't think he's going to be, the same person that he was last week, or the same mindset, same elements that we dealt with last week. So I think he's not the issue. Plus, he's been in the playoffs. He knows how to win in the playoffs. My biggest concern is Jake Moody. Just being that this is going to be, this is his, first time really in this situation. He's not shown a good track record. Last game he missed a field goal, made a field goal. In the last game of the season, which was pretty much meaningless, missed a field goal there, so there was no real pressure on him. So really it comes down to, in my opinion, he's one person that, unless it's obviously a low snap or a block at the line, that it comes down to his foot, which I think it might be a closer game than people think. They're giving 7, but it might come down to a field goal, and it comes down to it'll be just him having to make that. Nobody else can make up for his kick. There's not another kicker on the team. So that's my biggest concern.
Appreciate the call, man. Thank you so much. I'm with Tom. I'll let you take that. Is that a concern? Because I know we're not talking the draft pick thing, but is it a concern that
Moody a concern?
I mean, again, I'm looking at the miss as just, I don't want to call it like an outlier, an anomaly. He missed one this year, of course, in the rain. This was in the rain too. It got tipped. He might have missed this one anyway, but it's not at the forefront of my concerns.
No, because I think if things go according to plan, I'm hoping they'll be ahead, 10, 13 points coming into the last drive or whatever. But he's right; it could always come down to a kick. And I think it's not a concern, but you always wonder if a guy can, get it done at the end of the game in the playoffs when he's doing it for the first time. But don't think for 1 second that 52-yarder against the Packers didn't stick in his brain.
Yeah.
Like, that was a big-time kick. And that wasn't the end of the game, but it was going to be a lot closer to the end of the game for them if they didn't get that field goal. I mean, they just had a turnover. Didn't move the ball very well and needed to get that turnover turned into some points. And he cashed in a 52-yarder in tough conditions, and not just tough conditions, but it's a playoff game. It's like, well, now by that time it was early fourth quarter. They actually Greenlaw picked it off late third, and it was early fourth quarter. So as Yogi says, it was getting late early in that game. And I don't know. Let's put it this way: he didn't have a kick during the regular season that came close to the pressure that one had on it, and certainly they're going to get bigger and bigger as you go. So you don't know until you've been there. Like, we didn't know Vinatieri is going to hit that field goal against the Rams in the Super Bowl many years ago. He striped it.
Right.
And then after a while, you're like, it's over, done. Vinatieri's out there, game's done. Because you knew it. He'd done it so many times that for him, it was like, yeah, I got this. No big deal. But Moody hasn't come close to accumulating that many pressure kicks, but that was one of them. That was one of them against the Packers that he could put in the bank. I always talk about putting stuff in the bank, not wondering if you could do it, knowing you could do it. And he did it. And that one, again, that was not an easy one. Situationally, it wasn't easy, and weather-wise, it wasn't easy. So, no, you always wonder, but he's not a concern. I thought that was a big-time field goal. Now, hopefully, he doesn't screw up a kickoff and let somebody return it 70 yards, because I don't want everybody.
Yeah, that was on him. You got to wear that one, Jake. But let's make them all this week. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Your biggest concern for the 49ers this weekend as they face the Lions in the NFC Championship. Aaron, Sergio, Ron, Will, Larry, Rob, see all you guys hanging on the lines. We will get to every one of you when we come on back. Mort, I see you hanging there too. We also got a bunch of people who've come with concerns that I hadn't really thought about. So we'll get to all of these concerns, especially Mort's, when we get on back here, only here on The Sports Leader. The Warriors dominated in their 134-112 win over the Atlanta Hawks, with Jonathan Kuminga going a perfect 11 for 11 for 25 points. That story and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, sports fans, KNBR did not give out the text words on Wednesday, January 24th, 2024 for the Big Game Weekend contest, but you can listen weekdays now through January 31st, 2024 for your chance to text in for a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for the Big Game Weekend on KNBR. Find official rules at knbr.com. Thank you.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Thursday afternoon here. We are going to catch up with Matt Barrows at 4:50 of The Athletic. Get his thoughts in about an hour on what he's hearing about Debo Samuel and the health of the 49ers. And we want to hear from you, your biggest concerns for the 49ers as they head into this game against the Detroit Lions. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved. Streaming Twitch, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the app, all that good stuff. Let's go back out to the phone lines for the biggest concerns. Let's go to Sergio. Sergio's out in Lathrop. Sergio, what's your biggest concern entering this one?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's happening?
What's up, dude?
Like everybody's been saying, the front defensive line, and if you notice the last few games, even when they play good, they're not really going out and punching guys on the other team in the mouth. You know what I mean? They're just, playing just to win, but they're not going out and just, hey, just knocking them out.
They're not dominating the line. I appreciate the call, Sergio.
No, exactly,
They're not dominating the line in the way that they had early in the season or after the bye week. And really, that was when they were dominating teams and winning by they have 6 straight wins or something by 12 or more points, double digits. That's when that was happening. They were suppressing offenses and they were dominating defenses with electric offensive play and Christian McCaffrey's touchdown streak. So, I mean, again, we say a lot. It all starts and ends with the defensive line. But when's the last time the D-line was the biggest concern for the Niners? This may be the first time in the Shanahan era that they've reached this point, and that was the biggest concern.
Yeah, because it's always been the backbone of the team. That's where this team started. You talked about this team. You talked about the defensive line, period. That was it. And again, that's where they put all the resources into. The trades, free agency, draft picks, money. That's it. That is, we talked about it early in the season. It doesn't get a whole lot better than the 3 guys they had up front in Hargrave, Armstead, and Bosa. And then you add Chase Young, former number 2 overall pick, who is having a, pretty damn good season with the Commanders. And you're thinking, ooh, and Furl was playing really well for him too. So, yeah, that is and always has been a priority for them. And this year, and the thing is, here's the thing. I don't want people to get the impression that I'm saying it's not a good defensive line. It is. It's a really good defensive line. It's one of the better defensive lines in football. It's just when you're as good as they have been and when you know, what they're capable of, that's the expectations. That's where the expectations are at. That's what comes with being dominant. You expect dominance. So when it's not dominant, then it's hey, whoa, what's going on here? What are we doing? And it's still really good. And most teams would be give us that defensive line. That'd be great. It would be a huge upgrade over our defensive line. And yeah, it would be. But I've seen them be more dominant. I've seen them to be dominant. I don't know if they've been dominant this year.
Right.
So that's where you're at with and that comes with being dominant or being great. Now the expectations have raised, and those are the expectations. It comes with teams. You win a couple championships. What do people expect out of the Warriors now to win championships? Is it realistic? No, not really. But I'm sorry. That's the price, and they gladly pay it, but it's not okay, you can go away you don't have to play good for a month or so. That's fine. No, you're great, be great all the time. You're dominant, be dominant. You win championships, and the bar just doesn't get lowered. So I feel like I've talked so much about it. I'm saying, I feel like people might think, God, does he not think? No, I think they're really good. In fact, they're one of the best in the league. They're just not what we've seen from them in the past, and what we've seen is what you expect, and that's kind of what I expect. Shut down the run, get to the quarterback, and be the dominant force. If this was a defense from 2 years ago with this offense, you shut it down, go home, dirk it, it's over.
Yeah,
that's done. Yeah. Season's over at this point. You'd be like, we're done here. We don't even need to play the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But it's not, so we do. But that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Let's go back up to the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go out to Rob. Rob's in Sunnyvale. Rob, what's your biggest concern entering the game on Sunday?
Hey, hi guys. Hey, my biggest concern is, and don't get me wrong here. I love Kyle Shanahan. I don't want anyone else. I don't want anyone else coaching this football team. But my biggest is what I think we've all kind of noticed over the past few weeks is he tends to abandon the run game pretty quickly. I know against Green Bay, in a muddy game like that, sloppy game. I mean, the pass-to-run ratio is something like 43 or 40 attempts to 20 rushes, which to me is like, I feel like he's just overcomplicating things, putting too much pressure on his quarterback. When you have the best running back in football, give him the ball,
Hey, look, I'm not going to argue with you. I was sitting down. I was watching the game last week going, can we run the ball a little bit more, please?
Yeah,
17. McCaffrey's out there saying, please, give him the ball. And my buddy, who gets frustrated sometimes with the plays, he's like, give the ball to McCaffrey. Give him the damn ball. They got the best running back. And I totally get it. I get it, too. So you're not the only one, and I think Kyle is one of the best coaches in the game, absolutely. But that's the thing. You can criticize people and still think they're really good. I mean, Steph makes mistakes. I say it when we're talking about the game. Does it mean I don't think he's a Hall of Fame? No, of course not. But it can't be, as a Hall of Famer, it's okay. You could screw up. That's fine. Oh, it's a Hall of Fame. I agree with him on every. No, it's just not the way it works. So you can think Kyle is a great coach. You may not. I think he's a great coach. Let's call it really, really good. He'll be great when he wins a championship. But I trust his play calling, and I think he does a wonderful job with that offense. Fantastic job. But yeah, does that mean I agree with everything? That there aren't certain times of the game I think, why we do that? Why not go here? Why not do that? Like last week, I thought he was a little too conservative toward the end of the first half. But, that's just me. But you're not the only one. Trust me, you ain't the only one that was thinking, that guy in the backfield? Give him the ball a little bit more, please.
Yeah, give it to McCaffrey. I'm good with that. The biggest concern, it sounds like, is that McCaffrey won't touch it enough. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So let's go back out to the lines here. Aaron is in Woodbridge. Aaron in Woodbridge, what's your biggest concern, Aaron?
Gentlemen, how we doing this afternoon?
Good, man.
What's up?
Good. So my biggest concern is Chase Young. He has got to play disciplined football this Sunday. He's been flying upfield with his shoulders turned inside. He's not staying flat and parallel to the line of scrimmage, and the running backs are just going right around him. He has got to play disciplined football this weekend, quit trying to beat Bosa to the quarterback, and play disciplined ball. And I don't know how we're going to run a five-man front against these Lions if he's not playing disciplined football on the edge. There's no one else out there wide. If he's jumping inside and going upfield, we're going to get gashed big. So I need him, if he's out there listening, to play disciplined football like he was taught, like I teach my Pop Warner and my high school football players, and get with the program, man. We really need him this week.
I heard he listens every day.
Good, man.
Yep.
Well, let's see it, Chase. Come on, boy. Let's go.
Let's go. Appreciate the call, Aaron. Yeah, hell yeah. Good call. Nice pump-up call from Aaron for Chase Young this weekend, if he's listening. Well, Pat the Bat told us yesterday he was, so there you go. Maybe Chase Young's out there whipping around and getting fired up for the game. Back out to the phones here. Let's go to Ron. Ron is out in Maine. Ron, you're on the Sports Leader. What's your biggest concern?
Well, I live here in New England, and the biggest concern I have is that I remember Atlanta and New England, 28-3.
You're afraid it's going to happen a second time?
I hope not. I'm a big-time 49ers fan,
too,
and
man.
I'm telling you, I love Kyle Shanahan, but it's like that's one thing. Living in New England, you hear about it all the time, 28-3, 28-3. It's just, do something. I mean,
appreciate the call, Ron. I appreciate the call, man. Yeah,
thanks, Ron. I was gonna tell Ron that look, I love people calling from New England. You bring up that game again, you're gonna be banned for 6 months. That's a bad memory game for me. Bad memory game.
But not me. You guys can. I welcome the calls. I hit the over. It was a 50, I think.
Bad
second half
memory
over.
game.
It was good. Had the Pats.
You had no business winning any of your bets.
I actually even hit the over on the national anthem that day, too. Good clock.
I should have been 3-0 and ended up impossibly 0-3. Yes. That was painful.
Do something.
Yeah, do something.
Do something.
Nope, not going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Let's go back out to, I'll do something here. Let's go to Larry in Santa Cruz. Larry, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on, man? Your biggest fear for the Niners or concern this weekend?
Do something.
Hey, guys. Love your show. I've been listening a long time. You know what, guys? I had a big concern, but not so much now because I know Armstead and the Gravedigger are not going to have back-to-back week games. They're going to come back strong. We are going to maul the Dandelions in our house, and we are going to ride that wave all the way to the Super Bowl, boys.
Hell yeah, dude. I like you getting fired up. Thanks for the call, Larry. Appreciate it, dude. I like that. He was kind of escalating as it went, too. He came in with a laugh, kind of a putter, and then he took off. Let's go out to Will. Will has a concern that I have for this week. Will, you're on the Sports Leader. What's your biggest concern?
Tolbert, Kurt, Coach, how you guys doing, man?
I'm good, dude.
So, I think I'm stating the obvious with this one, but of course, Avery Thomas is a huge concern for me. The whole DBs minus Javarius Ward. And then, what is your opinion on this? My biggest concern now is really, I hope this is not becoming part of the 49ers' new culture as far as not being able to get that hump over, or getting over the hump, and that goes back even with Harbaugh. When we just couldn't quite get there. Is that going to be our new culture? And that's what I'm really afraid of is going forward. We got past last week with Shanahan not being able to come back in the fourth quarter and Brock also not being able to bring us back. And I'm hoping that it changes this week. But with how the Pats has been going, all the way dating back to Harbaugh, is that going to be our new culture going forward, is to just not being able to get past that hump, just like those Buffalo Bills back in the 80s or 90s?
I appreciate the call, Will. So it's a little bit different.
I'd like to get the hump over, too. But
I don't think it's a problem for Will. He gets the hump
it
over.
didn't sound like it. Yeah, easy. The Bills lost four Super Bowls in a row. Not even close to that.
Hasn't been to one in the last 5 or 6 seasons.
They've been to 3 straight NFC Championship games, won one. Lost one on the road to the team that won the Super Bowl by 3, and then had no chance in the other one because their quarterback got wrecked early in the game. So that's not. I've never even thought of that. And they lost the Super Bowl to Patrick Mahomes. I mean, there's no shame. I still think they should have won that. And there's one play in particular I'm thinking of, but you lose to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Trust me, that's not shameful to lose to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. So, that I didn't even think about that. So that's not even on my radar.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. What is your biggest concern? Still want to hear from you. Back out to the phones. Josh is in Santa Cruz. Josh, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Yeah, no, I was just I'm worried about Steve Wilkes' play calling. It just seems like he's playing way too conservative. I mean, we got dogs on the defense. He needs to let him out. It almost seems like he's almost playing too conservative to either save his job here or to make him look better for his next job if he's getting interviewed. His play calling just doesn't seem like he's unleashing everything that the defense is capable of doing.
Who let the dogs out?
Is that where you're going, Josh? That's
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, he just needs to. We have how many All-Pros on the defense? He needs to just let him go, let him play, let him be a little savage.
That's right.
Appreciate the call. Yeah.
Let him be savage. Just go and be savage. Maybe Aaron Boone to come in and talk to the team. The guys are savages. Oh God. Again, I'd be just sitting here spitting stupid stuff if I said, they need to do this more on defense. They need to do that more on defense. Steve Wilkes hasn't done this. Steve Wilkes hasn't done that. Again, everybody knows me that listens to this show. I'm more about the players than the coaches. You're talented enough. You should be able to get it done. You should be able to get it done. The coaches certainly help or hurt one way or the other, but I don't know enough about defense to sit here and tell you what I see on defense. Like, oh, this guy. I mean, obviously we see good plays and mistakes, and guys take bad angles and stuff like that. We see, but I don't know. I don't know. Hey, you know what? He's right. Just be savages. Let the dogs out. Let's go.
Let the
That's what I'm
dogs
talking
out.
about.
Tim, you better let the dogs out in the next segment. I want to hear it, dude. Let's go out to Raul. Raul is down in San Jose. Raul's got a similar concern. What is your biggest concern, Raul?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. My biggest concern is we have a fantastic D-line. We're paying all that money for these guys, and I don't see the sacks. Like, they're not hitting home. They're not getting home. They're not getting to the quarterback. And it's just disappointing. You know, Bosa, Young, all those guys, we should be getting the quarterback more often.
Appreciate the call.
You know why they're not getting to the quarterback more often?
Why's that?
You know why? They're not letting the dogs out.
They're not playing savages, dude.
Got to let the dogs out, man. Be savages.
Oh, wait, did he say Chase Young like Paul DeYoung? Did you hear that too?
What?
Did you hear that? He was like, yeah, Bosa
dropped a
and
Paul DeYoung
No, he said
on you?
Bosa and Young.
I understand.
Did you catch that, Tim? I need to dial that back up. That kind of made me laugh. Paul DeYoung, forever giant. Don't forget, that's the guy I wanted at the end.
Yeah, you wanted it.
Remember, I was like, let's get him. And then like a month later, he was like 0 for 30 in Toronto, and they were like, you can have him. He's yours. All right, we'll get more to your calls. I'll see all you guys. Rob, Brett, Parker, James, Steven, and Mort.
man.
Mort, just keep on hanging, dude. I'll get to you, Mort. I promise, man. Tolbert and Cobes, what is your biggest concern entering play? We've heard a lot of the D-line. By the way, have not heard a single person say Brock Purdy is a concern for them this weekend. More of your calls at 808 KNBR next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert, Kurt, Coach, how you guys doing, man?
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
The Warriors honored the life of assistant coach Dejan Milojevic with a lovely tribute before last night's game. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house is a little bit different, of course, but we all have one thing in common when it comes to Wi-Fi. We want speed, we want coverage. What's speed without coverage? Nothing. It's great. You get speed, but you got to move to someone else's room, or everyone's in the living room hanging out on top of each other. That's not what they want. That's not what you want. There's people that are gaming in one room, maybe even working, going to school in another room, streaming movies. Everybody's doing something different, whether it be on their phone, their tablet, or a TV in the room, but everyone wants speed. Everyone wants reliability. And what you want is to not hear people complaining. My room doesn't have good Wi-Fi coverage. You don't want it. You don't need it. And quite frankly, you don't deserve it. Well, you won't get it if you have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. You'd be worrying less about dead spots with wall-to-wall from Xfinity, because you're going to get that reliability. You're going to get that speed, and it's going to cover all your devices, and it will power all the devices. You're going to be good, and then you'll say, oh, thank you. Now I can do my thing. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi and Xfinity 10G network for reliable connection throughout your home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary. Not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed, you love coverage. Don't we all? You will. I love Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is that going to be our new culture going forward, is to just not being able to get past that hump, just like those Buffalo Bills back in the 80s?
I thought you were going to give me Chase Young. Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon here, getting ready for the Niners and the Lions. Still going to catch up with Matt Barrows at 4:50. We'll pick his brain about the health of the 49er roster, and then we'll get you a little sound soiree later in the show.
It's just disappointing. Bosa, Young, all those guys.
There it was, dude. There it was. Bosa, Young. Good callers today. 808 KNBR is the number.
Do something
to get in on the conversation. Let's go out to Walnut Creek. Brett is in Walnut Creek. Brett has a concern, one thing we haven't talked much about. Brett, you're on the Sports Leader. What is it today?
Hey, guys. Just a little bit of a pivot. The concerns I have as it relates to everything that everyone's said about, defensive line, stopping the run, Amon St. Brown, DBs. I think all of those things have been alleviated, but by the fact I think we're going to do better in each of those areas. Brock's going to throw the ball better. The D-line's going to play better. The weather's going to be better. My number one concern is, and I know Tom mentioned, is an injury. If something happens and all of a sudden we're not getting to play or even watch an NFC Championship game, which we all went through last year, when basically as soon as Brock got hurt, we weren't watching an NFC Championship game anymore. So my really biggest concern is if we get through the game healthy, I really don't have concerns. We're the better team. But, what happens if someone gets hurt? That's my biggest concern. Brock goes down. We saw what happened with Debo, how that changed us. Something happens to McCaffrey or Trent Williams.
Whoa. We don't have to name names here, bro. Brett, we don't have to be naming names, my man. I appreciate the call, though, Brett. Thanks so much. That's always a concern, of course. But he is right. He is right. In the last two 49er playoff games, a major injury has played, or not a major injury, but an injury has played a role in the obviously a quarterback goes down. They have nobody else really. Josh Johnson has to play a bit. That was devastating. But he's right. The Debo injury was a factor, and a major injury or an injury to the O-line can certainly derail your game plan. We saw that in Cleveland earlier this season as well.
Yeah, my biggest, come to think of it now, my biggest concern is making sure I have all my favorite beers stocked for both games. One of the breweries was out of one of them, so I was a little bummed. Hoping to find it, but come on, breweries, you got to be dogs. Let's go.
You gotta let the dogs out.
I don't need you guys to be cats. Meow. Need you to be some dogs.
You know.
Give me dogs. Give me the dogs. I mean, look, injuries are always they're not really a concern. But yeah, of course. You can't factor that in. You can't handicap those. You can't look at that. Like the running game, you look at it and go, yeah, that concerns me because that's been a problem and that's a strength for them. But I get it. I think that'd be one for everybody. You just go ahead and throw in there. Like, I hope both teams stay completely healthy because I want to see their best versus the Niners' best. And, it's football, so if somebody's going to be dinged up. I mean, I know Laporta was limited this week, so we'll see. He's gone. He went last week, too, and against the Rams, so he looked good both times. But, yeah, I want everybody to be healthy. That's the only thing I ask of the playoffs. Is like, I'd love my team to win it. It'd be great. It'd be awesome. Even the Niners, even the Warriors when doing the games. Like, I just want everybody to be healthy, get out there and play, and just go at it. And we're going to find out who the best team is.
Back out to the phones here. Parker is in Santa Rosa. Parker, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, dude? Biggest concern?
My biggest concern isn't so much the Niners. I believe they're more dominant and talented on both sides of the ball. My biggest concern is the conspiracies of NFL scriptwriters, and maybe the Lions have already been penciled into the Super Bowl. So you guys can go ahead and have fun with that one, or just end my call and just move on. But that's my concern.
Man. I appreciate the call, Parker. Thanks so much, dude. Roll a smoke bomb in, and there's just go ahead with that.
The scriptwriter.
The scriptwriter thing is sort of funny.
Who did that? Wasn't that the former Texans running back?
It was Arian Foster. Yeah,
Aaron Foster that talked about that.
It was Arian Foster who said the NFL script, which is sort of funny.
But what if the NFL script is Niners go? Boom, and you're in.
I think the bigger issue is that it means that everybody was a scab because of the writer's strike, and the NFL was in full swing. So I've got bigger issues with the people who crossed the picket line to go write the script for the NFL than the script itself. So, the NFL script writers were like, you know what, no Joe Burrow this year. No Herbert. No, if we want to see some Browning. Yeah, come on, dude. We're just gonna rip the running backs away from the Browns week one. Back out to let's go to Robert and.
Well, they might have done that. Well, you know what? They could have wrote the script to get Watson hurt.
They could have.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, I think the gods took care of that. Let's go to Robert. Robert's in San Francisco. Robert, biggest concern heading into this one.
This is not necessarily a concern of mine, but I can certainly see it happening. I wouldn't rule it out, and that is that, Detroit, both their running backs are I think one of them's right over 1,000 and the other one's right under 1,000 rushing yards. So
correct.
If they get that rushing game going and they can convert on third down and get the drives going and then, I like Goff. I like Goff a lot. I watch him at Cal. Remember him at Marin Catholic. But if he starts hitting the short ones, especially on third down, and, maybe they can twist it and break it into 15, 20 yards here and there. If Goff gets really sharp and the running backs are converting on third down, the Niners got pushed around last week, certainly in the first half. I mean, the team they were playing, they were not intimidated in the least.
The Packers, you mean?
Packers.
Yeah, I didn't think so. No, I don't think so. They'd already gone to Dallas and won, and Jordan Love has proven to be a talented player. I appreciate the call, Robert. I mean, again, that's what it's going to come down to, making them one-dimensional, Tom, stopping the Rams, the Lions run.
No, so I just thought of something. And this is that's a game everybody could play. And I want to play it now. I don't. Well, I kind of do, but maybe not. I'm not sure. What is your favorite NFL saying? Like one-dimensional. Got to make the team one-dimensional is one. Got to get off the field.
Got to get off the field on
one.
third down.
I love I discipline. I discipline's one of my...
one play at a time, Derek says. I like 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
That's a good one. 3 yards, that's old school.
That's
3
old
yards
school.
in a
They
cloud
say
of
that
dust.
a lot still. It comes back. You don't
3
lose
yards in a
contain,
cloud
dude.
of dust. Yeah, I'll have to give that more thought and come back to that one because I just thought about it when he said, "Yeah, third down." Dude, I was like, "Got to get off the field. Got to get off the field. Got to do a better job getting off the field." Is a classic one. Penetration. Got to get penetration. That's not really. I don't know if that's football. That might not just be football, but maybe it is. I don't know why you'd want penetration in basketball.
You want to penetrate it? You want to get some aggressive penetration in basketball? Yeah, you want to penetrate the lane? Yeah, you want to get into the paint?
Yeah, but that works. Okay.
Let's go to James is up in Portland. Let's get to James. James, you're on the Sports Leader.
Keep the chains moving is another one.
Yeah, keep the chains moving. Don't get behind the chains. Got to stay ahead of the chains. Yeah,
exactly.
There you go. Thank you.
So you got it, brother. I listen to you guys every day for the last 3 years. I love the show, and so I want to start by. Yeah, man. So I want to start by saying Steve Kerr is such a class act, and I'll just leave it at that. But my concern is this. If you remember the Patriots during their winning Super Bowls, Brady always had one play or two that they could count on. When it was 4th and 5, throw it to Edelman. You could tell they had rehearsed the play over and over again. And the Lions have one or two plays when it's desperation, they go to St. Brown, and it works a lot. So my hypothetical concern, and I want you guys to give me your answer, is this. Niners are down by 4. They're in the red zone. There's 10 seconds left. And it's 4th and 5. Let's say there's 20 seconds left. 4th and 5. What's the play call? They have all these all-stars, but it don't seem like they really have. Like I think the Niners will win the game, but the Lions have these two plays they do with St. Brown that are virtually unstoppable. I mean it, too, to get 8-10 yards. So what's the play call that you guys would go to? Niners down by 4 in the red zone with less than 30 seconds left. Hey, I love you guys. Have a good night, and appreciate everything. Thank you.
Appreciate the call, James. I'm going to McCaffrey.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm going to throw one of those little short screens to Debo.
I might throw a back shoulder fade 4 times to the...
What's 4th down? You only get one shot at it.
Oh, well, it's because I've done it the first 3. It's because I threw that back shoulder fade the first 3 times, too.
Let it go.
Why? Oh, it says the guy who said nobody's allowed to call him bring up 28-3 again. Let's go out to Steven in Brentwood.
How much money did you lose on that
I didn't. I told you I went 5-0.
Yeah,
Steven in Brentwood. Steven, you're on the Sports Leader. Your biggest concern?
McCaffrey for MVP. But, guys, my biggest concern would be rhythm. We go when Purdy goes. And last week, man, it was just such an anxiety-driven game for me. And I almost compared it to the game against Philly. I didn't think we would ever get as bad as that game, like watching it from a fan's perspective. But, man, it was up there. My anxiety was really high. That was a bad game. So hopefully we get some rhythm. We'll go get it going with Purdy.
Good deal. Appreciate the call, Steven. Thanks so much, dude. Yeah, again, nobody really concerned about Brock Purdy at all. I think if it was raining, that would be a bunch of calls today. I think if it were still looking like yesterday, I think that would be the number one concern is Brock in the rain.
Yep.
No rain projected. We're looking like it's
like close to 75 now, last I saw.
It's going to be hot.
Yeah.
Hot.
That's hotter than it is during the summer.
Damn Hansley's so hot right now. All right, we'll get to Matt Barrows. He's going to join us at 4:50 in about 20 minutes. When we come on back, Dan Campbell's one of the biggest gamblers in terms of going for it, aggressive work on 4th down, in the red zone, etc. Does Kyle need to match his aggressiveness in this game in order to be successful? Let's talk a bit about that when we come on back, only here on the Sports Leader.
Stopping the run, on St. Brown.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. I know, the tax is coming up again. They never go away. It seems like there's more than one April. Well, there was this year, in a way. They weren't due last year until October, so it comes pretty quick when it's April. So you want to get everything in order. And if you didn't quite get things taken care of last year, and maybe you have some IRS problems that you're dealing with, schedule a consultation with Alex Kugelman and his team. Let them handle it. This is what they do. They're pros. They can handle it. They can take all that stress off your plate and deal with it. Sit you down, talk, and Alex, very, very knowledgeable and personable. He will give you a game plan. Here's how you're going to go about it, and then there will be a light at the end of the tunnel, and you'll see, look, this isn't as dire as it seems. We can deal with this, because he's dealt with it all. He's dealt with IRS problems, whether they be criminal, crypto-related, all kinds of stuff. Let them deal with it so you don't have to deal with it. You can drop that bag of stress and just kind of move on, because the IRS ain't going anywhere. You know that. I know that. At some point, it's going to have to get taken care of. The sooner, the better. So if you have any issues, or if you just want to avoid having issues, he can help you with that too. So schedule a consultation with Alex and his team over at Kugelman and taxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. That's how you contact them. sftaxteam.com. That's Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Kyle Shanahan squaring off against Dan Campbell. What was his first year? Was it 2 years ago was his first season, correct? So that was 2021. So the first game Dan Campbell ever coached as a head coach in the NFL was against Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. Week 1, they lost to the Niners, but mounted a big comeback. Remember, the Niners had pulled, Bosa had already taken the tape off his ankles. He's like, I'm already out. What are you talking about? You got to get heated back up? And Niners ended up winning that one. Dre Greenlaw had a pick 6 against Jared Goff in that game as part of his 3 career interceptions before he got to before he picked off 2 of them against Jordan Love last week. Anyway, the Lions were the second most successful team on 4th downs this season, and they ran the second most attempts overall. They actually ran the most attempts per game, I saw, for it was like 2.2 attempts per game, or second most in attempts per game. They were tied for 8th most in 2-point conversions achieved or completed successfully this year. So Kyle spoke about having to counter Dan Campbell's aggressiveness. When you go up against a coach like that who you know is going to do things that are aggressive, he's going to give himself sometimes 4 downs. They may call plays differently on 3rd down than they normally would to give themselves a 4th opportunity. Here's what Kyle had to say about Dan Campbell liking to gamble on 4th down and 2-point conversions.
you're aware of it, so you understand it, you prepare for it. You know, they might, when it's third down, they might have 2 tries a lot more than other teams do, but just percentage-wise, you know, they're willing to go for fake punts and all that stuff. I mean, those guys are trying to steal possessions as much as they can. I'll tell you after the game whether it's a good thing or bad thing for us. I mean, anytime you try to steal possessions, you're also offering an opportunity to lose possessions. So those are opportunities for them, but they're also big opportunities for us too. And you come up with more than half of them, I feel it's in our favor.
Yeah, he says if you come up with more than half of the stops, it's in your favor. Is that what his point was? He said if you come up with more than half of them. Play the end of that one more time. 'Cause he's saying if you come up with more than half of them, it'll end up in your favor. But he said if you ask me after the game, yeah, I'll know. Was it good or was it bad? Because in order to be aggressive and to be successful, like, you can dig yourself into that hole. Because if you're aggressive, we've all played Madden, right? You get deep in your own territory. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to go for it on fourth. It's Madden. I'm not punting. I'm going for it. You do that, you dig yourself a hole pretty quick, right? Did you get what he was talking about there, Tim, exactly? You can pop on. Go ahead there.
You know what? Let's just play it again, okay?
Let's play it again. Play me the camera.
I mean, those guys are trying to steal possessions as much as they can. I'll tell you after the game whether it's a good thing or bad thing for us. I mean, anytime you try to steal possessions, you're also offering an opportunity to lose possessions. So those are opportunities for them, but they're also big opportunities for us too. And you come up with more than half of them, I feel it's in our favor.
Yeah, come up with more than half. He means come up with stopping more than half of them. That's what I was trying to come up with. He used a little bit weird terminology, but I get what he's saying there. So, again, if they have 6 tries at fourth downs or something like that, and you stop 4 of them, chances are you're getting the ball in decent field position, or you've kept them from either kicking a field goal and putting points on the board, like we saw with that drive that got halted on fourth down last week.
Yeah, it was huge last week that they stopped the Packers on 4th and 1. Now, I don't know if that was necessarily a card call. I don't think you need a laminated sheet. I don't think you need a laminated sheet to go for it, like 4th and 1 at your own 15. I think a lot of coaches would have done that one, but Campbell gets really aggressive. Like, maybe not staley aggressive, like in his own end, but when he has a chance to score points, he's looking for a touchdown. He doesn't just settle for field goals. Like I said yesterday, I've seen him go 4th and 4. 4th and goal from the 4, he goes for it. He's just like wild. And I guess the theory is if you get it, great. If you don't, your expectation is you're going to get some points coming back the other way. If you can get a stop, without them getting a first down or maybe 1 first down, and then you force a punt. I mean, again, this is all algorithm stuff here. Like when you start at the 5-yard line, your own 5-yard line going out, there is an expected point value for you. There's an expected point value for them. And so you just all that gets factored in to all these decisions that they make. But Kyle's not really with that. He's not a guy that looks at any chart. Like, he's aware of it, he knows it, but he's not. He plays a little more conservative than the other coaches do, especially out of the younger coaches. Which is funny to say. The Kyle's not one of the younger coaches anymore. Yeah. But the guys that are taking over now, man, these guys are like gunslingers. They're just like, woo-wee, let's go for it now. I mean, it's a whole new game over the last 5-6 years or so. So, yeah, but I mean, he's right. If you stop half of them, then you're good. I mean, look at the Ravens game they lost a number of years ago when they were the number 1 seed at home to the Titans. And they went for it a lot that year. I don't know if they go for it as much on 4th down as they used to. Maybe they do. I haven't paid attention to it because I'm kind of desensitized to it, to be honest with you. Back when he was going for it, it just kind of started. So I was like, whoa. It was a little unsettling watching Raven football. Like, wow, these guys go for it a lot. And that was coming off, an era of football, well, all of football basically, where it's 4th down, you punted it. You just punted it, unless you were in field goal range, or it was maybe 4th and a half yard, then you might have gone for it. But nobody was going for it like 4th and 1 at their own 50 back in the day. They just would not do that.
Baltimore doesn't go for it at all. Nobody goes for it. Baltimore and the Niners go for it the least of any teams.
Yeah, so Baltimore, I bet you that year that they lost to the Titans, I bet you they had to be in the top. Going for it on 4th down, because I remember that game very vividly. They went for it like 3 or 4 times, and the Titans stuffed them just about every time, and that was one of the main reasons they lost that game. Like, they were moving the ball, but they'd have a key 4th down, and they Titans would stuff them. And Titans didn't. I don't think the Titans scored a ton that game, But the defense.
28-12 was the final.
Is that it was 28-12? Yeah. What does it have? You have the box score?
I'm going to pull it up here. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious what fourth down conversions were for, because I remember, again, I couldn't even remember last week's game, so I might not remember this, but I could have swore they went for it at least like 4 times in that game. And there may be some late in the
game. You are absolutely right. 0 for 4 on fourth down. That's pretty incredible. Good memory.
Yeah, I knew it was. I tell people, you lose money wagering, but you remember a lot of things.
You're ready for this?
Too.
This is a wild game in terms of numbers. So they went for it 4 times on fourth down, meaning they gave it up deep in territory, right?
Yep.
They had opportunities here.
Yep.
They outgained the Titans 530 to 300.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
230 more total yards. Get this, the Titans ran 53 offensive plays. The Ravens ran 92. They ran 39 more offensive plays for 230 more yards, and yet lost the game by 16 points.
Yeah. And what year was that?
2020.
I wonder if there's any way to check 2020 where they ranked.
Yeah, I got it for you. I'll check it.
Yeah, I'm curious 2020 where they ranked, because I would have never guessed that they're last now. Like that, I wouldn't have. Kyle, I would have. I would have guessed that he doesn't go for it much on fourth down. But I wouldn't have guessed that Harbaugh was dead last. Because I like I said, I remember that year it just seemed like he went for it a lot. And maybe it seemed like he went for it a lot because nobody else did.
They were middle of the pack. They were 18th, but they went 1.2. But between 1.2 and 1.6, there's like 12 teams. So there's a lot of condensed teams. So he could have been at a pace that was much higher than what you're talking about. Like there might have been a part of the season where he was doing it a lot, and then the rate kind of picked up.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you have can you get the stats for this year? Who goes for it the most on fourth?
Yeah, that's what I was giving.
Okay, so. So this is 20. You're looking at 2020.
It's easy too. Do you know? Okay. I mean, we said the Lions go for it the second most at 2.2.
So who are the top 3 in 2020, and how many times a game did they go for it? Because my guess would be the teams at the top now go for it even more.
You're right. So 2.8 is what led the league this year, and that was the Panthers went for it more than anybody. Because again, you're just like they blitz more than anybody. They just like we're bringing the house. We're going for it on every down.
What do we have to lose?
They ran it like it was a game of Madden. They were like, whatever. They were just engage 8, and then and I'm going for it on every fourth. So Philadelphia led the league in fourth down attempts in 2020 at 2.2. That would be tied for second this year. So it's still on pace.
Okay.
However, that was the only team in 2020 that had more than 2 attempts per game. This year, there are 5 teams that have 2 attempts or more per game, and then a handful at 1.9. So the analytics have picked up. They are using it more frequently. But it's interesting in that the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan in 2020, I should see where they are too, because this year, again, nobody goes for it on fourth down less than the 49ers. They go for it 0.7 times a game. The Ravens are 0.9.
Wow.
In 2020, Kyle Shanahan was still 28th, 0.9. So not much has changed in terms of his aggressiveness and how they use that, at least in the last 3 to 4 seasons, which is interesting, right? So the Detroit Lions, who had Dan Campbell start in 2021 and have been more aggressive since then, again, when you have an offense too and you have weapons, like there's 2 reasons to go for it, the Panthers' reason and the Lions' reason. And the Lions' reason has played out and paid off for them more often than it hasn't. I'm of the belief that the more you go for it like that, and you're not picking your spots, the more detrimental it's going to be. I'm never a believer in the all-in mentality or overwhelmingly being aggressive. I like picking the spots and knowing this is a situation to do it, and I think that's why Kyle's found great success with it.
I agree. I think if I were coaching, I'd probably be in the middle somewhere.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Because I like to roll the dice, and I like to take chances that are calculated risks. But I don't just want to look at a chart and say, go for it, don't go for it, go for it, don't go for it, go for it, don't go. I'm wondering if there are times Campbell, the chart says no, and Campbell goes, hell with it, we're going for it. I can't imagine the chart said in Dallas to go for a 2-point conversion at the 7-yard line when it got backed up for a penalty. Just can't. I can't imagine. The chart went, yeah, we're good with that. The chart probably said, well, no, you kidding me?
And if it had, I'd have been like, screw this chart. I'm not going for this.
Yeah, kick it. Go to overtime. We're good. We're going to do it. But that's what he wanted to do. That's what he told him he was going to do, and that's what they did. So, but there are going to be. But it's such a huge momentum swing. There are some times when I'm watching a game, and I have a bet on it, and the other team, it's fourth down, and I'm like, just punt it so my team can get the ball. I don't want you to go for it, Because if you get it, you're like, oh, they're going to get it, and they'll keep the ball, and then usually something good happens
Turn it
after you
over,
get a pick of a
maybe.
fourth down, and oh god, just kick the ball, just kick the ball away. So it'll be nerve-wracking watching all those fourth downs because you're right, and Kyle's right. If you stop them, it's such a huge momentum thing, and especially on the road. That could really get the crowd revved up, and it'll be interesting to see. And he's been aggressive, home and road, I believe. That'd be interesting to look at those stats too. But I think he's been pretty much aggressive all the way through, and he said he will be. So I'd take him at his word. I think he will be, but I think there's a better chance it could backfire. Not that you don't, the play isn't successful, they don't execute it, but if you don't get it, it just seems to me like on the road it's more detrimental. It hurts a little bit more and can have more of a deleterious effect on the road than at home. So those will be big swing. There's going to be a lot of big swing points in this game, and I think some of the fourth downs that they have, or maybe they don't have many because they're not in a position to do it, or they don't get to like fourth and short. But if they do, there's going to be there could be 3 or 4 critical plays in this game, and if the Lions get them, then they're going to have a better chance of winning. If the Niners stop them, then they will.
Let's talk to Matt. Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows is going to join us from The Athletic. We'll talk to him. I haven't talked to Matty in a while about the 49ers as they're getting ready for the NFC Championship. Just a quick note here. 49ers this season on fourth down conversions. Again, we said they rarely go for it. They're 13th in conversion rate. They've gone 7 of 13. So they've only gone for it 13 times. Again, that's 0.7 times per game on the season. They have not attempted a single 2-point conversion all year. Have the 49ers. Jake Moody, better bring that leg, dude. We'll talk more about this with Matt Barrows, who joins us next, only here on The Sports Leader. Debo Samuel is back on the practice field today in a limited capacity. There's more on that story. It's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we've been talking about it all week because it may be a reality for some people next week. The ERC could be ending.
That's right. The ERC is where the federal government is rewarding employers that employed people in 2020 and 21 by giving away, that's right, it's not a loan, by giving away up to $26,000 for every employee they had that qualifies. There's 2 different ways to qualify. The easy way is a certain drop in gross revenue, but a lot of CPAs are stopping there and ignoring the alternative method, which doesn't need that. It's a facts and circumstances analysis, which we're happy to do for you. The bottom line is, even if you've been told you don't qualify, do what you would do with a medical doctor. Call us for that second opinion. But, folks, last week, the bipartisan Joint Committee on Taxation recommended proposed legislation to end all ERC this coming Wednesday, January 31st. That's it, over. It would be a crying shame to let this go and miss out on hundreds of thousands of dollars possibly, or even more. The bottom line is you just have to call us. We had a meeting in the office. We're only going to take these cases today and tomorrow, and then we have to stop because that January 31st deadline is next week, Wednesday. Bottom line is, if you employed people during 2020 and 21, call us right now. The switchboard's still open, or at the latest, call us tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last day we're going to take these cases.
Give them a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's time to, well, not time to, we're continuing to do, try to find a little maybe something we hadn't thought of, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. NFC Championship game, Lions and 49ers this Sunday down at Levi's. Going to be beautiful weather down there. Looking forward to it, and I'm sure so is Matt Barrows of The Athletic. We haven't talked to Matt in a while. Matt, what's going on?
What's up, dude?
I'm well. How are you guys doing? Are you guys prepared for the big game on Sunday?
I'm good.
I'm prepared.
Yeah, I think my beer fridge is full, and the living room's going to be vacated. So yeah, I think I'm good. I'm solid.
Good connectivity, so you don't lose the picture during the game, that sort of thing.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. Since I do spots,
I was going to say, dude. Yeah, you better hope. Yeah.
It shouldn't be an issue, but we will see. So here, let me ask you about the defensive line, because I've talked about this a lot, and I've talked about the inability to stop the run, and not so much the inability, just they're not what they have been in the past. And I've been talking about the defensive line in particular, like. It's not that they're not good. They're a dominant defensive line. They're one of the better defensive lines in the league, but they're not what they've been in the past. And that's kind of what I've been trying to convey. It's like that was the backbone of the team for a number of years, and this year it just hasn't been the backbone of the team. How do you see it? Because it almost sounds like I'm saying they're not good, but I'm not saying they're not good. It's just the bar that they set that we expect, they're not hitting that this year.
Yeah, they set that bar back in 2019, and that was the line that had Bosa and D Ford and Buckner and Armstead, and it's as if they've been chasing that, and we've been chasing that as observers ever since. And it seemed like when they made the Chase Young trade, okay, you know that's as close as they're going to get. They might be able to reach it with that. And it just hasn't happened that way. And maybe we're asking too much of Chase Young and Javon Hargrave, and Eric Armstead has gotten a little older, and of course he's been injured. But it never really hit the stride that they hit early in 2019 when D Ford was still healthy. So I don't know if that's part of it. Just looking at the statistics, they were good against the run this year. They usually shut down teams, in fact, and I think that had a lot to do with the offense as well. You know, when the 49ers offense is humming, they're scoring a lot of points, teams just aren't running the ball against them in the second half. They've made the 49ers one-dimensional. So I feel like the defense has gotten a good assist from the offense throughout the season, and that just didn't happen on Saturday against the Packers.
Yeah, you know what? I don't see that. Matt Mayoko tries to tell me they've been good against the run this year, and I'm not buying it. I don't look at the raw numbers. Just because you don't run against somebody doesn't mean you're not effective. I look at yards per carry, and the yards per carry where they have resided in the past few years, I'll go look again, but they've been in the top 5, top 6, if not higher. This year, I think they were I don't know, were they 17 or 12? I can't remember. I keep flipping back and forth between Warrior stats and Niners stats. So
what's the number you're looking for?
I'm looking for yards per carry against. So your yards per carry defensively. And I want to say it was like 4.2, 4.3, whatever it was. But it was I thought it was 12th in the league. You have that one?
Opponent rushing yards per attempt. That's what you're looking for?
Yeah, rushing yards per attempt.
Stand
by.
So
that's kind of the stat I look at, Matt. I don't know. I guess I'll just keep
17th at 4.2 per carry.
Yeah, 17th in the league. So I just don't. I guess I don't see it like you guys see it. So we will agree.
I think we're describing the same thing, though. I mean, what I'm saying is that. In the second halves, teams just haven't been running the ball against them. So in a close game, like Saturday's was, when the opponent still continued to run, then the 49ers' weaknesses came out. And obviously they came out in a big way on that 53-yard run. The 49ers point this week was, well, that run sort of skewed things a bit. We did well aside from that run. But that run was huge, and that run could have been a killer. And just talking with a lot of fans, people thought that, okay, that's it. I mean, the 49ers aren't going to come back from this. That was the sort of the death blow for the 49ers in that game. And luckily they were able to force a field goal. The field goal was missed, and then we all know how it ended up. But that was there was definitely some panic at that moment.
I'm talking to Matt Barris here of The Athletic on the UMA guest line. In your mind, and I know Kyle spoke about this today with the media, was it yesterday with the media, talking about Dan Campbell's aggressiveness. I mean, he's the second most aggressive coach on fourth down in all of football, 2.2 attempts at it this season per game. Kyle is the least aggressive coach at that stat in the NFL. Is this a game where you think he has to go out of his element, or is it just about getting stops when they get aggressive?
Yeah, it doesn't sound as if Kyle Shanahan is going to go out of his element. I mean, obviously the game and what the score is and the situation is going to dictate a lot of that. But boy, he definitely doubled down on the lap, quote unquote lap philosophy of going slowly and trying to get a score at the end of the half, and then getting the ball back in the second half today. And he says it's years and years of data that have convinced him of this, and so I don't think that that's going to change. My colleague Tim Kawakami sort of was on this theme with Kyle in a column this week, and Tim sort of suggested you have sort of an older style coaching philosophy. And Shanahan was a little bit taken aback that Tim suggested that he coached like an old geezer. But Tim's point was that it's a more conservative approach in these types of situations. And Shanahan's answer is that it's sort of been borne out. I mean, you can't go against the data that he has that supports what he's doing. So yeah, it's going to be a contrast in styles. New coach, older coach. All that stuff, that's what makes it interesting on Sunday.
What did you think about last week's decision to be ultra-conservative, maybe strong, but I thought he was too conservative at the end of the first half. I know how he likes to play it. When he has the ball coming out of the gates in the second half, he doesn't want to give the ball back to the team in the first half and let them try to get a score. But I thought the one problem I guess I had was him letting it run down to the timeout and having to burn a timeout with 34 seconds left when they could have snapped it at 40 seconds left, saved the timeout, and still not given the Packers much time.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, it seemed like wasted seconds there. They were already at midfield. They should have been the aggressors at that moment, and that's a good question as far as the statistical data is when that sort of flips. What field position do you have to reach before you become aggressive with it and aren't ticking down the seconds and stuff like that? Obviously, if that field goal goes in, we're not having this conversation. But
sure.
It did make it a difficult field goal. The trajectory of that kick is different, being as far back as they were. And then, of course, in the third quarter, they begin the third quarter with that Juwan Jennings heavy play, and so the whole lap idea just gets crushed, and that's very unlike the 49. I mean, it's just very symbolic of everything that was happening to the team that day.
Pretty quick change in mentality when you're like, let's lap them. And then you're like, all right, we'll run the punt unit out after three. I was like, that's kind of after the missed field goal and then 3 and out, it kind of went the other direction on that. The secondary is another one I wanted to ask you about. Ambry Thomas got beat a couple of times. One of our texters and callers earlier said Jair Brown is who they want to see out there, especially this weekend. Tom and I were saying we thought he was dealing with an injury at the end of the season. Reasons he was maybe not as out there as much or not out there last week, and could we see him this week?
Yeah, he wasn't out there at all.
Yeah.
And I think that was a surprise to a lot of people, including Jair Brown. I mean, he didn't even play special teams, which leads me to believe that this was sort of a last-minute decision by the coaching staff. Because usually if you've decided that Logan Ryan is going to start the game and at safety, okay, we'll put Jair Brown on special teams. And he didn't play either in this game. It was just him and Sam Darnold who were in uniform who didn't play a single snap. So, I mean, I think that they just got, I mean, that was a theme for the day. No Ronnie Bell, in that game either. So the hesitancy to play rookies really was underscored in the playoffs. Frankly, Logan Ryan didn't have a great game. The Lions are a team that's going to run the ball against them. You know that. And so you want somebody with heft, you want somebody aggressive at that safety spot. I think that they're going to play Jair Brown in this game. I'd be surprised. I was surprised on Saturday that he didn't play, but I'm doubling down on Jair Brown playing. And the other sort of personnel decision is, okay, what do you do at cornerback? Because it's been Charvarius Ward, Diamador Lenore, and Ambry Thomas pretty steadily from midseason onward. But they also have the option of putting Isaiah Oliver in there at nickel and having Lenore stay on the outside for the whole game. Again, this is a sort of a heavy team that they're going against. They like to play a sixth offensive lineman sometimes. Like I said, they like to run the ball. They put Sam Laporta, their tight end, out there all the time. Wouldn't be a huge surprise if Oliver, the bigger of the two guys, gets tapped for this game, or at least plays. Again, he was another guy that didn't play any defensive snaps on Saturday. I wonder if that's going to change a little bit on Sunday.
When you said Ronnie Brown, I had flashbacks of the Wildcat.
Ronnie Bell? Ronnie Brown?
Ronnie Brown was like the guy that ran the Wildcat for the Dolphins. If I
caught one, threw one, and ran for one. Yeah.
And not mistaken. Debo Samuel. Nobody knows, but you saw him at practice. I'm guessing range of motion will be an issue. That'll be the issue, whether he can move it and make the catches he needs to make and that kind of stuff. But what can you tell us about where he stands right now, and where I'm not going to ask you if he'll play because obviously you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but everything seems to be going in the direction that he plays. I mean, he was out there today. He was limited at practice. He didn't come out with a blue jersey on, which I thought was another good sign. The blue jersey signifies that this guy's not to be hit. So if he's dealing with a very sensitive shoulder, you would think that he would be in the blue. He wasn't. And I don't know how much he practiced, but he was out there at the beginning of practice, the first 20 minutes. He's doing on-air routes with the quarterbacks, and didn't seem to be affected at all. Caught the ball well, has been running well. So, I mean, it's hard to tell that he's injured, and I know he is, and he's dealing with pain. But again, all the signs seem to point to him playing. We'll find out tomorrow when Kyle Shanahan talks and gives the final injury report.
Did you have a chance? We're talking to Matt Barrows here on the UMA guest line. Have you had a chance to talk to Jake Moody at all?
I have not personally, no.
Any thoughts, or was there any level of concern with it? I mean, he missed, of course, the kick in Cleveland that would have won the game. That was in the rain. This one looked like it might have been hooking anyway. Of course, it gets blocked, gets tipped at the line there, so it's a miss and a block and all that. But personally, I haven't really had any issues with Moody. I'm not really worried about it, especially if weather is good. And he banged that 52-yarder. I feel pretty good about that, too.
Yeah, banged the 52-yarder, and Shanahan said that there was a thought that they would have given him a chance to do the 58-yarder. Remember, they punted late in the game there, but sort of an odd. Obviously, it was an odd weather game, but usually the wind is coming from the opposite direction. It's coming from the spot where he kicked the 52-yarder and would have kicked the 58-yarder as well. Usually, it's coming in his face. In that game, it was behind him, so I think that probably played a factor in it as well. Both misses by both kickers came, towards the south, so that probably was a bit of a factor. But the bigger Moody question is, why aren't they just hammering these kicks deep into the end zone on kickoffs? I mean, that's been a season-long issue for this team, and kind of challenging the Packers of all teams was puzzling, because the Packers had I forget the exact yardage, but they led the league in kickoff return yards. I mean, their kick returner is a Pro Bowl alternate. It just seems odd that a team that struggled to cover kicks like the 49ers did chose to challenge this guy a couple times. They got burned on both of those. And they love that Moody can kick the short kick into the corner there. That should pin the opponent down there, and you get a really good coverage, somewhere inside the 25-yard line. But from the opening kickoff onward, the guy returned it all the way to the 31. That should have been the signal. Okay, let's not challenge the Packers. Let's kick them all out of the end zone, and they didn't do that in the game.
Have you ever seen a kicker get blamed for a kick return?
No, I mean, and I'm not saying it's Moody. It's the decision to have him.
No, I'm not saying you are, but I actually see people. I saw people that night going, "Damn, Moody!" I was like, "What are you doing? What?
Dude, come on!"
I've never seen a kicker get blamed for a kick return ever.
No, and that one wasn't his fault, either the kick or the effort. I think he actually came the closest to getting the guy until the very end there. Yeah.
It's weird, Matt, because people have this weird fascination with Moody because he was a third-round draft pick, and they think it was a terrible pick, which maybe it was. Who knows? I don't know. But I think people want to be right about it. But it's just weird. You can't let it go because you think it was a terrible pick, and now he's on the team, and he was okay this year. Wasn't great this year, but for a rookie, he was fine. And that was a huge 52-yarder. But it just, I don't know if you sense that the people. There's some people that just don't want to let that one go.
No, for sure. And I mean, that's all part of it. I mean, that's why rookie kickers struggle and why rookie kickers who are picked early struggle, because there is that expectation, that onus on him. If Jake Moody is picked at the end of the 7th round and he has the season that he had, all of a sudden that's looking like a golden pick. That they hit it out of the park with Jake Moody. But because he was a 3rd rounder, that's sort of the scarlet letter that's going to be on him for a while now.
Well, you can ask the Packers. Would you rather have Moody in the 3rd or Carlson in the 6th right now?
Carlson. I forget what his numbers were, but they
weren't good. They were worse than Moody's.
Moody's, yeah, for sure.
How about McLaughlin? I was feeling pretty good about Chase McLaughlin this year until last weekend too.
Yeah, they didn't work
miss
out.
one all year.
Didn't work out.
Pretty
all that
good.
well.
And 2 of them blocked. So.
Let me ask you this, because McCaffrey last week, I thought there were times in the game where maybe you could have given him the ball more. Well, I actually said that out loud when I was watching the game. Like, can we get the ball to McCaffrey a little bit more? How do you think this game works out? Because obviously you'd like to see McCaffrey involved as much as possible, but the way to attack the Lions is through the air. I mean, their secondary is not great, and they got guys you can exploit in the secondary. The front 7, pretty good. They do a good job of stopping the run, although Rachaad White had some nice runs against them last week in Detroit. So how do you see it? I know he always wants to get McCaffrey involved, but if he sees an exploitable advantage, he's going to take advantage of that. And it seems to me this could be a big day for Purdy and the receiving corps.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. I mean, I don't think that he ran the ball as much against the Packers because he saw that heavy box that the Packers were putting in there. And thought that there were better, options in the passing game. So it's going to depend on what the Lions do. I mean, I imagine the Lions are going to stuff the box as well. I mean, especially after the game that Purdy had, up and down game against the Packers. So this is shaping up to be another. We're going to dare Brock Purdy. You've got 2 MVP candidates, finalists for AP MVP this year that you have to face. I mean, I'm guessing that the Lions decide, okay, we're gonna pick we have to pick a poison. The poison we're gonna pick is Brock Purdy. He's got to beat us. And without the rain, I mean, it's supposed to be 71 degrees and sunny. I think the 49ers are confident that Brock Purdy poison will be fatal to the Lions.
No, I agree. I kind of see it being a fast track game, and I think Detroit's going to score some too. What's the biggest concern that you see defensively. I thought it was the ability to stop the run because their running backs are really good. They're different, but they're both really good. And I think if they can stop the run, it takes away, especially stop the run early. If they stop the run early, that sets them up nicely. Do you see anything else, or do you agree with that?
No, I totally agree with that, and I'm still sort of puzzled by how the 49ers had such issues with the Packers. I mean, the runs that they had trouble with are the very runs that they practiced against all throughout training camp. The last game of the season was against the Rams, same offense. During the bye week, they scrimmaged against their own offense, same offense as Green Bay's, and yet they still had trouble with sort of basic things. That outside zone run that Aaron Jones got them on. I mean, everybody overran that play. That's how Christian McCaffrey, gouges you for 50 yards. The 49ers of all teams should have known how to defend that better, and they didn't. And it goes to your point. It's been a sort of a season-long, not entirely a weakness, but something that they just haven't ever really kind of satisfied fully.
Yeah.
So the Lions are going to run and run and run and run in this game. And that's why I think the offense is going to have a big hand in this. If the 49ers offense can get up, if they can help the defense make the Lions attack one-dimensional, that's an entirely different ballgame. Jared Goff is not going to be as comfortable. Sam Laporta is not going to be in that George Kittle role of are they going to run, are they going to pass, all that stuff. So it's a big deal that the offense gets off to a faster start than they did against the Packers.
Yeah,
Matt, we always appreciate the time, man. Should be a fun one. Third straight NFC Championship, and the first of these three that the Niners get to host. And I'll see you down there on Sunday, man. Thanks so much.
All right, see you there.
Great
Thanks,
stuff there
Matt.
from Matt Barrows, who has a new piece out on The Athletic. Make sure you check it out, as we are hoping for good things for Debo Samuel and the 49er offense heading into Sunday. When we come on back, a sound soiree for you. We've got some Steve Kerr. We got some Kyle Shanahan. We've also got the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce ceremony, trying to rally them for the arrival of the Las Vegas A's. Didn't go as planned. We've got all that for you next in the sound soiree, only here on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's Sports Leader.
What?
John Lynch joined Murphy Markets this morning and admits his 49ers were not sharp this week, but they will come out stronger against the Detroit Lions. More on that story trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. What is a staple of game day? Snacking. What's a staple of snacking? Chips and dips. Why? They're easy. Just rip open the bag, get your dip, and you are good to go. Now with Daisy, you can get the sour cream, you get the flavor packs, put it in there. That's one step too far, right? Yeah, you just get the French onion and ranch dip, crack them open. Boom, you're ready to go. You will not miss a snap. These things are fantastic. So, if you're thinking, what do I want today? It's game day. I want a snack. I want chips and dips. I want Daisy French onion and ranch dip. Everybody loves them. You're a Daisy if you do.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday evening. Warriors back in action tonight at 7 o'clock over at Chase Center against the Sacramento Kings. That's a rough task. Rough back-to-back.
That is a rough back-to-back.
It's a rough back-to-back. Kings are they're going to come ready to play, man. They're going to be ready to run. That's a rough day. Let's get you some sound soiree here, though, and then we'll get into a little Warrior basketball. So we got some news as it relates to Steph Curry, but we will tell you about that in just a couple of minutes here. Why don't we start with last night? Why don't we start with Steve Kerr? He gave a speech to the crowd during the ceremony for Dejan Milojevic. And he actually shared afterwards that they had all taken a shot of Serbian brandy. A bunch of the coaches did before the game, and in honor of him, I thought that was pretty cool. Anyway, here's the speech that Steve Kerr gave to the crowd.
The world lost a beautiful soul last week. Decky was a wonderful friend, a hell of a basketball coach, a great man, and most importantly, a beautiful grandson, son, husband, and father. The mark that he's left on our organization the last 3 years, you just saw the pictures. That was him every day. The smile, the joy, the laughter, it was ever present. And what he meant to us was a huge part of who we are. He's a part of our soul. The outpouring of love that we've received this past week from all over the world. You could see the photos of him visiting with all the opponents' players when they came in here. We saw the fans in Serbia. That outpouring of love is a direct reflection of the joy and the love he brought to everybody he met. So tonight, rather than a moment of silence, I'd like you to join me in honoring Decky, his beautiful family, Natasha, Sasha, Nikola. And rather than a moment of silence, I'd like for all of us to give Decky an ovation that he can hear up in heaven. Thank you.
That was a very cool,
It was pretty loud.
Speech, man. That was
It was pretty loud. It was like kind of like one of those goosebump moments.
I got goosebumps right there, actually.
Yeah.
No joke, I did. I got goosebumps hearing him say that at the end. The moment, a cheering moment that you could hear up in heaven. That was pretty cool. Man.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
good celebration for Decky last night. Moving on here, another head coach, this one of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, is with the media today. And he's asked, much like Todd Bowles, he was asked a fairly dumb question. Remember Todd Bowles last week was asked about the Lions? He's like, how are you guys going to handle the weather? When they dragged down, he's like, well, they play indoors. We're not really worried about it. Here's Kyle Shanahan. He was asked a question. I'm going to assume this person not from the local media. Here you go.
How important is the 12th man going to be on Sunday?
What's that?
The 12th man, how important is the 12th man going to be on Sunday?
We don't call him the 12th man here. But our crowd's very important.
Yes. Oh.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, oof is right.
He's like, how is San Fran going to endorse the 12th man this week? That's a rough day. It's a rough question. Rough deal. All right, let's go to Jared Goff, Bay Area native, Marin Catholic's own.
Yep.
He's on Detroit Radio 97.1 The Ticket, and he was asked about the bulletin board material this week. Is there any bulletin board material? Here's Goff.
Hey, does bulletin board material matter to you guys at all?
It depends what it is. What do you got?
Skip Bayless, after your game, tweeted out the following.
No, I don't care about anything he says. You can stop now. That's
I love it.
No, yeah.
No oxygen. No oxygen.
Yeah, no. Anything those guys say on daytime TV, you can skip over that.
That's classic.
I mean,
I don't care.
You make some
I don't
points.
care.
You can stop there. I don't really care.
Moving on.
I just
Well,
move on.
good.
Move on. I mean, it is funny too because Goff is younger than I am. I've never thought Skip was entertaining and thought he was obnoxious, which means it's like the generation above me at least.
Yeah, who did? Somebody did.
Who is he for? That's what I was getting to. Is
who is he for?
What generation? Like, I get that he's like one of the highest paid dudes on TV. Like, who? And people say, oh, it's because he's not just controversial. He's like not even good at his job. Like he's not a good commentator. He doesn't come with good points. Everybody knows the same side he's going to be on every single time.
It's a shtick.
It's predictable. It's a shtick. He's not
anti-LeBron.
He's not funny. He's not entertaining. He's burning jerseys. He's got a weird body shape. If I'm going to shame him, I may as well go there too. If we're going to shame body shaming, Skip Bayless is one that I can live with. But I never understand who's that for. Who's he entertaining or catering to?
I don't know.
Not Jared Goff.
Like I can't even. No, not Jared Goff. There's no doubt about that. Maybe
I don't care about anything he says.
Yeah, maybe the Lil Wayne crowd.
Speaking of,
maybe that's a wild show. I've never seen it. Never would see it. It's the first time. It's way too early. If it were, that doesn't matter what time it's on, I wouldn't watch it. But you just look at like the poster for the thing, you're like, this show is like so. It like looks so bizarre.
It's so bad.
Skip Bayless with Sherman. Lil Wayne sometimes I think it's on there, and then Keyshawn Johnson's
Lil
like,
Wayne.
I'm like, what is this? Like, really? This is what you're going? Okay.
408 says Skip Bayless is an a-hole. Yeah, nice. Yeah. I like that. I've never met him, but it seems like, doesn't it? Doesn't it, 408?
He worked here at KNBR.
What?
Yeah, for like a little bit.
What? When was this?
I don't know if it was a full year, but he worked with Rick Barry, I think.
Was he doing the night show?
No, he's doing the daytime show before.
He's doing the afternoon show,
yeah,
the afternoon drive.
Studio.
Right.
Yeah, he was there during the face-off.
Crazy.
And it wasn't like he was not like that at all. Like he was just a fairly normal guy.
Dude, Rick would be more of that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, in that duo, Rick is the more.
Now he was provocative. Like he'd write some stuff and say some stuff, but when he was here and like on the radio and stuff, I didn't pay that much attention to him. Just seemed like a normal guy, but man, woof.
The Cowboy bit couldn't have been born yet. You know what I mean? Like they weren't. Yeah. They hadn't been losing yet America's team. There was no LeBron yet, so he didn't have that shtick.
Didn't have that.
That's probably why he got axed. He just didn't have anything.
Yeah, maybe not.
Didn't have any shticks.
Yeah,
no bits.
Yeah. KNBR, Skip Bayless. Now again, I don't know if he was like full-time guy, but I want to say he was here for a while. Maybe not a full year, but he was here for a while.
Anyway, KNBR, you get Skip Bayless at KNBR knowledge. I'd love to hear it. We got to bring him home, Tom. We got to bring him on home.
No, we don't.
We do not have to bring him home. Get on Skip Bayless. We need him.
No.
We need him. Tell him Tom's begging to bring him home.
I don't care about anything he says.
I'm coming home.
I'm coming home for Derek's shaking his head furiously. Like, no. Exactly. Who is he for? Here's a question.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Did you see those movies or you see shows and you're just like, who is this? What's the audience for this? Who are they trying to make this for? But when you see a guy like that it'd be foolish to say he was unsuccessful. He's had a wildly successful career.
Yeah.
In terms of financial stability and notoriety and popularity. Like, he's doing something right, but I don't get it. And I don't want to be right then, if that's right. Here's a little bit more sound of the sound soiree. Let's go to Jeopardy. So frequently we'll get a Jeopardy category where it's like all sports and the people know nothing.
And it's super easy.
What happens when you end up with a Jeopardy contestant? Not Jeopardy James, not our guy who ran the board a few years ago. We got a contestant who knows sports. Here we go.
This St. Louis Cardinals great slugged his 700th home run in 2022, his last season in Major League Baseball. Lloyd.
Who is the wretched Albert Pujols?
Wow, yes. The answer is correct. I can't speak to the adjective.
Go Cubs.
Go Cubs. The wretched Albert Pujols. I like that, dude. Cubs fans like, screw that guy. Screw that guy. Pretty good.
I love
Pretty good deal.
Yeah, if you know sports, you can clean up on that show. Like if you just wait till you have a bunch of money and then hope you can get a daily double. Yeah, I told my family, I go, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try it for Jeopardy. I just want to go on Jeopardy. Just pray that there's a sports question. Like sports, maybe animals, and then something else that I could get. And then I accumulate enough money to where I could just bang it all on a sports daily double and just hope it's something I know.
Well, you hope that the daily double's in the sports categories.
Yeah, other than that, I'm toast. I'd just be up there. I wouldn't even get a chance to push. I'd just sit there and go, I'm gonna end with a 0. I'm gonna try to answer 1 just so I can be part of Final Jeopardy so I don't feel left out. But I would get just roasted.
Yeah, I could survive. Like, I watch Jeopardy a lot, actually, and I could survive.
Yeah, so do I.
There's episodes where I'm sitting there in dead silence for 22 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where I'm like, I got nothing.
Well, religion, I just go to the bathroom.
Religion's bad. Or if they're like, we'll go to 12th century French art. I'm like, I don't know that one, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, 18th century poetry or stuff. Like, I'm like, I
Yeah.
got nothing for you. They're like cobblers from the 900s. I'm like, I got nothing.
Cobblers.
Yeah, so the cat, like, I'm pretty good with history. There's, they start getting into C's. I'm out. They start going into like this C meets at the access point. I'm like, I don't know, man. No idea. But every once in a while, we got a classic blunder here. Here we go. Here,
100 plus assists in an NHL season has been accomplished only 13 times. 11 times by this player. Joe, who's Magic Johnson? Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Magic Johnson? Oh no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh no. Oh, dude, the thing I miss about Trebek is how condescending he used to be when you were wrong.
Oh God.
Oh, dude, he was so condescending.
Good.
Oh, wrong again. No. The answer we were looking for was Wayne Gretzky.
If you guys ring in and get this one, I will die.
What is that?
I remember one time he ripped one of the contestants. They said they went to some I don't know if it was some nerdy medieval festival or
Tim
something
has
like
it. Tim
that.
has that audio.
Oh, please play that one. This is almost shocking.
It's called nerdcore hip hop. It's
Nerdcore
hip hop. Yes. It's people who identify as nerdy, rapping about the things they love: video games, science fiction, having a hard time meeting romantic partners. It's really catchy and fun.
Losers, in other words.
Well,
that is harsh, man. That's brutal.
You get on Jeopardy and Alex Trebek's like, you're a loser. He's like, beat it,
Losers, in other words.
Get back
Losers, in other words.
Oh, dude, that's again.
Oh, man, that is so good.
Shove it in the locker. Right?
It's like, God, that's kind of rough. That's kind of rough. You just crushed them. They're so happy to be there. They're so happy to meet you.
Trebek, yeah.
And you just wham.
Meet me in the back for a swirl.
Losers, in other words.
All proper. We checked during the commercial break, and you pronounced it incorrectly. We'll have to take back the $900. Dude, I love that. Go to break and just take off money. I'm like, what, the whole game continues?
What happened?
That's not a clean swap, by the way. The game goes to the person who got it right. It's a domino effect. We can't just pick it up from there. One more piece of sound here in the sound soiree. Okay, so this was yesterday. Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. They've got a ceremony, and the MC is trying to get applause for the A's. Like, the Fishers are there. Dude, by the way, this is a full auditorium. It's like a full auditorium. There's like a PowerPoint, there's a stage, there's somebody at a podium, and it's a dark room, but Derek, would you say hundreds of people? I mean, it's a full auditorium, like it's hundreds of people. And they're trying to rally a little bit of hype and support for the Vegas A's. Here you go.
Let's give it up one more time for Mary Beth and John Fisher, please. The Las Vegas A's. We like the sound of that, right, Vegas? Yeah? Yes? Are we alive back there, Las Vegas? How we feeling? Okay.
Are we alive back there, Vegas?
Pulse check, dude.
How are we feeling? Man, that was too much. That was awkward.
Are we alive back there?
Dude, I thought I heard a cricket. I swear to God. After she says the thank you to them and they get a little smattering of applause, when she says, how do we like the sound of that? Dude, there might be a cricket. No. Give me one more.
The Las Vegas A's. We like the sound of that, right, Vegas? Yeah? Yes?
It's like a whistle.
Are we alive back there?
One whistle from the back. I was like, what was that squeak? That's incredible. That's your sound soiree for Thursday, January 2025, 2024. When we come on back, how about this? Some news that's different for Steph Curry. He's looking like he could be an all-star, but for the first time in his career, if he makes the all-star team here, it will not be as a Western Conference starter. We'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader.
It's called nerdcore hip hop.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to be playing fantasy sports this NFL playoffs. That's because your regular season fantasy has come to an end. Why not get involved in a little opportunity to make some money with the Pick'em game through Underdog Fantasy? It's a fantasy game, but you can win some real money. Totally legal in California, and it's a ton of fun to play along as you watch through the playoffs. You get 2 more games on Sunday. That's where you'll pick between 2 and 5 players. You select higher or lower on the player's stats during the NFL playoffs, and if your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. It's legal in California, as I said, and it's a blast to play along. Underdog Fantasy, it's super easy to play, even easier to get started. Go to the easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a special pick of higher than half a total yard to use with your first pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 doubled, plus your special pick. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hey, sports fans, KNBR did not give out the text words on Wednesday, January 24th, 2024 for the Big Game Weekend contest, but you can listen weekdays now through January 31st, 2024 for your chance to text in for a chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for the Big Game Weekend on KNBR. Find official rules at knbr.com. Thank you.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Thursday evening. Kerry Crowley will be with you at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock to take you up until the end of the Warriors game. Dubs OT will be on with John Dickinson. He'll be out in Thrive City today for the Dubs OT postgame following the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings tonight. So make sure you stop by and say what's up to JD if you're out in Thrive City tonight after the game. But first, a little bit of news. Steph Curry snubbed potentially here as an all-star starter. I say snubbed because I don't know if everybody thinks that's the case. For the first time in his career, he was not selected as a Western Conference all-star starter. He's one of all of his 9 all-star appearances have come as a starter. The starters in the Western Conference are LeBron, KD, Jokic, Luka, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Again, you always ask, well, then who are you taking off?
Can't argue.
I don't know if I'm taking anybody off that list.
Nobody.
I don't know if Steph's having a better year than Shai right now. Quick thoughts on tonight's game against the Kings, though.
Oh, man. It's going to be... I mean, the Kings are good. Not quite as good as they were last year. But the key will always be how they do against Sabonis. And usually they do really well against Sabonis. Draymond and Looney guard him really, really well. But he's such a focal part of their offense. He handles the ball, the dribble handoffs that they use. R.C. Davis, who produces the games for Tim and I, sent me an interesting stat that De'Aaron Fox, who was... last year's clutch player of the year, I believe. He was. I remember now. He was a clutch player of the year, which is like the last 5 minutes of the game, close game. I'm not sure exactly how they determine that. But this year in clutch time, he's like 0 for 13 on threes. The worst. I mean, you could be tied with him, but you can't be any worse than that of people that have 10 attempts. Then he's like 12 for 20 on free throws, which is like way down the list for people that have more than 20 free throw attempts, I believe, in clutch time. So it's interesting that last year he's so good, and this year he's scuffling a little bit. But look, they should have beat him in Sacramento. That was the game they just threw away. And that was their game, and they had him. But The key is always for them is the Sabonis, and then I kind of want to say the key is keeping De'Aaron Fox out of the middle, but good luck. I mean, De'Aaron Fox gets where he wants to get to most of the time. He's just so damn good. Now that the three-pointer is part of his arsenal, I have no idea how you stay in front of that guy. He's probably the quickest guy in the league with the ball, and now he can shoot it, and he gets to the middle, and then he has that little 5 foot. He bumps into you, a little 5 foot pull up shot that he's so good at. Like, yeah, I'm a big fan of his game. Keegan Murray is getting better and better. You got Malik Monk coming off the bench. Herter's a guy too that's kind of hot and cold. Like, if you had an X factor, that would be the guy because he's not always there. But when he is, he really makes the offense go because he can hit you for 20 points on like four or five 3-pointers. But this is one that, you know, we said it way back at the beginning of the show that they need to get this one. They need to get a couple of these remaining 3 games at home because I think after the homestand, it's 26 home, 18 on the road is what they will have through their first 44. So they're going to have quite a few more road games.
It's a lot. I'm looking at the schedule.
Games.
It's a lot of roadies. I'm not seeing very much gold there. So you got Sacramento tonight, the Lakers on Saturday, and then a couple days off this weekend to get out of the way for the NFL. And then Tuesday, Philly comes to town. Before you hit the road for Memphis, Atlanta, Brooklyn, Philly, and Indy. That's not an easy road.
So these are important because while that road trip that you just mentioned, I mean, there's a couple winnable games on there, but they're on the road, and that makes them even tougher. And they're playing some tough teams too, so you got to bank some of these. They just haven't been good at home this year. They haven't won enough games, and they were so good last year at home, and the year they won the championship. But this year they've scuffled. They've lost some games they shouldn't have lost at home, and I get it. You know, Chris Paul's been out and Draymond's been out a lot of the time, and there hasn't been any continuity. But there were still some games that they were more talented than the teams they were playing, and they didn't get the W's. So I said 2 weeks ago these games are going to start being really, really important now. They did go to 5 games under 500 at one point. It's just tough because you're trying to climb that hill, and they're going to have to climb it. And this is part of it, you know, beating some good teams at home. Because if you don't, you slide back down again, and then you got to go back on the road. And it's just you never get there. You're like always trying. Let me get to 500. We can get over it. And we can maybe get in the play in. We can do that, and then you lose a couple more games, and you got to climb it again. So instead of being at 500, you're 4 games under 500. So. I know these are going to be tough, but the Warriors are more than capable of beating all these teams at home. They're going to play really good. They're going to have to be tight. They're going to have to do what they did last night, and it's going to be harder because Atlanta's awful on defense. Take care of the ball. Don't give the other team extra opportunities. Give yourself some more second chances by hitting the offensive glass, which they've done a nice job of this year. If Kuminga keeps playing like he did last night, that'll be fantastic. He won't have as favorable a matchup as he had last night. I mean, sometimes they had Matthews on him, and I was like, oh, gee, just get the ball to Kuminga and say, go away. Matthews can't guard that guy. And Matthews is a tough guy. He's like a decent defender, but he can't guard Kuminga. So it'll be interesting to see if he keeps the same mindset tonight that he had last night, the attack mentality. But it should be a good one tonight. It's fun because these two teams, it feels like there's a rivalry. Even though the Warriors aren't as good this year as we expected them or they have been, we're coming off a 7-game classic series, and the Warriors are still thought of as a really good team because they have guys that have won championships. And the Kings, you know, they haven't, and they haven't been good. This is like their chance to establish themselves. They haven't been good since the early 2000s when they were one of the dominant teams in the NBA. So I liked it. I mean, these games have always been kind of fun, even though the Kings weren't great. Or the Warriors weren't great in some instances, but now that they're both pretty good, it's fun to watch. It's fun. There's a little bit of juice in these games, so I'm looking forward to it. But gonna have to be better tonight than they were last night defensively. They shut the Hawks down in the second half, but this team will rip through them for 140 if they play defense like they played last night, or if they play like they played it on the last road trip. They're going to have to buckle up and stay in front of guys and try to keep them from, you know, getting wide open threes. Because if you do give Herter, Fox, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, guys like that, open looks at the bucket, they're going to stripe you. And then once they get going, then that's the thing about the NBA that I try to convey to people. Once you let somebody get going, then they start hitting shots. It's like you can't guard them. It's like they have so much confidence that you make them take tough shots. It doesn't even matter anymore at that point. So you got to keep guys in front of you and not let them get the driving range 3 where they're just like towing it up and drilling it and feeling good about themselves.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday evening. Many people checking out on the YouTube chat. Tom going, dude, Tom laying down? At least he's awake. Is he sleep talking? Everybody at Valley Oak here is going, man, I don't know if I'll ever get over the fact that Tom just knocked out. While we were,
I've already accepted the fact that's never going away.
It's not going away, dude.
No,
you can't.
it's just that's part of it now. So I would do the same thing. I would absolutely do the same thing. So I'll accept it. But no, the reason for people that see me on Twitch and YouTube and the chats, the reason I lay down because this bench is a little rough on my back. So I try to stretch it out, and I lasted as long as I could into the show.
No lumbar support. No.
Yeah, I had to sit and lay down and stretch his back out a little bit because it was starting to hurt me a little bit.
Shout out to somebody else. Our guy Daniel checks in. He goes, man, talk about a cushy job. And this other guy John goes, well, our Pine Needle says, well, dude, Gary had a Bentley. Little different laying down during the show than driving a Bentley. It's a bit of a difference. But
a little bit.
Love the texters. Love you guys. You guys cracked me up. Great stuff on the YouTube chat today. Kerry Crowley coming up at 6 o'clock. He'll take you on Sports Phone KNBR all the way up until the culmination of the Warriors game, and then you'll get a little Dubs OT. We'll say what's up to Kerry Crowley on the other side, only here on the Sports Leader. The Warriors dominated in their 134-112 win over the Atlanta Hawks, with Jonathan Kuminga going a perfect 11 for 11 for 25 points. That story and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house is a little bit different, of course, but we all have one thing in common when it comes to Wi-Fi. We want speed, we want coverage. What's speed without coverage? Nothing. It's great. You get speed, but you got to move to someone else's room, or everyone's in the living room hanging out on top of each other. That's not what they want. That's not what you want. There's people that are gaming in one room, maybe even working, going to school in another room, streaming movies. Everybody's doing something different, whether it be on their phone, their tablet, or a TV in the room, but everyone wants speed. Everyone wants reliability. And what you want is to not hear people complaining. My room doesn't have good Wi-Fi coverage. You don't want it. You don't need it. And quite frankly, you don't deserve it. Well, you won't get it if you have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. You'd be worrying less about dead spots with wall-to-wall from Xfinity, because you're going to get that reliability. You're going to get that speed, and it's going to cover all your devices, and it will power all the devices. You're going to be good, and then you'll say, oh, thank you. Now I can do my thing. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi and Xfinity 10G network for reliable connection throughout your home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary. Not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed, you love coverage. Don't we all? You will. I love Xfinity.
October, Kurt. Coach, how you guys doing, man?
I'm good, dude.
Good time. All right. Time to get on out of here. But before we do, we say hi to Carrie Crowley for, what looks like an extended face-off. Hey, Carrie, what's up?
It does look like an extended face-off, Tom. How are you guys?
What's up, dude?
What do you
guys
got?
hit the clock today.
Take your time.
Yeah, exactly. I have a little bit more time than I'm used to here. It's Giants hot stove night. Who doesn't want to talk Giants baseball on January 25th? So,
who do we got tonight?
Fortunately, we have bench coach Ryan Christensen, new to the organization. Looking forward to that. But the marquee guest is Kyle Harrison, 7:35.
Oh, nice.
We got Kyle on the line tonight, so really looking forward to that.
No, that'll be really cool. So what does... You guys will know this more than I do, and I kind of know, but what does a bench coach do? Does it change, or is it the same for each team?
It's like everything.
Yeah, you want to start?
Well, Kevin Franzen used to tell me that like being a bench coach was almost the heavier lifting job than being the manager.
Yeah.
Because you're in charge of keeping track of every single detail of what's going on throughout the game, availability, who's been used on the other team, who you still have available to use. The manager needs to be able to go to the bench coach and ask him any bit of information about the game, and he's supposed to have it available. Now, I think the day-to-day tasks of like what gets prepped for a game, Kerry, you probably have more insight on that. That probably changes and evolves, but the one that comes to mind, the mistake I remember is, remember when Kai Correa left somebody off the lineup card? On accident, and then he wasn't available when you leave. It's like you submitted the lineup card, he wasn't on it. You can't use him. It's like he's not on the team. It's like he's not there for the day, and so you're unavailable. So it's a heavy job. But Franny used to tell me. I asked him like, "You think you could be a bench coach?" He's like, "No way, dude." He's like, "That's one of the hardest jobs, if not the hardest in baseball."
Yeah, I think if you're the manager, you're like the Dan Campbell of the organization, where you're just like the motivator. You're the person who talks to the media. You're the guy who has a tough conversation with the guy in the clubhouse. You're the one who facilitates like the conversations between the front office and the players. You're the conduit nowadays. Whereas the bench coach, like Coach just said, they are the detail-oriented people who are on top of every last thing. They know who the left-handers down in the opposing bullpen are getting loose in the sixth inning, and who you should have getting ready in your batting cage underneath the dugout at Oracle Park in the fifth inning for that pinch hit situation. Though that is like the number one role of the bench coach nowadays, is to foreshadow everything that could happen in a given game. So it's a really important job, and the people who master it become managers. And it's interesting. It's like the coordinator in football. Tom, can the coordinator who's so smart and detail oriented, who calls all these great plays, can he actually succeed as the CEO of the organization, as the head coach? And there's some people who do great in that, like Kyle Shanahan, and then there's some people who you put them in that job and they fall apart. So I think there's a lot of similarities between a coordinator and a bench coach.
So you're the sous chef, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, not the chef de cuisine. Yeah, that's different.
Yeah. You're doing all the hard work, and then the other guy's making the decision based on. Yeah, no, I totally get it. That does. I'd rather be the guy making the decision than the guy collecting all the info. It'll be how many guys do we know, Carrie? Because it seems.